Guarding the demon-locking tower for 30 years, the unrivaled sword Immortal emerges. Su Chen, having traversed from Blue Star, becomes a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sect tasked with guarding the demon-locking tower. Amidst a world rife with demons and powerful beings, the fate of the tower's guardian is as fragile as a floating reed. Fortunately, the appearance of the demon record completely transforms his destiny. Guarding the sacred Maiden of the Huan Sect for 10 years. Reward received. Ultimate Dual Cultivation Method. 300 years of cultivation. Guarding the Supreme Sword Demon for 20 years. Reward received. Enlightenment of the Sword Path. Guarding the leader of the Joyous sect for 30 years. Reward received. Comprehension of Eternal Life. One fateful day, after millennia of demonic chaos, the tower is besieged, threatening Shu Mountain. Su Chen, who has guarded the demon-locking tower for 30 years, suddenly opens his eyes. Who dares to receive a sword from me? Chapter 1. The Demon Record. Su Chen, wake up. It's time for patrol. As the shaking continues, Su Chen awakens to the sight of an unfamiliar face. Just as he prepares to inquire about the stranger's identity, a flood of memories rushes into his mind. I have traversed into another world? Su Chen chuckles helplessly. I have awakened to find myself as a disciple guarding the demon-locking tower of the Shu Mountain Sect. The Shu Mountain Sect, situated in the Central Plains, is a renowned sect of cultivation. Founded by the revered Taoist Zhenren Daoxian, who harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil. The sect is dedicated to eradicating demons and monsters. Thus, the demon-locking tower was established to imprison those demons that wreak havoc upon the Central Plains. Su Chen rises and glances at his modest gray robe. The gray attire symbolizes the lowest rank of disciples, burdened with menial tasks. Regrettably, he has been chosen to guard the demon-locking tower, a role fraught with peril. The treatment of tower guardians is meager, yet the danger is exceptionally high. Since the tower's inception, there have been 3 significant rebellions and countless minor uprisings. Each rebellion resulted in dire casualties among the guardians. How could Su Chen find joy in such circumstances? Moreover, the tower is steeped in malevolent energy, and those with weak constitutions suffer various afflictions from prolonged exposure. Unfortunately, Su Chen has also drawn the short straw. His original physique was already subpar, and he sought to change his fate through cultivation at Shu Mountain. Yet, upon entering the tower, he finds himself further eroded by the demonic energy, compounding his frailty. At last, today marks the end of his life, as he has been overtaken by the consciousness of Su Chen who traversed here. This body is hardly worth keeping. Su Chen laments, feeling helpless. Even taking a few steps leaves him breathless, utterly weak. Although the daily patrols are dreadfully boring, you shouldn't be so lackluster. If the elders see you like this, you may never leave the demon-locking tower, admonishes the figure before him, Pei Zhen, a disciple who entered the sect several years prior and has spent a decade in the tower. While he may not be as frail as Su Chen, the prolonged stay in such an environment has left him pallid, resembling a ghostly figure. Brother Pei, is there still a chance for us to exit? Su Chen timidly asks as they traverse the corridor behind Pei Zhen. Of course. Before I entered the demon-locking tower, Elder D informed us that as long as we perform well, he would notice, and in time, we could become white-clad disciples. White-clad disciples hold a rank above gray-clad disciples and are exempt from menial duties. Hearing this, Su Chen internally scoffs, such blatant promises, and he is expected to believe them? Have you been feasting on empty promises for 10 years without growing weary? Su Chen silently curses, rendered speechless by Pei Zhen's words. After completing their patrol on the first floor, they ascend to the second. The demon-locking tower consists of 8 levels, and the danger of the imprisoned demons increases with each ascending tier. The uppermost level is said to confine demons that have brought calamity to entire nations. Rumor has it that a heavily sin-laden demon sovereign is sealed there. However, the specifics remain beyond Su Chen's knowledge, as the patrols of disciples are limited to the 5th level. Any ascent beyond that is strictly prohibited. After 2 hours of patrolling the 5th level, Su Chen feels as if he is on the verge of collapse. Each level of the tower is divided into sections, and the internal design resembles a labyrinth. Without familiarity with the routes, one could easily become lost. Coupled with numerous traps and formations, even those familiar with the tower must tread carefully. Thus, while patrolling may seem simple, it is in fact a demanding task both mentally and physically. Upon returning to the resting area on the first floor, Su Chen's legs feel as if they are laden with lead, and he sits down, trembling slightly. Pei Zhen, however, remains oblivious to his condition, continuing to lecture him. You have been here for over half a year. How can you still be so clueless about the paths? If you do not apply yourself, how can you expect the elders to notice you? Su Chen wishes to retort, but words fail him. Before he can catch his breath, the bell at his waist suddenly rings. Each guardian of the demon locking tower is equipped with such a bell. The ringing signifies that there is another task at hand. Quick, gather at the entrance. Pei Zhan exclaims, turning to run, his dedication both admirable and overwhelming. Wait for me. Su Chen struggles to rise, making an effort to follow Pei Zhan. Moments later, they reach the entrance, where they join two other tower guardians, forming two rows. Clad in green, elite disciples stand before them, discarding an unconscious woman. With a casual remark, they instruct, "You four, take her to an empty room on the second level." The gaze of the onlookers shifts downward, revealing the woman bound tightly with the unique binding ropes of Shu Mountain. Her attire is already daring, and the tight bindings accentuate her figure, exposing ample skin, bewitching to behold. Especially for the young men brimming with vigor, the scene is intoxicating. Keep your eyes in check. The green-clad disciple coldly huffs. This woman is a demoness of the Demon Sect, having drained the essence of countless men, her victims too numerous to count. If you value your lives, do not continue to gawk. At this, the group stiffens, regaining their composure, and they dare not glance further. The Demon Sect is notorious for producing demonesses adept at seducing men, well known for their malevolent reputation, causing respectable young men to shudder at the mere mention. The four disciples avert their gazes, each grasping a limb to collectively carry the demoness away. Despite her light weight, even Su Chen finds the task manageable. Upon reaching the empty room on the second level, the group drops her off and instinctively turns away. Adhering to the principle of cherish life, stay away from demonesses, the other three swiftly make their exit from the cell. Su Chen, being the slowest, is left to lock the door. Just as he bows his head to secure the lock, a red, ancient tome suddenly materializes in his mind, its cover emblazoned with the title Demon Record. As the Demon Record opens to its first page, the likeness of a woman appears, strikingly similar to the demoness he just confined. Demoness, Shanling Shan. Level, 8th stage of spirit transformation. Mental method, secret arts of Huan. Techniques, enchantment art, phantom movement, heart shattering. Palm, daily extraction. Essence of Yang, *10, cultivation experience, *20. Su Chen's heart races with astonishment. His golden opportunity has arrived. Chapter 2. Breakthrough to the third stage of Qi refinement in Yao, MOG. The ability to document the capture of demonic entities enables Su Chen to reap personal benefits. As long as I apprehend these demons, I shall receive daily rewards. These rewards even encompass experience that enhances my cultivation. Does this imply that by merely capturing demons, I can effortlessly grow stronger? Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. The Yao emoji was, for him, akin to a life-saving straw, a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. Strange, why does the Yao emoji only record this one demoness? Within the confines of the Suo Yao Tower, teeming with numerous demons, why does the record present only this solitary page? Could it be related to whether I take responsibility for confining this demon? Upon reflection, this seemed plausible. However, he merely detained the demon and did not partake in the capture. If I can gain rewards this way, will my earnings increase if I were to personally engage in the capture? Su Chen pondered, yet he dared not think too far ahead. Participating in the apprehension of demons was undeniably perilous. With his current strength, venturing forth would be tantamount to becoming cannon fodder. For now, it was prudent to bide his time until he had developed further. Su Chen forcibly suppressed his exhilaration and examined the personal information on the back cover of the Yao emoji. Host, Su Chen Cultivation. Second layer of Qi refinement, 0/100. Mental method. Basic Qi refinement technique of Shu Mountain skill. None divine powers. None physique. Weak and sickly available rewards. Yang Yuan *10. Cultivation experience *20. Only 20 points of cultivation experience. Extracting it now holds little significance. My body is overly tainted by sinister energy. This Yang Yuan will serve to bolster my vitality. Su Chen silently declared. Extract Yang Yuan. In an instant, he felt a surge of warmth flooding his body. The energy coursed through him like a tempestuous wave. The sinister energy lurking within his limbs and bones was swiftly washed away. Su Chen sensed a newfound vigor emanating from his limbs. He felt significantly lighter, no longer burdened by the oppressive weight that had once accompanied his every step. Refreshing. Su Chen inhaled deeply. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the physical state of a normal person. At the very least, he was no longer encumbered by the frailty of his previous condition. He had grown weary of his body that left him gasping for breath after just a few steps. Yang Yuan truly is a marvelous substance. Within the Suoyao Tower, where the malevolent energy was dense, a weak physique and insufficient Yang Yuan rendered one more susceptible to its corruption, creating a vicious cycle over time. Now, however, Su Chen need not worry about a deficiency of Yang Yuan. The Yang Yuan provided by the Demoness was ample enough to shield him from the sinister energies here. However, this Demoness ought to be imbued with heavy Yin energy. Why then does she provide me with Yang Yuan? Su Chen contemplated. Perhaps it was related to her identity. As a Demoness of the Huan sect, adept at absorbing Yang to replenish Yin, she likely possessed an excess of Yang Yuan that had yet to be converted. This fortuitously benefited Su Chen. Why are you dawdling with that lock? Are you perhaps enchanted by this Demoness? Just as Su Chen reveled in his newfound fortune, behind him, Pei Zhen voiced his grievances. He had already left, but returned out of concern upon noticing Su Chen's delay. I am fine, let us proceed. Su Chen promptly secured the lock. Pei Zhen, oblivious to Su Chen's transformation, glanced into the cell, reassured to find the Demoness still unconscious before departing with Su Chen. After a 2-hour respite, Su Chen resumed patrol alongside Pei Zhen. The tower guards conducted 3 fixed patrols daily, primarily to inspect the confinement conditions of the demons, ensuring that any deceased were promptly removed. Occasionally, superiors would arrive for interrogations or to select disciples for training, necessitating the guards' active cooperation. After a thorough patrol, Su Chen found himself unperturbed, devoid of breathlessness. Only then did Pei Zhen, belatedly aware of his colleague's transformation, exclaim, "Impressive! You have finally regained your spirit. If you continue diligently, you may become a disciple in white and leave this place." Su Chen smiled wryly. He had no intention of departing. Was it not far more appealing to remain here and cultivate? Instead, it was Pei Zhen who seemed to have lost his sense of reality. Su Chen believed he had become somewhat obsessed. He had been fervently chasing an ideal for 10 years without truly grasping the reality. Nevertheless, he refrained from attempting to dissuade Pei Zhen. Such individuals were too obstinate to be swayed. Any counsel would only lead them to preach their beliefs, seeking your endorsement of their ideology. Su Chen was unwilling to engage in such a thankless endeavor. For 3 consecutive days, no new demons entered the Suoyao Tower. After extracting all 30 points of Yang Yuan accumulated, Su Chen felt a perpetual surge of energy within him. It was as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Naturally, the surplus of Yang Yuan also intensified his desires. Alarmed, he quickly ceased the extraction of Yang Yuan. The Suoyao Tower had no respectable women. If he succumbed to temptation, it could lead to dire consequences. With his body revitalized, his mind became considerably clearer, no longer shrouded in the fog of lethargy. His predecessor had spent over 6 months in the Suoyao Tower without memorizing the layout, a testament to his previous stupor. Su Chen now profoundly understood the adage, "The body is the foundation of revolution." The previous occupant had led a life akin to that of a walking corpse due to their abysmal health. Times had changed. Now, Su Chen not only enjoyed robust health, but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in memory. Within just 3 days, he had memorized the routes throughout the 5 lower levels of the Suoyao Tower. After 2 more days, his cultivation experience finally reached 100 points, presenting an opportunity for breakthrough. Without hesitation, Su Chen extracted all the cultivation experience. In that fleeting moment, he felt a significant influx of power entering his body, swiftly absorbed by his limbs and bones. Once his breath steadied, Su Chen experienced an overwhelming sense of vitality. I have broken through. Host, Su Chen Cultivation. 3rd layer of Qi Refinement, 0/100. Mental Method. Basic Qi Refinement Technique of Shu Mountain Skill. None divine powers. None physique. Yang. Abundant body available rewards. Yang Yuan *20. In the realm of cultivation, one traverses through Qi refinement, true essence, spirit transformation, spirit aperture, spirit sea, core formation, profound infant, and ascension. Su Chen, upon crossing the threshold of Qi refinement, had spent nearly half a year in the Suoyao Tower to reach the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Yet now, only 5 days had elapsed. Such a pace, even within the entirety of Shu Mountain, was nothing short of astonishing. Should word spread, it would undoubtedly incite a significant uproar. I must remain discreet. Su Chen was acutely aware that his strength was still lacking, and he dared not boast. Were the higher-ups of the sect to notice his rapid cultivation growth, they would undoubtedly take drastic measures against him. They might even suspect he had engaged in some nefarious dealings with the demons. Armed with the demon-subduing staff, Su Chen traversed the corridors, now able to patrol independently without losing his way. Pei Zhen was pleased with this development, and the two parted ways. The demons in the cells recoiled upon sighting the staff in Su Chen's hand, falling silent. The demon-subduing staff was the standard weapon for tower disciples, not a magical artifact. Magical artifacts were scarce resources and would never be bestowed upon low-ranking disciples such as them. The staff instilled fear in the demons solely due to the power of the golden light talisman affixed to it. When struck by the talisman-imbued staff, the pain inflicted upon these demons, stripped of their powers, was akin to a soul-crushing agony. Upon reaching the second level during his solitary patrol, a sultry voice suddenly wafted into Su Chen's ear, tantalizing to the very core. "Little brother, come play with me." Chapter 3. The corrupted cultivator Su Chen turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. There stood a captivating woman at the door of the prison cell, adorned in daring attire as delicate as a cicada's wing. The subtle allure exuding from her was truly evocative, far more mesmerizing than any disrobed figure. It was none other than the enchanting demoness of the Hehuan sect, Shang Lingshan. She had awakened 2 days prior, and only today did she appear somewhat revitalized. Su Chen hastily pinched his thigh to steady himself. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed numerous bruises on her body, her hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Moments ago, Shang Lingshan had employed her enchantment technique, revealing her most perfect and alluring visage to Su Chen. Had it not been for the suppression of her abilities within the confines of the demon lock tower, with her cultivation at the 8th level of the transformation spirit realm, Su Chen would have been utterly defenseless against her seduction. "You wish to play?" Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he brandished the demon suppression staff and approached her. Upon seeing the staff, which was as thick as an arm, Shang Lingshan's face paled slightly. No, that's too thick. Too crude." Su Chen snorted coldly. "I advise you to behave. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." Despite his fierce demeanor, as he turned to leave, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. That was close. His yang energy was strong right now. The demoness allure was nothing short of lethal. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have already fallen into her tender snare. Inside the prison cell, watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Shang Lingshan bit her silver teeth in frustration. The intensity of his yang energy was indeed rare within the confines of the demon lock tower. Over the past few days, she had felt the inexplicable depletion of her own yang essence, which left her feeling quite uneasy. Thus, when Su Chen approached, she regarded him as a starving wolf would its prey, eager to reclaim what was lost from him. If she could entice him into a trap and drain him of his yang essence, perhaps she could regain some strength and seize the opportunity to escape. With this thought, her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. "I will not let you go." Meanwhile, Su Chen hastened his pace. Having already departed the eastern area of the second floor and arrived at the western sector, as he passed by a massive prison cell, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. "You should have been dead by now." Su Chen halted, turning to glance at the adjacent cell. Inside was a figure resembling a giant, towering over 2 meters tall, with shoulders broader than a meter and an extraordinarily robust physique. Sitting within the cell, he appeared akin to a small mountain. Su Chen recognized most of the demons imprisoned below the 5th floor. This one was known as Shan Kuei, a member of the ogre clan. Infamous for his immense size and ferocious nature, he was well known for his brutal strength, capable of crushing the skull of a true essence cultivator with his bare hands. The number of cultivators who had perished at his hands was no less than 100. He had not been imprisoned for long, merely half a month within the demon lock tower. Upon hearing his words, Su Chen's mind jolted in surprise. He had not anticipated that this hulking brute possessed such keen awareness. "I can smell the death aura clinging to you. You are gravely afflicted by it. How is it that you still draw breath?" "Fascinating, truly fascinating. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to dissect your body and examine it closely." Shan Kuei's fist-sized eyes fixated on Su Chen, revealing a sinister intrigue. Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. "You will never have that opportunity, not in this lifetime. Perhaps in your next life, you might be reborn into a better form." The moment these words left his mouth, it seemed to strike a nerve within Shan Kuei. His expression shifted abruptly as he lunged towards Su Chen, yet his limbs were firmly bound by chains, leaving only his enormous head to loom closer to Su Chen. His face contorted in a terrifying grimace as though he intended to swallow Su Chen whole. "Dare to threaten me? Go to hell." Su Chen swung the demon suppression staff towards the giant's head. Shan Kuei let out a pained howl, retracting his head like a startled turtle. You better not fall into my hands. If you do, I will tear you limb from limb. Shan Kuei raged from within his confines. Su Chen chuckled softly. Still daring to threaten me? This newly imprisoned demon had yet to experience much hardship, remaining blissfully ignorant. Su Chen activated the lightning formation within the cell, shocking him thoroughly until his eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth, then finally ceased. Just as he prepared to depart, the bell chimed. Peijun approached, momentarily stunned upon seeing the charged Shan Kuei within the cell. Su Chen explained, he had an itch. I just helped relieve his muscles. Peijun paid no heed to such trivial matters, quickly pulling Su Chen along. Hurry down to assemble. Elder D has arrived. Su Chen paused in surprise. Elder D? The one who sells you pancakes? Such rebellious thoughts were only safe to voice in his mind. The two soon reached the entrance of the first floor. This was Su Chen's first encounter with Elder D, the one Peijun had been so fervently anticipating. Elder D donned a Taoist robe adorned with cranes, his kind eyes perpetually holding a gentle smile, standing not particularly tall, but exuding an ethereal aura that spoke of otherworldliness. Truly, he embodied the grace expected of an elder. Behind Elder D stood a gaunt man, his body riddled with wounds, some deep enough to expose the stark white of his bones. His skin seemed almost to cling to his skeletal frame, blood drained, as if completely depleted. The sight was gruesome. This corrupted cultivator has been utilizing blood sacrifice rituals to harm the local populace, resulting in countless corpses. Today, I shall capture him and confine him to the demon lock tower. Elder D recounted the sins of the corrupted cultivator. Beside him, Peijun stood upright, akin to a student receiving a lecture. This corrupted cultivator shall be entrusted to you all for confinement in the 5th level. Although I have nearly drained his blood, his danger remains significant. Do not be complacent. Understood. 6 disciples, including Su Chen, responded in unison. Elder D nodded, preparing to leave when Su Chen noticed Peijun hesitating. Quickly nudging him to speak up, Peijun mustered his courage and asked, Elder D, do you still remember me? Elder D turned, examining him, still wearing that gentle smile. Oh, I remember. Peijun's previously pale face flushed with an unusual hue, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Su Chen shook his head internally, wondering why he was asking such questions. He should be inquiring about when he could leave. Do you have something to say? Elder D prompted. And no, nothing. Peijun stammered. And then, there was nothing more. After Elder D departed, Peijun remained lost in a peculiar joy. Su shitty look. Elder D still remembers me. I told you I was right, didn't I? Chapter 4. The Frustrated Demoness, Corrupted Cultivator. Wu Chang, Cultivation Level. 5th layer of the Golden Core Realm Cultivation Method. Blood Sacrifice, Forbidden Technique Skills. Boiling Blood Technique. Blood Shadow Displacement Daily Extraction. Vital Blood Power 5. Cultivation Experience 80. After the door was locked, the page of Demon and Monster Chronicles appeared vividly in Su Chen's mind. The cultivation experience had increased significantly. The experience provided by this one corrupted cultivator was equivalent to that of 4 Shangling Shans. Who would have thought that Shangling Shan had become a unit of measurement? Su Chen chuckled. This was merely a demon from the 5th level. What level of power would demons from higher tiers possess? If he were to participate directly in the capture, how much experience would he gain? Never mind. That was not something for him to ponder at present. As this thought arose, Su Chen promptly dismissed it. He was merely a weakling in the chi refining realm. So why entertain such unrealistic aspirations? Extract vital blood power. Su Chen silently urged. In an instant, the blood within him surged with newfound vigor. Su Chen could distinctly perceive that his vital energy had surged significantly compared to before. The strength of one's vital energy directly influences physical fitness, including the body's recovery capability. The more robust the vital energy, the stronger the body's various functions become. Previously, due to the insidious influence of the demon locking tower, this body had been frail and weak, with a low level of vital energy. Although he later regained some vitality through the infusion of Yang Yuan, enhancing his vital energy level, the speed of this improvement remained rather sluggish. Consequently, Su Chen often felt a slight impediment in both his luck and power. However, now, with the elevation of his vital energy level, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. His luck and power flowed exceptionally smoothly. His reaction capability, physical strength, and recovery ability had all ascended to a higher echelon. Even his complexion had regained a healthy hue, no longer resembling the ghastly visage of by Mian Wu Chang. A week had elapsed. During this span, Su Chen's gains were rather modest, primarily because the demon locking tower had not seen a significant influx of demons. Only 2 had arrived in total. One was a minor demon who had yet to commit many atrocities, confined on the first floor. Possessing a strength at the 8th level of Qi refinement, providing Su Chen with a mere 8 points of cultivation experience daily, which could only be described as a meager gain. The other demon, however, was formidable at the 9th level of true essence, but was a lecherous fiend notorious for violating numerous virtuous women. When captured, he had already been severely beaten by an indignant senior sister, leaving him in a pitiful state. His lower half was drenched in blood, and by the time he was thrown into the demon locking tower, he was barely clinging to life. Although it appeared that the lecher would not survive much longer, Su Chen had no qualms about accumulating cultivation experience from him. Every little bit counted. Thus, even though Su Chen was not originally assigned to guard this lecherous fiend, he took the initiative to offer his assistance. His intention was, of course, to gain cultivation experience from the fiend. However, in Pei Zhen's eyes, Su Chen's actions signified something entirely different. He believed that Su Chen had heeded his advice and was beginning to actively demonstrate his potential. Under Pei Zhen's diligent guidance, Su Chen's previously wooden head had finally enlightened. He even understood the importance of seizing opportunities. Pei Zhen was quite pleased with Su Chen's performance, while Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of his senior brother's thoughts. Even if he were to learn of them, he would merely be speechless. Su Chen exhaled deeply in the resting room, releasing a breath of turbid air. His demeanor calm and composed, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, as the fiend had provided him with 80 points of cultivation experience. Thus, during this week, Su Chen was able to extract over 100 points of cultivation experience daily. This meant that he could elevate his cultivation level by 1 rank each day. In a mere week, Su Chen's cultivation realm had ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the true essence realm. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Yet, breaking through to the true essence realm was not so easily achieved. Su Chen glanced at his cultivation level, which displayed Qi refinement 9th level, 01000, indicating that he required 1,000 points of cultivation experience to surpass this stage. He was not in a rush, as the speed of his cultivation improvement was already quite satisfactory to him. Previously, he had struggled for over half a year to advance a single level. Now, in less than half a month, he had touched the threshold of the true essence realm. What more could he desire? He resolved to take his time, consolidating his cultivation while awaiting the accumulation of experience. In less than 10 days, he would undoubtedly break through to the true essence realm. Only upon reaching this realm would he possess a modicum of self-defense capability. The demons confined on the 2nd floor of the demon locking tower all began at the true essence realm. In truth, the public harbors many misconceptions about our Hehuan sect. The dual cultivation techniques we practice benefit both men and women alike. However, in the past, many men sought only to take without giving, resulting in their backlash. As long as both parties possess sincere intentions, treat each other with honesty, and wholeheartedly invest themselves, considering the welfare of their partner, they will grasp the true essence of dual cultivation. As Su Chen patrolled the 2nd floor with his demon-suppressing staff, Xiangling Shan appeared to be talking to herself in her cell, but her words were directed at Su Chen. The seductress was still unwilling to resign herself to her fate. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Throughout the week, every time he passed by, she would lean over to say something. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. Moreover, she employed her charm techniques each time. Fortunately, Su Chen had gained experience and now pinched his thigh in anticipation whenever he approached her cell. If not for his vigorous blood and strong recovery, his thigh would have been bruised by now. Upon reflection, this passive approach was not a viable solution. To avoid being so reactive, Su Chen decided to take the initiative. He stood before Xiangling Shan, rhythmically tapping his demon-suppressing staff in hand, his expression radiating a chilling resolve. You should abandon all hope. This prison cell is your ultimate destination. Even if you wear your mouth raw, I shall not grant you any chance of escape. Therefore, retract your little spiel, or else face the consequences of my staff. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen struck the iron bars of the cell forcefully with his staff, producing a deafening clang that pierced Xiangling Shan's eardrums. Yet, more jarring than that sound were Su Chen's preceding words. They truly struck at her heart. This marked the first occasion during the week that Su Chen had engaged her in conversation, yet it utterly shattered all her hopes. Xiangling Shan's complexion fluctuated between green and white, and she finally erupted in anger. You are no man. In response, Su Chen shrugged. Provocation tactics hold no sway over me. Seductress, do not disturb my resolve. His voice resonated like thunder. Xiangling Shan fell into complete despair. The two significant setbacks in her life were being captured by a disciple of Shu Mountain and encountering the impenetrable Su Chen. "Su Shidi, come here for a moment." Pei Zhen called out to Su Chen from not far away, and Su Chen responded by leaving. In a daze, Shang Lingshan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Pei Zhen beside Su Chen. Her previously dim eyes now flickered with a glimmer of hope. "That fellow seems rather dim-witted. Had I been too stubborn? I could have cast a wider net instead of hanging my hopes on a single tree." Chapter 5. True Essence Realm. Pei Zhen sought Su Chen because elite disciples had designated certain demons for trial purposes. Thus, they were tasked with escorting the individuals out. Following Pei Zhen to a cell on the second floor, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the designated target would be this lecherous fiend. Already lacking in physical prowess, he was now to be taken out for trials? Su Chen felt no sympathy for the fiend. He simply realized that if the lecher were to be killed, the cultivation experience he could gain from him would be cut off, which would be a pity. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, he had to comply. "What are you planning to do?" Inside the cell, the lecherous fiend had long awakened and sensed an ominous premonition upon seeing Su Chen and Pei Zhen approach the door. He was not foolish enough to believe that they had come to free him. Without uttering a word, Su Chen and Pei Zhen directly lifted him and began to escort him outside. "Where are you taking me? Let me go?" The lecherous fiend protested loudly, fearing he was to be subjected to punishment. Due to the loss of a certain part, his voice had taken on a sharper tone. However, Su Chen and Pei Zhen paid no heed to his protests. Growing irritated, Su Chen swung his staff down, silencing him immediately. Outside the demon locking tower, a female disciple clad in blue, tightly cinched at the waist, stood at the entrance, her eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding an air of elegance. The disciples of Shu Mountain are distinctly categorized. Starting from the gray-clad servant disciples at the bottom, they ascend through white, green, blue, purple, and red garments. The highest-ranking red-clad disciples, second only to the elders, form the backbone of the sect. The figure clad in blue has already ascended to a position of excellence among the disciples, a status incomparable to that of Su Chen and his companions. Just as the female disciple in blue was nearing the brink of impatience, Su Chen and Pei Zhen emerged, dragging the lecherous demon with them. The demon, bound hand and foot, was presented before the blue-clad disciple, yet his wicked heart remained unrepentant. Upon catching sight of the blue-clad disciple, his eyes roamed over her form with unbridled audacity. The blue-clad disciple, with an air of haughty disdain, let out a cold scoff. Not even sparing a glance at Su Chen and Pei Zhen, and without uttering a word, she simply dragged the demon away. Su Chen exchanged glances with Pei Zhen and remarked, "This blue-clad disciple truly is arrogant." Upon hearing this, Pei Zhen immediately gestured for silence. "Junior brother Su, tread carefully." Only then did Su Chen fall silent. The following morning, when the lecherous demon was returned, his eyes had been gouged out. He lay gasping, his mouth agape, expelling breath without inhaling. Within half a day, his breath had entirely ceased. His body, save for the instruments of his crimes, had grown rigid. He was as dead as one could be. How unfortunate! Su Chen felt a pang of regret, not out of sympathy, but because the demon had perished too swiftly for him to harvest more cultivation experience. It was a case of lamenting the demise of a fellow creature. It was all the fault of that blue-clad disciple. What was the need to drag him out for torment? He was already on borrowed time. If a trial was necessary, she could have chosen a more suitable subject. Wasn't this a clear case of personal vendetta? Perhaps the demon's tools of crime had been taken from her. Su Chen could not help but grumble about the female disciple. Meanwhile, Pei Zhen, upon hearing Su Chen's lament, expressed disbelief. "Junior brother, what did you just say? Do you truly feel sympathy for such scum?" "No, I mean it's a pity he died so easily. Such a lecherous demon deserves 1,000 tortures." Su Chen deftly shifted his tone, concealing his earlier sentiment. Pei Zhen nodded, silently commending Su Chen's sense of justice. Once the two had disposed of the body and returned to their respective quarters, Su Chen glanced at the Yao emoji, and indeed, the page dedicated to the lecherous demon had dimmed. Most of the text remained intact, save for the section detailing daily extractable rewards, which was conspicuously absent. Just as Su Chen felt a deep sense of regret, 2 new entries appeared on the demon's page. One was titled Reflections of the Past. This option was straightforward, providing insights into the demon's past deeds. Su Chen attempted to open it, and scenes unfolded in his mind like a film reel, revealing the demon's heinous acts. The brutality of the images induced a wave of nausea, prompting Su Chen to withdraw hastily. Upon exiting, his attention turned to the second option, Retrieve Relics. The mere sight of this option quickened his heartbeat. Could it be that the demons listed in Yao Emoji leave behind relics upon their demise? Just like boss fights yielding equipment? Having been an avid gamer in his previous life, Su Chen understood this mechanism well. What a splendid turn of events. He inwardly chanted. Retrieve. As his thoughts resonated, orbs of varying colors and sizes swirled in his mind. The largest blue orb was drawn to the page dedicated to the lecherous demon. In the next moment, a line of text gradually materialized on the page. New reward. Ghostly Shadow, 7th rank martial art. To his astonishment, the reward was a 7th rank martial art. Martial arts are classified into 9 ranks, and this 7th rank technique was indeed commendable, accessible only to the Qingyi disciples of Shu Chen. Having reviewed the demon's personal information, Su Chen recognized this technique as one the demon had mastered. It was precisely this ghostly agility that had allowed him to evade capture for so long. Had it not been for the disciples of Shu Chen laying a meticulous trap, he might still be wreaking havoc upon innocent maidens. Alas, this was a technique of the demonic path. Such a thing would surely not be found in the archives of Shu Chen. If I were to learn this technique and be discovered by my peers, it would be as if I had plunged into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse my name. Though the technique was enticing, Su Chen felt a deep sense of conflict. As a disciple of Shu Chen, should he practice this demonic art, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions if identified. After all, for a Shu Chen disciple to engage in demonic practices is an egregious offense. The consequences are dire. Let us not forget the cautionary tale of the locked demon tower, where a fallen Shu Chen disciple is said to be imprisoned, having once been the favored protege of the previous sect leader, only to turn against his master due to a seductive demon, ultimately descending into the demonic path and slaughtering many of his fellow disciples. He was eventually subdued by the elders and confined to the locked demon tower, enduring perpetual torment. With this cautionary tale in mind, Su Chen dared not carelessly practice this demonic martial art. It was akin to having a delectable yet poisonous delicacy placed before a famished soul, to consume it or not. Such a dilemma. Just as Su Chen found himself wavering, 2 options appeared beneath the martial art reward. 1. Retrieve reward. 2. Refine attributes. The latter option immediately captured Su Chen's attention. To refine the attributes means to transform this technique into my personal attributes? That doesn't sound too bad. Transforming it into personal attributes is certainly preferable to merely observing it without utility. Moreover, techniques are transient. Once a superior technique is acquired, the original becomes obsolete, effectively useless. In contrast, personal attributes yield permanent enhancements, directly impacting one's physical capabilities. Without a robust physique, even mastering a first-rank martial art would be futile. Su Chen acutely understood this. Prior to obtaining Yao Emoji, his frail body struggled even to walk, let alone employ any martial arts. Who knows how much improvement a 7th rank martial art could bestow upon me? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen promptly selected the second option, refine attributes. Successfully refined Ghostly Shadow, 7th rank martial art. Agility increased by 100 in an instant. Su Chen felt a newfound lightness in his steps. He leaped and twisted with newfound agility, his speed having undergone a remarkable enhancement. His current speed was akin to employing an 8th rank martial art. An 8th rank martial art can typically double one's speed. Furthermore, employing martial arts consumes vital energy. Whereas Su Chen was relying solely on his physical reflexes, expending energy without depleting his vital force. As a chi refining practitioner, he naturally possessed limited energy. This comparison revealed that refining attributes was indeed the optimal choice. Rounding it off, it was a tremendous gain. After reveling in his newfound abilities, Su Chen contentedly collapsed onto his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. In the subsequent days, the locked demon tower remained eerily quiet, with neither new demons being imprisoned nor old ones perishing. This was the norm in the locked demon tower. The disciples guarding it often found their days monotonous and tedious. Some would seize this time to enhance their skills, practicing martial arts and strengthening their powers, while others, feeling hopeless, chose to languish in idleness. As long as one could withstand the malevolent energies within, survival was all that mattered. They would eat, drink, sleep, and gamble without a care. Su Chen had previously kept to himself, and due to his frail and lackluster appearance, others had not sought his company. Only Pei Zhen had the leisure and patience to guide him. However, today was different from the past. Now, Su Chen aimed to cultivate favorable relations with those within the locked demon tower. Thus, with this intention, assisting others to bring the demons in does indeed seem quite reasonable, doesn't it? When Su Chen patrolled in front of Shang Lingshan's cell once more, he found her sitting on the ground with a blank expression. She noticed Su Chen but showed no reaction, as if she had given up on the idea of seducing him. Finally, he was spared from her bewitching words, although he remained cautious. Who could predict when she might suddenly lose her composure and attempt to charm him again? It was imperative to stay vigilant. 3 days passed, and Su Chen eagerly anticipated the arrival of new demons. However, the gates of the demon locking tower remained undisturbed during this period. Yet, there was good news. The accumulation of his cultivation experience had surpassed 1,000 points. After completing his patrol, he returned to his resting chamber, secured the door, and sat quietly on his bed. Once he achieved a state of optimal breathing, he promptly extracted the cultivation experience and infused it into his body. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. The true chi within him was compressed to its utmost, continuously transforming into true essence. The transition from true chi to true essence signified a qualitative change and was an essential journey from the chi refinement realm to the true essence realm. The martial arts techniques wielded through true essence held power that true chi could never rival. As all his true chi transformed into true essence, Su Chen's cultivation seamlessly ascended to the true essence realm. In that moment, he almost cried out, not from pain, but from an exhilarating sensation. Was this truly the true essence realm? Su Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence, as if he could take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. However, he was soon jolted back to reality by an unpleasant odor. He realized that a thick layer of black filth had formed on his body, a result of impurities being expelled from within. This included the dark injuries and blood clots he had accumulated from prior exposure to malevolent energies, all of which were now being cleansed. After rising and cleaning himself, he emerged from the excitement and joy of his breakthrough, his mindset gradually returning to calm. Reaching the true essence realm was merely the first step into the realm of cultivation. It was not something to be overly proud of. Within the second layer of the demon locking tower, demons above the true essence realm were as numerous as the stars in the night sky, as if one could throw a stone and hit a multitude. Therefore, it was unwise to rejoice prematurely. When Su Chen exited his room, he encountered a colleague named Li Da, a round-faced bald man. Li Da scrutinized Su Chen for a moment, seemingly aware of the change in Su Chen's aura. While cultivation could be concealed, one's aura emanated naturally from within, akin to breathing. It could not be suppressed for long. Just as one could not hold their breath indefinitely, one's aura would unconsciously reveal itself, making it impossible to hide for prolonged periods. Consequently, Su Chen decided to disregard it, knowing his colleague would not discern the underlying reason, and would likely only comment on his spirited demeanor. "You're looking quite spirited today, Su Chen," Li Da remarked, rubbing his head. Su Chen smiled in response. "I just had a bit to drink. Alcohol truly is a marvelous thing. I didn't appreciate it before, but now it invigorates me more with each sip." He fabricated a casual excuse, and surprisingly, Li Da believed it, for he was known to be quite the drinker. "I knew it. You should have started drinking earlier. This place is quite gloomy. How can you withstand it without warming yourself with a bit of alcohol?" Li Da patted Su Chen's shoulder and, upon feeling the solid muscles of Su Chen's arm, quickly changed his tone. "I was mistaken. I didn't expect your physique to be so lean. It certainly conceals some strength." Su Chen chuckled and offered no further comment. "Perhaps we'll share a few more drinks sometime. I must continue my patrol now." "Very well. Off you go," Li Da replied. Su Chen bid farewell to his colleague and walked down the corridor, wielding his demon-slaying staff. As he traversed the passage, his steps were steady. The vigorous energy within him lent a rosy hue to his complexion, and he felt invigorated. In recent days, the continuous infusion of vitality had made him feel as powerful as a tiger, with his strength nearly doubled. He felt that he could easily overpower a bull with sheer force alone. However, as Su Chen passed by the cell of an evil cultivator, the latter suddenly lunged towards the iron bars, grasping them with gnarled hands. His skin appeared withered and terrifying. "Blood! Give me blood!" Su Chen halted. "You want blood?" "Yes, I want blood. Unfortunately, I have no blood to spare, but would ice cubes suffice?" In the cell, the evil cultivator Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's words. Realizing he was being mocked, he suddenly perceived Su Chen as somewhat intriguing. Other disciples kept their distance, afraid to even approach him. Yet this individual dared to jest. Wu Chang leaned closer, his eyes igniting with intense desire. "Such rich, pure vitality. Exceptional, truly exceptional. If you bring me some blood, your blood, I promise you endless wealth and prosperity in the future." Su Chen scoffed at his words. Wu Chang had been thoroughly searched upon entering the demon locking tower. He carried nothing that was not part of his own body. The notion that he could offer Su Chen wealth and prosperity was absurd. Wu Chang sensed Su Chen's disdain. His withered fingers shook the iron bars with desperation. I possess nothing now, but I know of a treasure cave. I swear to you, if you assist me in escaping, I can provide you with techniques, artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs. With those, you can soar to new heights and enjoy freedom and riches. Isn't that better than remaining a mere ant in this place? Conditions he offered were indeed appealing. A treasure cave. How many cultivators longed for such an opportunity? It was hard not to be tempted by the prospect. However, to Su Chen, no opportunity could compare to the steady advancement of his cultivation within the demon locking tower. Thus, he harbored no inclinations and merely feigned interest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I cannot assist you in escaping. If you truly possessed the ability to break free, you would not have been captured by the elders, would you? Su Chen's words struck a painful chord, yet they were the truth. He had been unable to defeat Elder D at his peak, and now he was half dead, still hoping to break free from this place. Wu Chang felt belittled by Su Chen's words, but dared not express his anger, knowing he still relied on Su Chen's assistance. You need not worry about that. Just provide me with a single drop of blood, just one drop will suffice. Preferably your blood. If you can meet this condition, I have my methods to escape. Once I do, whatever you desire from that treasure cave, I shall provide you without hesitation. His words were enticing. Su Chen's expression revealed a flicker of interest. First, tell me where this treasure cave is. I need to find an opportunity to investigate. Noticing Wu Chang hesitate, Su Chen continued. If you do not let me see the cave first, how can I know if your claims are genuine? Even if they are true. What if someone else gets there first and I end up with nothing? If I assist you and gain nothing in return, wouldn't that make me a fool? Su Chen's words ignited a glimmer of hope in Wu Chang. He quickly shook his head. That won't happen. The location is incredibly hidden. I stumbled upon it purely by chance. Even if I tell you where it is, you won't be able to find it. Moreover, there are powerful protective formations in place. Even if you find it, without me, you shall never gain entry. The treasure cave truly exists. It is not a fabrication of Wu Chang's imagination. However, he has concealed a crucial fact. He cannot enter that treasure cave either. If he could, he would have long since looted its contents. How could anything remain there? The reason he cannot enter is that the protective formation is too formidable. His strength has yet to reach the level required to breach the formation. This urgency drove him to recklessly resort to a large-scale blood sacrifice forbidden technique to enhance his power. Yet, it was precisely because of this indiscretion that he was unfortunately caught by an elder of the Shu Mountain Sect during the blood sacrifice process. As a result, before he could reach the treasure cave, he was imprisoned in this locking demon's tower. If you do not share the location of the cave with me, our discussion is futile. Su Chen smiled, completely uninterested in his ploys, and turned to leave. After all, once that wicked cultivator is dead, he can simply examine the other's past to ascertain whether the treasure cave truly exists and its precise location, thus eliminating the need for any risky transactions. Scoundrel, come back. Seeing Su Chen's decisive departure, Wu Chang finally lost his composure, infuriated. You ant, how dare you mock me? Su Chen paid no heed to his vitriol. It was not that he wished to endure humiliation. Rather, the current state of this wicked cultivator was precarious. Should he inflict any harm that resulted in the cultivator's death, it would adversely affect his acquisition of cultivation experience, thus yielding more losses than gains. At that moment, Pei Zhan, who had just ascended from below, heard Wu Chang's curses and inquired of Su Chen, "What is the matter with that fellow? Did you provoke him?" "Nothing. He is merely mad. Pay him no mind." Su Chen waved dismissively. Pei Zhan did not press further but cautioned, "The beings in the locking demon's tower are exceedingly cunning. Do not take their words at face value. Just now, when I passed through the eastern area on the second floor, that demoness attempted to bewitch me. Fortunately, my will is resolute, and I held firm. I must say, the demoness of the Huan sect is truly a calamity." Reflecting on his recent encounter, Pei Zhan felt a lingering trepidation. He had nearly succumbed to the demoness persuasion. Thankfully, his loyalty to the sect remained unshakable. Oh, upon hearing Pei Zhan's words, Su Chen realized that the demoness had not entirely lost hope, but had merely shifted her target. However, given Pei Zhan's unwavering loyalty to the sect, it was evident she had miscalculated her approach. Elder D's grand promises could sustain him for a decade, and he believed them wholeheartedly. One can only imagine the depth of his loyalty. How pure. What did she say to you? Merely promises of numerous benefits, attempting to deceive my trust. I would never fall for it, Pei Zhan declared confidently. Elder D has always been attentive to me. If I persist a little longer, I will soon attain the fruits of my labor. How could a mere demoness disrupt my resolve? Su Chen remarked. One can only say that Xiangling Shan has unwittingly encountered a formidable obstacle. In the lounge, Su Chen accessed his personal panel. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation Level, Jinyuan Realm First Layer, 01000, Mental Method, Shushan Basic Qi Refining Techniques, None Divine Abilities, None Physique, Yang Infused Body, Vibrant Blood Energy. Agile Movement Extractable Rewards, Yang Yuan 200, Cultivation Experience 150. After ascending to the Jinyuan Realm, the experience required for each subsequent level had risen to 500. This situation did not surprise Su Chen. After all, as cultivation levels increase, so does the difficulty of advancement, which aligns with the norms of traditional cultivation. He glanced again at the reserve of Yang Yuan. It was evidently excessive. Even if he extracted a small amount daily to counteract the sinister influences of the locking demon's tower, a substantial remainder persisted. The surplus posed no harm. However, excessive yang energy could lead to overwhelming desires and potential harm. Thus, Su Chen refrained from extraction. Yet, the acquisition of yang yuan was diminishing daily. From an initial 20 points per day, it had dwindled to just 10. No wonder that Demoness was becoming anxious. Her accumulated yang yuan likely remained scant. If she were aware that her hard-earned yang yuan was being drained by me, would she not go mad? Su Chen mused with a hint of dark amusement. Concerning the diminishing daily acquisition of yang yuan, Su Chen was unconcerned. His focus lay on cultivation experience. The decrease in yang yuan intake indicated that the rewards he received were contingent upon the cultivation level of the demons, as well as their physical condition. If, after I extract yang yuan, the Demoness reserve diminishes, then it stands to reason that her cultivation experience would similarly decline. Should a demon's cultivation fall to a point where it can no longer decline, would I then be unable to gain further experience from them? Su Chen pondered this issue. After all, energy is conserved. It cannot simply vanish or appear from nothing. It only transforms from one form to another or transfers between objects. Is cultivation the same? Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. This was no trivial matter. It meant that the demons recorded in the Demon Chronicles are not permanent sources of experience. One day, their cultivation will wane, and thus, my experience acquisition will cease. Hence, I need to document more demons, especially those of higher levels. Yet another dilemma arose. The areas above the 5th floor of the locking demon's tower are off-limits to the tower-guarding disciples. To ascend, they must obtain higher privileges. Currently, Su Chen evidently lacks such authority. If only he could achieve some merit. Su Chen mused internally. If he could accomplish a notable feat, he might leverage it to request participation in escorting demons from the 5th floor and above. Generally speaking, demons above the 5th floor are not escorted by these disciples. They are taken directly by the elders, denying Su Chen the opportunity to acquire cultivation experience. Should I sell that wicked cultivator? At present, the only merit Su Chen could conceive was locating the treasure cave spoken of by the wicked cultivator. Discovering a treasure cave would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Regarding that cave, Su Chen had no intention of hoarding it for himself. He understood the principle of greed leading to ruin, given his current capabilities. Not to mention the potential dangers within the cave, even the protective formation outside could easily prove fatal. Presently, there seemed to be only 2 routes to uncover the cave. One is to collaborate with Wu Chang, and the other is to wait for him to perish. Cooperation, of course, was out of the question. None imprisoned in the locking demon's tower are benign. These individuals are exceedingly cunning, devoid of martial ethics, and lacking in any moral compass. Betrayal is commonplace. Trusting them to honor their promises is akin to believing a clay Buddha could cross a river. Thus, the first method was swiftly dismissed by Su Chen. It appears that the only option left is to await his demise. However, bringing about his death is not so straightforward. Furthermore, Su Chen was reluctant to relinquish this rare source of experience so soon. The cultivation experience he provides is equivalent to that of 4 Xiangling Shan. This made it exceedingly difficult for Su Chen to consider selling him. And so, 3 days later, Su Chen resolved to use Wu Chang as leverage in his ascent. The reasoning was simple. During these 3 days, the cultivation experience provided by the wicked cultivator had diminished day by day. By the 3rd day, it had nearly reached parity with that of Xiangling Shan. Su Chen approached his cell and observed that Wu Chang's mental state was deteriorating daily. Wu Chang's situation is indeed peculiar. His cultivation was primarily achieved through the ritualistic practice of blood offerings. The very essence of his being, his blood, served as the most crucial medium for maintaining his cultivation. Yet now, this vital medium had nearly vanished. The extreme scarcity of blood coursing through his veins caused his cultivation to plummet at an alarming rate. As of today, He was on the verge of descending to the level of the Jinyuan realm. Retaining him served little purpose. Consequently, Su Chen conveyed a message to Elder D, indicating that there was a matter of great importance to report. His choice of Elder D was somewhat fortuitous, as he was the only elder he had previously encountered. He silently hoped that this elder would not be so deranged as to covet the merits of his disciple. Su Chen could only pray in silence. His decision to inform about the treasure cave in advance stemmed from his own considerations. If he were to wait until Wu Chang's demise to bring it to the sect's attention, the elapsed time might lead the higher-ups to suspect him of withholding information and harboring ulterior motives. To ensure the purity of this merit, it was imperative to inform them beforehand. Not long after, Elder D returned to the locking demon tower. "I hear you have matters to discuss?" His expression remained amicable. But if Su Chen had no legitimate concerns, he would not hesitate to turn hostile. "Yes, Elder, I must report something of significant importance." Su Chen promptly recounted the details regarding the treasure cave and candidly disclosed that Wu Chang had attempted to use the treasure to entice him, seeking to exploit him to escape his predicament. Upon hearing this, Elder D's face revealed no extraordinary emotions, yet his gaze subtly shifted. "You have done well. Resisting the temptations of the unorthodox is a most precious attribute of a disciple of Shu Chen." After praising Su Chen, he inquired further, "Did that fellow provide you with any additional information regarding the cave?" Su Chen shook his head. He refused to divulge anything unless I assisted him first, which I naturally could not agree to, so I left. "Very well, I understand," Elder D replied without hesitation, striding into the locking demon tower. "Let us bring him out and interrogate him thoroughly." Wu Chang was dragged out like a lifeless dog from his cell. Once in the interrogation room, Su Chen stepped back. If he could extract information, it would be a merit for him. But if he failed, that would be even better, as he wished to play a pivotal role. If the sect relied on Su Chen to discover the treasure cave, his contribution would be monumental. Standing outside the interrogation room, Su Chen heard the anguished cries emanating from within. The thought of being interrogated by the elder was simply unimaginable. The torment he would endure was beyond comprehension. After a stick of incense had burned down, Elder D emerged from the interrogation room, the atmosphere inside now eerily silent, devoid of Wu Chang's screams. "Elder, did the interrogation yield no results?" Su Chen inquired, casting a glance into the room where Wu Chang lay unconscious on the floor. "This fellow is remarkably stubborn. It seems the treasure cave is destined to elude us. Let us take him back," Elder D sighed, shaking his head. "Elder, may I have a try?" Su Chen seized the opportunity to speak. Elder D regarded him with curiosity. "What do you intend to do? If all my methods failed to loosen Wu Chang's lips, what can you possibly achieve? Be cautious not to tread down a perilous path by making deals with the unorthodox." He was concerned that Su Chen might attempt to negotiate with the evil cultivator, an act strictly prohibited by Shu Shan's regulations, even for the sake of the treasure cave. Su Chen discerned the elder's implicit warning. "Rest assured, Elder, I will not assist him in any way. My interrogation methods may simply require a bit more time." Elder D scrutinized Su Chen once more before suddenly inquiring, "What is your name?" "Disciple Su Chen," he responded respectfully. "Ah, Su Chen," Elder D nodded. "Then this evil cultivator is in your hands. If you manage to extract information from him, I shall acknowledge your merit." This statement, however, was merely a formality. Elder D harbored no substantial expectations for this disciple. He simply wished to grant Su Chen an opportunity, seeing his earnestness. "Yes, thank you, Elder, for your consideration." Su Chen said no more. After watching Elder D depart, he entered the interrogation room and closed the door behind him. Su Chen, of course, had no exceptional interrogation techniques. If Elder D could not pry open Wu Chang's mouth, he had little faith in his own ability to extract useful information. His intention was merely to put on a facade, providing a suitable justification for the eventual revelation of the treasure cave. However, he did not remain idle. He dragged Wu Chang beneath a water vat, first splashing him awake with a ladle of water. Then, he created a minuscule hole at the bottom of the vat, allowing water to drip slowly onto Wu Chang's forehead. This method, known as the water drip torture, appeared mild, yet was devastatingly cruel. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. But if sustained for long enough, each drop would inflict excruciating pain, allowing the victim to acutely sense the water infiltrating their mind. Under such a brutal punishment, breaking a person's will was not a formidable challenge. At that moment, outside the interrogation room, Elder D's figure had reappeared, having not fully departed. His curiosity about Su Chen's methods compelled him to return. Using his spiritual sense, he perceived the scene within the interrogation room and found himself puzzled. What sort of punishment is this? Dripping water on the forehead. Can this truly be considered torture? Initially, he found it incomprehensible. However, upon further reflection, he began to understand. No wonder Su Chen had mentioned that it would take longer. He intended to employ this method of gradual torment. In contrast, Elder D's own approach had seemed somewhat rash and impatient. An interesting young man. He seems to be born for interrogation. Elder D chuckled softly and departed once more. This time for good, as he had no time to linger. Inside the interrogation room, Su Chen sat casually in a chair, legs crossed, nonchalantly declaring, "If you have anything to say, now is the time. It could spare you some suffering." Wu Chang, realizing the speaker was Su Chen, opened his mouth to unleash a hoarse stream of curses. "Aunt, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." He could not fathom that Su Chen would disclose the matter of the treasure cave. Such a cave held a fatal allure for every cultivator. He had never imagined that someone would be ungrasping enough to sell him out without hesitation. Su Chen paid no heed to his insults, merely waiting to see how long his defiance would last. As night fell, Wu Chang's obstinacy transformed into rigidity. He ultimately succumbed to the pressure of impending mental collapse. Departing this world to meet the king of hell, Su Chen, initially drowsy, immediately regained his composure upon sensing Wu Chang's last breath. He hurriedly examined the changes in the Yao emoji. Indeed, the page pertaining to Wu Chang had dimmed, leaving only remnants of the past and the potential to collect relics. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards the relics, especially since Wu Chang was the most significant figure in the Yao emoji at that moment. Su Chen was genuinely curious about what he would leave behind upon his demise. He promptly chose the second option to collect the relics. At that moment, a luminous orb materialized in his mind, entirely different from the previous one associated with the succubus. The remnants of the lustful demon are comprised of white, green, and blue orbs of light. In stark contrast, the orbs left behind by the evil cultivator predominantly manifest in shades of blue and purple, with even one shimmering in gold. The lowest reward is of blue caliber? Truly, this is a being formidable enough to be imprisoned on the 5th level. In an instant, the largest golden orb was absorbed by Yao emoji. A gasp of awe at the golden legend nearly escaped my lips. On the page of Yao emoji, a line of text gradually emerged. New reward, blood refinement essence. The blood refinement essence is a product of the considerable effort expended by the wicked cultivator Wu Chang and serves as a vital support for his rapid cultivation advancement. However, with his demise, all his endeavors have become a wedding garment for Su Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen chose to extract it. As a surge of crimson light flowed into Su Chen from his brow, his aura began to ascend dramatically. True Essence Realm 2nd layer. True Essence Realm 3rd layer. True Essence Realm 4th layer. His aura continued to rise, with true essence within him surging forth, coalescing from rivulets into a roaring river. Moments later, Su Chen took a deep breath, stabilizing his aura. Feeling the surging true essence within, his spirits soared. True Essence Realm 7th layer. He had astonishingly broken through to the True Essence Realm 7th layer in an instant. Based on Su Chen's prior cultivation experience, such an elevation would typically require at least 2 months. Yet now he was experiencing the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement overnight. Taking another deep breath, Su Chen calmed his emotions. The benefits of the blood refinement essence extend beyond mere cultivation enhancement. Su Chen could distinctly sense that the essence was transforming his own vitality, elevating its quality. Simultaneously, the power of his vital essence surged several-fold and continued to grow. This is sufficient proof that the blood refinement essence is not a mere consumable. Its benefits are not fleeting, but will persist for a considerable duration. Raising his hands, Su Chen endeavored to harness the power of his vitality, which condensed into a tangible force, even forming a circle of crimson armor around his arm. Witnessing this scene, excitement bubbled within Su Chen. All the painstakingly refined blood refinement essence cultivated over the years by this wicked practitioner now belonged to him. Was this not the joy of savoring the spoils? Soon, Su Chen's focus shifted to the first option: reflect on the past. Chapter 8. Transformation. Upon entering the wicked cultivator's past memories, Su Chen was bombarded by anguished wails. Witnessing countless figures struggling in despair amidst a blood sacrifice formation, their cries echoing in his ears. The helplessness and oppression nearly rendered him breathless. He saw rivers of blood, with countless white bones floating upon the crimson sea. The horrifying and brutal scenes compelled Su Chen to avert his gaze, yet he could not turn away. In order to uncover the location of the treasure cave within the memories of the wicked cultivator, he was forced to endure the discomfort and observe the depraved actions of the cultivator. Finally, After nearly a stick of incense's worth of time, Su Chen discovered the location of the treasure cave within the memories left behind by the evil cultivator. This place truly exists. However, Wu Chang had never even entered it. This fellow made promises without having crossed the threshold. Indeed, one cannot place faith in the words of these demons. Nevertheless, knowing that such a place genuinely exists lightened Su Chen's mood somewhat. He summoned assistants to transport Wu Chang's corpse outside. Just as he prepared to send a message to Elder D arrived unannounced. "How are things? Did your punishment prove effective?" Of course, Elder D did not believe that Su Chen's punishment was effective. After all, only a day had passed, and he doubted that Su Chen's methods could compel Wu Chang to relent in such a brief span. Effective. He confessed that he could not withstand the torment and, in order to grant me a swift end, revealed the location of the cave. Su Chen replied with a serious demeanor, convinced that his acting was quite commendable. "Oh." Elder D's expression turned skeptical. "What sort of punishment did you employ to achieve such remarkable results?" Naturally, Elder D was aware of the nature of Su Chen's punishment, but he would never admit it directly. To do so would be to acknowledge that he had spied, although Su Chen's awareness of the truth would not result in consequences. Being discovered spying would tarnish Elder D's dignity and reputation. Hence, he would not concede. Su Chen, however, did not prolong the suspense. "I utilized the water drop punishment. Initially, it is mild and unremarkable, but over time, the mental anguish far surpasses the physical pain, akin to the principle of boiling a frog slowly. Humans find it difficult to endure." Elder D, not foolish, had already sensed the underlying truth and, upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, comprehended the method. "Your explanation makes sense. Though where did you learn such a thing?" Elder D's tone shifted, catching Su Chen slightly off guard. The water drop punishment was a historical method from Su Chen's past life, but he naturally could not disclose this. He merely stated that it was something he had played with during his childhood, leaving a lasting impression. Elder D, satisfied with this response, remained nonchalant, unable to discern whether to believe it or not. However, he chose not to press further on the topic. Instead, he praised Su Chen's cleverness before shifting back to the main subject and inquiring about the treasure cave's location. Su Chen retrieved a map from the storage room, marking the location of the treasure cave as he knew it, adding several crucial details. These particulars were key. Without having accessed Wu Chang's memories, Su Chen could not have known them so precisely. Of course, he did not include every detail, only a portion to align with Wu Chang's oral account. Once the map was marked, he promptly handed it to Elder D without making any demands. He understood that such matters could not be rushed. It was still uncertain whether the treasure cave contained valuable secrets. It was too early to make requests. Elder D regarded Su Chen with a hint of appreciation. "If this expedition yields results, you shall receive due credit." "Thank you, Elder." Su Chen bowed respectfully. Elder D departed with the treasure map, and as Su Chen turned around, he was startled to find Pei Zhen silently standing behind him. "What are you doing here?" Pei Zhen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the direction Elder D had departed. His expression complex. "What did you just show Elder D that made him say he would credit you?" Su Chen had no intention of hiding anything, bluntly stating, "Wu Chang disclosed the location of a cave, and I illustrated it for the Elder. Whether there are valuable treasures inside remains to be seen. Discussing credit at this stage is premature." Su Chen approached Pei Zhen, patting his arm. "But rest assured, if I manage to achieve merit from this, you will certainly have a share. When the time comes, feel free to mention it to the Elder and ask to be recognized as a proper disciple of Shu Mountain." Su Chen knew that Pei Zhen's aspiration was to leave this place and become a respected disciple of Shu Mountain. Apart from Su Chen, who among the tower's guards did not yearn to leave, who wished to remain a menial servant for a lifetime. Pei Zhen smiled at this. "Then I shall rely on your good fortune, junior brother." "Why do we need to say such things?" Su Chen failed to notice that Pei Zhen's smile seemed somewhat forced, revealing a hint of feigned cheerfulness upon closer inspection. In the following 2 days, during the intervals of his patrolling duties, Su Chen continuously endeavored to better wield and control the power of his vital essence. Initially, he could only manifest the crimson armor on his arm. By now, he has mastered the ability to harness the chi and blood energy to form a half-body armor. His command over this force has become increasingly adept. Simultaneously, he can now regulate it with ease, ensuring that his vigorous energy does not reveal itself too readily. However, the only regret lies in the slowing acquisition of cultivation experience. Following Wu Chang's demise, his primary source of cultivation experience has been severed. His daily progress has stagnated at merely 20 points. The prospect of advancing to the 8th level of the Jinyuan realm feels like a distant dream. For Su Chen, who has experienced a meteoric rise of 7 levels in a single day. This pace is somewhat disconcerting. It is indeed easier to descend from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality, a truth he has personally encountered. Nevertheless, he remains composed. The speed of cultivation may wane, but his mindset must not falter. In the realm of cultivation, maintaining a balanced mindset is of utmost importance. Only by stabilizing his mindset can one ultimately emerge victorious. However, in the past 2 days, Su Chen has also unearthed another troubling matter. During Peijian's patrols, he has lingered on the 2nd level for an extended period. Su Chen is all too aware of the creatures imprisoned on the 2nd level, and he knows precisely who could cause Peijian's extended stay. Shangling Shan, the enchanting woman of the Hahuan sect. What schemes is she concocting now? Is she still unwilling to give up? Following the patrol's conclusion, Su Chen deliberately returned to the 2nd level, only to encounter Peijian exiting. He promptly intercepted him. Brother, are you concealing something from me? In Chapter 9, advancing by retreating, Su Chen confronted Peijian with a grave expression. Brother, you are not still in contact with that enchantress, are you? If it were anyone else, Su Chen would hardly care. However, Peijian has always shown him considerable kindness. Su Chen does not wish to see him stray off course. Of course, he does not intend to dictate Peijian's path in life. It is simply that the enchantress is cunning, and her words are utterly untrustworthy. Believing her would be akin to trusting the empty promises of Elder D. Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Peijian's expression soured. How could that be? Do not overthink it. I still have patrols to attend to. Do not obstruct me. After saying this, Peijian walked away. Faced with this situation, Su Chen found it futile to continue persuading him. Could it be that Peijian is aware that it is a trap, yet still cannot resist approaching? What kind of psychology is at play here? With a sigh, Su Chen shook his head and approached the cell of the enchantress. Upon seeing him, Shangling Shan lowered her brows, appearing disinclined to engage with him. Noticing her lack of response, Su Chen could not help but ponder. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? With his gaze averted from the enchantress, Su Chen silently departed. Only after he left did the enchantress slowly lift her head, a playful smile curling upon her lips. In the following 2 days, Su Chen paid particular attention to Peijian's behavior and discovered that he did not linger excessively in front of the enchantress's cell during patrols, nor did he have any contact with her. This revelation allowed Su Chen to relax his vigilance. Perhaps he was merely overthinking things. Not long after, news arrived from the sect. Elder D had led a team to uncover a treasure cave. Although the process had been arduous, they had expended great effort to breach the protective formation and gain entry. Some had even sustained injuries from the cave's mechanisms. Fortunately, the final outcome was gratifying, yielding substantial rewards. Elder D also remembered his previous promise and personally visited the locking demon tower to fulfill it. This time, the sect's acquisition of the secret treasure is largely due to your contributions. Feel free to voice any requests. Even promoting you to a Bai disciple, granting you the privileges of a Lanyi disciple, is entirely feasible. It must be said, Elder D's words carried weight. He explicitly highlighted the greatest benefit he could offer Su Chen, which was to elevate him to a Bai disciple while enjoying the privileges of a Lanyi disciple. If such an opportunity were presented to Peijian, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yet, Su Chen felt no inclination towards it. He had never entertained the thought of leaving. Furthermore, while the idea of a Bai disciple enjoying Lanyi privileges sounded impressive, accepting such an offer would lead to complications. He would likely be ostracized by other Bai disciples due to his special status. Standing out among the crowd, who else would they target if not him? As for the Lanyi disciples, they would disdain him, believing that he had obtained something that rightfully did not belong to him. Thus, it was a seemingly desirable reward that was, in reality, fraught with pitfalls. He trusted that Elder D did not intend to deceive him, but rather had not considered the implications thoroughly. In fact, this was true. Elder D could not directly promote Su Chen to a Lanyi disciple due to the vast disparity in their standings. However, merely elevating Su Chen to a Bai disciple felt somewhat inadequate, hence the addition of the privilege of Lanyi disciple treatment. I wish to bestow the Bai disciple qualification upon Brother Peijian. Su Chen made this request without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Elder D was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would relinquish such a golden opportunity. This Peijian, you speak of, Elder D revealed a perplexed expression, seemingly unaware of who Peijian was. Su Chen reminded him. He was the one who inquired at the entrance before. He has guarded the locking demon tower for 10 years. If anyone deserves to leave, it should be him first. Elder D's eyes lit up in realization. Oh, so it is he. In truth, Elder D only remembered Peijian's appearance, but not his name. However, This conversation struck Pei Zhan, who had been eavesdropping, quite differently. So you truly deceived me for a decade. A full decade. How foolish I have been. Pei Zhan closed his eyes tightly, clenching his fists until his nails nearly pierced his flesh. For the past 10 years. It was Elder D's previous words that had sustained him. He had believed that his diligent efforts would be recognized. He had thought that Elder D truly remembered him. He had fantasized countless times about the day he would rise above, when Elder D would personally stand before him and announce his elevation to Bai disciple. Yet, at this very moment, his dreams lay shattered. To become a Bai disciple, he would have to rely on Su Chen's charity. What does that even signify? At this instant, Pei Zhan's mentality completely crumbled. I can attempt to advocate for your request, but there can only be one Bai disciple slot. Please consider this carefully, Elder D stated solemnly. Su Chen responded earnestly. I can forego the Bai disciple slot, but may I propose other requests? He would not forget his true intention. Very well. Elder D nodded without hesitation. Su Chen's willingness to relinquish the Bai disciple slot endeared him to Elder D, who perceived his disciple as possessing great foresight. If previously Elder D merely found Su Chen clever and intriguing, now he regarded him with pure admiration. For a disciple he admired, he was willing to extend additional rewards within his capacity. I desire access to the 5th floor and above of the locking demon tower. Upon voicing this requirement, Elder D immediately furrowed his brow. He had never imagined that Su Chen would forego tangible rewards in favor of seeking access to the higher levels of the locking demon tower. The creatures confined above the 5th floor were particularly heinous and dangerous. What could he possibly want there? Elder D could not help but harbor doubts. Without hesitation, Su Chen promptly replied, the demons on the upper levels may harbor greater secrets. I wish to see if I can pry these secrets from their lips. Absolutely not. You are thinking too simplistically. Upon hearing this, Elder D's expression grew slightly stern. Your tricks may suffice against ordinary demons, but they are certainly inadequate against those fierce and malevolent entities. He suspected that Su Chen had become overconfident. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck. After all, the evil cultivators handed over to Su Chen had already endured a round of torment and were too weakened to withstand further suffering. Did he truly believe that he could replicate his success on a larger scale? He was, after all, still quite young. Observing this, Su Chen quickly adjusted his approach, stating, then please allow me to accompany you in escorting the demons. This way, Elder, you should feel more at ease. His true intention was to participate in the escort of higher-tier demons. Initially, he sought permission from Elder D to inspect the upper levels of the demon locking tower. But after being declined, he opted for the secondary choice of escorting the demons alongside the Elder. This proposal had a significantly lower chance of rejection, especially since Elder D had already turned him down once. It would be rather awkward to refuse him again. This was indeed Su Chen's real strategy. Certainly, as anticipated, Elder D readily consented this time. Assisting with the escort was a minor matter he could easily authorize. Since you wish to remain here, I shall respect your decision. However, the disciples guarding the tower have lacked a formal leader. Henceforth, you shall assume this role. Chapter 10. Turmoil in the Demon Locking Tower upon assuming the position of leader. Su Chen instantly became a celebrated figure among the disciples of the Demon Locking Tower. After the evening patrol, a group gathered to drink in celebration of Su Chen. Is senior brother Pei not joining us? Su Chen inquired upon seeing Li Da return alone. He claims to be unwell and has gone to bed early. I called for him several times, but he did not respond. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall drink on our own. Li Da sat beside Su Chen and began to toast. Everyone around him greeted Su Chen with smiles, raising their glasses while exchanging pleasantries. Their demeanor was markedly different from before. In response, Su Chen exhibited no trace of arrogance. His demeanor remained as warm and approachable as ever. He still addressed his seniors respectfully, maintaining the same titles without any alteration due to his newfound status. After all, he was merely a leader. A position of little significance with limited authority. There was no need for pretentiousness. Brother Su, come, allow me to toast you again. Li Da, who was already on his 5th toast, was interrupted by a middle-aged man beside him. Li Da, if you wish to drink, do so without using toasts as an excuse. Brother Su is not adept with alcohol. Do not intoxicate him. It was well known that Su Chen had a poor tolerance for alcohol, and he would flush upon drinking. It is of no concern. Su Chen waved his hand, appreciating that everyone was willing to honor him. Even if it resulted in drunkenness, he would partake. Laughter and toasts filled the air. After an hour passed, aside from a few disciples needing to patrol, the others returned to their quarters, collapsing into deep slumber. At the hour of the rat, Pei Zhan emerged from his room. Seeing him, The patrolling disciples immediately greeted him. Peijun, did you not claim to be unwell? Why are you out patrolling? The patrolling disciple approached Peijun, saying, You should return, I shall patrol in your stead. Are you trying to elicit sympathy from me? Peijun replied, his voice noticeably subdued. The patrolling disciple was taken aback. What are you talking about? He could not comprehend how his simple act of kindness had been construed as pity. Peijun replied coolly, It is nothing. I am quite well now and do not require your assistance. With that, he walked away. The patrolling disciple stood there, bemused, before muttering, If you do not need help, then you do not need it. Why the anger? Truly, good intentions can be met with ingratitude. At dawn, Su Chen was abruptly roused by a cacophony. What is causing all this noise outside? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream shattered the air. The sound jolted Su Chen into full awareness. This is bad. Something has occurred. His heart raced, and he dashed out of his quarters. Upon stepping outside, he saw a guardian disciple collapsed not far from his door. Su Chen rushed over to assist him. What has happened? He looked down to find a gaping wound in the disciple's abdomen, crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably, filling the air with a heavy, metallic scent. Stunned into silence, Su Chen watched as the disciple used his final breath to utter, I must. Unable to hear clearly, Su Chen leaned in, asking, What must you do? Dig. Su Chen remained perplexed. What must you dig? The demons have escaped. The disciple nearly roared in anguish. In the next moment, his breath ceased, and he perished, his eyes still wide open, reflecting deep resentment. Su Chen gently closed his eyes, his expression darkening. Demons have escaped. Which level of demons has broken free? The disciple had not made it clear. Yet Su Chen understood that he could not evade this crisis. His position had changed. To encounter such calamity just after being appointed as leader, what dreadful misfortune. In the next instant, Su Chen's figure flickered as he surged into the first level of the demon locking tower. Navigating through the narrow passage, he encountered numerous demons and the bodies of guardian disciples. An injured guardian disciple sat against the wall, pleading for help. Su Chen halted, crouching before him. Where are you injured? He could not see any visible wounds, and was puzzled when the disciple suddenly grasped Su Chen's neck. A strange flush colored his face, and his eyes gleamed with a seductive light. Ha, Dai. Su Chen regarded him with indifference. The disciple's smile abruptly froze as he realized that Su Chen's neck was enveloped by a thick layer of blood armor. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not shatter that blood armor. Without hesitation, Su Chen struck the disciple's face with a punch, knocking him unconscious. He must have fallen victim to a mind-altering spell, controlled by a demon. Su Chen bore no animosity towards him. Such an abrupt attack could not have originated from his own will. Most importantly, his demeanor had been distinctly strange just before the assault. Thus, Su Chen surmised that he was likely under the control of some demon, manipulating the human heart. This must be the work of Shang Ling Shan. Su Chen suddenly recalled the enchantress skilled in seduction, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Please. No. Su Chen's gaze quickly swept across the cells on the first level of the demon locking tower. His figure did not linger. Most of the cells on the first level had been opened. The demons had all escaped, wreaking havoc while the guardian disciples fought valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. Su Chen dashed towards the second level, encountering no obstacles along the way, swiftly arriving at the cell where Shang Ling Shan was held. Upon seeing the door to Shang Ling Shan's cell ajar, with a gray-clad disciple lying inside, Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen's mind buzzed. This gray-clad disciple was none other than Peijun. Brother Pei. Su Chen rushed forward to assist Peijun. His skin was withered, and he felt as cold as frost. It was evident that the enchantress had drained him of his yang essence. Su Chen, possessing an abundance of yang essence, wasted no time in channeling it into Peijun. However, it was too late. At this point, Peijun's body resembled a sieve. No matter how much yang essence Su Chen infused, it could not be retained. His foundation had been severely damaged. Although it was now impossible to save him, Su Chen's infusion of yang essence granted Peijun a fleeting moment of clarity. He slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Chen, a painful smile, more sorrowful than tears, spread across his face. Junior brother Su, you have come. Su Chen felt a profound sadness mingled with frustration for his elder brother, Peijun. Brother Pei, why are you so naive? Why do you trust that enchanting woman? Peijun shook his head, seemingly believing that discussing such matters was futile at this point. Oh, how touching is this brotherly bond. A formidable figure suddenly appeared outside the cell door. It was the demon lord, Shan Kuei. Chapter 11. Peijun's inner demons. Su Chen seemed unfazed by Shan Kuei's emergence. He continued to inquire about what had transpired with Peijun. Why did Pei Zhan, who previously recognized the demoness manipulations, still allow himself to be led astray? Yet Pei Zhan, whether out of shame or some other reason, remained reticent. Shan Kuei stood outside the cell, fists clenched with rage. How dare they disregard him? You insolent brat, the suffering you have caused me shall be repaid in kind today. Su Chen, already agitated, was further provoked by Shan Kuei's incessant noise, igniting a fierce anger within him. Initially, he intended merely to capture Shan Kuei as a source of experience. However, at that moment, his heart was filled with a murderous resolve. He released Pei Zhan, stood up, and with a slight bend of his knees, unleashed an explosive force that transformed him into a fleeting shadow, leaping directly above Shan Kuei's head. So swift, Shan Kuei was taken aback, unable to react before Su Chen's strike descended. A punch imbued with true essence, infused with terrifying strength, crashed into Shan Kuei's face. His head spun twice before he collapsed, eyes wide open in disbelief. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how this seemingly frail disciple could exhibit such formidable power. Gazing upon Shan Kuei's lifeless body, Su Chen experienced his first kill of a demon. Aside from a quickening heartbeat, he felt no particular thrill. He did not allow himself to revel in the triumph of vanquishing Shan Kuei. Had these demons not suffered prolonged torment in the demon lock tower, their strength and condition would not have diminished so drastically. Otherwise, he could not have so easily slain him. Su Chen remained acutely aware that in his prime, Shan Kuei was a brute capable of crushing the skull of a true essence cultivator with sheer force. It was only due to Su Chen's speed that he had seized the opportunity before Shan Kuei could react. After personally slaying Shan Kuei, information about him appeared in the Demon Chronicles. However, the text was dimmed, leaving only the options to reflect upon the past and to collect remains still illuminated. Astonishingly, he had 2 opportunities to collect remains. Su Chen paused, recalling that he had only received 1 opportunity each time a demon perished before. Could it be that his personal involvement in Shan Kuei's demise was the reason? Taking a deep breath, Su Chen refrained from hastily claiming his spoils and returned to the cell. Inside, Pei Zhan lay on the floor. Having witnessed the entire scene of Su Chen dispatching Shan Kuei, his gaze fixated on Su Chen as if attempting to see through him. Yet, a veil of mist obscured his view, rendering Su Chen's features indistinct. He understood that he was nearing death. Junior brother, Pei Zhan finally spoke, your abilities surpass mine tenfold. Everything you have earned is rightfully yours. I was wrong to harbor jealousy. In his final moments, he confronted his own inner demons. I have always harbored doubts about Elder D's sincerity. Yet, each time, I forced myself to believe in him. For without that belief, I could not endure. Do you understand? In that moment, Su Chen fell silent, realizing he knew little of his elder brother. He had always thought Pei Zhan to be naive, having feasted on the grand illusions painted by the elder for a decade. Yet, he had not comprehended that Pei Zhan was fully aware that Elder D might merely be speaking whimsically. What else could he do but believe, when one has nothing left? What can sustain one's spirit from crumbling except for hollow promises and illusions? Elder D's words were his source of inspiration. However, after that eavesdropping incident, he could no longer deceive himself. He learned that Elder D had never truly cared about who he was, nor had he acknowledged his so-called efforts. A decade of faith crumbled in an instant. The anguish of despair spread through his heart, and at the moment of his belief's collapse, Shangling Shan seized the opportunity, offering him many alluring promises. He was like a drowning man grasping at a straw, clinging desperately to avoid succumbing. Most importantly, Shangling Shan had uttered a phrase that resonated deeply within him. I will help you leave this place by your own merit. This statement struck a chord, for he had always desired to earn his achievements through his own toil rather than relying on the charity of others, especially when that benefactor was merely a junior brother who could not accomplish anything. The disparity was unbearable. Having voiced these thoughts, Pei Zhan finally closed his eyes, utterly devoid of life. Su Chen remained silent, a wave of melancholy surging within him. The demon lock tower served as a prison for demons, yet it was also a confinement for disciples like them. Rest assured, brother, that demoness will not escape for long. I shall avenge you. Su Chen exited the cell when suddenly, a demon lunged from the shadows, attempting a sneak attack, only to be dispatched by Su Chen's swift counterpunch. Due to the labyrinthine structure of the demon lock tower, many demons, even if they escaped their cells, could not find a way out. Su Chen apprehended all the demons still trapped within the tower and re-imprisoned them. However, he soon realized that even though these demons were now under his solitary custody, they did not yield high cultivation experience. It appeared that the second imprisonment of demons did not confer any experiential advantage. This led Su Chen to a crucial conclusion. To attain greater cultivation experience, the demons must be apprehended by him personally, and only those captured for the first time would be valid. Before long, reinforcements arrived from outside. By the time they arrived, the demons that had fled within the tower had lost their chance to wreak havoc. Fortunately, the disciples guarding the tower had secured the staircase leading to the third level, preventing the release of any demons from above. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more severe. As Su Chen approached the staircase, the reinforcements had already restored order. He assisted in re-imprisoning the remaining demons. After approximately 2 hours, apart from those who had already perished, all remaining demons were secured within the cells. Yet, Su Chen did not see the demoness, Lingshan, inquiring with the disciples who had come from outside. He learned that the demoness had managed to breach the confines of the demon lock tower. She had used her enchanting arts to manipulate several disciples, causing chaos within the sect. However, you need not worry, she cannot escape. She is not like the demons above, with her limited tricks. Her attempt to flee from Shu Mountain is mere folly, a white-clad disciple assured Su Chen. Although he was a gray-clad disciple, Su Chen's assistance in Elder D's quest to locate the treasure cave had already circulated, thus earning him a degree of respect from the white-clad disciples. Su Chen chose not to press further. As night fell, the bells at his waist chimed. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met by the very figure being escorted, none other than the demoness, Lingshan. Su Chen's expression hardened, his gaze icy. Chapter 12. Abandoning the path of the white-clad disciple, this demoness had unleashed chaos by freeing the demons from the second level of the demon lock tower, committing heinous crimes. For tonight, she would be detained, and by noon tomorrow, she would face execution. Upon hearing the elder of Su Chen pronounce judgment upon her, Lingshan's body involuntarily trembled. The elder reassured, "Rest assured, I shall personally oversee her tonight. I guarantee with my own head that she will undoubtedly perish this time." Although imprisoning Lingshan granted Su Chen 20 points of cultivation experience each day, his desire to eliminate her had intensified. Currently, by detaining the fleeing demons from the first and second floors, Su Chen had significantly increased his experience sources in the Demon Chronicles. While the experience provided by each demon was not substantial, the sheer number allowed him to harvest over 500 points daily. Consequently, Lingshan had become expendable in his eyes. Even if she were to die at this very moment, Su Chen would harbor no regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder cast a glance at Su Chen, noticing that he bore no injuries, and nodded in approval. "You are the one in charge of the disciples guarding the tower, are you not? I shall leave a few white-clad disciples with you to ensure all goes smoothly tonight. Do not let any mistakes occur." The elder then scrutinized the injured tower guards behind Su Chen and solemnly remarked, "The unrest in the demon lock tower has arisen due to some individual's negligence, who, enticed by the demoness, released her unlawfully. This is a grave violation of the sect's regulations. There will be no leniency." The tower disciples lowered their heads, too apprehensive to respond. At this moment, the elder spoke with a softer tone. "Fortunately, there have been no significant casualties this time, and the matter of colluding with the demoness does not involve those present here. You have worked hard. Those in need of rest or healing should return. The safety of the demon lock tower will still rely on you in the future." This was merely the typical tactic of higher-ups, to offer a stick and then a sweet date. Guarding the demon lock tower was a dirty and laborious task fraught with danger. Without some incentive, how could they be motivated to protect this tower with all their effort? "Now, everyone, you may return," the elder commanded, and the group departed in unison. Su Chen personally secured the demoness in her original cell. Behind him, the 3 white-clad disciples, standing at a distance, displayed subtle expressions of disdain. The oppressive aura within the demon lock tower made them feel quite uncomfortable. Upon entering Su Chen, they had immediately become white-clad disciples, having never endured the phase of being servant disciples, nor stayed within the demon lock tower. Thus, being assigned to guard the demons here felt like a stroke of misfortune. After the elder's departure, their dissatisfaction was openly evident on their faces. Su Chen paid them no mind. To him, their presence was of little consequence. He understood the elder's decision to assign them was merely out of distrust towards the tower disciples, a precaution against unforeseen complications, given the precedent set by Pei Zhen. Within the cell, Lingshan kept her head lowered. Su Chen anticipated she might plead for mercy or attempt to use her enchanting arts against them once more. But she did neither. One of the white-clad disciples, noticing Su Chen's fixed gaze upon her, promptly explained, "This demoness has had her tongue severed by the elder and can no longer spread her words or manipulate hearts." Another person chimed in, "It was about time. The servant disciples here have such poor resolve. A speaking demoness is a hidden danger." Su Chen noted the disdain in their words towards the tower disciples, seemingly attributing their predicament to the disciples' failures, leading to his current watch duty. He chose not to elaborate. He was not one to seek to change others' opinions. The white-clad disciple, feeling the futility of his efforts as Su Chen remained unresponsive, ceased speaking altogether. The night passed in silence. By midday the following day, Su Chen coldly addressed Shang Lingshan. "It is time for your execution." Upon hearing the word execution, Shang Lingshan thrashed violently. At that moment, an overwhelming fear surged within her, igniting a fierce will to survive. She whimpered incoherently, though it was clear she was pleading for mercy. Su Chen remained unmoved, stating, "Had you been honest and repented here, you might have had a chance to live. You have brought this upon yourself, severing your own path to survival." His words struck her like an arrow to the heart, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. As he escorted the demoness to the execution platform, Su Chen took the executioner's blade from the hands of the executioner. He intended to carry out the execution himself, firstly to avenge Pei Zhen, and secondly, for the opportunity to extract relics from the slain demon. The burly executioner was astonished to see Su Chen, with his slender frame, effortlessly lift the blade, which weighed over 200 pounds. Without hesitation, Su Chen swung the blade down. Instantly, the page dedicated to Shang Lingshan in the Demon Chronicles revealed 2 relic rewards. After a brief cleansing of the blood that splattered upon him within the execution chamber, Su Chen had scarcely exited when Elder D approached him. "Your request for Pei Zhen to become a white-clad disciple was initially approved by the sect. Alas, he succumbed to temptation and ultimately became the root cause of the calamity at the Demon Lock Tower. Therefore, the sect has rescinded its decision and will not grant him the status of a white-clad disciple. Furthermore, his title as a tower disciple will also be revoked. He is now an unequivocal traitor of the sect." Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent for a moment before responding with a bitter tone. "I did not foresee that things would unfold in this manner." Internally, he felt considerable regret. Had he been more vigilant when he suspected Pei Zhen's potential interactions with the demoness, he might have acted more decisively. He had not pursued the truth with enough determination, believing that granting Pei Zhen the title of white-clad disciple would be the best assistance he could offer. Little did he know that Pei Zhen viewed it as mere charity. Various factors, both indirect and direct, led to Pei Zhen's descent into darkness. Elder D turned and patted Su Chen's shoulder. "Now, it is time for you to make a choice. Leave the Demon Lock Tower to become a white-clad disciple, or remain here as the one in charge." Su Chen had already formulated his answer in his heart, but he outwardly appeared hesitant. After a brief pause, as if steeling his resolve, he declared, "I intend to stay." Elder D was taken aback. Previously, Su Chen's decision to relinquish the white-clad disciple position seemed understandable as a gesture of brotherhood. However, Su Chen's continued choice to forego the white-clad identity left Elder D perplexed. Although the distinction between white and gray-clad disciples was merely one of rank, the qualitative difference was significant. White-clad disciples were considered formal disciples, whereas gray-clad disciples resembled temporary workers. Not only did they hold a lower status, but they also performed the most arduous and perilous tasks. Before Elder D could inquire further, Su Chen preemptively explained, "Staying here is a form of training for me. Another avenue of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Elder D regarded him with newfound respect. "You must think carefully. This opportunity is singular. If you relinquish it now, there may be no chance to reconsider later. Once you forego the white-clad disciple status, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain it again. After all, opportunities for merit are not easily found. Some have toiled here for 10 or even 20 years without any accolades." Su Chen's gaze remained resolute. "I am certain I wish to relinquish it." Elder D scrutinized him deeply, then chose not to say more and promptly turned to leave. After Elder D departed, Su Chen returned to his quarters, preparing to claim the 4 rewards. Chapter 13. Taking full advantage, Su Chen first extracted 2 rewards from Shan Kuei. The rewards from Shan Kuei were predominantly blue in color. The Yao emoji directly absorbed the 2 most significant blue rewards. New reward, Cultivation Infusion. New reward, Giant Bloodline Power. Giant Bloodline Power? Could it possibly cause my physique to become as immense as his? A sense of doubt arose within Su Chen. Should he extract the giant bloodline and transform into a figure as robust as Shan Kuei, it would indeed be quite awkward. However, just as Su Chen was engulfed in concern, an additional line of explanation appeared on Yao emoji. Extracting and fusing bloodlines will only capture their essence and will not alter one's own bloodline. This reassurance brought him relief. Su Chen exhaled. For if merging a bloodline could inflate his own physique, how would he hide within this Sua Yao tower? Su Chen first utilized the cultivation infusion. elevating his cultivation realm to the 9th level of Zhen Yuan realm. This infusion was equivalent to 2,000 points of cultivation experience, propelling Su Chen from the 7th to the 9th level in one fell swoop. However, he still fell short of advancing to the Hualing realm. He bore no dissatisfaction. After all, Shan Kuei was merely a 2nd-level monster. Even if he were alive, he would not know when he could provide such a vast amount of cultivation experience. Now that he was deceased, granting 2,000 points at once was already commendable. Once his cultivation stabilized, Su Chen immediately extracted and fused the giant bloodline power. Knowing there were no side effects, he confidently merged the bloodline into his own. A mysterious surge of heat coursed through his body. Su Chen felt an intensely high-temperature energy within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. The skin on his surface slightly swelled, causing him to appear like an inflated balloon. The ferocious, giant bloodline power rampaged within. Wasn't it stated that there were no side effects, only the essence was taken? Su Chen momentarily panicked. This spectacle startled him. Just as he thought he might transform into another Shan Kuei, a flash of golden light flickered within him, as if a sacred decree had been proclaimed, instantly subduing the giant bloodline power. In the next moment, as the bloodline fused, Su Chen suddenly possessed the might of the giant. His physical strength surpassed tenfold. Now, with merely the strength of his fists, Su Chen could effortlessly vanquish a practitioner of the Zhen Yuan realm. He swung his fists, producing explosive sounds in the air, truly astounding. What terrifying power! What formidable bloodline! Su Chen couldn't help but silently gasp in awe. Fortunately, Shan Kuei's cultivation was still developing. If he were to mature fully, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Su Chen sensed that the potential of the giant bloodline had yet to be fully realized. As his cultivation ascended, this potential would continue to be gradually unleashed. This meant that to awaken the true power of the giant bloodline, a higher level of cultivation was necessary. Su Chen calmed his slightly agitated heart. Next, he examined the 2 rewards left by the demoness Shangling Shan. One of them was the Shadow Phantom Technique. The Shadow Phantom Technique was a 4th-tier martial art, and it was through this technique that Shangling Shan effortlessly escaped from the Sua Yao Tower. Moreover, she evaded capture for half a day within the Shu Mountain Sect, making this technique crucial for her survival. Yet, Su Chen would not learn this technique. The movement techniques of these demons bore distinct characteristics that could easily be recognized by anyone with a discerning eye. If identified, it would lead to significant trouble. Thus, without hesitation, Su Chen directly refined this technique into attributes. Successfully refined Shadow Phantom Technique, 4th-tier martial art, agility increased by 80. In that instant, Su Chen distinctly felt a mysterious power infuse into his being, rendering his body as light as a feather. He moved with the grace of a swallow, capable of leaving afterimages in his wake. Although the enhancement was considerable, Su Chen also recognized that further increases in his base attributes would become increasingly challenging. Previously, he had refined a 7th-tier martial art, the Ghost Shadow Technique, which had raised his agility by 100. Now, with the Shadow Phantom Technique being a 4th-tier martial art, 3 tiers lower than the Ghost Shadow Technique, the enhancement was surprisingly modest. This was understandable. Initially, Su Chen's physical prowess was in a state of untapped potential. As certain aspects rapidly improved, approaching their limits, further enhancements would undoubtedly become more arduous. It was akin to a spring. Compressing it from its original length by half required minimal effort, yet compressing it further would demand exponentially more force. Su Chen estimated that if he were to refine a 7th-tier martial art now, the increase might not even reach 20. Currently, his natural reaction speed was already approaching that of a 6th-tier martial art. If he were to acquire a suitable movement technique, the results would be even more extraordinary. Su Chen steadied his mind and then examined the other reward, the Shattered Heart Palm. This was a 6th-tier martial art, and although its rank was not particularly high, its power was formidable. This technique specifically targeted the vital area of the heart, designed as a lethal killing technique aimed at taking an enemy's life. This martial art was worth learning. It was discreet in its execution and not easily detectable, yet it possessed devastating lethality. On the surface, an ordinary strike could shatter an enemy's heart meridian. Coupled with Su Chen's current terrifying palm strength, it would undoubtedly be a perfect match. For practitioners below the Hualing realm, a single strike would guarantee death, even if the deceased's injuries were later examined. No one would easily conjecture that the Shattered Heart Palm had been used, as there were numerous ways to devastate the heart meridian. Perfect. Su Chen immediately extracted this palm technique. In the next moment, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. Moments later, after completely digesting this memory, Su Chen had mastered the palm technique to a remarkable degree. Yet, to reach the pinnacle of perfection, he would need to enhance his skills through practice. Su Chen certainly would not recklessly utilize this palm technique. He had already devised a plan. In the future, he would only experiment with it on demons that must be eliminated. After all, they were destined to perish. It would be better to practice on them before their demise. It was a fitting use of resources. After extracting all the rewards, Su Chen let out a long sigh. After freshening up, he lay on his bed, his thoughts swirling with myriad reflections. He had not anticipated that this time, due to Pei Zhen's momentary lapse, he would unexpectedly gain such advantages. Meanwhile, Pei Zhen himself not only failed to gain any benefits, but also lost his life. Such is the consequence of a single misstep, leading to total ruin. This served as a warning for Su Chen. Within the confines of the Suoyao Tower, one must never let down their guard. Until he had grown to an invincible stature, discretion and patience were paramount. Chapter 14. The sixth layer of the Suoyao Tower in the deep of night. Within the narrow corridor of the first layer of the Suoyao Tower, Su Chen, wielding the demon-suppressing staff, walked with audible footsteps. He found himself unable to sleep. Thus he ventured out for a night patrol. It was not insomnia, but rather whenever he was on the brink of slumber. Visions of demons wreaking havoc would surge in his mind, jolting him awake. The root of this unrest stemmed from the intense sense of crisis brought on by the recent turmoil within the Suoyao Tower. The remnants on the ground seemed to silently narrate the bloodshed and brutality of that time. Even though Su Chen himself had sustained no injuries, he still felt a profound sense of having survived a catastrophe. Ultimately, it was the unpredictable nature of the Suoyao Tower that weighed heavily on his mind. After all, the imprisoned beings are malevolent creatures that have wreaked havoc in the world, and there are always some unexpected means concealed within. "Boss, have a drink to warm yourself." Lida called out to Su Chen from behind. His address had shifted from Brother Su to Boss, signifying a genuine acknowledgement of Su Chen as the leader here. Initially, when Elder D announced this decision, everyone outwardly complied and cheerfully congratulated Su Chen, yet inwardly, many remained skeptical. The primary reason for this was Su Chen's tender age, compounded by the fact that he had previously appeared frail and sickly, which had led to a fixed stereotype in their minds. Although Su Chen had since undergone what could be described as diligent training, resulting in a noticeable improvement in both spirit and physique, he still lacked weight in the eyes of others. It was indeed difficult for many to accept that someone who had merely garnered credit from a single interrogation could oversee them. Lida felt similarly. The notion of addressing someone significantly younger as boss was somewhat discomforting for him. However, following the recent upheaval at the Demon Locking Tower, he had altered his perspective. During this turmoil, many disciples guarding the tower had sustained injuries, with Lida himself still sporting a bandage on his arm. In contrast, Su Chen emerged unscathed, the only disciple among them without even a superficial injury. Crucially, he did not seek refuge elsewhere as a coward. Numerous disciples had witnessed his active participation during the chaos, fearlessly subduing demons. Many among them had even received assistance from him. Consequently, Lida now fully respected him. Clearly, Su Chen was competent enough to hold this position. Furthermore, he later learned that Su Chen had even relinquished his identity as a disciple in white to remain at the Demon Locking Tower, which evoked genuine admiration from Lida. A person with both the opportunity and ability to soar far beyond chose to remain here to share the same fate as others. Was this not worthy of being called boss? During patrols, consuming alcohol is forbidden. You are knowingly breaking the rules. Su Chen declined the flask of liquor offered by Lida. His words were stern, yet a smile graced his lips. He understood that Lida was an old drunkard who felt uncomfortable working without a drink, so he chose to turn a blind eye. Lida retracted the flask with an awkward smile and shifted the topic. "Boss, if you refuse Elder D's reward, wouldn't that squander your hard-earned merit?" Su Chen mused that merely being allowed to escort more formidable demons was already sufficient for him. Other rewards were, in truth, of little consequence. However, he feigned a look of regret, exclaiming, "What a pity." Just then, the demons in the cell suddenly went into a frenzy. Some began to ram their heads against the walls, others pounded the ground with their fists, some wept uncontrollably, while a few even tugged at their hair until patches of scalp were ripped away. "What is happening?" Li Dao appeared bewildered, instinctively moving closer to Su Chen. Su Chen frowned. At that moment, his bell unexpectedly rang. There was a situation. Without hesitation, Su Chen rushed to the entrance of the Demon Locking Tower. Upon arrival, he finally understood the reason behind the demon's madness on the first floor. A particularly powerful demon had been confined there. This demon was covered in dark fur, emaciated, and adorned with specially crafted demon restraining flags from Shu Chen. Its face was obscured, yet it emanated a formidable aura of demonic energy. The terrifying pressure of this energy made breathing laborious. From a distance, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as though a frigid hand were caressing his back. Fortunately, his vigorous vitality eventually dispelled this unsettling sensation. Even Su Chen, who was acutely aware of this overwhelming demonic presence, understood that the other demons on the first floor must have felt it even more intensely. Their turmoil stemmed from sensing the arrival of such a powerful entity, eliciting feelings of sorrow and despair within them. Su Chen quickly shifted his gaze from the dark-furred demon to the high-ranking Shu Chen disciples escorting it, led by 2 elders. With a contingent of 8 red-clad disciples tasked with transporting the demon, the display was the grandest Su Chen had ever witnessed. Among them was Elder D, who walked ahead and gestured for silence, signaling Su Chen to refrain from speaking. He also indicated for him to follow. This was Elder D fulfilling his promise, allowing Su Chen to accompany the transport of the demon to a higher level of the demon locking tower. Maintaining silence, Su Chen obediently followed closely beside Elder D. As they entered the depths of the demon locking tower, the gray-clad disciples instinctively stepped aside, bowing their heads out of respect and refraining from glancing about indiscriminately. Ascending the staircase, it was not long before Su Chen and the group reached the enigmatic 6th level of the demon locking tower. At the entrance of the 6th level, a blue-purple barrier obscured their view of the interior. Elder D approached, gently touching the barrier with his palm. The barrier rippled, and the previously opaque blue-purple hue transformed into transparency, though the interior remained indistinct. Elder D waved his hand forward, signaling those behind to proceed. Su Chen followed through the barrier, and his vision finally cleared. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized the 6th level's layout was entirely different from the lower 5 levels. There were no winding corridors. Instead, it consisted of a series of adjacent cells. Each cell was significantly larger than those below. Most importantly, every cell was enveloped by a brilliant golden array, binding the demons within tightly with chains of varying lengths. Within this golden array, all the demons appeared to be in a state akin to slumber. It was no wonder that patrolling disciples were unnecessary here. These demons had no chance of awakening, thus avoiding any major issues. They merely needed to check for any deceased demons when new ones were escorted in. As the dark-furred demon was confined, a new page was turned in the Demon Chronicles. Chapter 15. Promotion to the Transformation Realm. Demon, Hei Shan Mo Jiang, Cultivation Level, 2nd Stage of the Celestial Realm Mental Method, Earthbound Corpse Restriction Method Techniques, Corrupting Corpse Poison Technique, Severing Veins Claw Daily Extraction, Poison Resistance 10, Cultivation Experience 300. Upon seeing the information surface in the Demon Chronicles, Su Chen could not help but gasp in astonishment. This single demon alone provided 300 points of cultivation experience daily. This already surpassed more than half of the experience he currently accumulated each day. He had amassed over 500 points of experience daily, which was the result of confining a multitude of demons on the 1st and 2nd levels. Indeed, the demons on the 6th level were formidable. Once, the evil cultivator Wu Chang on the 5th level had provided 80 points of cultivation experience daily, and Su Chen had deemed that substantial. Now, upon reaching the 6th level, he realized that his previous estimations had been overly conservative. The disparity between the 2 levels was utterly incomparable. Su Chen felt fortunate for having requested access to the higher levels of the demon locking tower from Elder D. Otherwise, he would still be an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Just participating in the transport allowed him to gain so much experience. How much more would he earn if he personally captured one? Of course, such thoughts remained confined to Su Chen's mind. This was a demon corpse, riddled with corpse poison and restrained by demon restraining flags to contain its toxic essence. In its prime, even attempting to touch it would result in layers of skin being eroded away. However, with this newfound resistance to toxins, I need not fear the venom of this creature any longer, correct? Su Chen noticed an additional reward for daily extraction, toxin resistance, which instantly brought him a sense of security. If he could withstand the venom of a corpse, then naturally, other toxins would pose no challenge. This attribute is indeed quite practical. Suppressing his inner joy, Su Chen followed Elder D out of the 6th layer. The others left silently, but Elder D lingered. At that moment, his expression appeared considerably more relaxed. Do you have any questions? Elder D inquired with a smile. Noticing Su Chen's hesitance and the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Chen promptly asked about the origins of the demon. Anticipating this inquiry, Elder D replied calmly. This is a demon corpse crafted by humans. Su Chen was taken aback, then utterly astonished. Crafted by humans? Who could be so deranged as to forge such a ghastly creation? He couldn't help but express his disbelief, simultaneously feeling a chill run down his spine. To create a demon corpse of the Tianren realm, the individual must possess an extraordinary level of power. It is a being who calls himself the Corpse Ancestor. He has caused harm with his demon corpses before. The Shu Mountain Sect has been searching for him for many years without success, Elder D elaborated. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, and thus refrained from delving deeper into discussion with Su Chen. Changing the subject, he continued, today serves to broaden your horizons. Such matters are not for you to engage with at this stage. Your immediate priority is to avoid overthinking and focus on your cultivation and health. To endure within the Suo Yao Tower, your physical condition must be your foremost concern. As he spoke, Elder D retrieved a yellow-covered tome from his robe and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen accepted it in a daze. Noting the large characters on the cover that read Mingxin Body Refinement Method. This was not a martial arts technique, but rather a foundational method for tempering the body and enhancing physical constitution. Although you have relinquished your status as a Bai disciple, I cannot allow those who have contributed to feel disheartened. Take this body refinement technique and practice it diligently. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me next time, Elder D said. In response, Su Chen respectfully bowed to Elder D, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. It must be said that Elder D had been quite kind to him. Of course, this kindness stemmed from Su Chen revealing the location of the treasure cave, making Elder D the first to benefit from its discovery. Otherwise, there would be little reason for Elder D to show such concern for a disciple in gray robes. Elder D patted Su Chen on the shoulder and refrained from saying more. Su Chen glanced at the technique in his hand. Although its grade was not high, it could serve as a convenient excuse. Should anyone discover his exceptional physical prowess, he could attribute it to the effects of the Mingxin Body Refinement Method. Since the demon corpse was imprisoned, the intimidation it instilled in the disciples guarding the tower lasted several days. Su Chen occasionally overheard discussions among disciples about the terror of the demon corpse. It was not until a week later that the chatter ceased, and the influence gradually faded as if nothing had transpired. Yet, for Su Chen, the changes were significant. At that moment, his cultivation experience finally surpassed the threshold of 10,000. He had reached the standard for ascending to the next stage. During this time, Su Chen had attempted to break through on his own. However, embarrassingly, each attempt had ended in failure without exception. He finally resigned himself to the fact that his current body's cultivation aptitude was indeed lacking. He could only rely on the infusion of cultivation experience for improvement. After making thorough preparations in the resting area and stabilizing his emotions, he reminded himself that during the breakthrough, one must remain humble and patient. He extracted his cultivation experience, channeling over 10,000 experience points in one go. Su Chen closed his eyes, keenly sensing the changes in his true essence within. The robust true essence began to undergo a metamorphosis under the influence of a profound power. It was as if a clear spring suddenly acquired color, emanating a jade-like azure glow. This was the process of true essence transforming into spiritual essence. The transformation of true essence into spiritual essence marked the attainment of the Hualing realm. The quality of spiritual essence is undoubtedly superior to that of true essence, and its form is far more variable, allowing for effortless transitions between gaseous and liquid states, rendering its operation exceptionally harmonious. Moreover, practitioners of the Hualing realm can directly absorb the wild spiritual energy of heaven and earth, truly crossing the threshold of cultivation. In that moment, Su Chen realized that cultivators below the Hualing realm were merely scratching the surface of the path to cultivation. Their practice was cautious, relying on their own perception to delicately extract the most docile strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. These strands must then undergo cycles of transformation to become true qi or true essence before they could be utilized. In contrast, those in the Hualing realm could directly absorb spiritual energy for their own use, significantly enhancing both absorption efficiency and the power of their techniques. Stepping into an entirely new echelon. With a relieved exhale, Su Chen expelled a surge of impurities from his body. Upon introspection, he observed that his internal bones sparkled like jade, also undergoing remarkable changes. After ascending to the Hualing realm, his body had evolved to keep pace with the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. After freshening up, Su Chen stretched his limbs, hearing crisp sounds as if thunderclaps erupted within his body. His physique had indeed grown considerably stronger. Su Chen estimated that, relying solely on his physical constitution without using any spiritual essence, he could become invincible among those below the Hualing realm. He might even be able to contend with those in the Hualing realm. This indicated that within the first and second layers of the Sua Yao Tower, he could easily sweep through without revealing his true cultivation level. Su Chen took a moment to assess his current status. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Hualing Realm First Level, 010000, Mental Method, Shushan Basic Qi Refinement Techniques, Broken Heart Palm, Mingxin Body Refinement Method Divine Powers, Nun Physique, Hunyuan Body, Abundant Blood Qi, Unmatched Agility, Immune to All Poisons Bloodline, Giant Demon Bloodline. After reaching the Hualing Realm, the pace of advancement would slow significantly. It would take around 10 days to ascend a level, and nearly 90 days to reach the Lingxiao realm. 3 months felt like an eternity. Just the thought of it made Su Chen feel distant. Fortunately, such a boastful thought was unheard by anyone. Otherwise, others would surely scold him. How infuriating. 10 days to ascend a level still deemed slow? Many Hualing Realm cultivators take 10 years for a single level. The following day, as Su Chen awoke, he was greeted by considerable commotion outside his door. Shortly after, the sound of Li Da's knocking echoed. Chapter 16, Newcomer S. Blunder. Believing there was something urgent, Su Chen hurriedly dressed and stepped outside. Yet, Li Da conveyed a rather amusing piece of news. The head has brought in newcomers. Due to the recent upheaval caused by demons, there have been some casualties among the disciples guarding the tower. To prevent internal shortages, the sect has recruited a new batch of personnel. Recruiting lower-tier disciples is significantly easier than selecting elite disciples. While talents are rare, cannon fodder is abundant. Newcomers are fine. But why the rush to inform me? Su Chen replied. Aren't you the head? Shouldn't you go out to meet them? Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized the validity of the point. It was indeed appropriate to meet the new recruits as their leader. Deep down, Su Chen never viewed himself as an authority figure. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain an ordinary disciple guarding the tower. Remaining low-key ensures survival within the Sua Yao Tower. Ultimately, he did not wish to disregard Elder D's goodwill, which led him to accept such a thankless role. When Su Chen arrived, 10 newcomers were already lined up at the entrance of the Sua Yao Tower, resembling fresh recruits awaiting inspection. Each face radiated excitement. Su Chen understood that their initial excitement was merely a fleeting novelty. Once the thrill faded, and they spent more time in the Sua Yao Tower, they would soon find themselves cursing their circumstances. Over time, they would become as jaded as the veterans here, their faces betraying no genuine smiles, with even their grins merely a facade. The group consisted of 8 men and 2 women, each clad in identical gray robes. Su Chen exchanged glances with them and introduced his colleagues from the Sua Yao Tower. After a brief conversation, the ice was broken. He then shared some precautions to prevent any issues during their stay in the tower, particularly concerning their physical well-being. After conveying these essential points, Su Chen took his leave. As there was little more to discuss, he could only rely on his own experiences to help them avoid unnecessary pitfalls. As for their destinies, they would need to navigate those themselves within the confines of the Sua Yao Tower. After all, no one could predict what tomorrow would bring. Deep attachments could prove to be a double-edged sword. Pei Zhan was a living testament to this truth. The arrival of newcomers injected a much-needed vitality into the otherwise desolate Sua Yao Tower, bringing a touch of liveliness to the drudgery of guarding the tower. However, unforeseen events soon unfolded. 2 days later, in the eastern district of the first floor, a demon, glistening with black oil, lay sprawled before a cell. This demon, known as Shi Yao, was capable of spewing flames and had caused nearly 10 fires in a village, resulting in numerous tragedies. Thus, it had been captured by disciples of Shu Shan and imprisoned in the Sua Yao Tower for 5 long years. Yet, at this moment, the demon was not in its cell. It had feigned death in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, just as it was about to flee, it encountered Su Chen on patrol, leading to its demise. A foul stench of rancid oil assailed Su Chen's senses as he kicked the demon's body away and dusted off his clothes. Turning to the woman behind him, he noticed a wound on her shoulder, with her fair neck stained a vivid red. This woman was Qin Ruai, one of the newcomers who had joined the Sua Yao Tower 2 days prior. She was also the one whose inexperience had nearly allowed the Shi Yao to escape from its prison. Moments earlier, the demon had pretended to be dead, and in her naivety, she had entered the cell unguarded to investigate, only for the bound demon to suddenly attack in a desperate bid for freedom. Had Su Chen not fortuitously arrived, she would likely have met her untimely end. In his effort to save her, Su Chen did not hold back against the demon, delivering a decisive blow that sent it to its demise. He admonished her sternly, urging her to be more astute in the future and not to be easily deceived by such creatures. How could she, having just arrived a few days prior, dare to open a demon's cell alone? Was this audacity or sheer folly? He had already warned them, yet it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears. His tone was serious, and his disapproval was evident on his face. He did not soften his words because she was a woman, for such mistakes could have dire consequences. The loss of a life would be a minor issue in comparison to the potential chaos that could ensue, endangering many more disciples. Thus, he had to be stern. The young woman, chastised by Su Chen, could not meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed and her fingers nervously clutching her garment, tears glimmering in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Su Chen refrained from further reprimand, trusting that this experience would serve as a lesson. Take this body away and bury it, but remember, do not burn it. Generally, demon corpses are incinerated, but this demon's body is saturated with highly flammable oil. Burning it would cause an explosion. Su Chen recalled a dramatic tale he had seen in his past life, where a foolish character attempted to burn opium, a mistake he would not repeat. He cautioned her repeatedly against using fire. He chose not to handle the task himself mainly due to the demon's filth. Even a single strike would leave his hands requiring extensive cleaning. Let her take on this dirty work as a form of penance for her earlier mistake. Qin Ruo nodded silently and dragged the demon's body away. Just then, another newcomer approached, having witnessed the entire incident. Particularly Su Chen's impressive display of power in vanquishing the demon. He was filled with admiration, enthusiastically giving Su Chen a thumbs up. Senior Brother Su, you are truly formidable. Only the newcomers referred to him as Senior Brother Su, while the veterans called him Boss, as Su Chen was younger and had joined later than they had, making Senior Brother a misnomer. Su Chen glanced at the young man, who wore an innocent smile, his eyes sparkling with genuine admiration, devoid of any pretense. Though aware that he was flattering him, Su Chen could not find it in himself to be annoyed. As the saying goes, one can never go wrong with flattery. Furthermore, another adage states, do not strike a person who extends a friendly hand. While Su Chen preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself among his peers, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss the compliment entirely. I believe your name is Changzheng, correct? Senior Brother Su actually remembers me. What an honor. Changzheng delivered yet another well-placed compliment. Su Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by the flattery and quickly sought an excuse to depart. Changzheng remained rooted in place, watching Su Chen until he was completely out of sight, at which point a subtle, sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 17. The Copper Body. After completing a day of patrol duties, Changzheng organized a gathering, inviting Li Da and others for drinks and conversation. In the eyes of the veterans, this newcomer demonstrated social acumen and an understanding of human relations, making him a worthy candidate for mentorship. Brotherly, I toast to you, Changzheng said, lifting his cup and gently clinking it against Li Da's. No need for formality, we are all brothers here. Let us drink. Li Da's fondness for alcohol was well known, even among the newcomers. Dealing with someone whose preferences were so evident and easily satisfied was remarkably simple. As soon as Changzheng suggested drinking, he had Li Da in the palm of his hand. After several rounds, Li Da gradually lost himself amidst shouts of brotherly. Changzheng, with a rosy complexion and slightly tipsy demeanor, asked, Brotherly, how many floors does the Soyao Tower have? Li Da gestured with his hand, 8 floors. Then why can we only access the 5th floor? Changzheng inquired, waving his hand dismissively as he lowered his head, muttering, Is there something unspeakable up there? You wouldn't understand, Li Da replied, patting his shoulder and preparing to launch into a grand discourse. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he waved his hand and chuckled. Children should not ask too many questions. Changzheng's brow furrowed slightly. His smile remained, yet his tone carried a hint of skepticism. Could it be that even you, brotherly, are unaware? How could I not know? Li Da exclaimed, his eyes widening in seriousness. Naturally, there are more powerful demons imprisoned above. Their strength surpasses our imagination. Merely approaching that vicinity poses a danger to us. The sect prohibits us from ascending for our own safety. He added, It is said that an ancient demon lord is imprisoned up there. Demon lord? Changzheng's eyes suddenly sparkled, though he quickly masked his excitement with a silly grin. Brotherly, you must be relaying hearsay. You've never seen it for yourself, right? Seeing is believing, and hearing is but an illusion. Don't believe me? Li Da felt an inexplicable surge of competitive spirit. Go ask Su Tuer, he surely knows. Oh, does Senior Brother Su have first-hand knowledge of the demons above? Changzheng narrowed his eyes subtly. Of course. Li Da, with an air of grandiosity, remarked, not long ago, a demonic zombie was brought to the 6th level, and Su Tuer accompanied the elder there. He is the only disciple among us guarding the tower who has been granted permission to ascend to the 6th level. Li Da wore a proud expression, as if he were the one enjoying such a privilege. Indeed, Su Shixiang is exceptional. Changzheng chimed in, only to follow up with a query. But why haven't I seen Su Xixiang going up these past few days? It seems he can only ascend when escorting the monsters. Yet that is still quite a privilege, at least allowing him to witness the world alongside the elder. Lita took another sip of wine, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, self-deprecatingly adding, "Unlike us, who can only remain as frogs at the bottom of a well for eternity. Su Toer will eventually leap out of here. He is different from us." This time, Chang Zheng did not respond, his expression contemplative, as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lita soon became intoxicated to the point of insensibility. In the following days, Chang Zheng frequently approached Su Chen, maintaining his innocent demeanor and a perpetual smile on his face. He surrounded Su Chen, incessantly asking questions, as if an endless stream of inquiries flowed from his lips. Those disciples who had entered at the same time as him distanced themselves, believing he was merely currying favor with his superior. However, he appeared entirely unconcerned, continuing to act as if he were a devoted admirer of Su Chen. He refrained from inquiring about the higher levels of the demon locking tower, merely displaying a sincere desire to forge a good relationship with Su Chen, which eventually began to vex Su Chen. Consequently, he started to deliberately avoid him. Chang Zheng seemed to sense Su Chen's intentional distancing and did not persist in his pursuit, leaving Su Chen to ponder whether he was being overly harsh. It was natural for newcomers to be chatty. How could he stifle their enthusiasm? Yet, upon further reflection, Su Chen concluded that the current situation was preferable, for that fellow was indeed excessively loquacious. A month slipped by unnoticed. In the resting chamber, Su Chen opened his eyes. Boom! An astonishing aura emanated from within him. He had reached the 5th level of the Hualing realm. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of joy at his breakthrough. In the span of a month, he had advanced 4 minor realms. This pace, while not particularly swift compared to before, was still beyond Su Chen's expectations. The primary reason for this progress was that he had captured 10 demons over the past month, all of which were above the 2nd level, except for the 5th level. It was akin to adding 10 formidable generals to his treasury of experience. Of course, his rapid advancement was also due to the gifts from the relic extraction. Besides the 2 chances to extract relics obtained from slaying the oil demon, he had accumulated 4 more opportunities due to the demise of 4 demons recorded in the Demon Chronicles during this month. Altogether, Su Chen had 10 chances for relic extraction, with the majority yielding cultivation enhancements. This enabled him to achieve such rapid elevation in his realm. Aside from cultivation enhancements, he had also extracted several techniques, albeit of limited practicality, and all were distinctly demonic in nature. Su Chen directly refined them to boost his foundational attributes. Throughout this month, irrespective of speed, strength, or physique, Su Chen had made considerable gains. He assessed his status, Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Hualing Realm 5th Level, 010000, Mind Method, Shu Mountain Basic Qi Refining Technique, Heart-Shattering Palm, Mingxin Body Forging Method Divine Ability, Nun Physique, Hunyuan Body, Abundant Blood Qi, Unrivaled Movement, Immune to All Poisons Bloodline, Giant Demon Bloodline Extractable Rewards, Cultivation Experience 352. Flesh Essence 100. The flesh essence was derived from a man-eating ogre imprisoned on the 4th level. This demon specialized in preying upon humans, augmenting its body with human flesh and blood, boasting not only formidable physical defenses, but also a size surpassing that of previous mountain ogres. The number of people who had perished within its belly was certainly in the hundreds, making it a true embodiment of evil. It was said that chunks of its flesh would detach, even initiating attacks on humans. Hence, upon capture, it was thoroughly affixed with soul-quieting nails, causing it immense pain and leading it to wail for 3 days and nights before finally succumbing to numbness. Fortunately, Su Chen had confined it in the most spacious cell on the 4th level, where the soundproofing array was at its most effective. Otherwise, the tower's guardians would have been deprived of sleep for 3 days. Extracting the flesh essence. After the extraction, Su Chen felt his body tighten. When exerting strength, his muscles became distinctly defined, even taking on a faint copper hue, a clear sign of physical transformation. It meant that his body was as hard as copper or iron. Copper body. Even a dedicated body refiner would require at least a decade of arduous training to achieve such a state. Yet Su Chen had attained this level merely through the accumulation of a month's worth of flesh essence. While the man-eating ogre was loathsome, it was indeed a treasure. At present, the hardness of his muscles could rival the defensive capabilities of blood qi armor. Releasing his exertion, Su Chen's body returned to its normal complexion. Now, in terms of muscle, blood qi, strength, and agility, he had experienced a substantial enhancement, resembling a dedicated body refiner who had spent decades honing their physique. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen stepped out of the resting chamber, only for the bell at his waist to ring. Oh, is a significant delivery arriving? In Chapter 18, Shadow Demon, Su Chen had now cultivated the ability to discern the nature of the approaching demon merely by the frequency of the bell's ringing. The current sound was urgent and sharp, immediately indicating that a formidable entity was at the door. Upon reaching the entrance of the demon locking tower, he was greeted by a gaunt youth, wholly incongruous with the appearance one might expect from a fearsome entity. The boy was enclosed within a prisoner cart plastered with talismans, being escorted by 5 disciples clad in purple robes. He hung his head, his hair a tangled mess, even showing signs of scorching. His garments were tattered, as if singed by flames. Su Chen noted that the cart bore the infamous Thunderlight talismans, all activated and glowing with bluish-purple light. It appeared that the boy had triggered the Thunderlight talismans, resulting in his current disheveled state. What was this boy's background to warrant the escort of 5 purple-robed disciples and a cart brimming with Thunderlight talismans? Su Chen mused, considering whether this extravagant display indicated the boy's extraordinary origins or if he posed a significant threat. However, Su Chen felt no sympathy for him. In a place like the demon locking tower, it was paramount not to judge by appearances. Many demons excelled at feigning weakness, appearing harmless or even pitiable, all to deceive others. At that moment, the other purple-robed disciples left after delivering the demon, except for one square-jawed brother who, before departing, cautioned Su Chen. He advised that the demon should be placed in a 5th-level prisoner cart and warned not to attempt to remove the demon from the cart. Su Chen nodded earnestly, unable to suppress his curiosity about the demon's origins. Seeing the elder hesitate, Su Chen explained, understanding both oneself and the enemy is crucial for preventing potential threats. I am merely concerned for the security of the demon locking tower, not driven by curiosity. Upon hearing such a grandiloquent rationale, the purple-robed elder could only sigh, finally revealing, this fellow is what we refer to as a shadow demon. He possesses a technique that allows him to transform into a shadow and escape with ease. Hence, we prepared this cart, encircled with Thunderlight talismans, to prevent his escape. Furthermore, his terrifying ability lies in his power to manipulate your shadow, enabling him to kill you without your awareness. One can manipulate one's entire being merely by controlling one's shadow. Would you not find such a demon terrifying? The brother with the square face was visibly agitated, speaking of this demon with palpable disdain. This malevolent entity has manipulated the ruler of the Qianghua, leading to the treachery and demise of countless loyal subjects. This has resulted in nefarious individuals rising to power while the common folk endure suffering. It is truly despicable. As a citizen of Qianghua, I can hardly contain my desire to tear him apart. In a fit of rage, the brother spat in the direction of the demon. Yet the youth remained unfazed, persistently gazing downward without any sign of reaction. Su Chen understood his brother's actions and silently retrieved the prison cart, along with several other disciples, to escort the shadow demon to the Suyao Tower. A new page was turned in the Yao Emoji. Yao Mo, Ing Mo, cultivation level, 6th stage of the Golden Core Realm, mental method, evil shadow technique, abilities, shadow binding technique, shadow killing technique, shadow escape technique. Daily extraction, mental resistance 10, cultivation experience 120. The mental resistance aids Su Chen in withstanding mental assaults. The daily rewards are correlated with the demon's inherent capabilities. The ability to extract mental resistance implies that the demon's method of control is, in fact, a form of mental manipulation. If merely controlling a person's shadow can compel obedience, that is indeed quite fantastical. Thus, Su Chen surmised that the Ing Mo's method of control operates on 2 fronts. The shadow governs the physical actions of others, effectively controlling their behavior, while the aspect of thought inevitably relies on mental control. Only through this duality can complete obedience be achieved. As Su Chen secured the prison door, Chang Zheng, who had not visited in several days, suddenly approached. Su Shixiang, what has this fellow done? Doesn't he appear to be a demon at all? Since Chang Zheng had not participated in the escort, he was entirely unaware of the Ing Mo's identity. Although Su Chen dreaded the thought of him rambling in his ear, he could not dismiss his inquiries. Thus, he offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Chang Zheng's eyes, revealing a hint of trepidation on his face. To think that this seemingly youthful boy was, in fact, a formidable demon. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, this is quite normal. Deception is a trivial matter for demons. Within this Suyao Tower, many demons were once human, willingly descending into depravity. For them to masquerade as ordinary individuals is as effortless as eating or drinking. Having concluded his explanation, Su Chen did not linger. Primarily, He wished to avoid being further entangled in Chang Zheng's incessant chatter. However, this time, Chang Zheng did not follow Su Chen. He remained where he was, gazing at the youth in the prison cell, a sly smile creeping across his face. At that moment, the Mo in the cell suddenly lifted his head. An icy gaze, devoid of warmth, emanated from his pitch-black eyes. Their eyes locked, and a silent spark seemed to ignite between them. Li Dage, come, have another drink. No, I cannot. I must patrol tonight. In the lounge, Lida gently pushed aside the cup offered by Chang Zheng, indicating that he could drink no more. Though he was a notorious drinker, he possessed a sense of responsibility. He understood his duties, no matter how much he cherished drinking. Moderation was essential to prevent any lapse in duty. A failure in his responsibilities could jeopardize not only his aspirations to ascend to the status of a Bai disciple, but could also lead to the loss of his privilege to drink here at all. Li Dage, if you are to drink, you must indulge fully. Tonight, you must enjoy yourself. Rest assured, I will handle the patrol. Grateful for your care over the days. Tonight's patrol will be taken on by me, as a means of repaying your kindness. Lida hesitated, glancing at the cup with a hint of temptation. However, his rationality prevailed, and he waved his hand dismissively. No, that is not appropriate. Do you not trust me, Li Dage? What do you mean by that? Chang Laodi is reliable and has my utmost confidence. I have complete faith in you. Thus, the patrol tonight shall be my responsibility. Please allow me the opportunity to repay your kindness. His words were earnest, and although Li De could not discern any particular favor owed to Chang Zheng, the sincerity with which he spoke was convincing. With a hint of confusion, Lida did not ponder deeply and decided that it would be beneficial for Chang Shidi to gain some experience. Saying this, he took the cup from Chang Zheng's hand and drank it down in one go. Ah, delightful. Setting down the cup, Lida, now flushed, glanced at Chang Zheng's face in astonishment. I did not expect your drinking capacity to be so formidable, having shared so many cups with me. Your face shows no sign of redness. Chang Zheng chuckled. Li Shixiang, you flatter me. Before long, Lida lay unconscious beside the table, thoroughly intoxicated. Chang Zheng, gently touching his cheek, stood up and walked toward the door. As he exited Li Da's room, his visage had transformed to resemble Li Da's. Meanwhile, the real Li Da, lying in the room, suddenly contorted, his features shifting until, in the next moment, he bore the likeness of Chang Zheng. Chapter 19. Chang Zheng's scheme. At the stroke of midnight, the Suyao Tower lay in silent stillness. Most disciples were fast asleep, with only a handful of patrolling members making soft footfalls within the tower. The figure of Li Da, emerging from the first floor, began his patrol methodically. He greeted other patrolling disciples with a smile. Suddenly, a middle-aged man turned to glance at Li Da's back, wearing a perplexed expression. Has this fellow taken the wrong medicine today? It turned out that this middle-aged man had an unfavorable relationship with Li Da, one where they would not even exchange pleasantries. This was largely due to the man's aversion to alcohol, which caused him to feel nauseous at the mere scent of it. This was a physical reaction that could not be altered. Yet, Li Da believed that alcohol was a delightful substance, and could not fathom how anyone could harbor such resistance. The aroma of wine was enticing. How could anyone find it repulsive? Thus, Li Da stubbornly thought that the man was targeting him, harboring ill feelings toward him. Consequently, the two remained at odds, continuing their mutual avoidance. However, just moments ago, Li Da had greeted him. This indeed left the middle-aged man feeling quite bewildered. Did this fellow wish to reconcile? He pondered this possibility, realizing that, given their shared workplace in the Suyao Tower, it would be awkward to maintain such a strained relationship. Since he had extended an olive branch, he ought to respond in kind. When Li Da had greeted him earlier, the man, caught off guard, had failed to reply. Now, reflecting on it, he deemed his own behavior inappropriate. It was high time to mend their relationship. With this thought, the man turned and followed after Li Da. On the 5th floor of the Suyao Tower, in front of the Ing Mo's prison cell, Li Da halted. The Ing Mo was curled up in the prison cart, seemingly asleep, but Li Da knew he was wide awake. Hey, it's me. The instant Li Da spoke, the youth lifted his head, his cold gaze striking like a blade. The youth tilted his head slightly, seemingly unsure of who stood before him. I am Chang Zheng. Upon uttering his true name, the youth's expression shifted from indifference to anticipation. Li Da refrained from saying more, stepping forward to unlock the cell door. While the door opened easily, the Ing Mo remained secured within a cart adorned with thunderous talismans. To eliminate these talismans is no easy feat yet. Li Da remains composed, exuding an air of confidence. However, as he unlocks the prison door and steps into the Shadow Demon's cell, a middle-aged man, who had been pursuing him to mend their relationship, suddenly appears behind him. Li Da, what are you planning to do? He exclaims with a commanding tone. Lita pauses, turning back with eyes sharp as a hawk and fierce as a wolf. You arrive just in time. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, the middle-aged man instinctively takes a step back. Lita, what's wrong? Don't be foolish. At this moment, he still harbors no suspicion about Lita's true identity. Yet, in the next instant, Lita's figure vanishes before his eyes. The man is taken aback, scanning his surroundings, when suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stands on end. He swiftly turns around, only to have a hand reach out and grip his throat, lifting him off the ground. Unable to emit a sound due to the force constricting his windpipe, his face reddens as he struggles, but his limbs lack the strength to resist. With a snap, Lita twists his neck with ease, like discarding a sack. He throws the lifeless body onto the top of the Shadow Demon's prison cart. As the body makes contact with the Thunder Talisman, a surge of electric power erupts, instantly electrocuting the man. A charred odor fills the air, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the man's corpse is reduced to ashes. The talisman's power dimming from overuse. The Shadow Demon transforms into a shadow, bursting forth from the prison. Once outside, it resumes its human form before Lita. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn, Lita declares. The youth tilts his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I'm not in the best condition right now. They've tampered with the prison cart and planted something within me. Why do you need me to kill a mere disciple guarding the tower? The Shadow Demon seems to sense that Lita is avoiding something. Yet Lita has no intention of explaining. If you dawdle and delay my business, I can end your life right now. The Shadow Demon's eyes flicker with menace. But in silence, it dissipates into the darkness. Lita's lips curl upward as he strides forward. A shadow races through the corridor, unnoticed by the patrolling disciples. In the blink of an eye, the shadow reaches the door of a particular lounge. This shadow is none other than the Shadow Demon. Changzheng had informed him of the room's occupant and marked the door. Upon confirming the mark on the wall, the Shadow Demon swiftly slips through the crack of the door. The heavy iron door offers no resistance as he passes through. Inside, the shadow solidifies into the form of a youth. In the darkness, the light is indistinct, yet the Shadow Demon thrives in such environments. His eyes pierce through the night as if it were daylight, spotting the figure lying on the bed. This is the individual designated for assassination by Changzheng. The face is familiar. He is one of the disciples who had escorted him, reputed to be the leader among them, Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen sleeps soundly, his breathing steady, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The Shadow Demon flashes to the side of Su Chen's bed. Having decided to kill, he hesitates no longer. With a swift motion, he raises his arm, transforming it into a black blade. It's unfortunate your fate has led you here. The black blade plunges towards Su Chen's heart. Yet, just as the blade touches his skin, Su Chen jolts awake. Instinctively, he tightens his entire body, his form turning to bronze in an instant. Simultaneously, his vital energy surges, coalescing at his heart. Blood beneath the skin rapidly solidifies into hardened clots, thwarting the blade's advance. The Shadow Demon is taken aback, realizing his strike has merely pierced the skin, barely breaching half an inch of flesh. Bronze body. The Shadow Demon comprehends the transformation occurring within Su Chen, recognizing its significance. This individual is no ordinary disciple. Chapter 20. Explosion. The Shadow Demon instinctively concludes that Su Chen is not a disciple of the tower. What formidable power could a disciple imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower possess? Surely, the sect would not confine promising elites here merely to be prey for demons. From observed interactions, he had deemed all tower guardians to be insignificant ants beneath the threshold of true cultivation. Yet, the reality before him contradicts that assumption. A bronze body. This individual has cultivated to the level of bronze. Those capable of achieving such a feat are undoubtedly individuals of immense willpower, having endured countless trials and tribulations. This is not something mere ants could attain. Before he can ponder further, Su Chen grips the blade with one hand, flipping onto his feet to retaliate. By the time the Shadow Demon reacts, Su Chen's fist is already hurtling toward him. A sharp, piercing sound reverberates through the air. Sensing the terrifying power behind that blow, the Shadow Demon feels an imminent threat. His form morphs into a shadow as he retreats swiftly. Who are you? He cannot help but inquire. Such abilities are not those of a mere disciple. Could he be an infiltrator like Changzheng? Su Chen offers no reply, his gaze sharp and vigilant, locking onto the shadow's position. Although he cannot see as clearly as the Shadow Demon in the darkness, he is not wholly blind. As moonlight filters through the window, he finally discerns the figure's features, feeling a jolt of realization. Shadow Demon, who helped you escape? They speak in separate tongues. Failing to connect, the Shadow Demon's eyes glint as he grins, thinking that the dead need not know so much. He has resolved to eliminate Su Chen, regardless of his identity, believing that only by killing him can he escape this cursed place. The mysteries surrounding this individual are of no concern to him. In the next moment, the Shadow Demon makes his move. Given his weakened state, he opts for the simplest and most effective method, forcing Su Chen to take his own life. A shadow rapidly extends from beneath the Shadow Demon, reaching behind Su Chen. By the time Su Chen realizes, their shadows intertwine. Hee. The Shadow Demon cackles. As he seizes control over Su Chen's body, a black needle manifests at his brow, darting towards Su Chen's forehead with blinding speed. Su Chen has correctly deduced the Shadow Demon's method of control. 2 steps. The shadow binding technique supplemented by an assault on consciousness. The black needle is the embodiment of his consciousness, known as the soul needle. Not only can his body transform into shadow, but even his consciousness can manifest as a black needle. Su Chen marvels at the demon's remarkable abilities. In the next instant, the black soul needle pierces his forehead. Yet Su Chen remains motionless, as if nothing has transpired. The Shadow Demon tilts his head, perplexed. The anticipated agony on Su Chen's face fails to materialize. Is the dosage insufficient? Could this individual be concealing his strength? There is no time for further contemplation. The 3 ebony soul needles once again manifested at the center of Su Chen's brow, all piercing into his mind. Yet, Su Chen remained utterly still. The Shadow Demon appeared momentarily lost in thought. What is happening? Su Chen smiled. Your methods seem to have lost their efficacy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Shadow Demon's expression visibly faltered. In the next instant, 10 soul needles materialized. As these 10 needles appeared, the Shadow Demon's body trembled slightly. If he were at his peak, summoning 10 soul needles would be effortless. However, for his current state, conjuring such a number was an extreme exertion and a tremendous burden on his psyche. Whoosh. Without surprise, the 10 soul needles drove into Su Chen's consciousness. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly registering a sensation of pain. The Shadow Demon beamed with delight. It worked. Yet, just as he anticipated witnessing Su Chen's agony, Su Chen's brow unfurled, and he smiled again. Indeed, it is utterly ineffective. The Shadow Demon appeared as though he had encountered a great horror, involuntarily taking a step back. You. His expression was a mixture of fear, confusion, and disbelief. After repeating you thrice, he found himself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate a single coherent sentence, his confidence began to crumble. His once infallible techniques had faltered against a mere disciple of the tower? Was he truly reduced to such a pitiable state? Meanwhile, the reason Su Chen could withstand the Shadow Demon's soul needle attack was that his mental resistance had reached its peak efficacy. If Su Chen were to reveal that his mental fortitude originated from the Shadow Demon himself, one could only imagine the extent of his despair. Nonetheless, Su Chen had no inclination to indulge in such morbid humor. The immediate priority was, of course, to deal with this fiend. The Shadow Demon gritted his teeth. He was not one to be easily defeated by setbacks. At the very least, my shadow binding technique still works. If I cannot control Su Chen's mind, then I shall forcibly control his movements. Su Chen instantly felt a tugging force attempting to manipulate his limbs, as if he were a marionette. Yet how could Su Chen allow himself to be so maneuvered? Competing in strength? The vitality within him surged like a relentless tide, his body ablaze. Every muscle taut and clearly defined. The Shadow Demon was taken aback, horrified to discover he could not immobilize Su Chen. It felt akin to trying to pull a colossal iron giant with mere threads. Had he not sustained injuries and been subjected to restrictions on his cultivation, he would not have feared this. Yet now, in his weakened state, he had unwittingly struck a solid wall. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. The Shadow Demon let out a low, furious roar. Sensing the dire situation, he summoned all his strength. However, the power he could muster paled in comparison to Su Chen's explosive force. Defying the shadow binding technique's control, Su Chen managed to move freely, albeit somewhat stiffly, and reached for the demon-subduing staff at the bedside. With a forceful throw, he hurled it at the Shadow Demon. The staff still possessed considerable lethality against the current Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon, not daring to underestimate it, sidestepped to evade. This was precisely as Su Chen had anticipated. When the Shadow Demon chose to dodge, it was his moment of distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swiftly liberated himself from the shadow binding technique's grasp. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind the Shadow Demon, grasping the still airborne demon-subduing staff and counterattacking. This all transpired in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the staff struck the shadow demon's nape with unrestrained force. This blow was delivered without mercy. With a full-bodied eruption of power and the infusion of spiritual essence from the fifth stage of the transformation realm. Even a formidable foe from the spirit aperture realm would have perished under such a strike. Yet this shadow demon had been significantly weakened upon imprisonment, currently exhibiting only a fraction of his former strength. Even so, he remained obstinately resilient. Had he been at his prime, Su Chen could only imagine that such a blow would have merely tickled him. As Su Chen dragged the shadow demon away, he opened the door, only to find Li De standing not far from the threshold. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Li De momentarily froze. His expression transformed into one of genuine astonishment. Su Chen, how is it that he is still alive? At this moment, Su Chen was unaware that the Li De before him was not the genuine article. Observing Li Da's surprise, Su Chen promptly explained, "This fellow managed to escape. Did you not notice during your night patrol?" Li De appeared to regain his composure, shock evident in his voice. "Is that so? I just came down from the 5th floor and did not see anything. Are you all right?" "No serious harm," Su Chen replied. "As long as you're fine." "That's good. Hand him over to me. I will return this fellow to confinement." As Li Da approached, he reached out to take the shadow demon from Su Chen's grasp. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Su Chen's chest. The speed was so swift that one could hardly react. However, Su Chen unexpectedly raised his arm to block the attack, staggering back several steps. His arms, akin to finely cast bronze, tingled slightly. But he had successfully defended his vital area. Li De clearly did not anticipate that Su Chen would manage to thwart his assault. This was not something achievable through mere reflexes. It indicated that Su Chen had long harbored suspicions. "How did you discover this?" Li Da's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. Su Chen's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, locking gazes with his adversary. "I do not suspect you. I simply find it strange. A demon from the 5th floor escapes, and as a night patrol officer, your responsibility is paramount. You should have been hurrying to check if any other demons had fled, rather than rushing to retrieve a demon that had already lost consciousness. I believed you should have reacted differently, which is why I remained vigilant." Had Su Chen been in Li Da's position, perhaps there would have been reason. After all, capturing a demon would benefit him. However, for other tower disciples, there was neither gain nor reward to be had. Thus, Su Chen's suspicion naturally arose. "Who exactly are you?" At this moment, even Su Chen, despite his innate naivety, realized that the individual before him was not Li Da. Firstly, Li Da would not possess such adept skills. Secondly, due to Li Da's habitual drinking and lack of rigorous training, he would inevitably carry some excess weight around his abdomen. Yet, Su Chen observed no signs of such protrusion on the figure before him. Li Da chuckled coldly. "I never imagined that Shu Shan would plant a sharp sword among its tower disciples. No wonder even the shadow demon fell victim to your hand. However, this is where your journey ends. I must express my gratitude for your assistance, for this fellow was destined to meet his demise." Li Da had no intention of sparing Ying Mo. In his scheme, after Ying Mo killed Su Chen, he would transform Su Chen into his own likeness and subsequently assume Su Chen's appearance to eliminate Ying Mo ultimately. He intended to disguise the entire affair as a plot where Li De released Ying Mo, only to be slain by him, while he, Su Chen, would seize the opportunity to ambush Ying Mo successfully. In this manner, he would boldly replace Su Chen and ascend to higher echelons of the Sua Yao Tower. This was the essence of his true design. The reason he refrained from directly killing Su Chen was precisely that he needed to employ the hand of a demon, rendering the situation plausible. If no demons were involved, and someone perished within the Sua Yao Tower, it would easily raise suspicions among the upper echelons of Shu Mountain regarding internal infiltration. Should the higher-ups of Shu Mountain investigate, it would spell disaster for him. According to his envisioned script, although some might suspect Li Da's motives for releasing the demon, the evidence would be long gone. Not long ago, it was rumored that a disciple named Pei Zhen had also released a second-tier demoness, the reasons for which remain unknown. Ultimately, due to his demise, the matter faded into obscurity, and no one pursued it further. With this precedent in mind, he believed his plan was flawless. Meanwhile, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Li De did not respond directly, his words implicitly acknowledged that he was not one of Shu Mountain's own. Su Chen's thoughts raced, speculating that this individual was likely not a demon imprisoned in the Sua Yao Tower. In fact, it was improbable that he was a demon at all. The internal energies and essence within demons differ significantly from those of ordinary cultivators. Su Chen had dealt with demons for quite some time and possessed a relatively accurate discernment of their aura. In both encounters, Su Chen could not detect any fluctuations indicative of a demon from him. Undoubtedly, He was an ordinary cultivator or perhaps a malevolent practitioner. Among the 5 levels of the Sua Yao Tower, the only malevolent practitioner, Wu Chang, had long since perished. As for the upper 6th level, Su Chen dared not speculate. The likelihood was exceedingly low. After all, Su Chen was well aware of the formidable nature of the 6th level. Take the previous demon zombie, for instance. It was a demon of the Tianren realm. If a demon from the 6th level descended, Su Chen would stand no chance against its assault. Even a practitioner from the Tianren realm, no matter how unfortunate, could easily annihilate him, a mere Hua Ling realm cultivator. Could it be that this fellow was an undercover agent? A sudden realization struck Su Chen. Could he be one of the newly arrived disciples? Who could it be? Despite having a general direction, Su Chen could not ascertain the exact identity. However, he was certain that the individual was not a demon. If he were indeed a demon, he could never have passed the entrance tests of Shu Mountain. Now, if I can eliminate you, my plan remains impeccable. Lida suddenly unleashed an astounding aura. His figure advancing towards Su Chen once more. His palm glowed with a vibrant purple light, transforming into a purple blade aimed directly at Su Chen's neck. A chill ran through Su Chen as he sensed the imminent danger and promptly utilized his agility to evade the lethal strike. Lida was taken aback when his attack missed. This fellow's agility was beyond his expectations. Swift as he was, he would still meet his end. In the next moment, Lida's figure left an afterimage in place. He himself appeared behind Su Chen, his hand piercing straight through Su Chen's chest. Just then, the bell at Su Chen's waist rang out loudly. In the stillness of the night, it resonated clearly. This bell also served to convey urgent messages to all the disciples guarding the tower. Su Chen was summoning help. Instantly, all the tower-guarding disciples were roused from their slumber. The patrolling disciples also hurried to the scene. Li Da's eyes turned crimson with rage. Damn it. Chapter 22. The plan fails. Li Da's palm, radiant with purple light, penetrated Su Chen's chest. However, it did not strike a vital point. At a critical moment, Su Chen had tilted his body to evade the fatal blow. In that moment, as Li Da became momentarily distracted by the commotion caused by Su Chen swiftly distanced himself. He bore visible, gaping wounds on both his chest and back, resembling the aftermath of being pierced by a heavy longsword. Yet, no blood flowed forth. Su Chen harnessed the power of his vitality, forming rapid scabs at the wounds, staunching the flow of blood. Only the internal injuries continued to tug at Su Chen's pain receptors, sending waves of suffocating agony coursing through him. This individual was at least a Jian realm powerhouse. His strength exceeded Su Chen's imagination. A Jian realm cultivator, and one not diminished at that. Even with Su Chen's robust constitution, he could not withstand the onslaught. If it were any other Hua Ling realm cultivator, surviving that previous strike would have been utterly impossible. Seeing Su Chen still alive, Li Da's astonishment morphed into a darker countenance. Su Chen's earlier actions had already attracted the attention of other tower-guarding disciples. This was disrupting his plans. He had to eliminate this Su fellow before anyone else arrived. At this moment, Su Chen also sensed the almost palpable, chilling killing intent emanating from the other party. Every hair on his body stood on end. There was no thought of retaliation. His fists could not reach the opponent. With no other recourse, he could only exert every ounce of effort to evade and defend against the onslaught, continuously channeling his vital energy. He formed a blood armor on his exterior. Yet even so, facing a Jian realm powerhouse, his defensive measures were inadequate. With no other options left, Su Chen had to seize the opportunity to grab the incapacitated Ing Mo as a shield. In the next moment, Li Da's assault struck Ing Mo. This blow shattered Li Da's defenses. He was driven to the brink of madness. A flurry of attacks, nearly all of his strength, had been absorbed by Ing Mo. And Ing Mo, having been in a state of severe unconsciousness, perished instantly, dead beyond resurrection. The page dedicated to Ing Mo in the Yao Mo Ji dimmed immediately. Su Chen also swiftly received 2 reward artifacts. Although he had not slain Ing Mo with his own hands, how could he receive 2 rewards? Su Chen paused in surprise, but soon understood the reason. Could it be that as long as I participated in the process of his demise, I could earn 2 rewards? Much like those demons imprisoned in the Sua Yao Tower, even though Su Chen did not capture them, as long as he was involved in their confinement, he could receive rewards. It was a similar principle. Truly, divine assistance. After all, Ing Mo was a 5-tier demon. At this juncture, regardless of what was drawn, it would aid him in the current predicament. The Yao Mo Ji swiftly yielded 1 golden and 1 purple reward. New reward, Vitality Infusion. This was the purple reward. And without hesitation, Su Chen extracted it. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, propelling his cultivation directly to the 9th level of Hualing. Yet he had no time to revel in excitement, as his focus shifted to the golden reward. New reward, Shadow Killing Technique, 3rd rank. The Shadow Killing Technique was the most formidable offensive skill of the Ing Mo. When employing this technique, it enabled one's shadow to unleash the same lethal moves simultaneously during an attack, exponentially amplifying the destructive power. This was the crowning method of the Ing Mo during its prime. A 3rd-rank technique. Although it was a demonic method, Su Chen could no longer afford to be overly discerning. A 3rd-tier martial art, capable of significantly enhancing his combat power in a brief period. At the very least, this Ing Shu is remarkably inconspicuous. Unless one is an expert or possesses an extensive understanding of the Shadow Demon, it is nearly impossible to detect its presence. Su Chen promptly extracted the Ing Shu. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded his mind. With a mere breath, Su Chen had perfectly mastered the Ing Shu. It turned out to be an enhanced martial art. This Ing Shu not only amplifies one's offensive capabilities, but, when combined with other lethal techniques, can yield double or even multiple times the destructive power. However, achieving such formidable potency requires elevating the Ing Shu to a realm of unparalleled mastery. Additionally, the multiplicative enhancement of this technique's lethality will increase in tandem with one's cultivation progress. Although it is a 3rd-tier martial art, its unique characteristics render it comparable to 2nd-tier techniques. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing transformation occurred within Su Chen, leading to a qualitative breakthrough in his combat prowess. Li Dao was taken aback, acutely sensing that Su Chen's aura was not diminishing but rather intensifying. Despite not witnessing any overt actions, the change was indeed eerie. Li Dao's expression hardened. He certainly did not wish for any unforeseen complications in his plans. Yet, in the next moment, Su Chen proactively launched an assault against him. This caused Li Dao's expression to shift into a complex amalgamation of shock, rage, and disdain. How dare you strike at me? Are you seeking death? Li Dao retaliated furiously. And just as his attack struck Su Chen, he, in his carelessness, was also hit by Su Chen's shattered heart palm. Enhanced by the Ing Shu, the attack unleashed its dual potency. In an instant, Li Dao felt his heart lurch violently. He instinctively clutched his mouth and nose. Yet a mouthful of blood could not be contained, spraying forth uncontrollably. Gazing at the crimson stain on his hands, Li Dao appeared momentarily frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. When he finally looked up, his gaze towards Su Chen had transformed. Linghai Realm. You are indeed a practitioner of the Linghai Realm. He perceived Su Chen as a cultivator of the Linghai Realm, for in his eyes, it would require at least such mastery, combined with a formidable killing technique, to inflict harm upon him. Meanwhile, Su Chen was too fatigued to respond. He gasped for breath, the pain coursing through him rendering him speechless. A blow from Li Dao's hand nearly resulted in a grievous injury, almost eviscerating him. Had his reflexes been any slower, he might well have lost his life. The power of the Jedon realm is indeed formidable. It is beyond what he is currently capable of contending with. Even his shattered heart palm, augmented by the Ing Shu, failed to leave a fatal wound on Li Dao. It merely caused him to cough up blood. However, during this brief moment of Su Chen's offensive, he had secured invaluable time for himself. At this juncture, disciples from the night patrol had congregated. They beheld the injured Su Chen and the menacing Li Dao. Li Dao, what are you doing? From both a situational and positional standpoint, they ought to side with Su Chen. Thus, their inquiries were directed at Li Dao. He is not Li Dao. Su Chen's declaration sent ripples through the crowd. The disciples erupted into a cacophony of confusion. He is not Li Dao? Then who is he? In that instant, Li Dao's countenance darkened considerably. As more and more disciples arrived, it signified the complete failure of his scheme. If he wished to proceed according to his original plan, Li Dao would have to eliminate everyone present to ensure his smooth replacement of Su Chen. While this was not an insurmountable task for him, once he had killed all the tower guards and was left alone, would not Su Chen become suspicious? Clearly, this path was no longer viable. Just then, a disciple from the tower attempted to apprehend Li Dao, but Su Chen immediately shouted to halt him. Do not approach. This individual possesses Jedon realm cultivation. Su Chen had personally experienced this fellow's prowess. He had nearly perished at Li Dao's hands. For the other disciples to confront him would be akin to courting death. Upon hearing that the man was of Jedon realm, all the tower disciples refrained from advancing, instinctively retreating instead. Their faces turned serious, eyes vigilant, each gripping their demon-slaying staffs tightly. The tension in the air spread like an epidemic. Li Dao merely stood there, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered the lower-ranking disciples' legs weak with fear. Lita sneered but made no further moves, turning to vanish at the steps. Since the primary plan had become unfeasible, he would have to implement the secondary plan. The second plan required him to act swiftly. He had no time to linger here. He ascended. A young woman, pale and trembling, turned to Su Chen with a quivering voice, asking, "What should we do now, Senior Brother Su?" This girl was Qin Ruai, a newcomer who had only recently joined. Previously, due to her lack of caution, she had nearly fallen victim to the oil demon, a disaster averted only by Su Chen's intervention. Although Su Chen had scolded her severely afterward, she bore him no resentment, understanding that his sternness stemmed from a place of concern for her safety. If he had not cared for her well-being, he would not have rescued her at all. This point was clear in her mind. Su Chen shook his head, stating, "There is no other way. You all must wait here for the sect's reinforcements." He had already communicated the urgent message regarding the peril at the locking demon tower through the bell at his waist. He believed assistance would arrive shortly. "And what about you, Senior Brother Su?" Qin Ruai discerned from Su Chen's tone that he did not intend to remain with them. "I must follow him to ascertain his true intentions. If the sect's people inquire, you will say it was my command. I instructed you to stay here, and you are merely following orders. In doing so, you will avoid punishment." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd reddened instantly. They were indeed filled with fear and hesitant to act. Yet they also understood. If they all remained here, allowing the thief to wreak havoc upon the locking demon tower, all tower guards would face punishment. Su Chen's actions were clearly intended to shoulder all the blame himself, bearing the burden alone. Such selflessness deeply moved everyone. Had anyone ever cared for their lives in such a manner? No. As disciples of Shu Chen, their status was merely a facade. In reality, those like them, the gray-robed disciples, were often the most easily overlooked and marginalized. Countless individuals aspired to join Shu Chen. Consequently, the sect was not concerned about the potential loss of their ranks. If one perished, they would simply recruit another. The upper echelons of Shu Chen did not genuinely care about their lives or deaths. Only Su Chen, in a bid to prevent their demise, ordered them to stay behind. Furthermore, to spare them from punishment, he shouldered it all himself. Now, he was even prepared to confront a thief of the Jedon realm alone. "Senior Brother Su, you cannot go. You are injured. Allow me to bandage your wounds first." Tears welled up in Qin Ruai's eyes, on the verge of spilling over. She had noticed Su Chen clutching his waist, clearly injured. She sought to use the excuse of bandaging his wounds to dissuade him from pursuing the enemy. However, at that moment, Su Chen released his grip. Qin Ruai suddenly realized. The wound on Su Chen's waist, a ghastly sight, had already formed a scab. For a moment, her mind was in disarray. What was happening? Such a large wound, left unbandaged, had merely scabbed over after a brief period of pressure? Was this the body of a normal person? My injury was not as grave as it appeared. Su Chen straightened up. Though he spoke thus, the tearing pain radiating from his waist was a sensation known only to him. "I must go on this journey. If I do not, I fear the punishment for my failure will lead to my expulsion from the sect." Su Chen was not being alarmist, even though he had accomplished great deeds. If he were to shoulder too much responsibility for the incident at the demon locking tower, he would find himself unable to bear the consequences. As the person in charge, if he did not intervene, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. Therefore, even if he wished to abstain, he had no choice but to proceed. In such circumstances, allowing others to accompany him would expose his true capabilities during a potential confrontation, a scenario Su Chen wished to avoid. He was reluctant to let his colleagues discover the multitude of secrets he harbored. Thus, he resolutely commanded them to remain behind. It was not out of noble intent to sacrifice himself for others. Rather, he understood that their presence would only serve as futile cannon fodder in the face of real danger. His desire to keep his secrets hidden fueled his decisive order. "Brother, I will accompany you." Qin Ruai grasped Su Chen's arm, eager to follow him, but he firmly refused her. "If you still regard me as your elder brother, cease this foolishness and stay here." Su Chen's expression instantly turned serious, exuding an air of authority. After speaking, he gently removed Qin Ruai's delicate hand and turned to ascend the steps. The disciples guarding the tower lowered their heads in respect. "Brother Su, your righteousness will forever be etched in my memory," Qin Ruai exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. "Your great virtue, I shall never forget." Hearing the voices behind him, Su Chen could not muster a smile. He did not wish to appear as if he were off to make a noble sacrifice. At the 6th level of the demon locking tower, a figure halted at the entrance. Changzheng resumed his original appearance. Since the disguise had lost its purpose, he chose to reveal his true intentions. Gazing at the barrier before him, his expression darkened. His second plan was straightforward yet audacious. he would forcefully breach the higher levels of the demon locking tower to rescue the demon sovereign. His spiritual energy surged wildly, his aura escalating rapidly. An astonishing demonic energy emanated from him. While he was not a demon, he harbored one within, concealed within his mind, a demonic parasite, hidden deeply. It could even evade detection from the Shu Mountain Sect. Once this parasite unleashed its power, he was prepared to abandon pretense entirely. His eyes turned a bloody red, and his aura shattered the confines of the Jedon realm, reaching the shining stage. He extended a finger and pressed it against the barrier. Break for me. Chapter 24, Carelessness. Terrifying spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming a vortex that crashed against the gate's barrier. This was Changzheng's signature move designed to breach array formations. With that single finger, the barrier twisted before shattering completely. Changzheng exhaled, his eyes sparkling with determination as he stepped into the forbidden 6th level. Upon entering, the sight before him left him profoundly shocked. Powerful demons, typically considered heavyweight threats, were locked away in individual cells, each bound by array formations. Their treatment starkly contrasted with the previous 5 levels. Changzheng quickly scanned the cells, but found no sign of the demon sovereign. Naturally, given the demon sovereign's status and strength, it was improbable that he would be confined to the 6th level. Oh, there's even a demon corpse here. During his inspection, his gaze lingered on the demon corpse momentarily, though it was merely a fleeting curiosity. His attention soon shifted to the arrays imprisoning these demons. This array seems somewhat off. He focused intently, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The intricacies of array formations are vast and profound. Those untrained would struggle to comprehend them. However, having learned the breaking array finger technique, he could not help but study arrays. He discerned that there was not just a single formation at work, but rather a combination of dual layers. One layer served to confine, while the other was for refinement. The Shu Mountain Sect was actually using arrays to refine demons. Changzheng's heart trembled. These arrays were gradually consuming the demon's powers, converting them into the source of strength for the demon locking tower. So, this was the source of the tower's power to suppress demons? Utilizing the strength of demons to restrain them. Those old dogs certainly knew how to play their cards. Changzheng nearly succumbed to the impulse to destroy the foundation of the demon locking tower. However, he restrained himself. Dismantling these arrays would not be a simple task. Given the constraints of time and power, he could not afford to waste either. The immediate priority was to conserve his strength to breach the barriers of the 7th and even 8th levels to locate the demon sovereign. With this resolve, Changzheng did not linger any longer. He turned and ascended to the 7th level. Not long after he departed, Su Chen arrived at the 6th level. Upon witnessing the shattered barrier, he was taken aback. If the demons at the 6th level were released, it would spell disaster. Consequently, his footsteps faltered. After several breaths, he heard no sounds from within. Even the imagined scenario of demons suddenly pouring out from the broken barrier did not materialize. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen stepped through the barrier and found the interior unchanged. The demons remained securely confined. He paused, his gaze sweeping the empty 6th level. Yet he saw no sign of the intruder. That scoundrel had not released the demons in the 6th level? What was his intention? A possibility struck him, sending a jolt through his heart. Could it be that he had already ascended to the 7th level, deeming the 6th level's demons beneath his notice, intending to unleash the demons of the 7th or even 8th level? With this thought, beads of sweat formed on Su Chen's brow. He had never encountered the demons of the 7th or 8th levels. He only knew that those confined in the 6th level were formidable beings beyond his capacity to confront. What unspeakable horrors were imprisoned in the higher levels? He dared not imagine. If those fiends were released, whether the demon locking tower could withstand their wrath was uncertain. The significance of the demon locking tower to Su Chen was immense. He could not allow the demons to jeopardize it. However, the demons above were beyond his reach. Thus, his sole option was to ensure that the intruder did not succeed. He must not permit him to release any demons from above. For this reason, despite the turmoil within, Su Chen chose to follow. He needed to devise a plan to delay the intruder until reinforcements arrived. His only course of action was to impede the opponent's advance while safeguarding his own life, all the while praying for swift support. At the gate of the 7th level, the barrier before him seemed even more solid and weighty than that of the 6th level. Nevertheless, under the influence of Changzheng's breaking array finger technique, that barrier held out for merely a few breaths longer than the 6th level before it too was obliterated. Changzheng took a deep breath, continuously employing the Boisian finger technique, which was quite a drain on his energy. However, at this moment, his excitement outweighed his fatigue. With a glow of exhilaration illuminating his face, he stepped into the 7th level of the forbidden area. Yet, the instant he entered, he was struck dumb. For this 7th level was astonishingly empty. The layout of the cells mirrored that of the 6th level, but all the cell doors stood ajar. And there was not a single demon in sight. What was happening? Changjing began to doubt his own senses. How could there possibly be no demons here? A sudden, ominous premonition washed over him. But soon, he reasoned it out. Indeed, there could not be so many high-level demons. Powerful demons were inherently rare, and Shu Chen could not have captured an abundance. The lower levels could sufficiently accommodate the available demons, thus leaving this layer vacant. Conserving some resources seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, was there not the 8th level? The truly extraordinary demons must be imprisoned there. The demon lord would surely be among them. Changjing convinced himself and left the 7th level without a second thought, heading straight to the 8th level. Just as he departed, Su Chen arrived at the 7th level. Upon witnessing the emptiness of the 7th level, he was equally taken aback. However, his thoughts diverged significantly from those of Changjing. He suspected that the thief had released all the demons from the 7th level. Su Chen nearly turned to flee downwards. Yet, after a moment of calm reflection, he sensed something was amiss. If the thief had truly released all the demons, how had he not noticed any commotion during his ascent? Furthermore, there had been no sounds of demons in an uproar. When the demons from the 1st and 2nd levels were freed, the cacophony of their howls and cackles had been incessant. Su Chen carefully examined the ground inside and outside the cells, discovering some clues. The dust on the ground was evenly settled, with no traces of any demon's movement. Seeing this, Su Chen exhaled in relief. Although he was unaware of the reason, it appeared that this level might not contain any demons. That left only the 8th level. The 8th level, the pinnacle of the demon locking tower, was bound to house some ultimate fiends. Su Chen had previously heard tales of a demon lord of unparalleled ferocity imprisoned within the tower. Surely, it resided in the uppermost level. At that moment, Su Chen felt his steps grow heavy, as though weighed down by lead. This was an instinctual fear. He was, of course, afraid of death. Especially after acquiring his golden finger, he cherished his life even more. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, he had to confront it. Having come this far, to retreat now would render all his efforts futile. He resolved to ascend and take a look. If things appeared unfavorable, he would flee immediately. Whether the demon locking tower remained or not was inconsequential, as long as his life was spared. At that moment, Su Chen's thoughts shifted once more. Resolute in his decision, he no longer hesitated and swiftly propelled himself toward the 8th level. The barrier at the entrance of the 8th level proved to be significantly more formidable. Changjing exerted every ounce of his strength to finally breach the barrier. As he lowered his hands, it was evident that his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Simultaneously, his body quaked, his fingers shaking from pain and fatigue, while his body trembled from overwhelming excitement. He was finally about to meet the esteemed demon lord. With an uncontrollable thrill surging within him, he plunged inside. Upon standing beyond the barrier and gazing upward, the exhilaration in his eyes rapidly transformed into confusion and helplessness. He beheld that the 8th level, like the 7th, had all its cell doors wide open and was equally devoid of any demons. A profound sense of loss struck him instantly. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? He tugged at his own hair in a fit of madness. Where had all the demons gone? Moments later, he suddenly regained his composure. No, there must be an illusion. Upon entertaining this possibility, a gleam of confidence flickered in his eyes. It must be so. Those old dogs had certainly employed an illusion to conceal the true state of the 7th and 8th levels. He first examined the ground, reaching out to sense any fluctuations of a formation. The absence of any aura indicated that it was not an illusionary formation. After several thorough checks, he finally rose. Channeling the spiritual energy within him, he unleashed several purple blades of light. The purple blades shattered all the cell doors into a heap of scrap metal. He did not cease his actions until every door had been demolished. It was then that his expression drastically changed. This meant that everything before him was real. The illusion he had envisioned was merely a delusion. In that moment, his heart filled with rage and unease. His crimson eyes glowed ever more intensely. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, he noticed a round cauldron in the corner. Initially, he had focused solely on each cell, making it difficult to notice this object in the corner. The 7th level appeared to lack such a cauldron. He recalled that the 7th level should not have had this item. Could it be a special mechanism? Hope rekindled within him. At that moment, as he prepared to investigate, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Whirling around, he saw a shadow outside the barrier. Who was it? Changjing bellowed in a dark and furious tone. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a slight sense of calm wash over him. For the fact that the other party still had the leisure to address him indicated that they had not yet succeeded. Su Chen crossed through the now ineffective barrier. Upon seeing the figure entering from outside, Changjing was taken aback to discover it was Su Chen. In an instant, he felt an absurdity wash over him. Laughing in rage, "You dare to return?" When Su Chen beheld Changjing's face, he displayed little surprise. Indeed, it was you, the traitor. All along, he had speculated on the identity of the mole. There were only a handful of newcomers who had just entered the demon locking tower. He quickly zeroed in on Changjing, for this fellow had always worn a smiling visage. Despite his incessant chatter, this very demeanor made him all the more inscrutable. The so-called smiling tiger was precisely this. It must be said that this fellow's disguise was truly top-notch. He had genuinely deceived everyone. As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze swiftly swept across the 8th level. Upon discovering that it was as empty as the 7th, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He was equally perplexed as to why the 8th level was devoid of demons. However, this was good news for him. This revelation bolstered his confidence. Without the risk of released demons, he could slip away with ease. Just as Su Chen contemplated retreat, Changjing had no intention of letting him go. With his anger boiling, and Su Chen presenting himself, the opportunity to enact vengeance was too tempting to resist. In an instant, Changjing unleashed the aura of a Xuaning realm cultivator. Feeling the immense pressure, Su Chen's gaze trembled. He had been careless. This fellow had been hiding his strength. Was he a demon? How could this be? Su Chen's mind became chaotic. For the first time, he sensed that the situation was slipping out of his control. In his expectations, this fellow could not possibly be a demon, and his strength was only around the Jedon realm. Though he could not contend, he could at least buy some time. But now, the sudden eruption of Changjing delivered a resounding slap to Su Chen's face, leaving him acutely aware that he had overstepped his bounds. Flee. Faced with the ancient being of the Xuaning realm, he harbored no other thoughts. Only the instinct for survival. Delay? Let others take their chances. I shall not. Summoning the spiritual essence within him, Su Chen executed his utmost agility in an attempt to escape this perilous situation. Did he think he could escape? Changjing's figure trembled momentarily in place, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the barrier. Su Chen's heart raced, and his body instinctively recoiled. Yet, Changjing was swifter. The chasm between the prowess of the Xuaning realm and his own pinnacle of the Hualing realm was insurmountable. No matter how much Su Chen enhanced his agility, it paled in comparison to such overwhelming strength. His fingers glimmered with a sinister purple light, magnifying before Su Chen's eyes like the hand of death descending upon him. He wished to evade, but his resolve faltered. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. To say he had no regrets would be a lie. If only he had exercised more caution and refrained from stepping through that door. A sense of unwillingness filled Su Chen's heart. He had not yet reached invincibility. Must he face demise prematurely? In this critical moment, a loud bang resonated. The lid of a round cauldron in the corner suddenly soared into the air, spinning rapidly and arcing toward Changjing with blinding speed. Mere inches separated Changjing's hand from Su Chen's head, yet an intense sense of danger compelled him to deflect the cauldron lid. With a resounding thud, Changjing was sent sprawling from the impact. Su Chen, standing firm, was taken aback. A mere cauldron lid had sent a formidable Xuaning expert flying? Who possessed such power here? Turning to the round cauldron, he beheld a disheveled figure emerging. Who dares disturb my slumber? The figure that crawled out was clad in a coarse robe, wooden clogs upon his feet, a wine gourd at his waist, and a sheathed long sword slung across his side. His appearance was rather unkempt, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and his beard had grown wild, clearly neglected for an extended period. This seemingly unimpressive middle-aged man would elicit disdain from any passerby. Yet, Su Chen discerned a brilliance within him that starkly contrasted his appearance. This individual was undeniably powerful. Su Chen sensed an enduring aura emanating from him. Yet he could not ascertain its true strength. The presence was akin to standing at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, reminiscent of gazing out over an endless sea, an overwhelming force he had not sensed even in the elders. Changjing rose from the ground, his face contorted with rage. Upon seeing the disheveled middle-aged man, his fury reached a crescendo. Failing to eliminate Su Chen earlier, not locating the demon sovereign, and now being interrupted by yet another. The series of setbacks threatened to drive him to madness. A powerful intent to kill surged from him. Su Chen felt a chill enveloping the surroundings, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees. Is it you who dares to disturb my peace? The unkempt man appeared to be only half awake, speaking with a certain nonchalance. His eyes barely open, seemingly dismissing his opponent entirely. This only served to intensify Changjing's ire. With a sudden burst of motion, Changjing unleashed a whirlwind of dust around him before appearing directly before the middle-aged man. His fingers, infused with lethal intent, lunged toward the man's heart. Yet, without a discernible movement, the man drew his sword, its blade clashing against Changjing's fingers with a resounding clang that echoed through the vast 8th level. Changjing's fingers met the sword sheath, which, of an unknown material, effortlessly absorbed his lethal strike without a mark left behind. Changjing stumbled back, his focus sharpening. The sword. His gaze fell upon the weapon in the middle-aged man's grasp. The sword sheath, of a bronze hue, appeared unremarkable, even dulled by time. Yet it had effortlessly withstood his assault. This humble sword was undoubtedly a formidable artifact. Although Changjing was not an expert in swords, he understood that beyond mundane weapons, swordsmanship was categorized into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the finest. Beyond that lay precious and extraordinary swords. This sword was surely of at least the 2nd rank, perhaps even first. Such a weapon could only be wielded by the elite among the disciples of the Red-Clad, or even the elders. The man's status was undoubtedly significant. Though his adversary was formidable, Changjing was unwilling to concede defeat. He had toiled for decades to reach this moment, to gain access to the 8th level of the locking demon tower. If he did not encounter the demon sovereign today, he would never have another chance to tread here. Yet, he realized he had been deceived. The 7th and 8th levels of the locking demon tower did not imprison any demons. Shu Chen must have concealed them elsewhere. Now exposed and isolated, he was surrounded on all sides. As the individuals outside the locking demon tower sought entry, his chances of escape dwindled. What means could compel the higher-ups of Shu Chen to divulge the whereabouts of the demon sovereign? In the next moment, his gaze fell upon Su Chen, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Yes, this person could be taken hostage. Despite his youth, Su Chen's strength rivaled that of the Linghai realm. His ability to survive under Changjing's assault for so long indicated that he was a rare elite among the disciples of Shu Chen. If Changjing were to threaten him, the sect would undoubtedly hesitate to act recklessly. Changjing was convinced of his assessment, firmly believing that Shu Chen could not disregard Su Chen's safety. If the higher-ups of Shu Chen were willing to abandon such a talented disciple, the others would surely lose faith. After all, if even the most gifted disciple could be forsaken, who would heed the higher-ups' commands to infiltrate the locking demon tower in the future? With this resolution, Changjing was determined, yet his gaze did not linger on Su Chen. At this juncture, he must conceal his true intentions. His fierce gaze locked onto the disheveled middle-aged man as he launched another assault. However, just as he approached, he suddenly pivoted and lunged towards Su Chen. In that instant, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, as if 2 brilliant lights flickered momentarily. He glided forward with such swiftness that no one could discern his movements, positioning himself directly in front of Su Chen. Changjing was taken aback, instinctively altering his grip from a claw to a thrust. With a sharp thrust, his fingers pierced into the flesh of the middle-aged man. Changjing's face lit up with exhilaration. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He had never anticipated that he could so easily inflict harm upon this swordsman. Who could have foreseen that the man would willingly obstruct his strike with his own body? Truly, he had lost his senses. I am dying. The middle-aged man groaned in agony. Su Chen's expression turned to one of horror. Senior, I am deceiving you. The middle-aged man's expression shifted abruptly. Akin to a rapid face change in a Sichuan opera, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth as he raised the sword sheath high in his hand. Changjing's complexion changed dramatically. He attempted to thrust his fingers deep into his heart, aiming to crush it, yet discovered that his fingers met an impenetrable barrier, as if confronting a wall of bronze and iron. When he tried to withdraw his fingers, he found them firmly adhered to the flesh, rendering him utterly unable to extricate himself. He was caught in a dilemma, his expression akin to one who had just tasted excrement. In a fit of desperation, Changjing transformed his other hand into a lethal weapon, aiming for the man's neck. However, before his hand could touch the man's throat, the man's sword sheath came crashing down upon his head, producing a resounding thud that echoed like a drum. Changjing's eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, losing consciousness. At this moment, the muscles in the man's front relaxed, and as Changjing's hand slipped away, he fell backward, unconscious. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that Su Chen scarcely had time to react before the battle concluded. The disheveled middle-aged man had utterly overwhelmed Changjing. Su Chen took a deep breath, refraining from inquiring about the man's identity, instead prioritizing concern for his injuries. Senior, are you injured? No worries. I just need a sip of tea. With that, he opened the gourd at his waist and drank deeply. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. Drinking tea? Does your wine gourd contain tea? Can tea heal wounds? The man capped the gourd and sighed slightly. One grows old. One cannot neglect health tea. Su Chen disregarded his musings and involuntarily glanced at the site of his injury. The 5-finger imprint was still distinctly visible, yet the wound had already healed. Not even a drop of blood seeping forth. Su Chen felt a surge of astonishment. He was certainly not foolish enough to attribute this to tea. The senior had likely reached a realm where he could control every part of his body at will, manipulating blood, flesh, and bones as he pleased. To achieve such mastery, one must at least be at the Tianren realm. A Tianren realm expert was nearly beyond human, and it was challenging to draw their blood. Su Chen even suspected that this individual surpassed the Tianren realm. Thank you, senior, for saving me. May I ask how to address you? Su Chen bowed respectfully, genuinely grateful for the 2 times his life had been spared. You may call me Fengzi. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nearly thought he misheard, momentarily stunned. How could a junior dare? Fengzi snorted lightly. I have no fondness for pedantic individuals. Fengzi, splendid. That suits my taste. Fengzi regarded Su Chen with approval before appraising the gray garments he wore. You possess considerable courage to dare venture up here. Su Chen was uncertain whether this was praise or a rebuke for intruding into a forbidden area meant for disciples guarding the tower. I did not intend to trespass. My intent was merely to delay the demon and await the sect's rescue. Before he could finish, the man interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. You need not explain. I am not concerned with that. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, the reinforcements at the demon lock tower finally arriving in haste. Elder D led a group inside, first glancing at the fallen Changzhong before collectively bowing in Su Chen's direction, their demeanor filled with respect. Su Chen did not presume they were bowing to him. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Fengzi had already moved away, seemingly avoiding their salute intentionally. As he walked towards the round cauldron, he gestured behind him to bid them farewell. Quickly take that fellow away. I wish to continue my slumber. Without further ado, the disciples behind Elder D moved forward to drag Changzhong away. Su Chen quietly assisted, unwilling to miss an opportunity to gain experience. However, just as they descended to the 5th level, Elder D called out to Su Chen, instructing him to wait outside. Su Chen could only watch helplessly as Changzhong was taken into the interrogation room. An hour later, Elder D emerged, his expression inscrutable, though he appeared considerably relaxed. I have extracted the information. Through a rigorous interrogation, I have learned Changzhong's identity, his intentions, and most of the events that transpired. Changzhong was not his true name. No one knew that. Only that he bore the nickname Baimian Xingjuan, renowned for his skill in impersonating others. In the outside world, he was considered a notable figure, albeit with a rather notorious reputation. It was said that he had once caused a powerful individual to wear a green hat, leading to a relentless pursuit that spanned 1,000 miles. Afterward, his fate became unknown, vanishing for many years. It was unexpected that he would disguise himself as a new disciple and infiltrate the Demon Lock Tower, intending to release the Demon Sovereign. Fortunately, the Demon Sovereign was not located on the 8th level, otherwise, a calamity would have ensued. Afterward, Elder D first checked Su Chen's injuries. Observing several wounds of various sizes on Su Chen's body, they appeared quite serious, yet he seemed in excellent spirits, looking as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of severe injury. For a moment, a hint of astonishment flickered in Elder D's eyes. I have heard of your exploits. Based on the facts, you have contributed significantly. However, I am more curious to know how you survived the hands of the Shadow Demon and Baimian Xingjuan. Upon hearing this, Su Chen displayed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated such a question from Elder D. To be candid, my cultivation has reached the Jinyuan realm. As soon as these words left his mouth, Elder D was taken aback. He suddenly grasped Su Chen's hand. Unperturbed, Su Chen had already prepared beforehand, having separated a sliver of spiritual essence within him to regress into Jinyuan. When Elder D grasped his hand, he transmitted this Jinyuan, allowing Elder D to sense it. Jinyuan realm 2nd layer? Elder D's body shook slightly. You have been initiated for nearly a year? Su Chen replied honestly, almost a year. Time could not be concealed. To reach Jinyuan realm 2nd layer in less than a year? Elder D's expression suddenly darkened with a hint of anger. Such a gem is left to tarnish here? Who orchestrated this? Su Chen quickly clarified, stating that he had indeed been of mediocre aptitude upon entering, but shortly after, he experienced an epiphany, which accounted for his rapid progress. Elder D fell silent, uncertain how to question this, for an epiphany could not be verified. According to legend, Those who achieve epiphanies can transcend their innate limitations, their cultivation no longer confined by their talent. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than those with outstanding gifts. If merely hearing of such individuals, Elder D might have remained skeptical. Yet, it just so happened that the Shu Mountain Sect had a precedent. In the history of the Shu Mountain Sect, there indeed existed a case of achieving divinity through an epiphany. This ancestor of the Shu Mountain Sect had barely mastered chi refinement before the age of 40. He had once served as a menial disciple on the back mountain. But after turning 40, he unexpectedly underwent an epiphany on a moonlit night, subsequently advancing at an astonishing rate, ultimately becoming a powerful figure in the transformation realm. He was a quintessential example of late bloomers. Later, he perished in a fierce battle against demonic forces, his spirit tablet enshrined in the ancestral hall. His name recorded in the annals of the Shu Mountain Sect, revered by all. Thus, although moments of enlightenment are rare and enigmatic, they undeniably exist. The facts stand unassailable. Elder D scrutinized Su Chen as though he were meeting him for the first time. Only when Su Chen began to feel a chill along his spine did Elder D speak again. Even if you are in the true essence realm, that fellow, by Mian Xingjun, was at the core formation level before merging with the demon insect. The shadow demon is also at the core formation level. If you are merely at the true essence level, it seems to me that escaping calamity would be quite challenging. This statement holds true. The disparity between the core formation and true essence realms is not trivial. It is akin to the difference between an ant and a giant elephant. An elephant can effortlessly crush an ant. Yet, Su Chen remains alive and well. A wry smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Indeed, perhaps I was fortunate. When the shadow demon launched a surprise attack, I happened to be unable to sleep. Not only did he fail in his attempt, but I also counterattacked him. It seemed he was unable to unleash his full power, feeling somewhat constrained. I never expected to knock him unconscious with a single strike. Unfortunately, my demon-subduing staff was destroyed in the process. As for what happened afterward, when Chang Zheng, or by Mian Xingjun, arrived, I was no match for him at all. Had I not used the shadow demon as a shield, I would have perished at his hands several times over. After this explanation, Elder D's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He had examined the injuries on the shadow demon, and they indeed aligned with what Su Chen described. There were severe wounds inflicted from behind. Yet the true fatal injuries all originated from Bai Mian Xingjun. However, knowing full well that you were no match for Bai Mian Xingjun, why did you still dare to pursue him? Was it to protect others from punishment? This was a question Elder D had long wished to ask. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he replied, "It is not that. It is merely a matter of duty that compelled me to give chase. As a disciple responsible for guarding the demon locking tower, if I allowed him to run rampant within, how could I maintain my standing within the sect?" Su Chen did not resort to grandiose rhetoric. Although he could have waxed eloquent, he chose instead to speak the truth. Upon hearing these words, Elder D was finally moved. He understood that Su Chen was indeed speaking sincerely. Had Su Chen chosen to tell a falsehood in this instance, all his previous explanations would have been called into question by Elder D. You are commendable, intelligent, and courageous. It is indeed a waste of your talents to remain here. Elder D rarely praised a disciple in such a manner. Yet, Su Chen discerned another layer of meaning behind his words, beyond mere commendation. Elder, I do not wish to leave the demon locking tower. It is within the tower that I have achieved my enlightenment. Therefore, I believe this place is a land of fortune for me. Upon hearing this, Elder D's expression turned peculiar. This was the first time he had heard someone claim the demon locking tower to be a land of fortune. Your perspective is indeed unique. I was about to say it is rather peculiar. After a pause, Elder D continued, if you are determined not to leave the demon locking tower, perhaps there is a more suitable place for you to stay. There, you may be able to fully realize your talents. Su Chen was somewhat perplexed. A place more suitable for him that does not involve leaving the demon locking tower? What could that possibly be? Could there be a second demon locking tower? Elder D pointed to the ground. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Su Chen suddenly understood. You mean, beneath the demon locking tower? Exactly, Elder D nodded. The current demon locking tower is actually a mirrored structure, with 8 levels above and 8 levels below. His words seemed to unveil a new world before Su Chen's eyes. He then realized, no wonder there were no demons imprisoned on the 7th and 8th levels of the demon locking tower. It turns out there was more to the story. The truly formidable beings are suppressed underground. You have already visited the 7th and 8th levels and know that those 2 levels are essentially empty. Only the guardian of the 8th level is there to deal with those demons who become deluded upon reaching the upper levels. Elder D proceeded to recount the history of the demon locking tower. Originally, The demon locking tower had only 8 upper levels. However, due to a significant upheaval in the higher levels, the entire tower nearly went up in flames. The subsequent leader of the Shu Mountain Sect, in a moment of painful reflection, decided to reconstruct the tower with a mirrored structure, rearranging the locations for imprisoning the demons. The 6th level serves to refine the demons, supplementing the power of the demon locking tower. Meanwhile, the 7th and 8th levels act as decoys, luring some ill-intentioned demons into a trap. Those in the know refer to it as the fishing layer. The underground of the demon locking tower is where the true suppression of the major fiends occurs. This is not a great secret within the Shu Mountain Sect. However, ordinary disciples are unaware of this matter. Only disciples of blue robes and above are qualified to access this truth. Elder D, out of appreciation for Su Chen, chose to divulge this information to him. Elder, do you mean to suggest that I should go to the underground of the demon locking tower? Su Chen felt an undeniable excitement within. This would be splendid. The true formidable beings are beneath the demon locking tower. If he were to participate in the capture and imprisonment, would not his cultivation experience flow in like a tide? Knowing that an ocean of cultivation experience awaited him below, he felt increasingly dissatisfied with the current trickle. Despite the excitement surging in his heart, Su Chen maintained an outward demeanor of calm. He could not appear overly eager. If Elder D sensed his excitement and suspected him of being an infiltrator, it would be quite awkward. That is the idea. However, gaining entry to the underground of the demon locking tower is not as simple as it seems. Elder D shook his head as he spoke. At the very least, I do not possess the authority to appoint you directly to go down there. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Even the elder lacks the authority to issue such orders? How stringent. Then who does have the authority? The sect leader. Upon hearing the word sect leader, Su Chen was rendered speechless, feeling as though he might weep without tears. I am not acquainted with the sect leader. How can I go through the back door? Stop thinking about taking shortcuts. Observing Su Chen's expression, Elder D seemed to see through his thoughts, bluntly revealing. If you wish to go down, there will indeed be an opportunity. In due time, there will be a special assessment. If you can pass, you will be eligible to descend to the underground of the demon locking tower. Originally, this assessment was only open to disciples of blue robes and above. However, I can recommend you and provide you with a chance to participate in the assessment. It all depends on whether you desire it. Su Chen did not rush to agree, but instead exhibited a demeanor of cautious consideration. Elder D, may I inquire what the responsibilities of the guarding disciples in the underground of the demon locking tower entail? Are they similar to those above, or are they merely patrolling? No, Elder D shook his head. Patrolling is merely the basics. There is a considerably more significant responsibility that differs from the upper levels. What responsibility is that? Interrogation and coercion. Elder D explained with a calm expression. The disciples above ground can move freely, and thus, they handle the interrogations. After all, the disciples guarding the upper levels cannot perform such tasks. The underground levels, being off limits to outsiders, naturally fall the responsibility of the disciples below. Therefore, the requirements for the disciples in the underground levels are considerably higher. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt that it was as if the place had been tailor-made for him. Interrogation is excellent. He relishes the use of coercion. Elder, please enroll me. Upon hearing Su Chen's decision to participate, Elder D readily agreed, instructing him to await news. Afterward, Su Chen inquired about some matters concerning Bai Mian Xingjun, because Su Chen had previously been certain that Bai Mian Xingjun was not a monster. His transformation into one later was rather shocking and bewildering. This led him to ponder the nature of humanity. Can one easily become a demon? Indeed, the individual in question was human, yet he concealed a demon goo within himself. The demon goo is nurtured from the blood of certain great demons. Some individuals, having willingly descended into depravity, accept the demon goo into their bodies, thus becoming assimilated into demons. Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly understood. The demon goo possesses a genetic factor capable of transforming a person into a demon. However, when he first entered the Suayao Tower, he had not detected any abnormalities. Moreover, did the sect fail to sense the demonic aura within him during the initiation of this batch of disciples? The Shu Mountain Sect, while selecting disciples, ensures not only their pure lineage but also examines whether any new entrants carry the taint of demonic energy. This fellow was quite astute. He had hidden a dormant demon goo within himself, successfully evading the entrance examination. Originally, he had no intention of utilizing that demon goo. Upon realizing that Su Chen had the privilege of ascending to higher levels with them, his initial plan was to eliminate Su Chen and take his place. In this manner, he could seamlessly ascend to the higher tiers of the Suayao Tower. After stating this, Elder D suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Su Chen. Su Chen immediately raised 3 fingers in protest, swearing, "I assure you, my sole intention in ascending to the higher levels of the Suoyao Tower is merely to broaden my horizons. If I harbor any intentions of releasing demons, may I meet a most untimely end. Furthermore, I do not possess a demon goo." Elder D chuckled at Su Chen's anxious demeanor, saying, "No one accused you of harboring ulterior motives, so there is no need for such fervent oaths. I absolutely believe you." However, whether he truly believed, it was known only to him. Elder D continued, "Bai Mian Xingjun's idea was feasible, yet unfortunately, human calculations cannot match the heaven's designs. Who would have thought that with his foundation establishment strength, he could not eliminate you in such a short span?" Su Chen awkwardly chuckled, realizing that he could not pursue this topic further. After his plan to replace Su Chen failed, he was left with no choice but to forcefully break through. It was only in his attempt to breach the protective barriers above the 6th layer that he was compelled to use the demon goo to enhance his power. Su Chen suddenly comprehended. No wonder this individual had undergone such drastic changes. So this was the reason. A single demon goo had elevated him an entire realm. No wonder some would willingly fall and become demons. Su Chen marveled at this revelation. Elder D, however, scoffed at such a path, stating that it was not without its price. Those who resort to using a demon goo ultimately find themselves enslaved by demons, losing their sense of self and becoming mere shells of their former selves. Moreover, not all demon gus provide such substantial enhancements. It largely depends on the prowess of the demon that offers the blood. The demon goo employed by Mian Xingjun, it seems, was no trifling matter. Elder D chose not to elaborate further, yet Su Chen had begun to form his own conjectures. That demon goo of Mian Xingjun must have originated from the demon sovereign. Could it be that the Suoyao Tower truly suppressed the demon sovereign? Although this question lingered in Su Chen's mind, he refrained from voicing it. Such sensitive matters were best left undisturbed. However, there was one query he felt warranted investigation: the true identity of the elder at the 8th layer. Upon hearing Su Chen mention this individual, Elder D fell silent for a moment before responding. He is the current sect master's junior brother. The revelation struck Su Chen like a bolt from the blue. How could he be there? As the sect master's junior brother, his status is even more esteemed than that of an elder. How could he be in such a disheveled state on the 8th layer of the Suoyao Tower? Is it punishment? Elder D abruptly cut off Su Chen's probing, stating, "Do not inquire further about him. We must not speak ill of him behind his back. Do you understand?" Elder D's expression grew serious, shrouded in an air of mystery. Su Chen straightened his posture slightly, replying, "Understood, I will not bring it up again." No sooner had he spoken than a wretched roar echoed from the interrogation room. "Though I may die, the demonic path shall endure. The demon sovereign will surely return to the mortal realm, and you wretches shall eventually meet your doom." Bai Mian Xingjun, unable to withstand the torture and realizing the futility of rescuing the demon sovereign, chose to end his own life within the interrogation room, uttering a final curse. Yet, no one took his words to heart. They were used to hearing even more desolate curses from demons. Su Chen initially thought that Bai Mian Xingjun's death would yield him nothing, but unexpectedly, a page belonging to Bai Mian Xingjun materialized in the Yao emoji. The characters were already fading, leaving behind a relic reward awaiting collection. To his astonishment, a reward had indeed been left. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. After all, Bai Mian Xingjun's demise bore no relation to him. He had merely lent a hand during transportation. To receive a reward was a delightful surprise. Upon returning to the resting room, Su Chen remained overwhelmed with excitement. However, soon after, a piece of grim news arrived, casting a shadow over his previously joyful spirits. Li Da was dead. Li Da's body was discovered in his own resting quarters. Following the execution of Bai Mian Xingjun, the effects of the spell dissipated, and Li Da's face returned to its original form. "I knocked on the door to no avail, so I had to forcibly break it open," recounted the disciple who discovered Li Da's body. Upon entering Li Da's room, he found him sprawled on the floor, the air thick with the pungent scent of alcohol and a sour odor that was nauseating. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he approached, only to find that Li Da had already ceased to breathe. Li Da bore no visible injuries and seemed to have passed away peacefully. Yet, a man who relished wine ultimately succumbed to it. How tragic. Su Chen's consciousness delved into the Yao emoji, examining Bai Mian Xingjun's past. Unsurprisingly, it was Li Da, in his drunken state, who inadvertently divulged Su Chen's ability to ascend to the 6th layer of the Suoyao Tower to Bai Mian Xingjun. However, this was no longer of consequence. After all, the man was dead, and there was no one to hold accountable. Bai Mian Jun's life story flashed through Su Chen's mind like a cinematic reel. He finally grasped the source of Bai Mian Jun's demon goo. Contrary to Su Chen's earlier assumptions, that demon goo did not belong to the demon sovereign. Instead, it was associated with another formidable demon, the Meimu. Bai Mian Jun had been bewitched by the Meimu, brainwashed into willingly becoming her subordinate, serving the whims of demons. He devoted himself to the grand endeavor of rescuing the demon sovereign, sacrificing everything, and even subconsciously aligning himself with the demon faction. This story revealed that Bai Mian Jun harbored feelings for the Meimu, yet the Meimu's heart belonged solely to the demon sovereign. In his attempts to win the Meimu's favor, Bai Mian Jun had secretly infiltrated Shu Chen as an undercover agent to rescue the demon sovereign. Su Chen was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a sycophant. Realizing the complexity of Bai Mian Jun's character left him momentarily stunned. He had been both a cuckold and a sycophant. Su Chen quickly skimmed past this revelation, choosing not to linger on it. After all, what was there to learn from the life of a sycophant? As for the actions of the individual who had betrayed, it was better to disregard them. It was far more enjoyable to engage in a lottery. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen promptly began to claim the relic reward. Chapter 27. First-rate skill new reward. Wan Hua Xian Gong. First-rate skill. A first-rate skill? Su Chen nearly gasped in disbelief. What incredible luck to draw a first-rate skill. Upon reviewing the remarkable applications of the Wan Hua Xian Gong, he finally understood the true value of a first-rate skill, despite the relatively mild offensive capabilities of this technique. Its practical utility is remarkably profound. Once mastered, it allows one to alter their own appearance, transform others, and even modify the shapes of certain objects. It is truly a manifestation of boundless creativity and transformation. Remarkably, one can even change their own aura. After altering one's aura, as long as one does not intentionally reveal themselves, others cannot accurately perceive one's true cultivation level. The Bai Mian Jun was able to evade the aura detection by the disciples of the Shu Mountain Sect precisely because of this. For Su Chen, this ability is of immense significance, perhaps even more so than changing his own appearance. The Bai Mian Jun evidently had not fully mastered this technique. Should he survive this ordeal, once he perfects his practice, he will no longer be the Bai Mian Jun, but rather the Qian Mian Mo Jun. Su Chen reflects on the capriciousness of fate. The Bai Mian Jun perished before reaching the pinnacle of his training, and Su Chen has yet to witness his true prowess. Now, this technique must be inherited and further developed by him. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately began to learn this technique. It is not a demonic practice, thus he can cultivate it with peace of mind. As long as he refrains from using it in the presence of his peers and elders, he is safe. In a brief moment, Su Chen had completely mastered the technique. With a sense of playful delight, he stood before a bronze mirror, brushing his hand across his face, instantly altering his visage. He could easily transform into Li Da, Changzhong, or even Elder D. Should he wish to take on a feminine form, it would be effortless. Yet, Su Chen clearly had no such inclination. The effect of his transformation resembled the quick-change artistry of Sichuan opera, appearing like mere sleight of hand, but unlike a trick. His changes were utterly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Even the tiniest wrinkles around his eyes could not be detected, even under magnification. Alas, he has yet to achieve the ability to alter objects. Changing oneself is always far easier than altering external entities, especially when it comes to objects, which presents the greatest challenge. Currently, he can modify the appearance of others, but only when they are unaware. However, changing objects is beyond his current capabilities, requiring a more substantial cultivation level as support. With sufficient cultivation, even transmuting stone into gold would be within reach. Su Chen's desire to elevate his cultivation grew increasingly fervent and urgent. Entering the Suo Yao Tower underground is now imperative. At present, Elder D has already gone to assist him with registration. All Su Chen needs to do is recuperate and await news. Lying on his bed, Su Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, cultivation level, 9th stage of Hua Ling Realm, 050000. Mind method, Shu Mountain Foundation Qi Refining Techniques, Fragmented Heart Palm, Ming Xian Body Refinement Method. Shadow Killing Art, Wan Hua Xian Gong Divine Powers, Nun Physique, Hunyuan Body, Abundant Vitality, Unmatched Movement. Immune to Poison's Bloodline, Giant Demon Bloodline rewards available for extraction, Cultivation Experience 5682, Flesh Essence 380. The experience required for a breakthrough is no longer a tenfold increase. Yet 50,000 is still considerable. Based on the current daily accrual of cultivation experience, Su Chen estimates that at least another month and a half is needed to break through to the next realm. He decides to take his time, no longer feeling anxious. His current cultivation level is sufficient to handle the assessment. He merely hopes that nothing unexpected arises within the Suayao Tower. He extracts all the remaining flesh essence. Under the nourishing effects of the flesh essence, his injuries healed significantly within just a day. The tearing pain has dissipated. What would have taken at least 10 days to 2 weeks has now been reduced by more than tenfold. However, despite his injuries being mostly healed, he still occasionally feigns pain in front of others to avoid drawing excessive attention or appearing overly extraordinary. Any display that attracts too much notice is not advantageous for him. Yet, despite Su Chen's intent to remain low-key, it has become increasingly impossible. Ever since his selfless act, his reputation and standing among the disciples guarding the tower have soared. First and foremost, Su Chen's survival was a miracle. Regardless of whether it was luck, it was enough to earn their admiration. More importantly, it was Su Chen's sense of righteousness that won their genuine respect. As a result, everyone greeted him with smiles and warm inquiries, even vying to offer him their cherished possessions. After all, Su Chen was their savior. The warmth of their gratitude soon filled his resting quarters with gifts from his peers. Although these were not extravagant items, as they could not afford anything too lavish, the sincerity behind these modest offerings was profound. After some contemplation, Su Chen decided to accept everything. This way, he would not be forever remembered as a benefactor. Compared to being in the spotlight, he yearned for the days when he went unnoticed, where he could act without prying eyes upon him. In the following days, the Suayao Tower frequently saw disciples from other sects coming and going, specifically those from the Formation Pavilion, tasked with repairing the array barriers damaged by the Bai Mian Xingjun. Many of the tower-guarding disciples gazed at them with envy. The status of Formation Pavilion disciples is quite elevated. Each of the 4 major professions in the cultivation world, Dan, Fu, Formation, and Tool, requires exceptional talent. Mastering even one of these fields makes one a key target for cultivation within the sect. Thus, the disciples of the Formation Pavilion typically start as inner disciples. To them, reaching such a status is a true embodiment of being part of the Shu Mountain Sect. Qin Ruoyi gazed at the departing figures of the Formation Pavilion disciples, her eyes reflecting envy. Su Shixiao, do you think I have a chance to become someone like them? Qin Ruoyi, following closely by Su Chen's side, seemed to have stepped into the role once occupied by Chang Zheng after his demise. She often clung to Su Chen, yet thankfully, she was not overly talkative. Most of the time, she silently accompanied him, in stark contrast to Chang Zheng's incessant chatter. Therefore, Su Chen did not deliberately distance himself from her and allowed her to follow him. Upon hearing her question, Su Chen was suddenly reminded of a similar inquiry he had posed to Pei Zhen when he first traversed this realm. He had asked Pei Zhen if he had the opportunity to leave this place. Pei Zhen had responded affirmatively. Time has passed like smoke, and now it is his turn to answer the questions of the younger generation. Of course, you have a chance, though the magnitude of that chance. Su Chen cast a meaningful glance at the neckline of Qin Ruoyi's attire, his gaze trailing downward. Qin Ruoyi followed his gaze and looked down. Her face instantly flushed with a vibrant hue. Before her, the terrain was not entirely flat, but merely possessed slight undulations. Thus, Su Chen's implication was clear. There is a chance, albeit a slim one. Qin Ruoyi felt as though she had been struck with a heavy blow. How disheartening. Chapter 28. The assessment approaches. Qin Ruoyi seemed to be affected by Su Chen's words, as he did not see her for several consecutive days. This left Su Chen wondering if he had taken the joke too far. Could such harsh words truly serve as a double blow to a young woman? He could endure such bitter truths, yet others might not be able to withstand them. Feeling a pang of guilt, on the 4th day, he took the initiative to wait outside her room, intending to apologize. However, he did not see her emerge. Instead, he only caught sight of a female disciple from the adjacent room stepping out. Among the newly admitted disciples to the Suayao Ta, only these 2 young women were present. Naturally, they were assigned to be neighbors. Su Chen approached one of them, known as Shan Shimi. Due to her inconspicuous presence, Su Chen could not recall her full name, only that her surname was Shan. Both of their faces bore a few small freckles. Upon seeing Su Chen, Shan Shimi managed to muster a rare smile, though Su Chen felt her forced expression was less than pleasant, resembling a cold smirk. Su Shixiang, what brings you here? She inquired. While she was not particularly cheerful and seemed lacking in emotional intelligence, Su Chen did not dwell on this and immediately asked about Qin Ruoyi's condition. Shan Shimi replied with a calm demeanor. She fell gravely ill 2 nights ago, her body cold. She came to my room seeking help. Noticing her condition was serious, I sent her out of the Suayao Ta. She has left? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he had not encountered her these past few days. She was no longer in the Suayao. Is her condition severe? He asked with concern. Shan Shimi nodded. At that time, her situation was quite serious. She could barely speak, and when the sect's people came to take her away, they did not say much. I do not know her current condition. Su Chen felt overwhelmed. How could such an important matter go uncommunicated to me? Shan Shimi shook her head. I do not know. Su Chen felt as though he had struck a soft surface with a fist, taking a deep breath before asking, is it just you who knows about this? After a moment of contemplation, Shan Shimi nodded. It seems so. She only sought me out. Su Chen's breath caught. Then why did you not inform me? Shan Shimi tilted her head. Was it necessary? Isn't it? I do not know. You did not mention it. Su Chen raised his hands in surrender, rendered speechless. Guilt washed over him, akin to mocking someone only to discover their disability later, a profound sense of remorse. 2 days later, Su Chen finally received a message calling him to gather at the sect's back mountain square. Upon exiting the Suayao, his first task was to inquire about Qin Roy's whereabouts. She has already left the sect, Elder D responded. Her constitution harbored cold energy, and upon encountering the malevolent aura of the Suayao, it could easily erupt, endangering her life. It was unsuitable for her to remain here. Once her cold ailment was treated, she was escorted down the mountain. Upon hearing Elder D's response, Su Chen fell silent before inquiring. Did she leave voluntarily? What? Do you think we cast her out? Elder D teased. You underestimate the capacity of the Shushan elders. We offered her other options, but she chose to leave of her own accord. Su Chen sighed inwardly. This would haunt him with guilt for a lifetime. Why do you suddenly appear so dejected? Have you taken a liking to the girl? Elder D jested. Su Chen forced a smile. Elder, you jest. I merely said some rather inappropriate things previously and wish to apologize to her. Now that I have lost that opportunity, I feel somewhat regretful. That's simple. I can give you her address. When you have the opportunity to descend the mountain, you can personally seek her out to make amends. Elder D then handed him a note. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Elder D to be so efficient. But out of respect for the elder's good intentions, he tucked the note away without protest. Following Elder D, Su Chen arrived at the back mountain square, where several other disciples were already gathered. The sight was a sea of blue, primarily consisting of blue-clad disciples, with a few purple-clad ones interspersed. As a gray-clad disciple, Su Chen stood out conspicuously, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. As he ascended the square steps, numerous gazes turned toward him, akin to arrows raining down, causing him to pause momentarily. Are you afraid? Elder D teased beside him. Su Chen was not truly frightened. Yet he decided to play along, not wanting to appear overly confident. After all, should a competition arise, he did not wish to be targeted. It was prudent to position himself as somewhat weaker to navigate the waters more discreetly. With difficulty, Su Chen made his way onto the square. The other disciples were indeed surprised to see a gray-clad disciple participating in this assessment. However, upon noticing Elder D beside him, they understood he had come through special channels. Such individuals who took shortcuts were generally not well received, yet in the presence of Elder D, no overt mockery was directed at Su Chen. The gathered disciples were rational beings. Mocking someone brought by Elder D would be akin to slapping the elder's face. They were not foolish, and thus, their dissatisfaction and disdain were expressed solely through their gazes, maintaining a collective silence. Su Chen remained quiet, standing to the side, patiently awaiting the upcoming assessment. Elder D had not divulged the details of the evaluation, maintaining fairness by granting Su Chen the opportunity to participate without revealing any questions beforehand. The atmosphere was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The serene back mountain had not been disturbed by their arrival, as this assessment was conducted in secrecy, not open to all disciples. Thus, a degree of confidentiality was required, ensuring at least a minimum of tranquility. Moments later, a figure arrived, riding a sword. Clad in a long robe, exuding an aura of elegance and righteousness, with sharp cheekbones and graying temples, he emanated a sense of cultured ease and unwavering integrity. He was none other than the current leader of the Shu Mountain Sect. Everyone bowed in respect, and the leader nodded in acknowledgement. Su Chen slightly raised his head, for this was his first encounter with the leader since his arrival in this world. Intrigued, he attempted to sense the leader's aura, only for the leader to suddenly direct his gaze toward Su Chen's direction. As the leader's eyes fell upon him, Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. His gaze held no malice, yet it sent a prickling sensation across Su Chen's back. Was this the ripple of a true strongman? Hastily, he lowered his head, pretending nothing had transpired, while the leader's attention quickly shifted away from him. Truly a bold young man, The leader mused internally as he assessed Su Chen. Elder D had already briefed him on Su Chen's related deeds, and it was with his consent that Su Chen had the opportunity to partake in this assessment. Everyone gathered here is to participate in the selection for the Sua Yao Ta's enforcement assessment. I shall be brief. There are certain rules you must keep in mind. The leader did not indulge in pleasantries, but instead directly addressed the critical points of the assessment. Any form of cheating is strictly prohibited during the assessment. Once discovered, you will be disqualified, and your original status may also be downgraded. His tone was stern, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Upon passing this assessment, your status will not merely be that of a Sua Yao Ta disciple, but rather as an enforcement officer of the Sua Yao Ta. The rank and position you will hold far surpass those of ordinary disciples. He also mentioned the corresponding benefits that came with becoming an enforcement officer of the Sua Yao Ta. Should you succeed, the treatment you receive will only improve from your current standing. After all, this is a demanding task, without tangible rewards. It is unlikely to motivate so many disciples to work for love alone. In summary, the disciples who enter the underground of Sua Yao Tower enjoy privileges that surpass those of the Zi disciples, second only to the Hong Yi disciples. However, as there are no Hong Yi disciples present here, it is indeed reasonable to assert that the treatment is superior. This level of treatment holds immense allure for the Lan Yi disciples, as evidenced by the sheer number of participants in the assessment. Even some Zi disciples have joined in, fully aware of their slim chances of advancing to Hong Yi. Thus, their means of improving their status, aside from meritorious deeds, is to partake in the selection examination for the enforcement of Sua Yao Tower. For Su Chen, this opportunity represents a significant advancement, akin to trading a mere sparrow for a cannon, incomparable in stature. Yet, Su Chen does not overly concern himself with these privileges. His primary desire is simply to enter the underground of Sua Yao Tower and become a relentless machine for harvesting experience, which he finds far more appealing than any other reward. After the sect master elucidated the rules and benefits, they officially transitioned into the assessment phase. The participants were led to an open area adorned with neatly arranged stone tables, each topped with a block of something pitch black. It resembled age-dried meat. Yet it was undoubtedly not mere meat, but rather pieces of flesh from the bodies of malevolent beasts. The first round of assessment involved the task of cutting the meat blocks. While this appeared deceptively simple, the reality was quite the opposite. The meat blocks were derived from the body of a colossal demon known as the Jin Shi Ju Yao, whose body was as impenetrable as the hardest metals. This examination aimed to test one's ability to execute punishment, as the underground of Sua Yao Tower is filled with vicious demons. Encountering formidable foes like the Jin Shi Ju Yao is inevitable, and one's capacity to handle such challenges serves as the primary criterion for determining the potential of an enforcer. If one lacks the requisite skill, it would be futile to attempt to inflict punishment on those demons. Even attempting to scrape the surface of their skin for 3 days and nights would likely yield no result. That would indeed be a source of ridicule. The first challenge simulates the process of punishing these tough demons. Surrounding them were rows of racks filled with various implements of punishment, categorized by their levels. There were ordinary tools as well as magical artifacts, ranging from the 9th to the 7th grade. Higher grade implements were not provided. Should one fail to cut through the meat block with a 7th grade artifact, it would signify inadequacy. The higher the grade of the artifact, the less the user's skill is discernible. Just as a sharper knife obscures the strength of its wielder, if all participants wielded dull blades, the disparity in skill would be glaringly evident. Utilizing a 7th grade artifact is merely the baseline requirement for the assessment. The final results would be ranked based on the scores given for the tools used, the time taken to cut the meat block, and the extent of the cuts. A stick of incense was placed on the table to serve as a timer. It would be lit at the beginning and extinguished upon completion. Failing to accomplish the task before the incense burns out would result in elimination. As Su Chen surveyed the array of knives and then glanced at the meat block on the table, he almost felt as if he were participating in a chef selection. Participants were instructed to select their desired implements, with the option to change them midway, although time would not pause. Thus, choosing incorrectly would equate to wasting precious time, ultimately impacting the final score. Standing before the dazzling array of tools, Su Chen recognized that, given his current strength, using ordinary implements could suffice. For an 8th grade knife instead, the majority of disciples chose implements of the same grade, as there was no need for him to attract undue attention. Su Chen was acutely aware that his publicly displayed prowess was limited to the 2nd, or, at most, the 3rd level of the Zhen Yuan realm. This level of cultivation was hardly impressive in the presence of the Lan Yi and Zi disciples. If he were to shine too brightly, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. A moment of ostentation could lead to dire consequences. Adhering to the philosophy that merely passing was sufficient, Su Chen resolved to ensure his success in the first round of the assessment. He had no reason to seek the spotlight. After selecting his knife, Su Chen casually found an empty table. Given that the meat blocks originated from the same demon, their hardness was nearly indistinguishable, rendering the choice of table irrelevant. Sharpening the knife, lighting the incense, and cutting the meat, he could not help but think that the process bore a striking resemblance to cooking. As he infused his true essence into the blade, the moment it touched the meat block, Su Chen felt as though he were slicing through iron. Yet, he refrained from applying excessive force, instead observing the actions of others closely. The vast majority of disciples opted for 8th or 9th grade artifacts, with only a small handful choosing 7th grade implements. Those who selected ordinary tools were even fewer, primarily consisting of 2 of the ZE disciples. They were exceedingly confident in their abilities, opting for the most basic yet attention-grabbing tools. However, the outcomes varied. While one of the 2 ZE disciples using ordinary implements announced their completion with nearly half the incense remaining. As time progressed, more individuals completed the first round of the assessment, and their scores were announced, revealing their rankings. Elder D cast a glance towards Su Chen, sensing that he appeared somewhat relaxed and unperturbed. However, he had no time to focus solely on Su Chen. The opportunity had been presented to him, and whether he could seize it was entirely up to him. Estimating that securing a position among the last 10 would suffice, Su Chen awaited the announcement of the rankings. With a quarter of the incense remaining and 40 participants already revealed, he decisively made a powerful slash, cutting the meat block, which bore a deep gash, in half. Observing the remaining participants, he noted that they could not replicate the earlier feats of cutting the large block into smaller pieces. Their ultimate aspiration was merely to have the block. Even if they wished to strike, time would not permit it. After Su Chen severed the chunks of flesh, the subsequent disciples swiftly followed suit, racing against the clock to announce their completion of the first round of assessments. Elder D evaluated each one and proclaimed the results. First place went to Liang Shanha, second to Xiao Yi, third to Zheng Wenhao, 49th to Luo Xia, and 50th to Su Chen. Upon the announcement, Su Chen found himself precariously positioned with a score of 240 points, barely securing the 50th rank. It was indeed a close call. Su Chen felt a surge of astonishment within, having narrowly escaped elimination in the first round. In the brief moments following his completion, other disciples had also finished in a cluster, choosing their instruments of punishment, which were of the 9th grade variety, surpassing Su Chen's 8th grade tools. Consequently, their scores edged slightly higher than his, almost pushing him out of the top 50. He resolved not to engage in such risky endeavors again. Su Chen silently counted his blessings. Meanwhile, the disciple in blue ranked 51, upon seeing his score fall below Su Chen's, was momentarily rendered speechless, his face ashen. How could I have lost to a disciple in gray? He stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself with resentment. Losing to other disciples in blue would have been bearable, but to be bested by someone he deemed insignificant was a blow of considerable magnitude for a disciple in blue. The 50 who advanced gathered once more, and Su Chen looked around, sensing a stark reduction in numbers. Originally, there should have been over 100, yet more than half had been eliminated. I can't believe you managed to get through the first round. A voice from behind Su Chen broke through, tinged with a hint of disdain. Turning around, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He recognized the speaker as the blue-clad female disciple who had previously summoned the seductive demon from the Suyao Tower to serve as a trial subject. Her demeanor back then had been impatient and rather haughty. Su Chen had once derided her, remarking on the arrogance of blue-clad disciples. It seemed his assessment had not been misplaced. She remained as prideful as ever. However, Su Chen's mindset had transformed entirely since that encounter. He did not take her caustic remarks to heart, even regarding her as inconsequential. Yet, despite his indifference, he refrained from retorting and simply replied, "It was merely luck." This casual demeanor irked the blue-clad woman, who felt a twinge of being disregarded. With a cold laugh, she shot back, "No wonder Elder D has taken a liking to you. I hope your luck continues." With that, she turned and walked away. At that moment, another blue-clad disciple approached Su Chen, wearing a somewhat cheeky expression. "Junior brother, have you offended Hu Huiyin?" Su Chen glanced at the blue disciple beside him, his eyes widening in surprise. The speaker was Zheng Wenhao, who held the 3rd rank. Most of the top-ranked individuals were aloof, so his friendly demeanor caught Su Chen off guard. "To be honest, senior brother, I only learned her name today. We've only crossed paths twice. How could I have offended her?" After Su Chen spoke, Zheng Wenhao let out a hearty laugh and leaned in closer, whispering, "Even if you did offend her, it's not surprising. Which man in the sect hasn't incurred her ire?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen sensed there was a story behind it. "Oh, what do you mean? Senior brother?" Zheng Wenhao covered his mouth with his hand, glancing around before whispering, "Well, she has a bit of a disdain for men," it said suddenly. A cough erupted from behind them. Elder D's voice followed, cold and stern. "Gossiping about others behind their backs is not a commendable habit." Zheng Wenhao stiffened, promptly closing his mouth and scurrying away. "Don't associate too closely with Zheng Wenhao. That fellow lacks decorum," was the advice given. Su Chen merely scratched his nose in response, nodding in agreement. However, if Zheng Wenhao persisted in discussing this gossip, he would not shy away either. Elder D seemed to recognize Su Chen's mixed feelings and sighed. "You performed admirably in the first round. Maintain that momentum." "I will," Su Chen nodded, but inwardly pondered whether the elder was truly praising his luck. Maintaining a positive mindset is essential, and one should not be swayed by others' opinions. Gaining entry into the top 50 relied not solely on luck, but primarily on strength. Su Chen finally understood that Elder D was concerned he might be affected by Hu Huiyun's words. This realization stirred something within him. He had previously thought Elder D was merely a dreamer, but it appeared he was not one to flatter everyone. Moreover, his encouragement towards Pei Zhen, in a certain sense, was also a form of assistance. Pei Zhen's talent was indeed lacking, and perhaps Elder D was reluctant to deliver the harsh truth directly, opting instead to offer hope. Had Pei Zhen not overheard their conversation, he likely would have clung to his beliefs and persevered. Proceed. The second round is about to commence. Chapter 31. Are you also lucky? The second round of assessments would test willpower. Within the Sua Yao Tower, many demons excelled at manipulating the hearts of men. If the disciples guarding the tower lacked resolve, they could easily be exploited by these demons, especially in the lower levels of the tower, where the demons were more formidable, posing a threat far beyond that of the upper tiers. Should the enforcers below be swayed by them, the repercussions would extend beyond the tower itself, potentially jeopardizing the safety of the sect. Thus, the test of willpower was of paramount importance. Su Chen followed the group deeper into the mountains. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at a valley. Within the valley lay a dense forest, lush greenery shrouded in white mist. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of obscurity. The challenge of this second round was to traverse through this misty forest. Su Chen was uncertain how this related to the assessment of willpower, but given the sect leader's assertion, he could hardly object. Thus, at the leader's command, the 50 disciples surged into the misty woods. Upon entering, it felt as though visibility had been utterly severed. All but those immediately around him vanished from sight. With his vision obscured, navigating felt akin to wandering in darkness, inevitably stirring feelings of anxiety. Was this truly the willpower challenge? It seemed rather simplistic. If one merely needed to walk straight ahead, they would eventually reach the exit. As for the lack of visibility, he had long grown accustomed to relying on instinct to navigate the perpetual darkness of the Sua Yao Tower. As he walked, a figure suddenly appeared before him, so close that Su Chen nearly collided with them. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "Qin Shimi, what are you doing here?" The figure before him, poised and graceful, was none other than Qin Ruoyi, the very person who stirred feelings of guilt within him. But how could she be here? Hadn't Elder D mentioned she had departed from the sect? "Am I truly so inadequate, Su Shixiao?" Qin Ruoyi asked, her expression sorrowful. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if something indescribable was attempting to infiltrate his consciousness. Fortunately, he possessed a degree of mental resilience, allowing him to repel this invasive presence. At that moment, Su Chen realized that the misty forest was far from the simple challenge he had initially perceived. It made sense. Such a rigorous assessment could not possibly include any easy segments. "Shixiang, please answer me. Why are you silent?" Seeing Su Chen's prolonged silence, Qin Ruoyi pressed further. No, he must not respond. A warning bell rang in Su Chen's mind. This was an illusion. He recognized the danger. In this dense forest, a grand illusionary array has ensnared the individuals within it, plunging them into a dreamlike realm. This illusion magnifies the deepest desires of one's heart infinitely, and once ensnared, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. This moment serves as a true test of willpower. Su Chen chose to disregard it and charge forward, only to find that Qin Ruoyi let out a small cry and fell to the ground. Su Chen, too, felt as though he had indeed collided with a soft body. Was it truly this realistic? Su Chen was astonished, yet upon affirming that this was merely an illusion, he continued onward, undeterred. When the deceased Pei Zhen and Li Da began to materialize before him, Su Chen was finally convinced of his entrapment within this illusion. He remained indifferent to their lamentations. For in such moments, one must possess a resolute heart. However, the ensuing scene nearly hardened him in other aspects. The enchantress from Huan's sect had appeared. With sultry glances and alluring gestures, she sought to tempt Su Chen, even shedding her garments before him, revealing a glimpse of spring. Who among the men could withstand such a trial? Su Chen approached with calm composure, tightening his fists and suppressing the impulse to retaliate. He understood that any response to the figures within the illusion would signify his complete entrapment. Even if one is aware that it is false, it matters not. In that moment, self-control becomes a distant memory, akin to being unable to awaken from a dream despite knowing it is but a dream. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly in this misty forest. Some, like Su Chen, chose to remain indifferent. Others simply closed their eyes, preferring ignorance. Yet, those phantoms persisted in their consciousness. Above the misty forest, the disciples within the forest, indistinguishable from one another, were oblivious. While Elder D possessed a comprehensive view of the landscape below, he was not merely an observer. He was ready to rescue those ensnared in the illusion. However, once rescued by Elder D, it would mean forfeiting the opportunity to participate in the next round. Hu Huiyun tread cautiously upon the grassy slope. Though she often portrayed an air of arrogance, particularly in the presence of men, she was not devoid of prudence. Upon realizing that she was within an illusion, her vigilance heightened. Her journey thus far had been relatively smooth until she encountered the figure of a slender man clad in white. Tall and handsome, with refined features. He was undeniably a striking figure, though his appearance leaned towards the effeminate. In that instant, Hu Huiyun's steps faltered, her body stiffening slightly. Huiyun, I am sorry. The man in white softly spoke, extending his hand towards her. I regret my actions. Can you forgive me? Hu Huiyun felt as though struck by lightning. Involuntarily taking a step back, her body trembling. The man in white, sensing hope, wore a faint smile as he reached to caress her cheek. Forgive me. At last. Hu Huiyun could no longer contain her outburst. Forgive you? You wretched scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end. With a sudden draw of her sword, she swung it towards the man in white. She was fully aware of the falsity of this apparition, yet she declared, even if you are but an illusion, from the misty forest. This time, he refrained from showing leniency, for there was no need to do so, especially since the sect leader had not emphasized the importance of rankings during this trial. Moreover, he was not the first to exit, drawing minimal attention. Shortly after his departure, he heard the sound of blades slicing through the air behind him. Turning, he beheld a familiar figure, brandishing a sword and shouting as she emerged from the misty forest, none other than Hu Huiyun. Su Chen regarded her with a peculiar expression. Sister Hu, it seems you two have narrowly escaped this time, he remarked, having discerned that she had been captivated by certain illusions within the realm. After all, how else could she have been so fervently attacking the air? To describe her escape as fortunate was apt, as she had indeed been immersed in the illusion, yet managed to break free before Elder D arrived to rescue her. Had she lingered any longer, she would have faced elimination. Thus, she could hardly retort to Su Chen's sardonic comment. Her previously haughty demeanor darkened. I acted of my own volition, unlike you all, she asserted, a statement grounded in truth. She had indeed recognized the illusion for what it was, yet she could not contain her inner rage. Nevertheless, even as her words rang true, they sounded like mere justifications. Su Chen let out a soft laugh and walked away. That brief chuckle proved more potent than any aggressive retort, effectively breaking her composure. Hu Huiyun glared at Su Chen's retreating figure, her grip tightening around her sword. An intense desire to teach him a lesson surging within her. However, at that moment, she lacked the courage to confront him. You had better not let me catch you off guard, or you shall regret it, Hu Huiyun thought, her gaze sharp as she shot an icy glance in Su Chen's direction. Although Su Chen was unaware of her precise thoughts, he anticipated her resentment towards him. He felt no remorse. He had never been one to passively endure. His principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. But if one does offend me, I will respond with double the force. Soon, after tallying the number of successful participants in this round, it became evident that of the original 50, only 29 remained. The 21 who failed were filled with regret and disappointment. Among them was a disciple in purple who had also been unable to find his way out of the misty forest. Ashamed to face others, he departed without lingering. Su Chen noted that Zheng Wenhao remained, perpetually appearing nonchalant. However, Su Chen perceived that he was merely playing the fool. In truth, Su Chen believed his abilities were on par with those of the purple-clad disciples participating in the evaluation. In the third round, the limit would be set at 10 individuals. The sect leader announced the final number, stating that no more than 10 would be selected, implying that the actual count would be even fewer. The remaining 29 immediately felt the tension in the air. With less than a one-third chance of success, the odds were decidedly unfavorable. The third challenge would assess their perceptiveness. Perceptiveness is an indispensable skill for enforcers. When interrogating beings that feel no pain, regardless of the severity of one's methods, they remain unyielding. In such instances, possessing a keen insight is the key to overcoming adversaries. Every being has its vulnerabilities, and so do these creatures. They may be impervious to pain, yet they undoubtedly possess other weaknesses. At this juncture, it is imperative to rely on your formidable powers of insight to identify the adversary's vulnerabilities and act accordingly. By doing so, one can achieve results that far exceed efforts expended. The evaluation of one's perceptiveness is primarily conducted through practical application. The sect leader directly escorted the candidates to the interrogation chamber situated beneath the locking demon tower. Dozens of interrogation rooms were partitioned, each containing a demon who had endured numerous torturous interrogations, yet remained tight-lipped. This was designated specifically for the disciples' assessment, with the third challenge entailing that they personally interrogate these demons. Given the demons' notorious stubbornness, the disciples would not only need to employ physical coercion but also discern other weaknesses to exploit, ultimately extracting valuable information from their lips. These demons harbored secrets, and if the disciples could elicit even a morsel of information from them, they would be deemed successful. There were no restrictions on methods or conditions. Su Chen never anticipated that this particular evaluation was not merely a simulation. It was a direct confrontation with the demon, bypassing any procedural formalities. Only those capable of compelling the demons to divulge useful information would qualify to assume the role of enforcers. Su Chen could not help but reflect. This was indeed a genuine contest of skill. Forcing the demons to speak posed a greater challenge than any prior assessments, as previous tasks had merely been mock drills, while now they were engaged in real stakes. As the sect leader's voice echoed, the others were momentarily rendered speechless, falling into a contemplative silence. Even the original enforcers of this place had struggled to pry open the demons' mouths, and the disciples were unfamiliar with these creatures. The difficulty of persuading the demons to speak was, therefore, evident. I understand that this demand is not easily met, hence the duration of this evaluation will be extended. You are required to extract useful information within a single day. Observing the expressions of difficulty among the disciples, Elder D, standing beside the sect leader, scoffed lightly. All enforcers here have undergone this process. If you cannot accomplish it, there is no need to force yourselves. You may simply forfeit the evaluation. This single remark reinvigorated the group, shifting their expressions to one of seriousness. Given the gravity of the situation, they could not afford to back down without a fight. For the sake of fairness, everyone drew lots to select the demon they would interrogate. Su Chen stepped forward and drew a wooden stick inscribed with the number Jia 16. He made his way to the Jia 16 interrogation room and pushed the door open. Before him stood a massive demon with protruding tusks, his skin a vibrant shade of grassland green, with only his hair and eyes a deep black. His muscular form resembled that of a beast more than a human. Adorned only in loose trousers, his bare torso was marred with numerous scars, resembling a landscape filled with bloodied ravines. Yet, he bore an expression of excitement, seemingly impervious to pain, as if he were entirely uninjured. Upon Su Chen's entrance, the demon did not hold back, erupting in a raucous laugh filled with disdain and mockery. Is the Shu Mountain Sect so desperate that they send a mere boy to entertain me? Clearly, Su Chen was underestimated. He chuckled softly, saying nothing as he closed the door behind him and pressed his ear to the door's seam, detecting no sound from outside. Ah, splendid. The soundproofing is excellent. Now I can proceed without reservation. Upon hearing this, the green-skinned beast's body tensed up suddenly, his already green face turning an even deeper hue. What are you planning to do? Chapter 33. No. Is he truly serious? Do not worry. I shall grant you a swift end. Su Chen replied with a smile as he approached the beast. To the beast, that smile resembled that of a fiend. The mention of a swift end conjured thoughts of pain intertwined with pleasure, igniting terror in its eyes. The beast's expression conveyed a desperate plea. Please, do not come any closer. Su Chen, however, had no intention of heeding its wishes. He found it peculiar that this demon, known for its tenacity and fearlessness, appeared to be behaving quite differently now. Circling the beast, Su Chen noted its evident fear, especially when he neared the interrogation tools. The rack was equipped with an array of instruments, blades, clubs, and all manner of implements, far exceeding the quality and quantity found in the surface interrogation rooms. He selected a rod, reminiscent of his shattered demon-subduing staff. Here, any rod was a magical artifact, a substantial upgrade from his previously fragile weapon. The beast remained oblivious to Su Chen's thoughts. All it could do was watch in dread as Su Chen picked up a long rod, sweating profusely. Surely, he does not intend to use that. Just as the beast was on the brink of panic, it witnessed Su Chen set the rod aside, and a sigh of relief escaped it. Thank goodness. Su Chen then picked up a knife, waving it before him. The blade glimmered sharply, causing a pang of pain to prickle at Su Chen's cheek. What a remarkably sharp and swift blade. This was an 8th grade knife. While not the highest quality, Su Chen, having never encountered a truly exceptional blade, found it overwhelmingly impressive. Using this knife to slay the demon should pose no challenge, right? Yes, indeed, he intended to end the demon's life. He had no intention of conducting an interrogation. Killing the demon would naturally reveal its past in the Demon Chronicles. Su Chen could discover its secrets firsthand. This would be the genuine truth, free from deception and manipulation. Not only would he uncover secrets, but he could also claim rewards for himself. Why not seize the opportunity? As for the assessment of insight, he had no need for such concerns. With his advantages, he required no perceptiveness. Fortunately, within these walls, no one outside could discern his actions, and the soundproofing was adequate. He could proceed with confidence. From the outset, Su Chen had contemplated slaying this demon. The demon, however, misinterpreted his intentions. Fearing Su Chen would commit some unspeakable act against it, trembling in trepidation. It was only now, upon seeing Su Chen wield the knife, that the demon grasped the reality. Su Chen harbored no intentions of inflicting unspeakable horrors upon it. Like the previous enforcers, he sought to employ force to compel submission, devoid of any originality. Thus, the beast resumed its bravado, provocatively taunting Su Chen, asserting that his knife could not even scratch its skin. You, a mere child, should return home for your milk. It attempted to provoke Su Chen, hoping to see him fail and leave in disgrace. After all, the longer Su Chen lingered, the more the demon felt the need to remain on guard. Who could predict whether Su Chen might attempt a sneak attack? Su Chen, unaware of the demon's thoughts, remained resolute in his singular aim to kill it. Yet, he did not underestimate his opponent. This demon had once been a formidable force, a powerful entity in its own right, likely possessing profound cultivation, perhaps at least at the Xianing stage. Although now reduced and subjected to relentless torment, it had not lost all its strength. Even a dying insect can still struggle fiercely. Defeating it would not be an easy task. Drawing a deep breath, Su Chen channeled his spiritual energy, consolidating his focus into a singular strike. He decided to test the waters with an initial blow. This strike, he infused nearly half of his spiritual energy into it, simultaneously maximizing his physical strength as he swung the knife toward the demon's right shoulder. The blade met its mark with a decisive thrust. A swift and decisive strike severed the orc's arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The orc momentarily froze, caught off guard by Su Chen's astonishing speed. He had scarcely comprehended the situation when he lost a limb. Despite enduring numerous injuries without uttering a word, he suddenly shrieked in agony, "Ah, my hand, my hand." He had never anticipated that Su Chen would target his arm so directly, nor could he fathom that such a blow could actually sever it. Was this truly the same ineffectual enforcer he was familiar with? What was this individual's true identity? The orc could not suppress his furious roars, resembling a wild beast. He was not entirely unafraid of pain. He had merely been adept at masking it. He understood that if his discomfort were too evident, the enforcers would surely prolong his torment. He believed that feigning indifference was the key to his survival. As long as the enforcers wished to extract the location of the treasure from him, they would not dare to kill him. "Where is it? Will you speak?" Su Chen's gaze was cold as he inquired. Prior to entering the interrogation chamber, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the crimes committed by the demon within. This orc had committed theft, pilfering a significant treasure from the Shu Shan school. When captured, the treasure was nowhere to be found on him, indicating that he had concealed it elsewhere. It was the enforcer's duty to extract the treasure's whereabouts from him. Su Chen thought that if such pain could prompt the orc to speak, it would save him trouble and prevent the sect leader from questioning him. However, he was evidently somewhat naive. The orc, despite being in excruciating pain, remained defiant. "You dare not kill me. If you do, is that so?" This individual was clearly challenging Su Chen's limits, and Su Chen would not indulge him. Without hesitation, he channeled all the remaining spiritual energy within him into the blade. The shimmering blade exuded a mere hint of its deadly aura, potent enough to sever the throat of a true essence realm cultivator. The power coursing through it formed elegant muscle lines along his arm. The orc, dismissive, believed Su Chen was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate him. It was not until Su Chen's blade struck his head that he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Su Chen, realizing that he was indeed serious. How could this be? Why was this individual not adhering to the expected norms? Was he not here for the treasure? The orc was riddled with confusion, and he would carry those questions with him to the underworld. No. Chapter 34. He possesses profound insight. The orc's howls abruptly ceased as Su Chen's blade cleaved through his skull, the blade's glow piercing through to obliterate his brain. The demon lost consciousness, dead beyond revival. In an instant, a new page appeared in the Demon Chronicles, with 2 rewards acquired. Su Chen did not rush to collect them, but chose instead to examine the past of the orc demon. He skimmed through snippets of the orc's life story, finding little of interest in the growth of a pure demon. Born as a demon, there was no compelling reason behind his existence, rendering it less worthy of scrutiny. It was a lamentable fate, a consequence of a heartless universe that regards all creatures as mere fodder. After a full half-hour, Su Chen finally grasped the orc demon's motivations for stealing the treasure from the Shu Chen school. The artifact in question was known as the Yin-Yang Mirror, possessing the miraculous ability to reverse the balance of yin and yang, and was one of the rare treasures of the Shu Chen school. Logically, an orc demon should have no use for such a treasure belonging to a cultivator of the Shu Chen school. In truth, he had not stolen the Yin-Yang Mirror for himself. Rather, it was intended as a gift for the holy maiden of the Demon Sect, a demonstration of his affection. Indeed, this fool had become enamored with a woman from the Demon Sect. Despite repeated rejections from her, he had not considered resorting to kidnapping another woman, as he could not overpower the holy maiden. Instead, he assumed the role of a devoted servant, trailing in her wake. However, the holy maiden found him to be an insufferable nuisance, akin to a bothersome fly. She proposed an almost impossible task, to steal the Yin-Yang Mirror from the Shu Chen school. The Demon Sect had long coveted this treasure, but had learned it had fallen into the hands of the Shu Chen school, whose formidable strength deterred any foolish aspirations. Yet, the holy maiden sent this incompetent orc demon to commit the theft, her intentions blatantly clear. She had no expectation that he would return alive. She merely sought to rid herself of him and send him to his demise. Blinded by love, the orc demon had not considered the implications and proceeded with the theft. Remarkably, he succeeded. The holy maiden was overjoyed upon receiving the Yin-Yang Mirror, proclaiming her intention to offer herself to him, insisting he first cleanse himself of his foul odor. However, by the time the orc demon emerged fresh and clean, the disciples of the Shu Chen school had already arrived at their lodgings below. The holy maiden, panic-stricken and appearing pitiful, inquired what they should do. His blood surged with fervor once more, and with righteous indignation, he declared, "I will draw them away." He arranged a subsequent meeting with the holy maiden and then leapt out of the window. Thereafter, there was no further narrative. He was captured by the disciples of Shu Chen and imprisoned in the lower level of the Demon Lock Tower. Faced with relentless, brutal torture, he resolutely refused to divulge the location of the Yin-Yang Mirror. The reasons were twofold. On one hand, he was infatuated with the holy maiden, and on the other, he firmly believed that revealing the truth would seal his fate. Such absurdities left Su Chen shaking his head. Foolishness, truly a great fool. How could he trust the woman of the Demon Sect? Perhaps those disciples of Shu Chen were intentionally lured in while he bathed, yet he foolishly defended her. Was this not akin to being sold and then counting the seller's money? Moreover, the women of the Demon Sect were indiscriminate in their affections, even resorting to an orc. Su Chen inwardly scoffed, feeling an increased aversion toward the Demon Sect. He instinctively moved toward the exit. Upon opening the door, he realized he had acted too hastily, as the other interrogation rooms remained tightly sealed, making him the first to emerge. The sect leader and Elder D, having grown bored from waiting, had taken to the table outside, playing a game of chess with spiritual energy as pieces. Upon seeing Su Chen, both men paused momentarily in surprise. Not even an hour has passed. The sect leader glanced at the hourglass, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Had he failed? The two abandoned their game and approached Su Chen's interrogation room. Upon witnessing the scene of the orc demon's lifeless body, Elder D exclaimed in shock and anger. "You didn't extract any information, and yet you killed him?" The sect leader's eyes also flickered with disappointment. Elder D had held high expectations for Su Chen, believing him skilled in interrogating demons, which had elevated the sect leader's regard for him. He had not anticipated such an outcome. When the orc demon perished, the Yin-Yang Mirror also vanished without a trace. Although the sect leader felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, he nonetheless exhibited the composure befitting his esteemed position. "It matters not. I have instructed them to utilize any means necessary and to act freely. Such is the nature of the rules. Casualties among the demons are inevitable. If this time proved insufficient, there will be another opportunity to strive for success in future assessments. Suddenly, Su Chen interjected, I have obtained information regarding the Yin-Yang mirror. Both individuals froze momentarily. What did you just say? Elder D's face instantly lit up with joy. I spoke too loudly just now. Could you repeat that? They had not previously divulged the specifics of that treasure to Su Chen, yet he had accurately named the Yin-Yang mirror. This signified that he had indeed extracted a secret from the orc's lips. I have learned that the Yin-Yang mirror was entrusted to the saintess of Hehuanzong. Su Chen declared without hesitation. Hehuanzong. Elder D's expression darkened, revealing a hint of anger, while the sect leader's demeanor grew somewhat intricate, as if lost in contemplation. His brow furrowed. After a brief pause, the sect leader glanced at the severed arm of the orc demon on the ground, then turned his calm gaze towards Su Chen and inquired, How did you manage to extract this information? Su Chen replied earnestly, upon entering the interrogation chamber. I sensed that the enforcers who had previously questioned him may have been somewhat restrained. Therefore, I approached the interrogation with the determination to kill. I severed one of his arms, which convinced him that I was not merely bluffing. However, he still refused to divulge the whereabouts of the treasure. Consequently, I resorted to more drastic measures. When he was truly on the brink of death, he finally confessed. Yet, I was unable to restrain my hand, which ultimately led to his demise. Upon hearing this, both the sect leader and Elder D fell silent for a moment. This explanation seemed somewhat tenuous, yet it aligned with the circumstances observed at the scene. Elder D suddenly recalled the last time Su Chen interrogated a demon, which also ended in death. Why had both demons perished? Although the death of demons was not regrettable and even brought a sense of satisfaction, the recurrence of such an outcome raised suspicions. Did these two demons possess some compelling reason for their demise? Despite his doubts, Elder D refrained from voicing them at that moment and instead turned to the sect leader, stating, This trial assesses their insight. However, Su Chen's actions appear unrelated to such discernment. No, the sect leader shook his head. He was able to perceive that the demon feared for its life, which demonstrates profound insight. Elder D's words, though ostensibly critical, prompted the sect leader to affirm Su Chen's interrogation, effectively marking him as having passed the third trial. Your discernment is indeed commendable, the sect leader remarked to Elder D. A gray-clad disciple successfully navigating the 3 trials set by the enforcers is an unprecedented occurrence. Strive diligently to match that legendary figure. The sect leader smiled, though it was evident that he was merely engaging in polite conversation. The individual who had achieved legendary status among the gray-clad disciples was an exceptional case. Even red-clad disciples would find it challenging to reach such heights. After this exchange, the sect leader and Elder D resumed their game of Go, while Su Chen was left standing awkwardly to the side, as no other disciples had emerged yet. At that moment, he regretted having exited too early. Remaining in the interrogation chamber would have been preferable to standing here in discomfort. Su Chen could only observe their game, watching as they wielded their spiritual energy to manipulate the black and white stones on the board. He felt a profound sense of awe. The level of control they exhibited was nothing short of terrifying. They had reached a stage where they could freely command their internal spiritual force, truly acting at their whim. What realm could this possibly be? Su Chen pondered silently, hesitating to test their prowess, particularly that of the sect leader. Su Chen, what do you think of this game? Suddenly, the sect leader turned to address him. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. I do not comprehend Go. How could I possibly form an opinion? I can only view it with my eyes. In an attempt to mask his ignorance, Su Chen replied with a serious demeanor. It is said that a true gentleman remains silent while observing a game, so it is best for me to remain silent. Fortunately, at that moment, someone emerged to rescue Su Chen from his predicament. The second person to exit the interrogation chamber was Zheng Wenhao. He strode in with an air of confidence, yet halted in his tracks upon spotting Su Chen. He was taken aback to discover that Su Chen was the first to emerge. Furthermore, he stood alongside the sect leader and Elder D, which indicated that Su Chen had not been eliminated but had indeed passed this assessment. Wenhao appeared somewhat disheartened. The sect leader chuckled. This little rascal could use a bit of discipline. Elder D expressed a hint of schadenfreude. After all, he is your nephew. Must you be so severe? If he wishes to distance himself from me, I shall pay him no mind, the sect leader retorted. Upon hearing their exchange, Su Chen realized that Zheng Wenhao was related to Elder D. This explained why Elder D had advised him to avoid Wenhao. It was evident that family members understood one another's affairs. Elder D was undoubtedly aware of Wenhao's character and knew that he often indulged in reckless behavior. He hoped for Su Chen to exhibit more maturity and stability, hence his warning to maintain distance from Wenhao. Wenhao approached, scrutinizing Su Chen from head to toe. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Zheng Wenhao." He made this statement as he previously believed Su Chen's success to be a matter of luck. However, he no longer held such a belief. "You may have been fortunate, but is it possible to consecutively surpass 3 trials? It is simply inconceivable." Thus, he felt it was time to reevaluate his perception of this gray-clad disciple. "I am Su Chen," Su Chen replied with a smile, recognizing that only Wenhao could make such unconventional remarks. "I am quite curious. How did you manage to complete the trials so swiftly?" Wenhao attempted to inquire further, but he was interrupted by Elder D. Enough. Unable to bear it any longer, Elder D directly asked whether he had extracted any information. Wenhao nodded. "If I had not obtained anything, how could I possibly have the audacity to emerge? That is debatable. Your thick skin is a well-known fact." Elder D shot back as he approached the interrogation chamber. As for the stern and demanding Elder D, Wenhao found himself at a loss for what to do. As the day drew to a close, more than 10 individuals had emerged from the interrogation chamber. Yet, the number of those who successfully extracted secrets from the demons fell short of 10. Currently, only 6 had succeeded. The others emerged because they had exhausted their options. Utterly fatigued, with no spirit or strength left to continue battling the demons. The interrogation served as a trial for the demons. But it was no less a test for the enforcers. Those who failed witnessed Su Chen standing there as a victor, a sight that was undeniably jarring. Although they refrained from voicing their thoughts, their expressions conveyed a complex mix of emotions. A gray-clad disciple had outperformed all of them, the blue-clad disciples. It felt as though an invisible slap had been delivered to their faces. At that moment, how could they harbor any disdain? Even though Su Chen was brought in by Elder D and initially lacked the qualifications to participate in the enforcer assessment, Elder D had merely provided him with an opportunity. If Su Chen lacked the capability, he would never have arrived at this point. Furthermore, this assessment was presided over by the sect leader himself. Elder D could not possibly show favoritism under the sect leader's watchful eye. Thus, this assessment was undeniably fair for everyone involved. Su Chen successfully passed the assessment, and no one dared to question it. Hu Huiyun was the last to emerge, just as time was about to expire. She finally managed to extract the secret from that demon, becoming the 7th person to pass the 3rd stage of the assessment. Initially, she felt quite pleased. However, upon seeing that Su Chen was among the 6 who had already succeeded, her mood soured instantly. What right did this fellow have to succeed? While others hesitated to ponder the underlying motives, she was bold enough to do so, and with unwavering certainty. Without any dark schemes at play. Could a mere disciple clad in gray truly compete on equal footing with him? How could he possibly triumph over so many disciples in blue and even those in purple? It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, before the sect leader and the elders, she understood the importance of discretion and refrained from voicing her thoughts directly. Though her disdain for Su Chen only deepened, the sect leader announced the 7 candidates for the position of enforcer. They were referred to as candidates because there remained one final step. This step was not an assessment in the traditional sense. They were not required to perform any tasks. Strictly speaking, it was a further investigation into their identities. This step had not been included in previous assessments, as disciples above the blue rank had already undergone numerous screenings by the sect. However, due to the recent incident involving Bai Mian Xingjun, the sect leader had added this additional measure to prevent any further impersonations. Upon hearing that this step was intended to examine their identities, Su Chen felt a sense of being singled out. It seemed to him that this procedure had been instituted solely to scrutinize him. The sect leader had refrained from directly isolating him for inspection, as that would have been overtly suggestive of distrust, potentially leading to suspicions and even isolation from his peers. Thus, this step was designed to allow everyone to verify their identities collectively. Chapter 36. The Spirit Sovereign's Examination. Su Chen was still unaware of the specifics of this procedure, as the sect leader had not explicitly stated them. He merely guided them away from the demon locking tower and back to the rear mountain. In the valley of the rear mountain lay a vast cold pool, its waters a deep green, shrouded in an untraceable depth. The surface was covered with visible mist, which, upon contact with the skin, sent a chilling sensation through one's bones. This was a renowned artificial pool of the Shu Mountain Sect, known as Bishui Hantan. At this moment, the sect leader floated above the water's surface, performing intricate hand gestures, channeling an esoteric seal into the cold pool. Afterward, he returned to the shore. Moments later, the waters of the pool began to churn violently, quickly forming a massive vortex. From the center of the whirlpool, a colossal beast surged forth. Su Chen was taken aback and focused his gaze. It possessed the body of a qilin, the head of a dragon, sturdy limbs, a powerful tail. And its body was covered in hard green scales, reminiscent of dragon scales. Was this a spirit beast? Su Chen could not help but exclaim in awe. Spirit beasts are the embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth, inherently capable of absorbing and refining spiritual energy. Powerful spirit beasts can rival celestial beings. This was Su Chen's first encounter with a spirit beast. In contrast, the others around him displayed no such astonishment. They were evidently well aware of the spirit beast's existence. It was not an ordinary spirit beast, it was the spirit sovereign of the Shu Mountain Sect, existing since the era of the ancestors and holding a status higher than that of the sect leader. Zheng Wenhao whispered in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen nodded in gratitude. He had to admit that Zheng Wenhao was far more enthusiastic than the others, who could hardly be bothered to explain so much to him. They might even ridicule him for his lack of worldly experience. The spirit sovereign landed on the shore, shaking off the water from its body. Some disciples were splashed but, daunted by the spirit sovereign's imposing presence, dared not even breathe. The sect leader bowed to the spirit sovereign, requesting it to examine these disciples. He then turned to the 7 candidates for enforcer. Now, you all must remain still while the spirit sovereign conducts the examination. Su Chen could not help but feel perplexed. How would the spirit sovereign conduct this examination? At that moment, Zheng Wenhao once again assumed the role of commentator, explaining in Su Chen's ear. The spirit sovereign is highly sensitive to the aura of demons. It can detect even the slightest trace of demonic energy on a person, no matter how you disguise yourself. You cannot escape its keen senses. Thus, as long as it takes a whiff of you, the examination is complete. Of course, given the spirit sovereign's elevated status, it does not always deign to appear. It often exhibits a temper, disregarding even the sect leader's authority. Coughing lightly, Elder D shot Zheng Wenhao a glance, seemingly disapproving of his verbosity. Su Chen pondered. If what Zheng Wenhao said was true, with the spirit sovereign's acute sense of smell, could it not simply be summoned to sniff new disciples upon their entry, ensuring everything was in order? However, this was merely a fleeting thought for Su Chen. The spirit sovereign, due to its transcendent status, could not simply be summoned at will, especially not to examine newly admitted disciples, which would be unacceptable to it. Even if the higher-ups wished to do so, it would be unfeasible. The spirit sovereign would not even acknowledge them. As the spirit sovereign approached, Su Chen felt a palpable chill enveloping him. However, under the surge of his vigorous vitality, he quickly warmed up. The 7 candidates for enforcer stood in a row, awaiting the spirit sovereign's inspection. The spirit sovereign moved leisurely, sniffing each individual with its enormous nostrils, which were larger than a person's head. Its exhalation felt like a frost-laden wind. Those it breathed upon found their hair and eyelashes instantly coated in a layer of white frost. As it passed by 5 individuals without displaying any signs of abnormality, it finally reached Su Chen. The spirit sovereign halted before him, leaned in, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the spirit sovereign began to shake its head vigorously, its eyes half closing as if reacting to some stimulus. This unexpected movement caused a palpable tension among both Su Chen and the onlookers. The atmosphere grew taut. Su Chen's heart raced. Until now, he had not suspected any issues. After all, he was a living person. How could he possibly be associated with demons? Yet witnessing the spirit sovereign's reaction, his resolve began to waver. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was it because he had practiced demonic techniques, leading to him harboring demonic energy? He even began to doubt whether it was the fault of the shadow-killing technique. His mind was already crafting excuses for himself, contemplating what sort of rationale he could concoct to appear reasonable if he were to protest his innocence. Simply fleeing was clearly unrealistic, with the sect leader present. Where could he possibly escape to? At this moment, Elder D and the sect leader were also taken aback. What was amiss with the spirit sovereign? Could it be that it had detected something? As the worst possibilities loomed in their minds, Elder D felt an unsettling tension rise within him. Had he truly misjudged Su Chen? The disciples standing alongside Su Chen also felt a surge of anxiety. If Su Chen was a demon in disguise, should they act immediately or distance themselves? Among them, Zheng Wenhao's expression was the most complex. Just moments ago, he had been enthusiastically explaining things to Su Chen, planning to befriend him. Yet, if Su Chen turned out to be a demon, the impact on him would be significant. Just as the tension reached its peak, the spirit sovereign suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze. Achoo! In the midst of the gathering, an unexpected silence enveloped the space, a silence that spoke volumes. Su Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably, his mind in a frenzy as he thought. That startled me. It was just a sneeze. Could you keep your distance next time? To his right stood the last candidate, wiping the remnants of a sneeze from his face, his expression equally distressed as he mentally shouted. Could you refrain from sneezing in my direction next time? The others, witnessing his disheveled state, could not help but stifle their laughter. Only Su Chen remained in a state of shock, his face betraying no emotion. Ling Xun leaned closer to Su Chen, inhaling deeply as if pondering something. Just as Su Chen felt the tension rising again, Ling Xun finally released him, turning his attention to the last individual. Elder D discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Proved to be wise. This principle must be upheld in the future. Had his abilities been rooted entirely in demonic practices, he would likely have failed the examination by Ling Xun at this very moment. After the last candidate successfully passed Ling Xun's scrutiny, he promptly concluded his duties, turning to plunge into the cold pool without a moment's hesitation or lingering around. Congratulations to all, you have passed this evaluation. From this day forth, you shall be the enforcers of the Locking Demon Tower. Chapter 37, Divine Powers. The Bloodline of Beasts. Tomorrow marks an auspicious day. You are to return and rest for the night. Before truly entering the underground of the Locking Demon Tower, Su Chen found himself with half a day's freedom. Upon returning to the Locking Demon Tower, his colleagues had heard rumors of his impending departure, speculating about his promotion. However, the specifics remained unclear to them. They were entirely unaware that although Su Chen was leaving, he had not entirely departed. He was merely transitioning from the surface to the underground. Faced with the reluctance of his colleagues, Su Chen smiled and said, "Now that I am leaving, you have no one to restrain you. Isn't that better? Perhaps I will end up beneath your feet in the future." Though spoken in jest, there was an undeniable truth to it. They remained on the surface, while Su Chen would be below, essentially placing him beneath them. Unfortunately, none grasped the humor in his words. The group appeared to be in no mood for levity, their expression somber. Whether this was genuine sentiment, Su Chen could not ascertain, but it was evident that they did not wish for him to depart. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to view Su Chen as their pillar of strength. Should he leave, they would lack a decisive figure in times of turmoil within the Locking Demon Tower. His past acts of heroism had garnered their unwavering respect. They all willingly followed him, for he was the only one fitting to assume a leadership role. Any other contender would likely face opposition. This highlighted the disparity of prestige, which is not easily acquired. It requires both time and opportunity. It was only after Su Chen's selfless act of confronting the 100-faced Star Monarch that he was fully recognized as a spiritual leader by all. After being whisked away for a farewell toast, Su Chen finally extricated himself from the crowd. Returning to his resting chamber, he contemplated the impending farewell with a hint of nostalgia. Su Chen did not lose sight of his priorities. After refreshing himself, he began to extract rewards from the remnants of the beastly demon. A flash of golden light enveloped him, captured within the Demon Chronicles. A new reward emerged, the Hidden Breath Concealment Technique, 9th grade Divine Power. Su Chen was taken aback. Divine Power. This was indeed a rare skill. Divine powers are even more elusive than first-grade techniques. The more advanced a practitioner's cultivation, the more they pursue such powers. Without a divine power, gaining the recognition of true strength is a formidable challenge. It serves as a passport to strength. Su Chen hastily examined the utility of this divine power. True to its name, it is a form of invisibility. Utilizing this power enables one to not only conceal their form, but also suppress all traces of their presence, making one undetectable. Even those with formidable spiritual awareness would be unable to sense the user of this divine power. No wonder the Beastman managed to infiltrate the Shu Mountain Sect to steal the Yin-Yang mirror. It was due to this very divine power. However, this technique does come with limitations. One must maintain a state of internal harmony before utilizing it. Both mindset and physical state must be calm. Erratic movements are out of the question. Had the Beastman not been trying to divert the Shu Chen disciples to allow the saintess of the Hahuan sect to escape, he would have been exceedingly difficult to apprehend with this divine power. After being captured by the Shu Chen disciples, his abilities were sealed, and he never had the chance to wield this power again. This is not a demonic technique. I am capable of learning it. Su Chen remained uncertain about where the Beastman had acquired this divine power, yet it was indeed fortunate. Nevertheless, this technique appears to hold little practical value for me. It is most suited for thieves or voyeuristic individuals. In the days ahead, Su Chen would reside in the underground of the Locking Demon Tower. Not only is there little to steal within the tower, but even if there were, Su Chen had no intention of thievery. The righteous path is to diligently accumulate experience and grow stronger. Why engage in petty theft? Stealing within Shu Chen while still being in Shu Chen is a foolhardy endeavor. As for voyeurism, Su Chen would never partake in such activities. In moments of boredom, he might peruse the past tales of a certain demoness, which would undoubtedly provide solace to his lonely heart in the stillness of night. Although the immediate utility of this divine power may not be apparent, Su Chen promptly set about mastering it. This divine power cannot be refined into his own attributes. Leaving it unused would be wasteful. It is better to learn than to forego the opportunity. The process of acquiring divine power mirrors that of learning techniques, albeit requiring slightly more time, just a few extra moments. After mastering the divine power, Su Chen proceeded to extract the remaining reward from the relic. Another reward emerged, the bloodline of beasts. What a fortunate acquisition, a source of bloodline power. The giant bloodline granted him extraordinary strength. What might this beast bloodline bestow upon him? As the merging of bloodlines purges the inferior traits, retaining only the essence, with Su Chen's bloodline as the guiding force, even any inherent demonic traits would be eradicated. Thus, without hesitation, Su Chen merged with the beast bloodline. Moments later, the fusion was complete. Su Chen acquired a unique talent, Berserk. Upon entering a state of Berserk, a beastman experiences significant enhancements in strength, defense, and speed. However, their animalistic traits become more pronounced, and their body becomes increasingly hairy. Furthermore, for a period following the Berserk state, they tend to become notably weaker than usual. Additionally, the longer the Berserk state persists, the greater the risk of losing rationality. These are the side effects of the beastman's Berserk state. However, following Su Chen's bloodline fusion, these adverse effects would be eliminated. After utilizing his Berserk talent, he would only grow stronger, with no changes to his appearance or loss of rationality. Nonetheless, a degree of fatigue would be inevitable afterward, though the extent and duration would not compare to that of a true beastman. With this bloodline talent, Su Chen's explosive power ascended to new heights. As he attempted to harness his Berserk ability, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his limbs. In the resting chamber, he leaped and darted, his agile figure creating miniature whirlwinds in the not-so-spacious environment. Coming to a halt, he unleashed a punch. The wind from his fist howled, resonating with the sound of thunder. The bronze hue upon his body subtly hinted at a trend of further metamorphosis. This wild talent was indeed formidable. Su Chen's expression brightened. Though he was currently at the 9th level of the Hua Ling realm, his instantaneous explosive power was not inferior to that of a Ling Hai realm expert. After cleansing his body of grime, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, early in the morning, all 7 enforcers, including him, arrived at the underground level of the Suayao Tower. Chapter 38. Newly appointed enforcers. The entrance to the underground level of the Suayao Tower was not located within the tower itself, but rather concealed within a dense forest outside of it. In this forest lay an inconspicuous small cabin, and the entrance was hidden within. The forest surrounding the cabin was ensnared by a mesmerizing array, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to locate the cabin. Su Chen had visited this place once during the 3rd round of assessments, but that time, they were guided by the sect leader, allowing them to find the entrance with ease. Upon successfully becoming enforcers, they were granted identity tokens that briefly shielded them from the mesmerizing array, enabling their entrance to the underground level of the Suayao Tower. In the underground level of the Suayao Tower, within the enforcement hall, one could hear the remarks, "Look, our newcomers have arrived. And there are 7 of them this time. It will certainly be lively henceforth." Upon entering the enforcement hall, Su Chen immediately observed 3 figures clad in identical black attire. One of them, a middle-aged man with a beard, sat in a chair directly opposite them, his complexion rosy and his demeanor robust. Beside him sat a slightly portly man with small eyes, whose smile revealed but a narrow slit. The speaker, a young man with scars adorning his face, leaned against the wall, chewing on a thin grass root, exuding an air of defiance. "Welcome to our ranks. From this day forth, we shall be comrades in arms," announced the middle-aged man as he rose to introduce the 3 of them to the newly arrived enforcers. He introduced himself as Huang Minghu, the head of the 1st-level enforcers. The portly man was identified as Lu Owen, also a 1st-level enforcer, while the scarred man was He Qing, another 1st-level enforcer. The 7 newcomers introduced themselves in turn: Xiao Yi, Liang Shanha, Zheng Wenhao, Yin Li, Qian Wenjua, Hu Huiyun, and Su Chen. As they introduced themselves, Huang Minghu and the other 2 lingered their gazes a moment longer on Xiao Yi and Su Chen, as their attire stood out prominently in a sea of blue. Xiao Yi, as a Z disciple, was striking, yet it was Su Chen in his gray robes that drew the most attention. The three men exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Before Huang Minghu could speak, He Qing interjected with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Have the standards for enforcers been lowered? Or is it that no one wishes to join anymore, allowing even a gray-robed disciple to enter? Upon hearing this, Hu Huiyin seemed to take delight in the situation, eager to witness Su Chen facing adversity. Yet, before Su Chen could respond, Zhang Wenhao stepped in to defend him, stating, that statement is erroneous. Su Chen entered based on merit. While others were hesitant to offend the veterans, Zhang Wenhao was unyielding in his defense of Su Chen. Hu Huiyin silently seethed with envy. What was it about Zhang Wenhao that compelled him to favor a gray-robed disciple so? Despite her frustration, she dared not confront him. For Zhang Wenhao was among the most formidable of the Lan Yi disciples and had familial ties to Elder Di, thus enjoying considerable influence. As Hu Huiyin pondered, He Qing scoffed, feeling his pride wounded by Zhang Wenhao's rebuttal. The newcomers have certainly become increasingly arrogant. He had intended to undermine Su Chen to instill fear in the newcomers, but Zhang Wenhao's defiance thwarted his efforts. Do not rest on your laurels. We have successfully interrogated those demons you could not, Zhang Wenhao retorted without hesitation. While aimed at He Qing, his words implicitly chastised both of the other veterans as well, as they too bore the brunt of his criticism. In truth, and poor performance of the remaining veterans. The sect leader had dispatched new personnel to assist them, though the underlying intention was to gradually replace them. This was evident when the sect leader led disciples to interrogate demons without allowing the veterans to participate, signaling a lack of confidence in their capabilities. He Qing's disdainful demeanor upon their arrival stemmed from this very sentiment, a thorn lodged in the hearts of the three veterans. Little did they anticipate that Zhang Wenhao would brazenly step on this thorn, inciting a reaction from the others. The atmosphere shifted as the other newcomers subtly distanced themselves from Zhang Wenhao, wary of the backlash. He Qing was visibly infuriated, discarding the grass root from his mouth and preparing to confront Zhang Wenhao, only to be halted by Huang Minghu. As the head enforcer, Huang Minghu was more rational than He Qing, understanding that an open conflict on the first day between the new and old enforcers would reflect poorly. Should the sect leader learn of such discord, it would provide ample justification for their removal. Thus, he chose to ignore Zhang Wenhao's remark and instead addressed Su Chen, saying, He Qing may not harbor ill intentions. He simply has a sharp tongue. I hope you do not take offense. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Wenhao, who seemed perplexed. Why are you looking at me? Do you think I am also abrasive? He muttered. Su Chen replied softly. They offered a ladder. It's up to you to decide whether to descend. If you choose to, it is for you to articulate, not for me to concern myself with. They are apologizing to you. Zhang Wenhao was momentarily taken aback, realizing Su Chen's intention. If Su Chen accepted Huang Minghu's olive branch and criticized Zhang Wenhao, then Zhang Wenhao's defense of him would become a mockery. After all, Zhang Wenhao had spoken out on his behalf, even risking conflict with the three veterans. While anyone could criticize Zhang Wenhao, only Su Chen's disapproval would trample on his goodwill. Huang Minghu's scheming was becoming increasingly apparent to Zhang Wenhao, who narrowed his eyes, silently cursing the head enforcer for attempting to sow discord between them. A smile graced his face, coincidentally mirroring the sentiment of my own somewhat caustic nature. However, beneath this exterior lies a heart of genuine kindness. I beseech you, He Qing, to forgive my naivety and youthful ignorance. Upon hearing these words, the veins on He Qing's forehead pulsed with increasing intensity. Huang Minghu chuckled softly and pressed He Qing back into his seat. Thus, a potential altercation was averted in this seemingly harmonious moment. Through Huang Minghu's narration, Su Chen gained a clearer understanding of the underground realm of the Suayao Tower. The underground consisted of 8 levels, much like the surface. However, each level here had designated enforcers. The number was not fixed, but typically did not exceed 15. Furthermore, the deeper the enforcers descended, the higher the expectations regarding their interrogation expertise and capabilities. This was not difficult to comprehend. As the deeper one ventured, the more formidable the demons became. Naturally, the benefits and rewards for the enforcers at lower levels were significantly greater. However, to progress downward, one must demonstrate exceptional performance. Within a given evaluation period, the individuals with the most outstanding achievements could advance to lower levels, while those with the least impressive records would be reassigned to upper levels. This system ensured personnel mobility and stimulated the enforcers' motivation. Yet, the first level underground is a rather peculiar place. The enforcers here may be those who were demoted from the lower levels due to poor performance, newcomers, or those who are merely coasting in a state of mediocrity. The composition of individuals is undeniably complex. The enforcers at this level are also the least stable, as retreating further is not an option. One cannot simply return to the surface level. Consequently, those who fail to achieve results over an extended period will be reassigned by the sect, either to undertake missions or to revert to their original positions. This process, termed optimization, effectively eliminates them from this level. With my interrogation performance, I should ascend to the second level in no time. Su Chen had never contemplated the notion of being eliminated. He was already envisioning how long it would take to reach the second underground level. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he had yet to fully acclimate to the first underground level. Focusing on deeper levels at this stage was indeed a bit ambitious. After acquiring insights into the underground's intricacies and regulations, Huang Minghu guided them on a tour of the entire first underground level. It must be said that the leader exhibited commendable temperament. Despite the recent offense from Zheng Wenhao, his demeanor remained unchanged, as though nothing had transpired. He did not display a cold demeanor or harshness towards them, thereby leaving a favorable impression on the other disciples. This, in turn, intensified the dissatisfaction others felt towards Zheng Wenhao, as his image transformed into one of bitterness in their eyes. Zheng Wenhao was perceptive enough to notice this shift and could not help but smirk inwardly. He was indifferent. He had never sought friendships with fools. If one could be so easily deceived by superficial appearances, they were indeed as foolish as a pig. He glanced at Su Chen, who maintained a calm and composed expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Zheng Wenhao leaned closer and whispered, "Here, it seems we are the only two intelligent individuals." "Oh, is that so?" Su Chen remained noncommittal. Yet this subtly indicated he understood Zheng Wenhao's implication. Zheng Wenhao felt a surge of satisfaction. The structure and layout of the first underground level of the Suo Yao Tower starkly contrasted with that of the surface. Here, the convoluted pathways were absent. The tricks that ensnared ordinary demons above would not suffice against those below. For the demons in the lower levels, such tactics would be an affront to their intellect and strength. Should these demons break free from control, even a labyrinthine Suo Yao Tower would be of no use, as they could simply break through the upper rock walls. Who would bother with winding paths? However, escaping control in the lower levels was considerably more challenging, with negligible odds of success. This was due to the presence of a more potent suppression formation that firmly restrained the demon's cultivation. The source of this formation's power originated from the demons on the 6th level of the surface. Through the formation, the strength of the 6th level demons was refined into the power of the formation, used to suppress the demons below. This exemplifies the principle of using magic to defeat magic. In addition to the suppression formation, various magical artifacts that restrict freedom adorned the demons below. Devices such as the demon-subduing flag and soul-restraining nails were merely standard equipment, ensuring everything was arranged clearly. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the probability of demons escaping from the underground level was virtually zero. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was chaos within these confines. To survive quietly within this environment was his ultimate aspiration. Although past upheavals often presented him with opportunities to harvest demons, the circumstances were different now. He had become an enforcer, to reap rewards from demons. He must not rely on chaos nor hope for it. Moreover, with the presence of the Yao Mog, he could efficiently eliminate demons during interrogations. After dispatching the demons, he could glean valuable clues from their memories. This approach was not only legitimate, but also entirely rational and lawful. It allowed him to reap rewards while fulfilling interrogation quotas. This sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Therefore, Su Chen felt that the role of enforcer was tailor-made for him. At that moment, he was grateful for his swift acceptance of the opportunity to become an enforcer, for otherwise, he would have missed out on a golden opportunity. Elder D had shown him such favor. Reflecting on Elder D, Su Chen could not resist patting Zheng Wenhao's shoulder, saying, "I owe you my gratitude, uncle." Zheng Wenhao responded with confusion, "What are you talking about? If you wish to express thanks, direct it to him, not me." Since they were limited to the first underground level, the group dispersed after completing the tour. The 7 newly appointed enforcers returned to their quarters. Although they walked together, there was an underlying disconnect, subtly dividing them into 3 factions. Xiao Yi formed his own faction, as he was originally a disciple of the Purple Robes, thus naturally distancing himself from those of lower ranks. Su Chen, being a gray-robed disciple, had no inclination to associate with them either. Only Zheng Wenhao, a blue-robed disciple, willingly associated with him, creating a configuration of 1, 2, and 4. Su Chen remained indifferent to these dynamics, as he had not come to forge friendships. Zheng Wenhao's familiarity was the sole reason for any interaction between them. The first day of acclimating to the environment and regulations concluded swiftly. Upon returning to the lounge, Su Chen observed that it was decidedly less austere than the upper levels. It was as if a decrepit vehicle had been replaced with a luxurious one. On the table, he spotted a package, with a note beneath it inscribed with the words for Su Chen. A novice's gift pack, perhaps? Su Chen smiled. This was undoubtedly a welcome package prepared for the new enforcers. Eagerly, he opened it to find 2 vials of elixirs, a tome, a sword, 2 pieces of enforcer-specific black attire, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Su Chen examined the elixir vials, inhaling their fragrant aroma. One vial contained a life-saving hemostasis pill, while the other held a vitality restoration pill. For Su Chen, only the vitality restoration pill held any significant value, though its utility was limited. Given his current cultivation level, he ought to be using the spirit source pill instead. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as the value of the spirit source pill far surpassed that of the vitality restoration pill by 100-fold. Moreover, Su Chen disclosed that his cultivation realm was at the Jinyuan stage, and the sect would certainly not provide him with Lingyuan Dan. After putting away the elixir, Su Chen noticed a particular tome, the Shu Shan Jin Xian Ju. This was the sword cultivation method renowned among the sword cultivators of Shu Shan. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Shu Shan was famous for its sword cultivators, whose sword techniques were unparalleled in the contemporary world. Only those who became Bai disciples could cultivate this sword technique. Since Su Chen had not yet ascended to the rank of Bai disciple, he had been unable to acquire this method. However, now that he had become an enforcer, his status had changed. This heart method naturally fell into his hands. The sword he possessed was also intended to aid him in cultivating the sword technique. Although it was of low grade, merely a 9th rank, it was nonetheless a magical artifact. Previously, the demon-slaying staff he had used was not even a magical artifact. Su Chen opened the sword cultivation manual and began his training. As this heart method was not a reward bestowed by Yao Emoji, his progress was rather slow. This was due to his inherently low cultivation talent. Otherwise, he would not have become a miscellaneous disciple. Even Yao Emoji had not presented him with anything capable of altering his innate talent. Su Chen was well aware of his own limitations. Yet he did not feel disheartened. This was merely a fundamental heart method, and with ample time, he would surely master it. Only by mastering this sword path heart method could he truly be considered a sword cultivator. Although his current training was slow, perseverance would yield results. Su Chen had confidence in himself. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Su Chen donned the form-fitting black garb of an enforcer. After fastening his belt, he glanced at the bronze mirror. Tall and graceful, he exuded an air of elegance. What a remarkable gentleman he was. It must be said that the saying Buddha relies on gold attire, and man relies on clothing holds true. He was already handsome, and once clad in black. His aura elevated significantly, marking a stark contrast to the previous gray attire. As Su Chen stepped out of his room, his colleagues gazed at him with astonished expressions, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Even Hu Huiyun was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and resumed her usual stern demeanor. Zheng Wenhao appraised Su Chen from head to toe and remarked, "Your handsomeness is nearly rivaling my own." Su Chen chose to ignore him. The group dispersed, each heading toward the area where the demons were imprisoned. Each held a dossier detailing the information about the demons contained within each cell, as well as the intelligence that the higher-ups of Shu Shan hoped to extract from them. The newly appointed enforcers perused their documents, comparing them to the door signs of the cells as they walked by. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy is the key to invincibility. The known information about these demons was limited. Only by deducing more details from this finite information could they gain a deeper understanding of the demons' pasts and potential vulnerabilities, ultimately securing the desired intelligence. Of course, this was merely a necessary skill for the other enforcers. For Su Chen, however, he had no need for such extensive knowledge. His approach was straightforward and brutal. Simply kill. Naturally, Su Chen would not rush in and slay every demon on the first floor of the prison. That would be absurd. Not only would it jeopardize the livelihoods of his colleagues, but it would also raise suspicions among others. He sensed that after the last assessment, Elder D's gaze upon him had subtly shifted. In order to avoid arousing the Elder's suspicions, he certainly could not resort to the same tactics immediately. The most critical factor was that if he killed the demons outright and ultimately did not receive a reward that would enhance his cultivation, he would incur a considerable loss of cultivation experience. He still required a significant amount of experience to break through to the Hualing realm. The ground floor of the demon locking tower provided him with about 1,000 points of experience daily. yet he found it increasingly difficult to bridge the gap. He needed more cultivation experience. Therefore, Su Chen merely glanced at the dossier, hardly pondering it, before opening a cell and dragging a demon to the interrogation room. This scene astonished the other enforcers, leaving them in disbelief. They even began to question their own existence. Had he truly found a breakthrough so swiftly? They naturally assumed that Su Chen had identified a key point from the demon's information. The newcomers were indeed swift and decisive. Huang Minghu observed Su Chen entering the interrogation room, his expression calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Merely pretense. He Qing scoffed dismissively, doubting Su Chen could extract anything substantial in such a short time. He simply thought Su Chen was putting on airs. Yet, having struck luck in the process, he had become somewhat self-satisfied. The demons assigned for interrogation by the sect leader had been meticulously selected. These demons had already endured numerous rounds of questioning and were on the verge of breaking down. It was not particularly surprising that they could be interrogated successfully. Among the three, only the last of them, the plump one, remained silent. Upon entering the interrogation room, Su Chen found himself face to face with a demon notorious for devouring human bones, known as the Bone-Eater Demon. Thousands had fallen victim to its jaws, including men, women, and children. The most numerous were the infants who had found themselves unable to escape its grasp. It was a true scourge, a merciless and heinous fiend, the Bone-Eater Demon. Upon seeing Su Chen's unfamiliar visage, immediately recognized him as a newcomer and revealed a mocking grin, its rows of blood-stained fangs seeming to flaunt its past victories. Su Chen said nothing. Grasping a spiked wolf-toothed club, he struck it directly across the demon's face. With that blow, the Bone-Eater Demon's visage was obliterated. The wolf-toothed club left behind a series of gory craters, blood pouring forth. The Bone-Eater Demon was momentarily stunned, until it felt a strange itch on its face, as if something was trickling down. An enraged roar erupted from its mouth. It had not anticipated that Su Chen possessed such strength capable of breaching its defenses. How could such a frail body unleash such might? The force behind that strike made it feel as though it faced not an ordinary person, but a giant. Nevertheless, the Bone-Eater Demon did not truly experience deep-seated pain. Injuries to flesh and blood were merely trifles for it. Su Chen seemed to sense this. Hence he proceeded to smash its flesh, revealing its ghastly white bones. Then, Su Chen struck its bones once more. The pain pierced through to its very soul, akin to a sharp arrow. The Bone-Eater Demon howled in furious rage. "You scoundrel! I shall kill you." Su Chen paid no heed to its futile threats and switched to another instrument of torture, a bone-scraping knife. For such a demon, no amount of torment could be deemed excessive. Even 1,000 cuts would not suffice to atone for its sins. Seeing Su Chen's determined demeanor, the Bone-Eater Demon began to feel a twinge of panic. Were the newcomers truly this ruthless? Wait, what do you wish to ask? I can tell you. Su Chen feigned a thoughtful expression. Indeed, I have one question. Have you eaten? The Bone-Eater Demon was left speechless. After all that pondering, you ask this? Are you mocking me? Its head spun in confusion. This newcomer did not play by the rules, and even seemed too lazy to ask proper questions. If other enforcers had heard this, they would have rejoiced, yet this fellow remained utterly indifferent. Did he know that he would not elicit the truth? You wretched scoundrel! You had better pray not to fall into my hands, for I shall make your existence a living hell, rendering you unable to live or die. The chilling echoes of anguished cries reverberated from the interrogation room. The soundproofing of the room was intentionally inadequate, designed to instill fear in those other malevolent beings undergoing their own interrogations. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Su Chen emerged with the food bone demon in tow. The creature was drenched in blood, with half of its face grotesquely disfigured, exposing its ghastly white bones. Yet, it remained alive. The vitality of the food bone demon was formidable, as long as one did not dismember it completely or reduce its bones to powder. It would persist in its existence. This scene did not escape the gaze of onlookers. So, did you manage to extract any information? Zheng Wenhao inquired, rushing over. Su Chen shook his head, stating, "No, this fellow's resolve is as tough as its bones. It refuses to utter a single word." The food bone demon raged internally, yearning to voice its grievances, yet its ability to speak was hindered by its mangled mouth, which would take weeks to heal. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Hu Huiyan scoffed disdainfully. She had always suspected that Su Chen's initial act of interrogating a demon was merely a display for attention. Now, it appeared her suspicions were confirmed. The other newly appointed enforcers sighed in relief. If Su Chen had indeed managed to extract anything, their burden would have increased significantly. "I told you he was just putting on a show, and it turns out I was right," He Qing remarked with a hint of mockery. as if dismissing the entire affair as child's play. Only Huang Minghu discerned that Su Chen was no ordinary individual. The extent of damage he inflicted on the foodbone demon was no trivial matter. Huang Minghu's expression grew solemn. He himself could not guarantee he could inflict such punishment. If it were you, disregarding whether you obtained any intelligence, could you have reduced the foodbone demon to such a state? What difficulty is there in that? He Qing retorted dismissively. I merely refrained from applying excessive force for fear of killing them. Huang Minghu shook his head, aware that He Qing was merely putting on a brave front. At that moment, Su Chen had already returned the foodbone demon to its cell. The Yao emoji promptly turned to a new page. Demon, foodbone demon, cultivation level, Tianren realm, 6th layer, techniques, bone-shattering claw, transformation of bones. Daily extraction, root bone quality 20, experience 800. When Su Chen noticed the daily extraction rewards included root bone quality, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This root bone quality significantly impacted one's cultivation talent. The better the root bone quality, the higher the innate potential for cultivation. It became apparent to Su Chen why this foodbone demon had achieved such high cultivation. It was no wonder it reached the Tianren realm. It had utilized the transformation of bones technique to convert human bones into nourishment, thereby enhancing its root bone quality. Thousands of human bones, including some from budding talented cultivators, were sufficient to elevate its cultivation talent to an extraordinary degree. Su Chen felt a pang of regret, pondering how many lives the foodbone demon would have claimed had it not been captured by the Shu Mountain Sect. It was frightening to consider that if it continued its consumption unchecked, it could become an insurmountable threat within a century. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Su Chen exited the cell without pausing, proceeding to extract the next demon for interrogation. You are quite relentless. This is merely the first day, Zheng Wenhao remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Others felt an undeniable sense of urgency. A team member fiercely pursuing results made it difficult for the rest to remain composed. If they did not exert themselves, they risked being overwhelmed by the tide of progress. After speaking, Huang Minghu departed for the demon's holding cell. Due to Su Chen's excessive enthusiasm, the first underground level quickly became highly competitive. Su Chen methodically executed one interrogation after another. His interrogation process was straightforward: drag the demon out, administer a beating, and then return it to its confines. This approach allowed him to accrue substantial experience. By the end of the day, he had interrogated 5 demons, setting a record for the day's performance. This was with Su Chen holding back. Otherwise, he could have easily tackled 10. The results of the interrogations were evident. He had extracted nothing of value. After all, his intent was not to elicit information through torture. The purpose of his methods was merely to create the illusion of interrogation, leaving visible signs of activity, rather than simply dragging demons out and returning them. Had Su Chen pursued that path, he could have filled the Yao Mog with every demon from the first level within a day. However, such actions would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Just watch. This is merely the fleeting enthusiasm of a newcomer. He will not sustain this pace for long. He Qing held a low opinion of Su Chen's methods. In the past, there had been other eager newcomers, but after a few days of setbacks, they had become disheartened and ceased their efforts. He believed Su Chen would not escape this fate. Unexpectedly, for 5 consecutive days, Su Chen increased the number of demons he interrogated daily. Each day, he added one more, and by the 5th day, the number had doubled to 10. He even re-interrogated demons that others had previously questioned. This inevitably sparked dissent among his peers, especially since Su Chen had failed to extract any meaningful information. In light of the outcomes, it appeared he was merely tormenting the demons once more. Many began to question Su Chen's character. Could he be a natural-born sadist, incapable of feeling at ease without inflicting suffering on others? It was no wonder he fought tooth and nail to become an enforcer. It all made sense now. Due to Su Chen's extreme measures, his reputation suffered. Even Huang Minghu approached him for a discussion, advising that he was acting too hastily, as such methods would not yield results. If information could be extracted solely through torture, the sect would not need to establish enforcers and provide them with generous benefits. Enforcers must possess more than just a talent for torture. This should have been evident during the assessment process. Huang Minghu's expression grew serious, for Su Chen's actions resembled those of an impulsive novice, leading him to question how this young man had passed the assessment. Unfortunately, he had not been present at the time and did not know the newcomers well. Upon hearing Huang Minghu's counsel, Su Chen humbly accepted it without argument. At that moment, he had nearly catalogued all the demons in the underground level. It was time to slow down the pace of interrogations. His experience had also reached a threshold for a breakthrough. Su Chen glanced at the progress of his cultivation experience, which had surpassed 50,000. He returned to the resting area to commence his breakthrough. To ascend from the transformation of spirit realm to the spirit aperture realm, one must open the spirit apertures within their body. The spirit apertures serve as concealed chambers within the body, capable of absorbing and storing greater amounts of spiritual essence. There are a total of 9 major spirit apertures: Tianling, Mu, Xian, Zhang, Dantian, and Zhu Xian, with the latter 3 containing 2 apertures each. Opening the first spirit aperture signifies the formal entry into the spirit aperture realm. When all 9 apertures are opened, one reaches the 9th layer of the spirit aperture realm. Originally, the process of opening spirit apertures was quite challenging, requiring immense willpower and understanding. The ordeal also entailed considerable suffering, akin to enduring continuous torture as if one's body were being excavated. The pain was indescribable. Only those with exceptional fortitude could endure it. Many cultivators at the 9th layer of the transformation of spirit realm, despite having the opportunity for a breakthrough, succumb to unconsciousness due to the excruciating process, leading to failures in their ascension. Many individuals must endure repeated failures before they can successfully ascend to the Lingxiao realm. However, Su Chen, through the infusion of cultivation experience, encountered no difficulties whatsoever, directly forming his first Lingxiao at the position of his Tianling cover. Naturally, this process entailed enduring some pain, but for Su Chen's current physical form, such discomfort was utterly negligible. At last, he has ascended to the Lingxiao realm. Su Chen examined his attribute panel. Host, Su Chen, cultivation level, Lingxiao realm first layer, 010-0000, mental method, Shushan basic qi refining technique, Shushan sword heart technique martial arts, heart shattering palm, mind refining body technique, shadow killing technique, myriad transformations profound art divine ability, concealment technique physique, primordial body, abundant blood qi, unmatched movement skills, immune to all poisons bloodline, giant demon bloodline, beastman bloodline extractable rewards, cultivation experience 1782, root bone quality 100. Now, ascending one level of realm astonishingly requires 100,000 cultivation experience points. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. It was markedly different from before. Previously, the experience required for a breakthrough was consistent, and the experience gained post-breakthrough was equivalent. Although the required experience has increased, the amount of experience he can garner daily has also risen. After cataloging all the demons in the first underground level of the locking demon tower, Su Chen can now accumulate around 10,000 cultivation experience points each day. Thus, 100,000 is merely a matter of 10 days. Consequently, his cultivation speed will not lag excessively. In terms of cultivation, Su Chen felt no urgent need for concern. What he urgently required now was a formidable means of confronting adversaries. As his cultivation progressed, his methods of combat could not keep pace with his rising level. The crux of the matter was that he could not learn the offensive techniques of the demons. At present, he possessed only the heart-shattering palm as a means of attack, which felt overly singular. Moreover, the heart-shattering palm necessitated close-quarters combat, and cultivators of higher realms were increasingly unlikely to permit such proximity. If he could not engage in close combat, then it would render the technique utterly ineffective. Additionally, the heart-shattering palm itself was not of a high grade. Being a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sect, he must delve into the sword arts. After careful contemplation, Su Chen realized that neglecting to study swordsmanship while at the Shu Mountain Sect would be a grievous waste of opportunity. Many individuals endured years of menial disciple life solely to learn the sword arts at Shu Mountain, compensating for their lack of aptitude with their diligence. All in pursuit of this singular chance. Su Chen had already secured this opportunity. To squander it would be akin to wanton waste. However, even if Su Chen wished to immerse himself in swordsmanship, his innate aptitude constrained him. Relying solely on himself to achieve extraordinary accomplishments in swordsmanship would likely be an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, he could extract root bone quality from the bone-eating demon to enhance his cultivation talent. This would also aid him in training the swordsmanship mental method. Extracting root bone quality. Su Chen extracted 100 points of root bone quality and infused it into his being. He wished to ascertain how much this would elevate his capabilities and whether it would significantly assist him in mastering the swordsmanship mental method. After integrating this root bone quality into his body, he sensed a slight change, albeit one that was not particularly profound. Presently, the perceptible change was not very apparent. At this moment, he understood that he had been overly impatient. Enhancing one's talent was not an instantaneous process. If 100 points of root bone quality could transform him into a cultivation genius, then the bone-eating demon would have attained divinity long ago. The enhancement of talent is not achieved in a single leap, but requires time for maturation. Su Chen adjusted his mindset. Since rapid enhancement of talent was unattainable at the moment, he would exert even greater effort. He aimed to gradually bridge the gap in swordsmanship between himself and his fellow disciples. He diligently practiced the swordsmanship mental method throughout the night, more industriously than attending to the spring and autumn annals. At the break of dawn, Su Chen, somewhat groggy, proceeded to interrogate the demons. Having not closed his eyes all night, he was now somewhat disoriented. Just as he dragged a demon out, he promptly tossed it back, exclaiming, "Wrong one, not you." The demon. "Never mind, you will suffice." The demon? At that moment, the demon had already cursed every conceivable expletive in its mind. This was utterly tormenting. Originally terrified when dragged out, upon hearing Su Chen's declaration of error, it felt a surge of relief. However, Su Chen swiftly turned around and dealt with it decisively. Currently, every demon in the first underground level of the locking demon tower knew Su Chen, and none bore him any affection. They had all been subjected to his torment. Their desire for vengeance was unmistakable, yet Su Chen paid little heed to such sentiments. What did he have to fear from the demon's hatred? As long as the Shu Mountain Sect remained steadfast, these demons would not rise in rebellion. Su Chen had begun to heed Huang Minghu's invaluable advice, no longer interrogating demons with such fervor daily. The number of demons he interrogated had decreased from a maximum of 10 to now a maximum of 3, maintaining an average level. Upon witnessing Su Chen's transformation, He Qing seized the opportunity to mock him, claiming he could no longer maintain his facade. However, Su Chen never acknowledged him. Even if he heard, he would not engage in a debate. He Qing felt a sense of futility akin to striking cotton, and over time, he ceased to comment. Just as Su Chen emerged from the interrogation room, he received a summons from Huang Minghu, prompting him to hurry to the law enforcement hall. Inside the law enforcement hall, all the enforcers from the first level gathered. In the center stood an unfamiliar figure, a middle-aged man clad in ordinary attire, his identity unknown. Upon seeing Su Chen's arrival, he began to speak. "Now that everyone is present, I will convey a matter on behalf of the sect master. The sect master wishes to select one individual from among you to undertake a mission. The objective of the mission is to infiltrate the Hahuan sect and retrieve reliable intelligence. A generous reward will be bestowed upon your successful return with information. Is there anyone who wishes to volunteer? If no one steps forward, I will designate someone." Infiltrating the Hahuan sect? Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow and silently retreated behind the crowd. Such a proposition was utterly ludicrous. The Hahuan sect was akin to a den of tigers. What man could enter and emerge intact? Moreover, who would dare to serve as an undercover agent? If he were to go there, he would likely find himself bettered in for days. Su Chen was quite comfortable within the confines of the locking demon tower. He had no desire to seek unnecessary suffering in that place. Even the most lavish rewards would not entice him. At this moment, the expression on Huang Minghu's face appeared somewhat unnatural. He could not fathom why the sect master would send someone to infiltrate a demon sect. The middle-aged man elucidated. "According to intelligence from the demons, our sect's treasured yin-yang mirror is highly likely to have been stolen by the Hahuan sect. Thus, it is imperative to send someone to verify the authenticity of this information. If we can reclaim the yin-yang mirror, it would be ideal. The sect will offer a reward equivalent to at least half the value of the yin-yang mirror. The yin-yang mirror is a treasure of the highest grade. A reward equivalent to half the value of such a treasure is undoubtedly substantial." The atmosphere in the room grew tense as everyone began to breathe more rapidly. Only one person remained unaffected by the prospect of the reward, Su Chen. At this moment, he was preoccupied with an overwhelming sense of dread. He realized that the intelligence mentioned by the middle-aged man was precisely the information he had provided. Now, they sought someone to verify its authenticity. Yet they were here in the first underground level of the locking demon tower to apprehend individuals. What did this signify? He had stated that if no one volunteered, he would designate someone. Surely, he would not choose me, would he? Su Chen began to panic. After all, this intelligence had originated from him. If he were to utter that whoever provided the information must go and verify it, would Su Chen not explode on the spot? At this moment, the thoughts of the other individuals diverged sharply from Su Chen's, particularly the three elders, including Huang Minghu. While Su Chen felt that this mission was targeting him, they believed it was aimed at them. They had long sensed a looming crisis, convinced that the sect leader would seize the opportunity to reassign them from this place. And now, wasn't this an unmistakable opportunity? The prospect of generous rewards sounded enticing, but it required one to be alive to enjoy them. The Hahuan Zone was not like other sects. It was a demonic sect that devoured its own. Surviving there and acquiring the desired intelligence would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. First and foremost, one would need a robust and resilient physique, and secondly, one must possess an extraordinary body, surpassing the norm. Huang Minghu believed he did not possess such a physique. Did the sect leader finally take action against us? Huang Minghu chuckled bitterly. Still unwilling to give up, why would such a task fall upon us? We are enforcers, skilled only in interrogation, not in undercover operations. You, who have the most contact with the demons and the most experience, are the most suitable candidates, possessing considerable strength and understanding of dealing with these fiends. After such praise, Huang Minghu found himself at a loss for words. With such flattery directed towards him, could he possibly respond with a refusal? If that reached the ears of the sect leader, he would surely face immediate dismissal. So, who among you is willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility? The middle-aged man inquired once more. After a moment of silence, someone abruptly raised their hand. I will. To the astonishment of everyone, it was Zheng Wenhao. The demonic women favored handsome men, and in this regard, if I claimed second place, who would dare to assert first? The crowd fell silent, their gazes subtly shifting towards Su Chen, who lingered at the back. Zheng Wenhao's expression changed. What do you mean? Su Chen's expression also darkened. Why are you looking at me? Is being handsome a fault? Must it be a reason to be targeted? The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. He knew Zheng Wenhao was the nephew of Elder D and did not wish to be pursued with a sword by him. As for Su Chen, he was indeed quite striking, the type that demonic women would be drawn to. However, the sect leader had specifically instructed that newcomers should first undergo training in the Soyao for a period, emphasizing the need for experienced individuals in this undercover operation. Thus, he cleared his throat and told Zheng Wenhao, you lack experience, best to remain here for now. His gaze then shifted to Huang Minghu and the other two. You three have been here long enough. Your experience in dealing with demons should far exceed theirs. Must we rely on newcomers for such matters? This was a clear statement. Huang Minghu and the others understood well. The undercover role would undoubtedly be chosen from among them. I'll go. At that moment, the usually taciturn fat man suddenly spoke up. Huang Minghu opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated. The typically loquacious He Qing also fell silent. The middle-aged man scrutinized him, seemingly questioning whether his appearance would be suitable for an undercover role in the Hahuan Zone. I will slim down. The fat man appeared aware of his disadvantage and was unbothered by others' opinions, having grown accustomed to it. There are claims that fat men possess hidden potential. Once I slim down, I can accomplish the task. Seeing his earnestness in those words, the middle-aged man nodded. Then it shall be you. Pack your belongings and accompany me. The fat man departed, reducing the number of enforcers from 10 to 9. On that day, the two veteran enforcers frantically pursued results. The interrogation room echoed with wails. Chapter 41. Torture. Due to the venting actions of Huang Minghu and He Qing, the two demons they were interrogating were on the brink of death. They ceased further questioning, as it would yield no results and could potentially lead to the death of the demons. The demons understood well that revealing their secrets could mean instant death, while maintaining silence afforded them at least a glimmer of hope. As long as they lived, there was hope. What was a bit of suffering in comparison? They harbored strong obsessions and resentments, their hatred accumulating within, waiting for the day they could escape this prison and return the pain they endured to Shu Chen. They all held this belief, resolutely refusing to divulge anything. However, everything changed when they encountered Su Chen. The previously unfailing strategy of silence for self-preservation was futile against Su Chen. Su Chen glanced into a cell, where the demon was in a pitiful state, almost devoid of intact flesh. The one who had just tortured him was Huang Minghu. Su Chen entered the cell, where the demon known as the Poshin Ma, whose greatest delight was to devour hearts, especially human hearts, was confined. 3 years ago, he had already achieved 1,000 kills, even causing the disappearance of numerous Shu Chen disciples. It was only last year that his whereabouts were discovered, prompting the sect to dispatch elite members for his capture. Such a heinous creature, responsible for the deaths of Shu Chen disciples, had no reason to be spared. However, his life was spared in hopes of extracting information about the missing disciples, many of whom were promising talents being cultivated by the sect. If the sect abandoned them, it would undoubtedly demoralize the remaining disciples. Yet, the Poshin Ma was clearly unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the Shu Chen disciples, merely stating they were still alive and that the sect would need to release him to learn their fate. Naturally, Shu Chen would never yield to his threats nor release him. Thus, he was confined within the Soyao, left to be tormented by the enforcers. The enforcers speculated that the disciples he had captured were likely beyond salvation. and his claims were merely a ploy for self-preservation. However, since the higher-ups chose to believe him, they could only follow orders to interrogate him. Up until this very moment, the Poshin Mo remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. Having just been tortured by Heiqing, he bore severe injuries. Typically, one would not survive such a beating for more than an hour. Yet he was a demon. As long as his heart remained unscathed, he would not perish. Today, you shall be the unfortunate one. Su Chen stood at the door of his cell, silently contemplating. The older enforcer being reassigned to the Hahuan Zone as an undercover agent served as a warning for Su Chen. While cultivation experience was thrilling, he also had to consider performance issues. This place was unlike the upper levels of the Sui Yao Ta, where there were no performance assessments. Su Chen could remain there for 10 or 20 years without fear of being reassigned. However, here, insufficient performance could lead to immediate removal. Su Chen escorted the Poshin Ma into the interrogation room. Inside, the Poshin Ma continued to sneer, blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Yet his expression was one of utter disdain. You are all so lacking in skill. If we were outside, I could crush you with a single finger. Only in here can you insects find a semblance of dignity, correct? Su Chen smiled. You are quite right. He did not refute him, as the demon's assertion held a grain of truth. Had they not been restricted in their abilities, the enforcers would have long since become their meals. However, Su Chen swiftly turned the conversation. Since we are here, we must accept reality, wouldn't you agree? Su Chen began to sharpen a pointed torture instrument. In truth, the instrument required no sharpening, as it was a top-grade artifact and not easily dulled. Nonetheless, Su Chen proceeded to sharpen it leisurely, the grating sound causing discomfort to the Poshin Ma. The Poshin Ma had no idea how long Su Chen would continue this. At that moment, it was a form of torment for him. After what felt like an eternity, just when the Poshin Ma could barely endure any longer, Su Chen finally ceased his actions. As the Paexine Mo exhaled in relief, the sharp cone suddenly pierced his chest. His flesh and blood were utterly incapable of resisting Su Chen's strike. After ascending to the Ling Xiao realm, Su Chen wielded his methods of torture against these fiends with greater finesse, requiring not even his full strength. Once the pointed implement penetrated the adversary's chest, Su Chen continued to push it deeper. The agony rendered the Paexine Mo drenched in cold sweat. This interrogation was unlike those he had faced from other enforcers. Facing Su Chen's techniques, he was inexplicably filled with a sense of trepidation. You have extracted the hearts of so many. Have you ever experienced the sensation of having your own heart ripped out? A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's lips, a grin that, to the demon, appeared more monstrous than himself. He suddenly sensed the enforcer's palpable and chilling murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Do you not wish to uncover the whereabouts of those individuals? As he felt the implement draw ever closer to his heart, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Their fates are of no concern to me. Su Chen's words momentarily stunned the demon, leaving him bewildered. If this statement were to reach the ears of the Shu Mountain Sect, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Yet, in this place, no one would be privy to his heretical words. Even if the demon sought to report him, it would be futile, for none would believe him. You care not, but the Shu Mountain Sect's leader and elders would care. Do you dare openly defy their will? The Paexine Mo invoked the leaders to intimidate Su Chen. If I perish, those individuals will truly vanish. Do you think I jest? Su Chen's gaze bore down upon him, as though he were merely a pitiful creature. I assure you, I genuinely do not care. Just as Su Chen was poised to end his life once and for all. The door to the interrogation room swung open abruptly. Huang Minghu entered with a somewhat grim expression, observing the sharp cone embedded halfway into Su Chen's grasp. His eyelids twitched. Do you truly wish to kill him? Su Chen's interrogation was interrupted, and he felt a surge of displeasure, particularly at Huang Minghu's unauthorized intrusion, which undeniably crossed a line. Huang Minghu was also aware that his actions were against protocol, especially given his position as the overseer, which raised suspicions of abuse of authority. However, he could not afford to dwell on that now and stepped forward to remove the sharp cone, gazing at the crimson stains upon it. He met Su Chen's eyes with a serious expression. Do you realize you almost committed a grave mistake? The corners of the Paexine Mo's mouth lifted slightly. What a pity, Huang Minghu. You truly meddle too much. Chapter 42, The Second Divine Ability. Step outside with me. Huang Minghu pulled Su Chen out of the interrogation room. Although Su Chen was displeased, he suppressed his temper, eager to hear the other's explanation. Huang Minghu took a deep breath and said, First, I apologize for interrupting your interrogation without permission, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Su Chen remained noncommittal. If the other party could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would not simply overlook the incident. Seeing Su Chen's icy demeanor, Huang Minghu sighed. The reason I stopped you from proceeding is that I feared you would make an error. Because the demon's heart, in a certain sense, is not his own. His heart is not his own. Su Chen was perplexed. Huang Minghu deliberated for a moment before continuing to explain. The PXINMO has, through some means, connected his heart with those missing disciples. Consequently, he can transfer any damage inflicted upon his heart elsewhere. In other words, had you truly plunged the implement into him just now, it would not have been the PXINMO who perished, but rather one of the Shu Chen disciples. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback, genuinely astonished. Why was such information not recorded in the files? I only just extracted this during the interrogation, and the files have yet to be updated for you. Knowing you were interrogating him, I came to see if any issues arose. In truth, had this lead not emerged from my interrogation, I would have no obligation to concern myself with how you conducted yours. If Su Chen erred, it would merely be his own hasty actions. He would face the consequences without it reflecting upon me. Yet, knowing this lead, if ignored, I too would be unable to escape blame once it came to light. I understand. Thank you for informing me, Senior. Su Chen's tone softened. Regardless, Huang Minghu had indeed aided him, and he no longer held a grudge over the unauthorized intrusion. If that is the case, does it not imply that we are powerless against this demon? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Huang Minghu nodded helplessly. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it does appear to be the case. However, Su Chen was not one to be led by demons. Such a notion was contrary to his character. Since I cannot touch his heart, I shall refrain from doing so. Su Chen re-entered the interrogation room, this time locking the door behind him. Huang Minghu contemplated dissuading Su Chen from wasting his efforts, fearing that if the demon's heart were harmed, it would equate to the murder of a fellow disciple. He raised his hand to knock, but then lowered it. He had said all he needed to say. If Su Chen persisted in his folly, any ensuing problems would not concern him. Upon seeing Su Chen return, the PXINMO wore an expression of triumph. He had nearly deceived Su Chen into unwittingly killing his own comrade. Had Huang Minghu not intervened, he would have succeeded. Well, how about that? Am I not quite the actor? The PXINMO grinned smugly at Su Chen. Very impressive. Su Chen acknowledged his performance with due regard. You are so formidable. I suppose with only one heart left, you will not perish, will you? As soon as Su Chen's words fell, the PXINMO's smile froze in place. What do you mean? Su Chen selected a gleaming sharp knife from the rack of instruments. The blade was half an arm's length long, akin to an elongated dagger. Since I cannot touch your heart, I suppose I may attend to other areas instead. With that, the blade flashed, and a chunk of flesh flew from the PXINMO's shoulder. Realizing what Su Chen intended, the PXINMO could no longer muster a smile. No one had ever thought to approach this matter from that angle. With only one heart left, who could survive? Su Chen's words were unmistakably a taunt. Stop, you fool. If I die, they cannot live either. But what if I allow your heart to remain viable? Others may be incapable of such a feat, but Su Chen was not. He could infuse the heart with essence, deceiving it into believing the body's flesh still thrived, thus preserving its vitality for a time. And within that time frame, if he could locate those disciples and break the curse upon them, the dilemma could be resolved. In such a short span, Su Chen discovered the means to unravel the issue. At that moment, the PXINMO felt as though he had encountered a ghost. A chill ran down his spine. Never had anyone made him feel this way. This fear was not born from a disparity in strength, but rather from the sensation that Su Chen had seen through him entirely. Before Su Chen, it felt as though no secrets remained. Even if you can temporarily preserve my heart, what good will it do? You will never find those individuals. Given enough time, my heart will still lose its vitality. And they will die? Your actions are utterly meaningless. The PXINMO bellowed, not merely speaking in hyperbole. Su Chen was acutely aware of this truth. Yet, no one knew that he possessed the trump card of Yao Emoji within him. How can you assert that I cannot locate those individuals? As Su Chen's words echoed, the knife struck. Outside the interrogation room, Huang Minghu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had not left yet, wishing to witness the concluding outcome within. Within the confines of the interrogation room, the agonized cries of the heart-slicing demon gradually faded into silence. An unsettling feeling weighed heavily upon him. Could it be that Su Chen had indeed disregarded everything to slay the demon? What could he possibly gain from such an act? Just as Huang Minghu was engulfed in uncertainty, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Su Chen emerged, carrying a box. Huang Minghu's gaze drifted past Su Chen into the room, and his eyes widened in shock. The floor was strewn with blood and bones, a scene of utter devastation. Where, then, was the demon? You really killed him? What lies within that box? his head. Huang Minghu was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. This was the first time he encountered such a ruthless enforcer. At that moment, he yearned to confront Su Chen. Are you certain you are an enforcer and not an executioner? Among the disciples of the Locking Demon Tower, he had never witnessed such cold-heartedness and obstinacy. He had already told Su Chen that the demon's life should not be taken, yet he had ignored him entirely. It is not the head, but the heart. Su Chen replied, his demeanor calm, as if discussing a matter of no consequence. The heart? Huang Minghu momentarily lost his composure, struggling to comprehend. What good was a heart when the demon was supposed to be dead? As it turned out, the heart-slicing demon was not yet fully deceased. Su Chen had anticipated this. The peculiarities of this demon's heart set it apart from others. As long as the heart remained unharmed and was continuously nourished with energy, the demon would not perish on a biological level. Given the right conditions, it could even be revived. Yet, superficially, it appeared dead. The Demon Chronicles had already declared its demise. Su Chen's gamble rested solely on this point. Had the Chronicles not deemed it dead, he intended to piece the demon's flesh back together and wrap it in bandages, allowing it to recover gradually. However, it was evident that the Chronicles were not so stringent. His gamble had paid off. Nevertheless, Huang Minghu remained perplexed. He failed to grasp Su Chen's intentions. What was the purpose of rendering the demon in such a state? Even if it was not fully dead, what use remained? With just a heart left, could one expect the demon to communicate? I am unconcerned with whether it lives or dies. What of the intelligence? Rest assured, I have already acquired the necessary intelligence, senior. After speaking, Su Chen departed with the box, leaving Huang Minghu standing in a daze. What did he just say? He had obtained the intelligence? Doubt, resentment, and even jealousy swirled within Huang Minghu, rendering his emotions exceedingly complicated. Su Chen delivered both the intelligence and the demon's heart to another elder. Elder D had seemingly stepped out for matters, leaving other elders to assist with the affairs of the Locking Demon Tower. This elder, unfamiliar with Su Chen's methods, was taken aback when he saw the box containing the demon's heart. Su Chen promptly explained, urging him to safeguard the heart, as it pertained to the lives of other disciples from Shushan. He also provided a location, revealing that those disciples were imprisoned in his self-constructed lair, serving as his substitutes. His confidence stemmed from the secrecy of this lair, ensuring that no one from Shushan could locate it. The elder nodded gravely in response. I will ensure the heart is well preserved until we locate those disciples. The elder departed hastily, failing to offer any further words or promises of reward. As he rushed to organize a rescue operation, Su Chen did not ponder it further. As an enforcer, extracting intelligence from demons was his duty. Upon returning to the underground level of the Locking Demon Tower, he exhaled in relief. He had finally accomplished his first achievement, becoming the first among the newly appointed enforcers to obtain intelligence. However, the authenticity of this intelligence required time for verification. Su Chen made his way directly to the resting area, intending to extract the 2 rewards left by the heart-slicing demon. Extract rewards, he silently recited. A flash of golden light enveloped him. New reward, Heart Goose Secret Technique, Divine Ability. This was the method of the heart-slicing demon for sacrificing the heart? Yet another divine ability. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. This technique allowed one to easily manipulate another's heart by planting a heart goo within them, yielding extraordinary effects for one's own use. It must be said, this technique was remarkably formidable. Mastery of it would mean possessing multiple lives. For the heart is the most vulnerable and easily fatal part of a being. In combat, to claim a life typically targets the heart. Thus, during life and death struggles, having an extra immunity to a fatal blow provided a significant advantage, even enabling one to execute a counterattack based on this informational disparity. Yet, it seemed there were no suitable substitutes for sacrifice. Disciples from the same sect could not be used for planting the heart goo. Otherwise, how would he differ from the demons? Furthermore, the higher-ups were now aware of this method's existence. Should Su Chen indeed use fellow disciples as substitutes, discovery by the higher-ups would surely spell his doom. Perhaps it could be applied to the demons? Su Chen's thoughts turned to the demons imprisoned in the cells, a faint smile gracing his lips. Those creatures were the perfect substitutes. Having made up his mind, Su Chen proceeded to extract the second reward. New reward, Heart Bodhi. Heart Bodhi? What is that? Upon first seeing this reward, Su Chen was momentarily confused. However, when he learned of the Heart Bodhi's effects, he was utterly astonished. Consuming the Heart Bodhi could permanently enhance one's ability to cultivate and comprehend heart techniques. Su Chen nearly leaped with joy. His sole current frustration lay in the sluggish pace of his sword cultivation. After all, this reward did not originate from the Demon Chronicles. Now, with the heart Bodhi in hand, it was precisely what he needed to alleviate his pressing concerns. It was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. An absolute stroke of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen extracted the heart Bodhi. However, upon seeing the shape of the heart Bodhi in his hand, his expression darkened. Why did it resemble a human heart? The heart Bodhi was, unmistakably, a small heart, no larger than a palm, and aside from its lack of pulsation, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a heart. How on earth was one meant to consume this? Was he supposed to eat it raw? He had anticipated it to be some sort of fruit, but instead, he was confronted with this unsettling shape. Eating something resembling a heart posed a significant challenge for someone like him, who could hardly stomach even sashimi in his past life. What to do? Should he cook it first? No, going to the kitchen to cook it would invite scrutiny. What would others think if they saw him preparing such a thing? If someone witnessed him, they would undoubtedly label him a pervert or even a demon. After all, what sane person would cook such a thing to eat? Su Chen swallowed hard. For the sake of sword cultivation, he would brave it. Closing his eyes, he was uncertain how he managed to consume it, but within mere moments, he finished it off in a few swift bites. It was not as distasteful as he had imagined. In fact, it had a hint of sweetness. He hastily drank some water to wash away the lingering taste. At that moment, he resumed his practice of the Shu Chen sword heart technique, and his mind felt clear, as if a pure spring had flowed through him. He immediately immersed himself in the cultivation of the sword path, his mind conjuring images of figures dancing, blades flashing, and sword intent cascading through the skies. The first level of the Jinshin Ju was completed. Su Chen was astonished and snapped back to reality. The Jinshin Ju comprises 9 levels, and given his aptitude, he had anticipated that it would take him many years to grasp even the first level. Yet, astonishingly, less than an hour had passed. Remarkable. Su Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. 2 days later, the elder in charge, radiating joy, arrived at the law enforcement hall on the underground level. He announced that Su Chen's intelligence was indeed accurate. This time, Su Chen's information had saved numerous fellow disciples, earning him significant merit. After the elder concluded his announcement, the gazes of the other law enforcers towards Su Chen transformed. He is stealing my glory. This is intolerable. Chapter 43. Implanting the Heartworm. A new demon. Upon witnessing Su Chen become the center of attention, Huang Minghu felt a tiny figure of rage manifest within him, screaming in fury. However, his rationality swiftly subdued this emotion. Reason dictated that such feelings were unwarranted, although he did not believe Su Chen was entirely deserving of this merit. Had he not promptly corrected Su Chen's initial mistake, Su Chen would not have been able to acquire the genuine intelligence so smoothly. Yet, in the aftermath, the elder made no mention of him. Instead, Su Chen modestly remarked, "This is not solely my achievement. Senior Huang played a crucial role. Without him, I might have made an irreparable mistake." Su Chen possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of human relationships. Nonetheless, the elder paid little heed, offering only perfunctory remarks. Historically, only the top achiever garners attention and is remembered. Who recalls the runner-up? Hence, Huang Minghu still felt an imbalance within himself. He forced a smile and congratulated Su Chen. "Well done, old Su." Zheng Wenhao patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Among the crowd, he was perhaps the least inclined to harbor jealousy towards Su Chen. "You are impressive, but I will surpass you soon." Xiao Yi approached, his expression icy, revealing his dissatisfaction with the outcome. Su Chen chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "I await your challenge." The others also expressed their congratulations to Su Chen, albeit insincerely. In contrast, Hu Huiyin and He Qing remained silent, their faces betraying their displeasure. "Old Huang, how can you swallow this injustice?" "I certainly could not," He Qing exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. Though his words lacked context, he was confident that Huang Minghu understood his meaning. He believed that Huang Minghu had been robbed of the fruits of his labor by Su Chen. "You did the most work, yet he reaps all the benefits." He Qing's words struck a nerve with Huang Minghu. To He Qing's surprise, however, Huang Minghu defended Su Chen. "The amount of effort expended is merely part of the process. What matters in interrogating demons is the final result." Su Chen succeeded, and thus the merit rightfully belongs to him. This is indisputable. Did you not accept such rules in the past? Why can't you accept them now when it comes to Su Chen? Huang Minghu's words were directed not only at He Qing, but also at himself. "Am I not standing up for you? I could accept it from anyone else. But this fellow seems to always reinterrogate the demons after we have done so, as if he had been waiting to seize the opportunity. I simply cannot tolerate it." Huang Minghu shot him a glance. "You have also done such things before," He Qing retorted. Why should others be forbidden from doing what you have done? Does that even work? He Qing was momentarily silenced. If it had worked, he would not have voiced his grievances. Damn it. Why does that guy have such good fortune? Less talk, more action, Huang Minghu remarked before returning to his resting quarters. Interrogating demons is an obligation of the law enforcers, and Su Chen did not receive any extra rewards at that moment. However, his contributions would be reflected in the monthly salary distribution. Indeed, there were performance metrics involved. Su Chen inwardly lamented, feeling like a mere pawn in the grand scheme of fate. Nevertheless, he did not emerge from this ordeal empty-handed. In the ensuing days, he received numerous gifts from the disciples he had rescued, expressing their gratitude. The gifts primarily consisted of medicinal pills, talismans, and materials for refining weapons. Though none were particularly valuable, it was understandable. These disciples had been imprisoned by demons for so many years. What valuable possessions could they possibly retain? What truly astonished Su Chen was a Lingyuan Dan. He took special note of the name of the person who gifted him the Lingyuan Dan, Chokoer. The name suggested she was a woman. Was she affluent? Su Chen was genuinely surprised. Even the sect had never bestowed a Lingyuan Dan upon him. Yet Chokoer was so generous? The pill bore 5 stripes, indicating a high grade. The quality of medicinal pills is classified by 1 to 9 stripes. The higher the stripes, the better the quality. This 5-stripe Lingyuan Dan was sufficient to restore at least 50% of Su Chen's spiritual essence during a critical battle. With this thought, Su Chen etched her name into his memory. He must find an opportunity to express his gratitude. After all, he had merely provided information. It was his duty. The true efforts to save those disciples were made by the elders and the elite of the sect. The fact that those he rescued thought to present him with a gift was already a significant gesture of appreciation. Receiving such a valuable gift now felt somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, Su Chen accepted it. No need for false modesty. He would not foolishly return something that could save his life in critical moments. In the days that followed, Su Chen diligently continued his interrogations of the demons. After extracting his first piece of intelligence, the pressure he had faced for the subsequent month eased considerably. During this time, other disciples also managed to obtain intelligence, with Xiaoyi even acquiring 2 pieces of information. He had indeed surpassed Su Chen, as he had claimed. However, Su Chen was in no rush. He intentionally avoided the spotlight. After being the first to successfully extract intelligence, he felt as though he had become a target for resentment. There was no need to be the leading bird. As long as he kept up with the pace, he would be content. After all, when he took action, those demons faced near certain death. Allowing them to linger a bit longer would grant him more opportunities to accumulate experience and cultivation. Over the course of the month, Su Chen opened his 3rd spiritual aperture, advancing to the 3rd level of the Lingxiao realm. The cultivation of the Shushan Jinshinju also progressed to the 2nd level. During this time, while interrogating the demons, he managed to implant heartworms into the hearts of the demons. The process of implanting heartworms must be free from resistance. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly challenging. Yet here, for Su Chen, it was a remarkably simple task. The demons were akin to fish on a chopping board, easily dispatched at will. Before truly taking action, Su Chen would torment the demons until they lost consciousness, then proceed with the implantation of the heartworms. Thus far, he had successfully implanted 3 heartworms. This meant that, from a certain perspective, he possessed 3 extra lives. Of course, the creation of heartworms was not without cost. It required a significant expenditure of one's own vitality and spiritual energy. 3 implants in 1 month represented Su Chen's current limit. Any more would risk harming his foundation, and it would be futile. If the enemy became aware of this method of resurrection, it would not matter how many times he could employ it. They would ensure he met a complete demise. This technique relies on an information disparity. One day, as Su Chen stepped out of his resting room, Huang Minghu approached with urgency. Su Chen, come and assist in escorting a demon. Su Chen, intrigued, inquired, what kind of demon? Huang Minghu's expression darkened as he replied in a grave tone, the saintess of Hahuan Sect. Upon hearing the name of the Hahuan Sect saintess, Su Chen momentarily froze. The saintess of Hahuan Sect? Did Senior Luo succeed? The Senior Luo he referred to was none other than the portly Luoan, who had voluntarily infiltrated the Hahuan Sect to investigate the whereabouts of the Yinyang Mirror. Su Chen was confident that the Yinyang Mirror was in the possession of the saintess. As long as she had not offered it to the sect, it must still be in her hands. Now that the Hahuan Sect saintess had been captured, the mirror should have been retrieved, right? Did Senior Luo bring back the Yinyang Mirror? Su Chen immediately asked. Huang Minghu's expression remained impassive as he replied. You are only partially correct. At these words, a foreboding feeling washed over Su Chen. Senior Luo, he sacrificed himself. As Huang Minghu uttered these words, a palpable wave of emotion flickered in his eyes. After all, they had entered the sect around the same time and had shared many years as colleagues. To claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. Even if he feigned indifference, Su Chen could still sense the profound sadness emanating from him. Su Chen fell silent. Though he had long been aware that the Hahuan sect was a treacherous place, a veritable den of danger, no law enforcer wished for Luo and to meet with misfortune. Luo had always been a taciturn, kind-hearted figure among the enforcers in the underground lair. He never belittled others, nor did he exhibit any disdainful attitude. He was the polar opposite of He Qing, who often displayed a fiery temper and a prickly demeanor. Su Chen held a favorable view of him. Thus, upon hearing the news of his sacrifice, a wave of sorrow washed over him. If Senior Luo had not stepped forward then, would the role of infiltrator have fallen upon me? Su Chen was uncertain, but that thought deepened his respect for Luoan. How did Senior Luo sacrifice himself? Su Chen's voice grew heavier. The higher-ups did not elaborate, merely stating he had sacrificed himself in the line of duty. How simplistic, he thought. As Huang Minghu's voice trailed off with a bitter laugh, Su Chen could sense his dissatisfaction woven through his words. He too felt that a life should not be treated so cavalierly. Yet, what could one say when the higher-ups remained silent? Accompanying Huang Minghu, they exited the underground lair. The captured Hahuan sect saintess, with her disheveled hair, could not conceal her striking beauty. Just gazing at her face made it easy to become entranced. She possessed an inherently seductive visage, exuding a certain allure that irresistibly drew others closer. This was the natural result of her mastery of charm techniques, now instinctively woven into her being, capable of swaying hearts without conscious effort. Her delicate features, paired with an enticing figure, created an enchanting silhouette, her fair skin presenting a true siren's allure. One could easily believe her to be a modern-day Daji. Nearly every man who beheld her was irresistibly attracted, like iron to a magnet. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen forcibly averted his gaze. Focusing on the task of escorting the demon was paramount. Women only served to distract from his speed in drawing his weapon, especially a demoness such as this one, who posed a far greater threat than the previous Shang Lingshan. Following Huang Minghu, they confined the demoness in a cell. Instantly, a page regarding the Hahuan sect saintess appeared in the demon records. Demoness. Ing Wan, cultivation level, 5-fold Tianren realm mind method, Hahuan secret method techniques, enchantment art, illusory body technique, soul dismissal hand daily extraction, yang essence 100. Cultivation experience 600. This demoness was indeed worthy of her title as saintess. She surpassed the earlier Shang Lingshan by leaps and bounds. Both the yang essence and cultivation experience she offered were tenfold superior. However, Su Chen mused, what would he do with so much yang essence? A wry smile crossed his face. He was no longer the frail and ineffectual individual he once was. His current physique brimmed with vitality, generating yang energy continuously. There was no shortage of it, and he even found himself lacking an outlet for it. To add more would ignite an insatiable desire within him. After securing the demoness, just as Su Chen prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him from behind. Turning, he met the enchanting eyes of the demoness. She regarded Su Chen with a sultry smile and complimented, "You are truly handsome." Her voice was deeply alluring, and her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable affection. In that moment, she was unable to fully harness her charm techniques, yet her every movement was innately captivating, as if it were etched into her very essence. What man could withstand such a trial? However, Su Chen's gaze remained calm and unwavering. Thank you, many say the same. He was impervious to her allure. As a man of resolute principles, his will was as unyielding as steel, unshakable by her charms. By the way, any form of mental manipulation will have no effect on me. Ing Wan raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was her first encounter with such a man. Could it be that you prefer men? Su Chen dismissed the foolish inquiry with disdain and turned to leave. Ing Wan watched his retreating figure, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Senior D, how did Senior Luo sacrifice himself? The next day, Su Chen met with Elder D and immediately inquired about Luoan's fate. Elder D was the leader who had spearheaded the mission to apprehend the Hahuan sect saintess, and he surely knew the details of Luoan's demise. In truth, it is not that we intentionally concealed the matter. You may perceive our response to his death as somewhat indifferent. Yet the reality is that his end was less than honorable. Elder D recounted the entire incident. After infiltrating the Hahuan sect, Luoan unexpectedly became quite popular. Despite his unremarkable appearance and having lost weight without any noticeable gain in potential, he soon captivated many female disciples of the sect, successfully transforming into a covert operative. Through their words, he gleaned much information regarding the Saintess. Later, he overheard the Saintess inadvertently mention the yin-yang mirror to the sect leader, revealing her evident distress. The leader, however, did not suspect anything amiss. Luowen, perceptive as ever, deduced that the yin-yang mirror was indeed in the Saintess's possession and that she had not disclosed this to the sect leader. Consequently, when the Saintess ventured out alone, he stealthily followed her. Upon confirming her whereabouts, he immediately relayed the information to the upper echelons of Shu Chen, urging them to apprehend the demoness. Subsequently, Elder D led a team to the designated location and successfully captured the target, the Hahuan Sect Saintess, retrieving the yin-yang mirror in the process. However, Luowen was nowhere to be found. Elder D attempted to contact him, only to discover that he had secretly returned to the Hahuan Sect. Luowen had become enamored with the demoness of the Hahuan Sect, unwilling to leave the sect. To speak of sacrifice is to elevate him. In truth, he succumbed to his own indulgence. Elder D dispatched individuals to guard the vicinity of Hahuan Zone, hoping to catch a glimpse of Luowen as he emerged. However, they discovered that he had been unceremoniously cast out, lifeless upon his expulsion. After a meticulous examination, it was concluded that he had perished due to excessive debauchery. Drained of vitality, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. Such a demise was indeed not fit for public disclosure. Those privy to the truth remained silent, preserving a semblance of dignity for him. I confide this to you, but do not let it escape your lips. After all, it is a matter that would tarnish the sect's reputation, lacking in honor. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Given the elder's request, he would certainly keep this matter confidential. Not long after Su Chen returned to the first underground level, Huang Minghu approached him, inquiring about Luowen's cause of death. Aware that Su Chen had met with Elder D and had a favorable rapport with him, Huang Minghu had asked Su Chen to probe into the circumstances surrounding Luowen's demise. Su Chen, curious himself, obliged. Yet, recalling Elder D's admonition that Luowen's true cause of death must remain undisclosed, he fabricated a lie, stating that Elder D had not provided that information, but rather suggested that it involved certain secrets and advised him against further inquiry. This was a fabrication solely intended for Huang Minghu's ears, to dissuade him from pursuing the matter any further. A flicker of disappointment crossed Huang Minghu's eyes, but he quickly regained composure, smiling as if he had found acceptance. Since the elder had spoken thus, he would naturally comply. However, as he turned away, the smile vanished from his face in an instant. Su Chen perused the records of the enchanting Ingwan Wan, contemplating why Shu Shan would retain this enchantress now that the yin-yang mirror had been retrieved. The underground demons were likely harboring intelligence to be extracted. Generally, demons of their caliber, devoid of valuable information, would be transported to higher levels for confinement, left in a state of half-life, then refined through formations. The records indicated a need to interrogate the weaknesses of Hahuan Zong's seductive arts, as Shu Shan's disciples had suffered considerable losses in this regard. Previously, the tower-guarding disciple Pei Jin had nearly caused a catastrophe under the enchantress's spell, and later, undercover Luowen had succumbed to her allure, refusing to return, ultimately meeting a tragic end. To prevent future disciples from falling prey to the charms of Hahuan Zong's enchantresses, the sect mandated the extraction of their weaknesses, allowing for effective countermeasures against temptation. Su Chen cast his gaze toward Ingwan Wan. Since her imprisonment, no one had attempted to interrogate her, for her allure was too potent, and male enforcers lacked the courage to confront her. After all, no one could predict what sounds might escape her lips under duress. As for the female enforcer, Hu Huiyun showed little interest in her as well. Su Chen pondered that this enchantress was a lingering threat. It would be best to eliminate her. He was also eager to discover the means to counter her seductive arts, lest he encounter an even more formidable enchantress in the future and find himself incapable of resisting. Just as Su Chen prepared to summon Ingwan Wan for interrogation, he was startled by Huang Minghu's sudden presence behind him, declaring, "Let me handle her first," his tone imbued with determination. Su Chen halted momentarily, watching as Huang Minghu strode past him, leading Ingwan Wan into the interrogation chamber. Throughout the entire exchange, Su Chen remained silent, sensing that Huang Minghu's demeanor was amiss. Had he insisted on retaining control, he might have irreparably offended Huang Minghu. Although he harbored no concerns about the repercussions of offending him, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. If Huang Minghu wished to interrogate her first, then so be it. It might yield fruitful information. Within the interrogation chamber, Huang Minghu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his intent palpable. The alluring enchantress appeared to him as nothing more than a crimson skull. He remained unperturbed. By now, You should understand what fate awaits those who refuse to cooperate, he intoned gravely. Wan responded with a cold laugh. Of course, I know. Rest assured. I have nothing to hide. Huang Minghu was taken aback. He had anticipated a challenge in eliciting her words, yet she surrendered with unexpected ease. No torture had even begun, and she was already relinquishing her resistance. A sense of wariness crept into Huang Minghu as he produced a drawing from his pocket, unfolding it before the enchantress. Do you recognize this individual? The figure in the drawing was none other than Luowen. Huang Minghu had intentionally rendered his likeness smaller, recalling that the rotund individual had expressed a desire to slim down. Yes, he was a recent outer disciple. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he surprisingly garnered considerable attention. With numerous female disciples vying for his attention, one can only wonder if those disciples were blind or had been bewitched. As he spoke, Wan suddenly realized something was amiss, her beautiful eyes widening. How do you know this person? Does he have ties to your sect? Huang Minghu did not respond. His voice tinged with bitterness as he pressed. How did he die? Dead. He is dead? Wan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Huang Minghu fixed her with an unwavering gaze, probing for deceit. Having interrogated demons for years, discerning truth from lies was second nature to him. Wan was not deceiving him. However, Huang Minghu had never doubted the sect's integrity. He believed in the veracity of Luowen's demise. The sect would not trivialize such matters. Consequently, Luowen could not have been slain by this enchantress for revealing her whereabouts. The thread of inquiry had abruptly severed. As Huang Minghu grappled with the loss of this lead, Wan was engaged in frantic contemplation. She began to piece together how her whereabouts had been compromised. It dawned on her that there was a traitor within Hahuan's zone, and that traitor was the man depicted in the drawing. She had previously wondered how the Shu Chen disciples had located her. Was there some marking on the yin-yang mirror that indicated her position? Only now did she realize that it was a spy from Hahuan's zone who had infiltrated Shu Chen. That scoundrel. Wan clenched her teeth. He is your informant. Isn't he? Huang Minghu's icy gaze bore into her. I am the one asking the questions here. Wan erupted in laughter. Serves him right. Traitors deserve to die. Upon hearing her words, a shadow of malice flickered in Huang Minghu's eyes. Chapter 46. The Enchantress's Secret. The door to the interrogation chamber swung open abruptly, and Huang Minghu emerged with a glum expression. Spotting Su Chen a short distance away, he stated flatly, if you wish to continue the interrogation, feel free to pursue this credit for yourself. His words conveyed everything. He had failed to extract the desired intelligence from the enchantress. However, Su Chen found himself puzzled by the latter part of Huang Minghu's statement. What did he mean by feel free to pursue this credit? Was he relinquishing it? Before Su Chen could voice his questions, Huang Minghu had already walked past him in silence. Su Chen chose not to detain him and turned to enter the interrogation chamber. Inside, Wan had already lost consciousness. Su Chen observed a distinct handprint on her neck, but aside from that, there were no other injuries. It appeared she had been forcefully gripped by the throat, leading to her asphyxiation and subsequent fainting. No torture had been employed. Su Chen was perplexed, wondering what actions Huang Minghu had taken. Grasping another's neck does not convey the intention of encouraging them to speak. Nevertheless, Su Chen was not particularly interested in such nuances. He seized 2 iron rods from the rack of torture instruments and struck them forcefully beside Wan's ear. The clang of metal reverberated with explosive intensity, causing Wan to scream and awaken. After a considerable pause, she gradually became aware of the surrounding sounds and finally heard Su Chen's words. Awake? Then let us continue. Upon hearing his cold and indifferent tone, Wan felt as if her back teeth might shatter. This man, though strikingly handsome, exhibited no tenderness. However, in that moment, she dared not express her anger, quickly adopting a pitiful demeanor. Please, sir, do not be so severe. Let us speak amicably, and I shall cooperate. She pleaded. I am delicate and cannot endure hardship. I beseech your mercy. Su Chen, seemingly cleaning his ears as if he had heard something unpleasant, began to sharpen his knife. Wan's countenance paled. What are you doing? Did I not say I would answer anything you ask? Yet, Su Chen replied, I no longer wish to inquire. If I kill you, I shall know everything. Tears of despair threatened to spill from Wan's eyes. What peculiar behavior from these enforcers? Is not the principle of leniency for confessions a fundamental tenet of the prison? In this life-threatening crisis, Wan gritted her teeth and declared, I am but a small fry. If you spare me, I can lead you to catch a bigger fish. A bigger fish? Su Chen's interest was piqued. Elaborate. Taking a deep breath, Wan continued, if you disseminate news of my confinement here, the leader of Hahuan Zone will undoubtedly come to rescue me. At that time, You can capture the king directly. Would that not constitute a grand catch? Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled. Are you truly expecting him to rescue you? Your calculations are rather bold. Ing Wanwan replied earnestly. Do you lack confidence in the Shu Mountain Sect? The Shu Mountain Sect's strength far surpasses that of Hahuan Zong. If they lay a well-prepared trap, capturing the leader of Hahuan Zong will be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. Why fear his rescue? Su Chen was surprised that she would speak such words. You are remarkably loyal. Even your own leader is being thrown under the bus. A trace of disdain curled at the corners of Ing Wanwan's mouth. She keeps me only for her greater ambitions. Su Chen remained noncommittal. Are you so confident in yourself? What if she chooses to abandon you? Although the Saintess holds a lofty position, selecting a replacement is not particularly difficult, is it? Ing Wanwan shook her head emphatically. It is not like that. The position of Saintess is insignificant. My true worth lies elsewhere. With unwavering conviction in her gaze, she asserted, to him. My importance is akin to that of his other half. Su Chen regarded her with an odd expression. Oh, are you his lover? What is love? Even as spouses. When calamity strikes, one may flee. I am someone he absolutely cannot forsake. I am a Yuanyin body, and he retains me for his grander schemes. Just a moment ago, Su Chen had found her confidence puzzling, but upon hearing the term Yuanyin body, he suddenly understood. The Yuanyin body is the optimal furnace physique. Engaging in dual cultivation with it could yield immense cultivation benefits and significantly aid in breakthroughs. Ing Wanwan claimed that the leader of Hahuan Zone kept her for a larger plan, likely intending to utilize her as a means to overcome a bottleneck. Su Chen scrutinized her from head to toe. Since she was a Yuanyin body, it implied certain implications. Ing Wanwan shyly lowered her head, saying, yes. Though I hail from Hahuan Zone, I have not yet lost my purity. The essence of the Yuanyin body lies in its intactness. Once that purity is compromised, its remarkable effects diminish. Su Chen was uncertain about her shyness. After all, she was a 1,000-year-old vixen. Was it really necessary? For the sake of survival, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Su Chen assessed her, and Ing Wanwan raised her head, her cheeks still flushed. Ultimately, one's life is one's own. If one does not cherish it, how can one expect others to show compassion? Do you not agree, sir? Su Chen nodded. You are correct. Yet he did not lower the knife in his hand. Now, if you can divulge one more piece of information, I shall spare your life. Speak freely, sir, she replied. How can one counter the alluring arts of Hahuan Zong? Before Ing Wanwan could respond, Su Chen interjected. This matter pertains to the secrets of Hahuan Zong. Only by revealing the method to counter it can I truly trust in your sincerity. Do you understand? His intent was clear. Only by exposing the secrets of Hahuan Zong could he believe that she would betray her sect for her own survival. This was undoubtedly a direct challenge to her. If she remained silent, all prior efforts would be in vain. If she spoke, there would be no turning back. Her retreat would vanish. I will tell you, the humiliation was evident in her eyes. At that moment, she had no choice. To counter the alluring arts of Hahuan Zong, there are only two methods. One is to possess an unwavering will. This is often found in those who have cultivated mental techniques or in the truly ascetic practitioners of the Buddhist sect. The second method involves possessing a certain treasure that can counter mental control. For the alluring arts of Hahuan Zong are, strictly speaking, a form of mental control. Her explanation of the second method was vague, but Su Chen would not let it slide. Clarify, what is that treasure? Gritting her teeth, Ing Wanwan replied. That treasure is held solely by the leader. I only know it is a jewel. However, I am unaware of its origin or the materials from which it is made. This secret is known only to the leader. Then we must spare your life and wait until we capture your leader to inquire further. Chapter 47. The Secret Conversation of the Old Enforcers. After many twists and turns, they returned to Ing Wanwan's initial request, to uncover what could resist the alluring arts. They must first capture the leader of Hahuan Zong. To apprehend that leader, they needed to spare her life. Su Chen smiled, admitting that this woman had indeed found an irresistible reason for survival. If they could imprison a greater demon within the demon lock tower, it would also be greatly beneficial to him. Su Chen ceased his words and approached to release her from the rack. Ing Wanwan whispered in his ear, after you capture the leader of Hahuan Zong, I am willing to offer myself to you, should you not reject me. Su Chen understood her implications and the calculations she was making. Once the leader of Hahuan Zong was captured, her existence would lose its value. The circumstances she would face would only become more perilous. Thus, she sought to gain his favor and protection by offering herself. She believed she had an eye for men. Although this man often appeared cold and indifferent, she sensed he possessed a warm heart beneath that exterior. If she could become his woman, she would surely receive some kindness. To place your hopes upon me is less reliable than hoping the leader of Hahuan Zone will rescue you. Su Chen shattered her fantasies outright. He sought to enhance his power and cultivation merely by biding his time in this place. Why risk everything to engage with a demoness in a game of love? Such actions, once taken, would also give her leverage over him. After all, the Shu Mountain Sect could not tolerate its disciples consorting with demonesses. If Su Chen were to act upon such desires, she would undoubtedly hold incriminating evidence against him. Of course, Su Chen could also eliminate her before things escalated. However, such matters are beyond his capacity. Su Chen's decisive refusal took Ing Wanwan by surprise. With such substantial benefits readily available, why would you decline? Ing Wanwan never doubted her own allure. Instead, she found herself increasingly questioning Su Chen's orientation. Silently, Su Chen confined her within a cell and submitted the intelligence he had gathered. Consequently, the pattern of having to eliminate a demon each time he extracted information was successfully disrupted. The last time Elder D met him, although he did not mention the interrogation results, Su Chen could discern that he had questions lingering in his mind. Now, with this intelligence disseminated and Ing Wanwan still alive, it would alleviate some of his suspicions. In the lounge of Huang Minghu, he sat at the table while another stood beside him, visibly agitated. Boss, that credit was rightfully yours. Why did you relinquish it to him? This individual was He Qing. Expressing his frustration over Huang Minghu allowing Su Chen to once again reap the rewards of victory. Not to mention the last time. This time it was rumored that the demoness divulged all her information without hesitation to save her life. You must be aware of this, right? I genuinely cannot comprehend why you would let such an opportunity slip away. Even if you must concede, boss, shouldn't you consider me as well? How could you allow Su Chen to benefit at my expense? He Qing was emotionally charged and anxious. Ever since the new enforcers arrived, they had made notable progress. While he, an established enforcer, remained stagnant. He could not help but feel urgency. Luowen had already been reassigned and met his demise outside. Was he next? The mere thought of this left He Qing restless. Huang Minghu was the leader, and even if the sect needed to transfer personnel, he would not be moved for the time being. After all, the newly arrived enforcers needed guidance. Boss, you can rest easy, but I have no security at all. After working alongside each other for so many years, have you truly not considered my plight? He Qing invoked their long-standing camaraderie, yet Huang Minghu remained silent. Observing the dark expression on his face, He Qing's tone softened. Boss, what are you truly thinking? Huang Minghu lifted his head slightly. Even if I were to give this to you, what difference would it make? It might secure your position temporarily, but can it ensure your safety for a lifetime? He Qing was taken aback. What did he mean by securing temporarily, but not for eternity? His words suggested that lacking achievements would lead to demise. Worst case scenario. I could resign and return to being a disciple. Not everyone is like Luowen, who was transferred to be an undercover agent. Huang Minghu shook his head. You are too naive. Once you become an enforcer, returning to the previous life becomes impossible. This identity grants you privileges and allows you to enjoy favorable conditions. But it also comes at a cost. The price is that when you leave the Suoyao Tower due to unsatisfactory performance, you will be assigned to undertake tasks with absolute peril. If anyone could lead a comfortable life in the sect, who would take on the dangerous missions? Huang Minghu's words were strikingly profound. In that moment, He Qing's face turned pale. Boss, who told you this? He found the statement somewhat alarmist. Yet Huang Minghu replied, no one told me. The higher-ups of the sect will not share these truths with you. Reflect on it yourself. Have you heard any news about those who were reassigned before us? He Qing was left speechless. He had indeed not heard from those individuals since. Most of them had likely been dispatched on missions, their fates uncertain. This was the ultimate destiny of the eliminated enforcers, a hidden trial imposed by the sect. Only by surviving those high-risk tasks can you prove your worth. He Qing's expression grew serious. What should we do then? Following his words, there was a brief silence. Huang Minghu finally spoke. Consider whether you wish to leave or stay. Was that even a question? He Qing naturally wished to remain. Enforcers wielded the power of life and death over formidable demons, a sense of accomplishment unattainable elsewhere. Moreover, the monthly remuneration was generous, if he could stay here indefinitely. How could he bear to give it up? To remain, he would have to employ certain tactics. If we do nothing, we will inevitably be eliminated. After all, the demons of today do not adhere to our previous methods. Huang Minghu's expression was calm, his eyes icy. To stay, we must demonstrate our value to the sect. He Qing suddenly grasped the implication of Huang Minghu's words. It seemed that the actions they were to undertake were not meant for public view. Otherwise, he would not need to speak so cryptically. He Qing paused, and then slowly spoke. Boss, we have worked together for many years. You know me well. I have always followed your lead. If you say east, I will not go west. Therefore, if there is anything you need me to do, command me. I will certainly take the lead for you. Chapter 48. The leader of Hehuan Sect in the Grand Hall of Hehuan Sect. A man was seated in the main position directly facing the entrance. This was the current leader of Hehuan Sect, In Jiping. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating his exceptionally fair skin, which was almost blindingly pale. His dedication to his appearance surpassed that of many beauty-obsessed women. The main seat was broad and elongated, resembling a bed. Typically, In Jiping enjoyed reclining upon this seat, attended by several female disciples who would massage his shoulders and back. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood for such indulgences. Alone on the main seat, he rested his forehead in his hand, seemingly burdened by immense worry. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. He instantly raised his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Have there been any news regarding the Saintess? The moment the visitor stepped into the hall, In Jiping inquired, revealing the urgency within him. The Saintess Ingwanwan had been missing for several days, and he was naturally anxious. As her intended vessel, he should have restricted her movements within the sect. However, he had refrained from doing so. He feared that confining the Saintess might lead her to abandon her growth. The fruit had yet to ripen. Harvesting it prematurely would be ill-advised. Simultaneously, he held confidence that Ingwanwan would not truly leave him, for he had placed a curse upon her. If she did not obtain the antidote within a certain time frame, she would undoubtedly suffer excruciating pain, perhaps even facing death. He understood that the Saintess could never endure such torment. Thus, he had been at ease allowing her to roam outside the sect. This method of control was akin to flying a kite. One could soar far, yet he always held the string to reel her back in. However, at this moment, he sensed that the kite had lost its string and was drifting farther away. Something was amiss. He believed Ingwanwan lacked the audacity to venture so far. Thus, something must have occurred to prevent her return to the sect. Over the past few days, he had dispatched all available disciples to search for traces of the Saintess, yet no news had surfaced. At this moment, someone finally arrived to report. The newcomer was a woman clad in tight-fitting attire. The disciples of Hehuan Sect were predominantly female. Even the messenger was quite attractive. The men, aside from the leader, were relegated to being outer disciples, tasked with the rough work that women could not perform or serving as labor for the female disciples' cultivation. As the disciple reported to In Jiping about the parallel etiquette, he immediately replied, "News has arrived. The Holy Maiden has fallen into the hands of the Shu Chen sect." The mention of the Shu Chen sect caused In Jiping's eyes to widen in disbelief. In the next moment, he was consumed by rage. Those treacherous old dogs of the Shu Chen sect. We, the Hehuan sect, have not provoked them, yet they audaciously captured our Holy Maiden. This is sheer oppression. Upon hearing that the Holy Maiden had been seized by the Shu Chen sect, In Jiping felt his composure shatter. This was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. The Shu Chen sect had long prided itself as the beacon of righteousness, claiming to eradicate demons and monsters as their sacred duty. In contrast, the Hehuan sect upheld the philosophy of inclusivity, welcoming all. Thus, it was not uncommon for demons and monsters to reside among their disciples, making them a target for the Shu Chen sect. They had been long-standing adversaries, each yearning for the other's downfall, yet neither dared to initiate outright conflict. Knowing such a battle could result in catastrophic losses. Even with the Shu Chen sect's profound strength, they lacked the audacity to engage in such a calamity. The larger the sect, the more complex the considerations. One misstep could lead to the decline of a venerable lineage that had endured for millennia. Therefore, neither side wished to witness the eruption of true warfare, especially since the Hehuan sect was visibly weaker than the Shu Chen sect. Over the years, In Jiping had repeatedly instructed his disciples to avoid confrontation with the Shu Chen sect at all costs. If we cannot provoke them, can we not evade them? He had adhered to this principle diligently, yet the Shu Chen sect had overstepped their bounds, brazenly abducting the Holy Maiden. Is the news reliable? In Jiping found it hard to believe this grim reality and sought confirmation. The information had indeed been released by the Shu Chen sect, leaving them uncertain of its veracity. The disciple bowed his head deeply. In Jiping clenched his fists tightly. They have captured our Holy Maiden and even have the audacity to announce it. This is an utter disregard for the Hehuan sect. But what could be the justification for such an act? If the Shu Chen sect dared to proclaim they had captured the Holy Maiden, they must have a grandiloquent reason. Even in the absence of a legitimate cause, they would fabricate one. Thus, the actual reason was irrelevant. What mattered was In Jiping's desire to know what justification they had for such an abduction. He learned that the Holy Maiden was accused of stealing the Shu Chen sect's treasured Yin Yang mirror. Upon hearing this, In Jiping nearly leaped from his spot. The The yin-yang mirror. That artifact had been seized from him, and now they had the audacity to claim it as their own treasure? Just recalling this ignited a fire of fury within him. Years ago, he had come across the yin-yang mirror in a secret realm, but when the Shu Mountain Sect arrived, they immediately attempted to seize it. At that time, his strength was limited, and he was overwhelmed by their numbers. He had no choice but to strategically relinquish the treasure to save his own life. The precious item he had nearly acquired had slipped through his fingers, and the mere memory of that moment filled him with profound regret. Just as those memories had begun to fade, they resurfaced with a vengeance, causing his breath to quicken. He took a moment to compose himself and reflect. This reasoning did not seem fabricated. However, if Wan truly had stolen the yin-yang mirror, why had she not informed him upon her return? Jiping narrowed his eyes slightly, a seed of doubt sprouting in his heart regarding the holy maiden. He murmured to himself, "Should I discover that you have concealed the truth from me, I shall not let you off easily." Jiping despised being deceived. Yet he felt entirely justified in deceiving others. At that moment, another figure entered the grand hall. It was a tall, graceful woman with waist-length hair, exuding an aura of elegance and authority. She was Guanjilan, the deputy sect leader of the Hahuan sect. "Sect leader, perhaps we should let this matter go?" she suggested. "Let it go?" Jiping scoffed. "They have trampled upon our dignity. How can we simply let it pass? We must rescue the holy maiden at all costs." In stark contrast to Jiping's agitation, Guanjilan remained calm and composed. "This is clearly a trap aimed at the Hahuan sect, particularly at you. Since they dare to release this news, they are not afraid of rescue attempts. It is likely they are waiting for you to act. You must think carefully and not fall into their cunning scheme." Chapter 49. Spiritual Hearing and Divine Perception in the Grand Hall of the Hahuan sect. Upon Guanjilan's words, Jiping fell into a contemplative silence. He was well aware of the Shu Mountain sect's intentions in disseminating this information. Yet, he had no alternative. Wan needed to be rescued. She was the key to his pursuit of immortality. If he could not attain longevity, what difference was there between dying early or late? "Do not say more," Jiping interrupted. "My decision is unchangeable." Guanjilan understood that once the sect leader made up his mind, it was unlikely to change, and thus she nodded. "Since the sect leader is determined to rescue her, I shall take the lead. You are the backbone of the Hahuan sect and must not place yourself in danger." She recognized that the sect leader wished to take matters into his own hands without bringing many people along. If the rescue escalated into direct conflict between sects, it would be the most irrational choice and the least effective approach. If the Hahuan sect were to confront the Shu Mountain sect and initiate an attack on their stronghold, it would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a rock. She believed the sect leader would not gamble the future of the entire sect. Jiping was taken aback. The deputy sect leader, who had opposed his plan, was now volunteering to lead the rescue operation. For a moment, he hesitated, as Guanjilan's demeanor had shifted dramatically. "Do not worry, sect leader. I will exert every effort to rescue her," she assured him earnestly. "I only stopped you for your safety. If you agree to my request, I will do everything in my power, even if it costs my life to exchange for hers. I will not hesitate." Her solemn promise instilled a sense of fundamental trust in Jiping. Otherwise, he would not have appointed her as the deputy sect leader. "In that case, I entrust this to you." Upon hearing this, Guanjilan responded promptly, "Please await my good news, sect leader." She then exited the grand hall with unwavering resolve. Shortly after her departure, Jiping followed suit. His concerns lingered. He did not wish for any unforeseen complications in this rescue. In the first underground level of the locking demon tower, Su Chen was assisting in the disposal of a demon corpse. This demon appeared unremarkable, save for its slightly larger ears, which were its most distinctive feature. Its exceptional ability stemmed from its keen hearing, allowing it to perceive sounds beyond the capability of ordinary humans. However, now its ears were rendered useless. Before its demise, the last individual to interrogate it was Huang Minghu. During the interrogation, Huang Minghu had struck a copper gong forcefully beside its ear. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the sound possessed a seemingly devastating force. It was akin to two powerful sound waves piercing directly into its ears, like steel needles stabbing mercilessly. In an instant, its ears bled profusely, obliterating its hearing. No one knew why Huang Minghu held such deep-seated animosity toward it, even resorting to killing it without obtaining any intelligence. Of course, no one would lament the death of a demon. However, this can be regarded as a dereliction of duty on the part of the law enforcer. Huang Minghu, being an experienced law enforcer, should, in theory, not have committed such an error. Su Chen found it somewhat peculiar, yet he did not delve deeper into the matter. He merely observed that Huang Minghu's mood had not been particularly cheerful lately. Perhaps it was due to unsatisfactory performance that he felt a sense of anxiety, which is quite understandable. Su Chen and his companions dragged the corpses of the demons out of the lower secret passage, making their way outside. In the dense forest outside the Suoyao Tower, there lies a pool known as the Hua Shi. When bodies are discarded there, they quickly dissolve into putrid fluid, completely vanishing from this world. Its nature is somewhat akin to that of a sulfuric acid pool. It is said that the Shu Mountain Sect commissioned a sorcerer to construct it. As Su Chen approached, he indeed detected a sulfuric odor, which inspired a sense of admiration towards the sorcerers of this world. Clearly, they were not familiar with the concept of sulfuric acid, yet they managed to create such a pool through their unique methods and abilities. This was truly remarkable. Su Chen and his companions kept their distance, fearful of being tainted by the pool's water. Subsequently, they tossed the corpse into the Hua Shi. The pool immediately emitted a hissing sound, reminiscent of something being scorched, and an unbearable stench enveloped them, invading their senses. Their expressions turned grim. Each time they came here to dispose of a body, they felt no moral burden, but rather faced a tremendous physiological challenge. Upon returning underground, Su Chen directly utilized the opportunity to collect the remnants of the demon. New reward, Ling Air Shintong. Su Chen was somewhat elated. This Ling Air Shintong was indeed the most formidable skill possessed by the demon. The records indicated that it was precisely due to this ability that the Shu Mountain Sect found capturing him to be quite arduous. He could sense the approach of strangers well in advance. Thus, even the attempt to approach him was fraught with difficulty. Even when they finally managed to encircle him, his ability nearly allowed him to break free. His Ling Air Shintong could discern the trajectory of an attack based on the sound produced when the attack was initiated. Therefore, as long as he wished to evade, as long as he did not intend to confront directly, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to land a blow upon him. Only a formidable entity like the Shu Mountain Sect, brimming with talent, could succeed in capturing him. Were it a lesser sect, they would merely find themselves outmaneuvered. This skill provides a tactical advantage in discerning the enemy's intentions, which is immensely beneficial in combat. Beyond this utility, the ability to eavesdrop is merely a secondary aspect. This eavesdropping skill would be perfect for undercover work. Su Chen pondered for a moment, chuckling and shaking his head. Engaging in eavesdropping within the Suoyao Tower was one matter, but other sects were beyond his reach. That Luoan served as a cautionary tale. As Su Chen passed by Ying Wanwan's cell, her gaze was as if it bore hooks, seemingly attempting to ensnare his very soul. Su Chen smiled lightly and remarked, "What is this? Feeling restless? Do you wish for me to bring you into the interrogation room for some stretching?" Upon hearing this, Ying Wanwan quickly lowered her head, mumbling in a tone only she could hear, "I knew you preferred men, absolutely." Although she spoke deliberately softly, Su Chen, possessing Ling Air, easily caught her words. "Demoness, you are rather overly confident in yourself. Just because I have no feelings for you does not mean I prefer men." Ying Wanwan's expression shifted. "You could hear that?" Su Chen let out a cold laugh, shifting the subject. "It has been quite a few days. Will your sect master ever arrive?" Ying Wanwan's demeanor immediately became more reserved upon this topic. "Are you more eager for his arrival than I am?" Su Chen chuckled. "Of course. I am looking forward to it. Who wouldn't cherish such a significant opportunity for experience?" Chapter 50. The Stirring of the Suoyao Tower in the Lounge. Su Chen lay quietly on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. For some reason, he suddenly felt restless. Thus, he decided to test the remarkable utility of the Ling Air Shintong. He sought to listen to the sounds that permeated the tranquil night within the Suoyao Tower. At this late hour, many had shed the facade of the day. The sounds at this time often reveal a person's true sentiments. Although this endeavor resembles eavesdropping, which might seem unseemly, Su Chen rationalized that it was all for the betterment of his future work. As long as he kept his lips sealed and did not broadcast what he overheard, all would be well. With the activation of the Ling Air Shintong, Su Chen immediately detected the sound of snoring from the adjacent room. Rolling his eyes, he realized that his neighbor was Liang Shanha. The man's snoring was akin to thunder, utterly chaotic. At this hour, many were deep in slumber. The law enforcers had spent the day interrogating demons, which was no easy task. After a long day, the demons suffered, but the enforcers did not have it easy either. When the time came to rest, most simply collapsed into sleep. Ignoring the snoring, Su Chen caught the sound of a steady breathing pattern. During sleep, due to dreams and various factors, breathing tends to lack regularity. Such a rhythmic sound indicated that its owner was not truly asleep, but rather engaged in cultivation. Was it Xiaoyi? Su Chen deduced that it was indeed Xiaoyi's room. Truly, There was reason behind his being chosen as a ZE disciple. He was diligently cultivating even at this hour. Su Chen continued to listen. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of blades slicing through it, emanating from what seemed to be Zheng Wenhao's room. Zheng Wenhao was also awake, diligently practicing swordsmanship. This fellow, who appeared carefree in daily life, was secretly striving hard. Truly a diligent one. From his colleagues, Su Chen gleaned no useful information, not even a hint of gossip. It was rather dull. He then turned his attention to the sounds from the demon cells. The sounds within the demon cells were more varied. Of course, there were also diverse snoring sounds, large and small, rising and falling like a symphony. Yet, Su Chen felt an urge to drag them all out and thrash them. Silence. The world quieted down a bit. Apart from the vexing snoring, there were the sounds of dragging chains, frantic cries, coughing, and strange, inexplicable laughter, along with the sound of banging against the walls. Banging against the walls. Su Chen became slightly alert, but soon reassured himself. The inner walls of the Suoyao Tower were as sturdy as fortresses. For these demons to escape by breaking the walls was nothing short of a fantasy. Hey, do you think we still have a chance to get out? Get out. I think you should focus on how to survive tomorrow. I missed the days outside. If I had another chance, I would never have taken the initiative to attack a Shu Shan elder. You attacked a Shu Shan elder? What audacity. And you? How did you end up here? Me? I attacked the Shu Shan sect leader. Some demons confined in adjacent cells were boasting to one another. After all, boasting was not a crime. Su Chen had no interest in such unproductive chatter and continued to listen deeper. Suddenly, a seductive melody reached his ears, emanating from a woman. Su Chen's face instantly flushed slightly. This sound was rather inappropriate. As a novice with a limited collection of experiences, Su Chen vaguely understood the implications of this sound. This demoness was outrageous. The woman producing this sound was none other than Ying Wanwan, the saintess of the Hehuan sect. Su Chen was unaware of her exact activities, as he could not see, but judging by the commotion from her cell, she appeared to be alone, without a second party present. However, soon upon hearing the sound of footsteps approaching Ying Wanyuan's prison cell, Su Chen sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Ying Wanyuan quickly regained her composure, appearing serene as if nothing had transpired. You, the so-called saintess of the Hehuan sect, are truly ineffectual. One wonders how you managed to attain such a position. If I am not mistaken, your sect must be devoid of capable individuals by now. As soon as the newcomer spoke, Su Chen recognized her voice, Hu Huiyan. She did not come merely to mock Ying Wanyuan. It was her turn for night patrol that evening. Naturally, Ying Wanyuan felt discomfort at such remarks. Faced with another woman, she no longer sought to display her allure, for her greater concern was that Hu Huiyun might, out of jealousy, inflict harm upon her. Thus, Ying Wanyuan refrained from responding to the humiliation. However, Hu Huiyun had no intention of letting her off easily. You are truly foolish. Do you not realize who is responsible for your current predicament? Hu Huiyun leaned in closer. Do you not wish to know how the Shu Shan sect learned about the yin-yang mirror being in your possession? Upon hearing this, Ying Wanyuan's gaze remained calm. I am fully aware. It was that beast man who betrayed me. Only the beast man knew of the yin-yang mirror's presence. If he did not betray me, then who could it be? And do you know who extracted this information from the beast man? Ying Wanyuan's eyes brightened. Initially, she believed the treachery was solely the fault of that detestable beast man. However, Hu Huiyun's words suggested that her resentment should extend beyond just the beast man. The one who judged the beast man was Su Chen. After leaving that remark, Hu Huiyun departed, leaving Ying Wanyuan standing at the prison door, seemingly in a daze. Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought to himself, what a situation. So she has reported me, has she? I never anticipated Hu Huiyun would inform the demons about me. What motive could she possibly have for such actions? Su Chen found it perplexing. Regardless of any conflicts among peers, wouldn't it be more prudent to resolve them face to face rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics? Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, as he had no intention of entangling himself with the demoness. Thus, even if Ying Wanyuan harbored hatred towards him, it mattered little. However, this incident served as a stark reminder for Su Chen. Even among comrades, one must be wary of hidden malice. Trusting others too easily could lead to dire consequences. Without the ability to perceive thoughts, he would remain oblivious to Hu Huiyun's deep-seated animosity towards him, even to the extent of wishing for his demise. Her intent to speak such words to Ying Wanyuan during this sensitive time was likely calculated, hoping that should Ying Wanyuan escape, she would seek vengeance against Su Chen. At that moment, Hu Huiyun had been condemned to death in Su Chen's mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the sounds from the first floor and redirected his attention to the second floor. Su Chen had never been to the second floor, and his curiosity piqued. An obstruction. Was it a soundproofing array? The first and second floors were separated by such an arrangement, making it difficult to discern the movements below. Nevertheless, Su Chen did not relent. Infusing spiritual energy into his ears, he endeavored to pierce through the barrier. Before long, a sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed in his ears. He had finally penetrated the array. Yet, just as he prepared to listen for sounds from the second level, a booming voice resonated beside him. Who dares to disrupt the formation? The voice was thunderous and filled with rage, startling Su Chen into retracting his spiritual senses. He felt a lingering buzz in his ears. Fortunately, he had summoned spiritual energy to protect his ears at the critical moment. Otherwise, that roar could have rendered him deaf. There were formidable beings present below. A chill ran through Su Chen. He had merely found a weak point in the formation to break through, akin to pricking a needle through a thin layer of paper. Yet, even this minute breach had been detected, indicating that powerful entities from the Shu Mountain Sect were guarding below. It was best not to act recklessly. The various prohibitions of the demon restraining tower were not to be trifled with, lest they be traced back to him, leading to dire consequences. With this thought, Su Chen quickly lay down, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Soon, he drifted into slumber. Not long after he fell asleep, a faint consciousness brushed past him. Su Chen's subconscious sensed it and nearly awakened. Fortunately, he suppressed the urge to rise, and the consciousness gradually receded. The following day, when Su Chen arrived at the council hall, he noticed Huang Minghu's expression was grave. He had just received news that someone had attempted to disrupt the array on the lower level. The elders speculated that there might be demons in our lair with a certain degree of mobility. Hence, we must exercise extra caution during interrogations. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions shifting. The concept of demons on this level gaining mobility was alarming. The demons imprisoned here were at the very least of the Tianren realm. If such powerful demons were to act, they could easily turn the tables on their captors, placing these enforcers in grave danger. Su Chen's countenance also shifted, but his concerns diverged from those of the others. He feared being discovered as the demon Huang Minghu mentioned, who might possess mobility. Huang Minghu scanned the faces of the crowd, aware of their worries. That said, you need not be overly anxious. Based on the extent of the array's disturbance, even if the demon possesses some mobility, it will not be significant. Therefore, you may proceed with interrogations as usual. But remain vigilant and report any findings promptly. After acknowledging their orders, the group dispersed. Zheng Wenhao whispered into Su Chen's ear, "Junior brother Su, I sense something amiss. What is your take on this?" Su Chen replied, "I observe with my own eyes." Zheng Wenhao paused. "Goodness. You've only extracted 2 pieces of information and you're already dismissing others? Just a jest, but I truly have no insight into this matter. I'll focus on my own tasks." "You are correct," Su Chen noted. He returned to Ying Yuan's prison cell, eager to see how she would react to Hu Huiyun's report. However, when he stood at the door of her cell, she gazed at him with affectionate eyes, showing no signs of being affected by Hu Huiyun's words. This was the most terrifying aspect. The more adept a woman was at concealing her true feelings, the greater the danger she posed. Who could fathom the venomous heart hidden beneath that radiant smile? Su Chen turned his attention to the adjacent cell, where a middle-aged man with white brows was imprisoned. He was said to be a hall master of the Dark Moon Sect, named Tang Ying. The Dark Moon Sect, which Tang Ying belonged to, did not hail from the Central Plains. Its base was situated on a little-known island overseas. It was reputed to be a gathering place for heretical practitioners, notorious across the seas for their frequent piracy, instilling profound psychological trauma in many who ventured out to sea. The mere mention of its name sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Due to the unfettered dominance of the Inyu Jiao upon the seas, they grew audacious, believing no one could stand against them. Thus, on that fateful day, a raiding party led by Tang Ying set its sights on a vessel belonging to the disciples of Shu Chen. The outcome was predictable, following a bloody skirmish. All members of Tang Ying's crew were ultimately slain by the disciples of Shu Chen, and Tang Ying himself fell captive, subsequently transported to the demon-binding tower within the Shu Chen headquarters. According to the records, the enforcers aimed to extract from him the location of the Inyu Jiao's main base. Given that disciples of Shu Chen had been murdered by the Inyu Jiao, they were naturally unwilling to let the matter rest. The Inyu Jiao acted with impunity, exhibiting cruelty and malice. And the higher-ups devised a plan to ally with those who had suffered at their hands, or with other sects, to launch a campaign against this vile cult. However, due to the vastness of the ocean and the uncertainty of the Inyu Jiao's headquarters, embarking on a reckless search proved impractical. Thus, the current plan was effectively stalled. The only viable means of combating the Yu Jiao lay in extracting intelligence from their leader's lips. Yet, Tang Ying remained utterly silent. From the moment he entered the demon-binding tower, he did not utter a single word, not even a syllable. Even under severe torture, he maintained his resolve, smiling throughout. He could be regarded as the most resilient among the captives. All enforcers expressed their inability to break him, and even when Su Chen tortured him, he displayed an indifference to pain. All methods of torture, including the most excruciating, were employed, yet he remained unfazed. This kind of tenacity left no room for alternatives. He could only be killed to procure information from him. Upon seeing Su Chen open the door to Tang Ying's cell, Zhang Wenhao expressed disbelief, questioning whether he intended to interrogate him. "Isn't it obvious? How bold of you," he remarked, giving a thumbs up. Zhang Wenhao had previously interrogated this individual and believed he had been sufficiently harsh, yet Tang Ying had not flinched in the slightest. This left Zhang Wenhao feeling a sense of defeat he had never before experienced with other demons, who, although similarly unyielding, lacked the same provocative demeanor. Tang Ying's nonchalance deeply frustrated the enforcers. "I am quite curious about your method of interrogation. May I observe?" This request seemed rather excessive. Yet Su Chen could not refuse without appearing guilty. Very well, he acquiesced, his mind already made up. He had no intention of killing Tang Ying this time. A mere show would suffice. However, during the interrogation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Su Chen continued with the previously employed tortures, which had yielded no reaction from Tang Ying before. Yet this time, he suddenly tilted his head and fell unconscious. Upon checking for signs of life, Su Chen discovered that he had ceased to breathe. Dead. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Zhang Wenhao quickly approached to examine the situation, his expression mirroring Su Chen's concern. "He truly is dead. Was your approach so severe?" Su Chen hastily denied. "I was measured in my methods. I applied the same level of torture as before, and he showed no response then." This was indeed the truth. His intention during the interrogation, conducted under Zhang Wenhao's watchful eye, had been merely to feign a result of ineffectiveness. Thus, he had applied even lighter measures than previously, making it illogical for him to have caused a fatal outcome. Yet, inexplicably, Tang Ying lay lifeless. Zhang Wenhao found the situation perplexing as well. Observing that Su Chen's recent approach had not been as severe as before, he wondered why Tang Ying could not withstand it this time. Perhaps the accumulation of past tortures had taken a toll, leading to a final collapse? Zhang Wenhao concluded, while Su Chen refrained from voicing agreement or disagreement. As his attention shifted to the page of the Demon Chronicles pertaining to Tang Ying. At that moment, the page associated with Tang Ying dimmed, signifying his death. However, strangely, the relic reward attributed to him was singular. "This is unusual. A demon I personally vanquished should yield 2 rewards." Su Chen pondered, feeling puzzled. This did not align with his understanding. Unless, of course, he had not perished due to Su Chen's actions. This notion piqued Su Chen's interest. If, as Zhang Wenhao suggested, Tang Ying succumbed due to the cumulative toll of previous tortures and subsequently succumbed to the final ordeal at Su Chen's hands, then logically, Su Chen would be the one held accountable for his death. Previously, when Su Chen used the Shadow Demon as a shield, he had comprehended the criteria for determining a demon's death in the Demon Chronicles. Only if a demon's demise resulted from Su Chen's actions or was significantly linked to him would it be classified as his kill, granting him 2 relic rewards. Yet, in this instance, Tang Ying's death warranted only a single reward. Did this not imply that his demise bore no relation to Su Chen whatsoever? This revelation was indeed intriguing. "Since he is dead, we should notify them to assist in his removal," Zhang Wenhao remarked resignedly. Su Chen nodded, his consciousness delving into Tang Ying's past. He sought to uncover what secrets this individual harbored. Tang Ying was born on a small island overseas, known as Xie Dao, where the inhabitants worshipped a mysterious and malevolent deity. Growing up in such an environment, it was no surprise that Tang Ying developed a ruthless disposition. Later, forward, he became a staunch devotee of the Yu Jiao. Su Chen gleaned from Tang Ying's memories the location of the Yu Jiao's base. Remarkably, their stronghold resided upon the back of a colossal sea creature. This creature was under the control of the Yu Jiao, appearing from a distance like a solitary island. In truth, it resembled a massive ship capable of anchoring and drifting across the ocean. Little wonder few could locate their lair. It was not a fixed position. Without the knowledge of the Yu Jiao, outsiders had little chance of discovering their sect's whereabouts. However, as a leader, Tang Ying possessed the means to identify the location of his sect. Now, Su Chen had also acquired this knowledge, though he had no intention of divulging it. Thereafter, Su Chen chose to overlook Tang Ying's exploits at sea, which were nothing more than a fantastical rendition of piracy. Scenes from Tang Ying's life flashed through Su Chen's mind like a rapid-fire film reel until he reached the moment Tang Ying was captured and imprisoned in the demon binding tower. Su Chen then slowed his recollection to focus on the events that transpired after he arrived. At that moment, Huang Minghu and others arrived. How did he die? Did you extract any information? Huang Minghu inquired, frowning. As Su Chen continued to sift through Tang Ying's memories, he addressed Huang Minghu's question. I did not apply excessive force. Yet I do not know how he ended up dead. As for the information, that remains unacquired. Su Chen spoke truthfully. Tang Ying had not died because of him, and he had no desire to bear that blame. Beside him, Zheng Wenhao actively testified for Su Chen, stating, I can attest that I was also present in the interrogation room at that time. The punishment meted out to Su Chen did not reach a lethal dosage. Whether it was or wasn't is not for you to decide verbally. Do not forget, Su Chen had previously killed that demon in a moment of carelessness when he first received intelligence. One must acknowledge their own mistakes and refrain from seeking to evade responsibility. What harm comes from taking responsibility? The sect will not punish you for accidentally killing a demon or two, Huang Minghu said earnestly. From the perspective of a senior, this guidance was indeed sound. However, at that moment, Su Chen's expression suddenly turned peculiar, his pupils dilating slightly in surprise. This reaction was not prompted by Huang Minghu's words, but rather because of him. In his mind, memories of Tang Ying surfaced, and he recalled Huang Minghu's figure whispering something to Tang Ying in the interrogation room, handing her a black pill. This pill could create the illusion of death. If taken before the next interrogation, it would help one evade detection. The effects lasted half an hour, and he promised to delay time, ensuring Su Chen would awaken before falling into the corpse pool. Afterward, he would be free to unleash a massacre. Remember, you must release more demons. Only then will you have a chance to escape the locking demon tower. This recollection struck Su Chen with shock. He never anticipated that the one aiding Tang Ying in fabricating a false death would be their own law enforcement head. It was akin to a thief guarding against theft. A question arose in Su Chen's mind. What was his true intention? What benefit did he gain from releasing this malevolent cultivator and intensifying the chaos within the locking demon tower? Observing the stern facade of Huang Minghu, Su Chen felt a wave of hypocrisy wash over him. Chapter 53. Provoking trouble. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Huang Minghu assumed he was merely displeased. He could not fathom that Su Chen was already aware of his actions. Do you find my words unpalatable? Huang Minghu continued to relish the role of a strict mentor. Su Chen, sensing this, tugged at his lips to reveal a radiant smile. How could that be? Senior's criticism is justified, and I accept it gladly. Hu Huiyun, witnessing Su Chen's predicament, wore an expression of schadenfreude. The reason Su Chen continued to play along was that he could not expose Huang Minghu's true nature at this juncture. Firstly, he lacked evidence to prove Huang Minghu's wrongdoing. Secondly, how could he have known such information? That would create an unexplainable flaw. Thus, Su Chen had no choice but to feign ignorance. At that moment, Huang Minghu, true to his promise to Tang Ying, prepared to buy time, proposing a thorough examination of the corpse due to its suspicious death, necessitating caution. Su Chen interjected, Senior, do you suspect that there is another cause for his death? Huang Minghu was taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise with a subtle smile, replying, Not exactly. I just feel more at ease by checking. Nevertheless, he did not wish to shoulder the responsibility himself, and thus designated Zheng Wenhao to conduct the examination, allowing him to shift the blame if anything went awry. Zheng Wenhao, without further thought, stepped forward. However, Su Chen pulled him back, saying, Brother Zheng and I have already examined him in the interrogation room. We found no issues. As newcomers, our experience in corpse examination is limited. It would be better if you took a look, Senior. Although Zheng Wenhao found Su Chen's action odd, he refrained from questioning it. Strangely, He Qing, who usually enjoyed sparring with Su Chen, fell silent. Su Chen glanced over and noticed He Qing appeared somewhat dazed, but he chose to ignore him and redirected his attention. Huang Minghu subtly furrowed his brow. Su Chen's remark about their inexperience effectively excluded the new law enforcers, essentially placing him and He Qing on the hot seat. However, at that moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. Your lack of experience does not imply that everyone lacks it. I shall do it. Hu Huiyun, not wishing to be grouped with Su Chen, stepped forward. Su Chen felt speechless as he observed Hu Huiyun's face, which seemed to be plastered with foolishness. Isn't this akin to volunteering for trouble? If you enjoy it, so be it, he thought, choosing to disregard her. Huang Minghu, relieved by Hu Huiyun's unexpected willingness, readily agreed. Hu Huiyun meticulously examined Tang Ying for any other fatal wounds, primarily aiming to pin her death on Su Chen. However, upon inspection, she found no obvious fatal injuries. The punishments inflicted by Su Chen were mainly on her arms and calves. To assert that her death was intentional on his part would indeed be a stretch. Thus, Hu Huiyan shook her head and stepped aside. Su Chen estimated the passage of time. It had only been about 15 minutes. Huang Minghu had mentioned that the effects of the false death pill would last half an hour. There were roughly 3/4 of an hour remaining. Based on the usual pace, it would be ample time to reach the corpse pool from the locking demon tower's underground entrance. Hence, Su Chen knew Huang Minghu would not allow them to leave just yet. As expected, Huang Minghu called for He Qing to conduct another examination. He Qing, appearing somewhat distracted, agreed, and those present noticed his mind seemed elsewhere. His inspection yielded no issues either. At that moment, only about 15 minutes remained until the half-hour mark. Given the normal pace, it was clear that 15 minutes would not suffice. Tang Ying would surely awaken midway and commence her slaughter. Though impaired, without the suppression of the locking demon tower's array, she would easily be capable of dispatching several disciples in blue robes. The script was already written. It was merely a matter of which unfortunate souls would be chosen. Huang Minghu surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Is there anyone who wishes to throw this fellow into the corpse pool?" Su Chen interjected, "Senior, I believe that since we are unclear on how he died, I could stab him a couple more times to ensure his death is absolute. That should be acceptable, right?" While Su Chen could not directly expose Huang Minghu, he could certainly irritate him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Huang Minghu frowned. There is no need for that. Tossing him into the corpse pool is a straightforward resolution. He hastily sought to end this conversation, unwilling to allow Su Chen to continue. "Very well, if no one volunteers, I will designate." As the words fell, everyone lowered their heads. Who would willingly undertake such a thankless task unless absolutely necessary? Huang Minghu wasted no time and promptly named 3 individuals: Su Chen, Hu Huiyan, and Liang Shanha. Su Chen was not surprised. He had anticipated being chosen, for he had spoken too much earlier, and Huang Minghu was likely eager to rid himself of him. Initially, Su Chen had planned to find an excuse to decline. However, upon further reflection, if he refused and Tang Ying awakened to kill everyone, he would undoubtedly become a suspect. After all, Tang Ying had died during his interrogation and then revived during the process of transporting her body. The suspicion surrounding him would be insurmountable. This represented an opportunity to clear his name. As Su Chen contemplated this, he chose not to refuse. The others, while similarly withholding their objections, were evident expressions of reluctance. Particularly, Hu Huiyan's countenance was as dark as a sky on the verge of a torrential downpour. Su Chen understood that her displeasure stemmed from his presence. However, he refrained from commenting. The 3 of them lifted Tang Ying's body onto a stretcher and proceeded to carry it out. Su Chen deliberately positioned himself at the front, allowing him to control the pace of their procession. Huang Minghu, observing their departure from the entrance, couldn't help but smile softly. "Excellent. Everything is unfolding precisely as per my script." Upon emerging from the dense forest cabin, Su Chen gathered his breath and began to sprint. After all, there remained merely a quarter of an hour. "If I run swiftly enough, you shall not awaken." Indeed, Su Chen intended to dispose of Tang Ying's body in the corpse dissolution pit before he could regain consciousness. By that time, even if he awoke, it would be of no consequence. Once immersed in the pit, the body would disintegrate in an instant, beyond even the intervention of deities. Su Chen's sudden acceleration startled the 2 following him. Instinctively, they quickened their pace to keep up. Liang Shanha managed to adapt, but Hu Huiyun's discontent escalated. She had never been fond of Su Chen, and now, being compelled to run alongside him, her anger flared. "What is wrong with you? Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker?" Su Chen was not inclined to indulge her. He retorted coldly, "Do you think I desire to remain in the same company as you?" The implication of Su Chen's words was clear. He wished to distance himself from Hu Huiyun. Hence, he hastened his steps to expedite the disposal of the body and swiftly part ways. Hu Huiyun grasped the underlying message immediately. At that moment, her expression was one of utmost displeasure. Liang Shanha, caught between them, felt quite awkward. He was aware of their discord, and thus found Su Chen's actions reasonable. He was willing to cooperate, for he too wished to avoid lingering in the charged atmosphere between the 2. As both accelerated, Hu Huiyun begrudgingly matched their speed, her frustration growing with every step. Before long, the corpse dissolution pit came into view. Yet at that moment, Hu Huiyun threw a tantrum, abruptly tossing the stretcher aside. The loss of balance caused Tang Ying's body to roll onto the grass. Both Su Chen and Liang Shanha were momentarily stunned. "This is the destination. You 2 can handle the body yourselves." Hu Huiyun turned to leave, exhibiting sheer defiance. Su Chen's anger flared instantly. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Foolish woman. After instinctively cursing under his breath, Su Chen dismissed her from his thoughts. The immediate priority was to dispose of Tang Ying in the pit. However, Hu Huiyun, having overheard Su Chen's insult, felt her rage surge. Like a lit firecracker, she exploded. How dare you insult me? She spun around, brandishing another artifact, a long whip. Entirely in an eerie green hue, its material indiscernible. Just as Su Chen reached for Tang Ying, Hu Huiyun lashed out, ensnaring his hand and pulling him away. Even a clay Buddha would exhibit some temper when subjected to such antics. Su Chen seethed. What do you intend to do? Hu Huiyun's gaze was fierce. You insult me, and you dare to question my intentions? You will not leave today without kneeling and apologizing. In that moment, Su Chen was nearly consumed by the desire to retaliate. Were it just the two of them, he might have indeed acted. However, with Liang Shanhe as a witness, he forcibly suppressed his urge to strike her. Seeing the tension escalate, Liang Shanhe attempted to mediate, hoping to play the role of the peacemaker. I implore you, let us converse civilly. Yet, before he could finish, Hu Huiyun cut him off sharply. This does not concern you. Speak less. Liang Shanhe found himself rendered speechless. You are truly beyond help. You expect an apology from me? Dream on. The ever-resolute Su Chen had no concept of yielding. He shot back defiantly. Meanwhile, with lightning speed, he seized Tang Ying and hurled him toward the direction of the corpse dissolution pit. Hu Huiyun may act foolishly, but he could not afford to be reckless. Engaging in a conflict with this obstinate woman was not prudent. First and foremost, disposing of Tang Ying was the most urgent task. However, in her irrational state, Hu Huiyun had nearly lost her wits. She was determined to oppose Su Chen at all costs. Thus, just as Tang Ying's body was about to plunge into the pit, she lashed out again, retrieving the body from the precipice of death. Su Chen stood frozen for 3 full seconds. He had never encountered anyone capable of such absurdity. Apologize to me. Hu Huiyun glared at Su Chen. If you do not apologize, you shall not depart today. Liang Shanhe, growing increasingly frustrated, interjected. Your squabble is wasting my time. Allow me to handle the body. I will take my leave, and you two can continue your discussion. Liang Shanhe's offer to manage the body finally brought relief to Su Chen. To prevent Hu Huiyun from escalating the situation further, he kept a close watch on her. Hu Huiyun directed her ire solely at Su Chen, indifferent to Liang Shanhe's actions. Seeing Su Chen unwilling to apologize, she took matters into her own hands, seeking to teach him a lesson about respecting his seniors. Yet her strikes were vicious and unrelenting. It was more than just a reprimand. It bordered on lethal. Su Chen yearned to unleash a powerful blow upon her arrogant face. Were it not for the fact that they were within the Shu Mountain Sect and Liang Shanhe was present, he would have gladly sent this foolish woman to the underworld. Truly, as fellow disciples, why must it escalate to such extremes? Liang Shanhe turned to witness the two embroiled in combat, feeling an absurd mix of disbelief and exasperation. From his perspective, among comrades, as long as there were no deep-seated vendettas, what conflict could not be resolved? Should their altercation be exposed to the sect, both would face consequences. Moreover, as enforcers, their conflict would only exacerbate the situation. You both must be mindful of your positions, Liang Shanhe earnestly advised. Su Chen, however, was unwilling to waste time, insisting, do not concern yourself, just complete the task and depart. Liang Shanhe never anticipated that the typically reasonable Su Chen would respond so dismissively. His heartfelt counsel was met with ingratitude. Fine, I shall no longer engage with you. Frustrated, Liang Shanhe turned away, grasping one of Tang Ying's legs, preparing to cast him into the dissolution pit. Just then, Tang Ying's eyes suddenly flew open. Liang Shanhe recoiled in shock. In that instant, he felt his heart skip a beat. Ah! The next moment, Liang Shanhe yelped, as if he had inadvertently touched something foul, releasing Tang Ying's leg as if burned. Was this a resurrection? In an instant, Liang Shanhe could think of only one thought. Whoosh! Tang Ying's body contorted into an unnatural position, rising abruptly. This is incorrect. What sort of resurrection is this? This fellow is not dead, he is merely feigning it. Although Tang Ying rises in a rather peculiar manner. The moment Liang Shanhe meets his gaze, it is as if he awakens from a dream, finally realizing that something is amiss. This is not a zombie transformation. With the conviction that the other party is not a corpse, courage floods Liang Shanhe's heart. He lifts a foot and kicks towards Tang Ying. Behind Tang Ying lies the corpse transformation pool. Die! Liang Shanhe delivers a full-force kick, yet Tang Ying remains utterly unmoved. His foot sinks into Tang Ying's abdomen. What? Liang Shanhe is inexplicably horrified. In the next instant, Tang Ying delivers a punch. Crack! Liang Shanha's leg bone is shattered. Chapter 54. The Art of Faking Death. With Liang Shanha's anguished cry, Su Chen and Hu Huiyan immediately take notice. Su Chen's heart sinks. This is not good. Meanwhile, Hu Huiyan directly witnesses Tang Ying's resurrection. The two of them momentarily distance themselves, pausing their conflict. After Tang Ying shatters Liang Shanha's leg bone with a punch, a cruel expression appears on his face. He then swiftly delivers a knife hand strike towards Liang Shanha's neck. In this life or death moment, Su Chen decisively draws his sword, unleashing a blade of sword energy that strikes Tang Ying's arm, leaving a crimson gash from which blood slowly oozes. Tang Ying gazes at Su Chen with a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting to be harmed by this individual. Despite his diminished power, he finds it easy to handle cultivators below the Jedon realm. He did not anticipate being injured by such a disciple. At this moment, Hu Huiyan, seeing Su Chen injure Tang Ying, confidently strikes out with her own sword. However, no scratch appears on Tang Ying's body. Suddenly, her expression changes. Impossible. She has always believed that Su Chen's selection as an enforcer was due to luck and favoritism. She is convinced that her abilities far surpass his, especially in the realm of swordsmanship. She has been practicing sword techniques for at least 2.5 years since she first began her training. In contrast, Su Chen, as a disciple of the gray robes at the tower, had no such qualifications. How could his swordsmanship possibly exceed hers in such a short time? Yet, the scene before her slaps her face with reality. Thanks to the brief respite provided by Su Chen and Hu Huiyan, Liang Shanha finally manages to regain his composure amidst the excruciating pain. His body is already soaked in sweat, yet he cannot afford to dwell on that. In this perilous moment, he resolutely draws his sword and severs his own leg. He has no choice, for his leg is trapped within Tang Ying's abdomen, which feels like a terrifying suction cup, holding him tightly. Moreover, his leg bones have been completely shattered by that punch. This leg is utterly useless. Thus, despite his inner reluctance and unwillingness, he must sever his leg to survive. With a swift stroke, he cuts off his own leg, staggering backward. Blood gushes from the wound above his knee, and his face turns pale. Just as Liang Shanha believes that this act of desperation will allow him to escape, Tang Ying's figure closes in once more. The speed is astonishing, akin to a phantom. Tang Ying directly lifts Liang Shanha's severed leg and uses it as a weapon, striking Liang Shanha's skull. Blood and white matter explode forth. Hu Huiyan is utterly petrified. She has never encountered such a ferocious demon, like a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. She has yet to witness the true brutality of reality. The demons that previously appeared before her were all feeble and easily dispatched, mere lambs she could manipulate at will. This has led to her losing any sense of awe towards them. However, the terrifying strength and cruel methods displayed by Tang Ying awaken her to the truth. These beings are ruthless killers. At this moment, Su Chen's expression is grave, but he does not panic. Instead, he releases a signal for help. A flare explodes in the sky above the dense forest. This had been prepared in advance. A chill flickers in Tang Ying's eyes. Su Chen's signal is akin to a sudden cold arrow, catching him off guard. In this situation, to remain so composed is not characteristic of an ordinary disciple. Typically, a disciple would be as dazed as Hu Huiyan. In the next instant, Hu Huiyan finally seems to regain her senses and screams in terror, turning to flee. But would Tang Ying allow her to escape? He swiftly lunges forward, grabbing her hair and violently yanking her back. Rip! A large patch of hair, along with her scalp, is torn away, blood streaming down her head. The pain, as if it reaches her very soul, nearly drives her to madness, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Then, Tang Ying grips Hu Huiyan by the neck. In her despair, Hu Huiyan reaches out to Su Chen, pleading, "Save me." Though asking Su Chen for help feels like a loss of dignity, her instinctual fear of death overrides any concern for her pride. She is like a drowning person, clinging to any glimmer of hope. Even with unresolved grievances against Su Chen, even with a desire for his demise, she still casts a pleading gaze in his direction. Yet, Su Chen does not spare her a glance, turning to flee. The hope in Hu Huiyan's eyes extinguishes like a flame in the wind. "I will haunt you as a ghost." In her final moments of consciousness, her hatred for Su Chen deepens. Su Chen is oblivious to her thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would not care. He understands that individuals like Hu Huiyan possess peculiar thought processes. Even if he saves her, she would not express gratitude. Conversely, if he does not save her, she would harbor an intense hatred towards him, as if Tang Ying were not the one trying to kill her, but rather Su Chen himself. Her animosity towards Tang Ying does not even compare to that directed at Su Chen. With this overwhelming hatred, she breathes her last. Tang Ying discards her like refuse and pursues Su Chen, Having already sent out a distress signal, the elders of Shu Chen outside the locking demon tower will arrive shortly. He must kill Su Chen before those old-timers arrive. He cannot allow Su Chen to enter the locking demon tower to report back, or he will lose his chance. Although Su Chen's swordsmanship is commendable, Tang Ying is confident in his ability to handle him. Moments later, he has closed the distance to Su Chen. His movement is impressive. He has not employed any techniques yet can achieve such skill. Remarkable. However, this is where it ends. After a lengthy silence, Tang Ying finally speaks, praising Su Chen. He can sense that Su Chen is unlike the other enforcer disciples, whether in strength or temperament. They are simply not on the same level. This realization ignites his murderous intent. Personally extinguishing a promising talent from the Shu Mountain Sect would be an absolute delight for him. Just as he revels in this thought, Su Chen suddenly accelerates, darting behind a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. Tang Ying sneers, slapping out his palm. The energy surges forth like a raging river, and the massive tree is instantly reduced to dust. However, as he scans the area, his smile fades. Su Chen has vanished. Tang Ying's gaze sweeps the surroundings. Yet he cannot find a trace of Su Chen. The divine consciousness extended outward simultaneously, yet there was no response whatsoever. How could it be? A living person could not simply vanish in a thin air, especially right beneath his very nose. In truth, Su Chen had not disappeared. He had merely concealed his presence in an instant by using the hidden breath technique, effectively erasing all traces of his whereabouts. Tang Ying, filled with uncertainty, scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Su Chen, leading him to form a conjecture. Could it be that this fellow possessed some form of supernatural ability? Tang Ying's expression shifted slightly as he deduced that Su Chen might have employed a technique to hide his form. In that moment, his curiosity regarding Su Chen's identity intensified. This individual was certainly not an ordinary enforcer. Could a mere enforcer possess supernatural powers? It was inconceivable. Although the Shu Mountain Sect was a major sect, not everyone could learn supernatural techniques. Only core disciples had the opportunity to access such knowledge. The enforcers of the Demon Lock Tower were merely a facade. In reality, these individuals were not the focus of the Shu Mountain Sect's training. Those who were truly prioritized for cultivation would not need to engage in such arduous tasks and could enjoy better treatment than enforcers. Serving as an enforcer in the Demon Lock Tower meant that only those who stood out could hope to return to the ranks of core disciples. Tang Ying's gaze hardened as he unleashed countless streams of qi that shimmered like blades, aware that Su Chen must still be nearby. He aimed to force him out with indiscriminate attacks. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. After a flurry of attacks, he had merely devastated the vegetation in the vicinity, while Su Chen's figure remained elusive. Forget it. Heading to the lower levels of the Demon Lock Tower was a priority. Whether Su Chen had escaped or not was of little consequence. As long as he arrived at the lower entrance before Su Chen, all would be well. Tang Ying hastened towards the entrance of the lower levels of the Demon Lock Tower. Shortly after his departure, Su Chen reappeared near the corpse transformation pool. He glanced at the bodies of Liang Shanhe and Hu Huiyan. As for Liang Shanhe, there was no need to look further. Regarding Hu Huiyan, he took special care to confirm her death. Upon seeing her eyes bulging and her body exhibiting the chill of physiological death, Su Chen finally felt reassured. Sighing beside Liang Shanhe, he lamented his untimely demise, recalling that he had been the top performer in the first round of the enforcer assessment. Yet now he lay here, unjustly deceased. It was truly disheartening. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon that foolish woman. Had she not stirred up trouble, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Now that she had also perished, should he encounter her in the underworld, he would ensure she faced consequences. After muttering these 2 sentences, Su Chen looked down at his chest. He then directly infused his spiritual essence into his palm, sharpening it like a blade, and plunged it into his own chest. His hand pierced through. It came perilously close to penetrating his heart. Su Chen immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. This time, he would not emerge unscathed. Finally, it was not entirely absurd. If Tang Ying feigned death and awoke during the process of moving the corpses, violently attacking the 2 enforcers and leaving them dead, and if he remained unscathed, others would surely question him. How did you survive? Why were you unharmed? How did you manage that? Such inquiries would inevitably follow. Su Chen found himself in no position to explain. Thus, he opted for self-inflicted injury, creating wounds to evade their probing. Having completed these actions, Su Chen made sure to clean the blood from his hands. He then lay still on the ground, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. He deliberately dispersed his vital energy, preventing it from naturally healing his wounds. Under Su Chen's manipulation, The blood from his injuries failed to coagulate, continuously flowing forth. His complexion and even his lips visibly paled. The support from the Shu Mountain Sect arrived just in time before Su Chen lost consciousness. Hearing footsteps, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Had they arrived even a moment later, he feared he might have bled out, with a heavy consciousness and labored breaths. When others approached to check his vitals, they could see that his pallor was genuine, a weakness that could not be feigned. Here, he still had breath. A sweet voice reached Su Chen's ears, commanding immediate attention for his wounds. Quickly, they applied medicine to his injuries. Soon, he felt a cool sensation at his chest. As someone gently tended to his wounds with medicinal powder, the bleeding stopped. Having lost a significant amount of blood, what was to be done next? I will transfer my blood to him, the sweet voice declared. No, junior sister, I possess a top-grade blood-replenishing pill. Let us use that instead. The elder brother's benevolence was noted, yet Su Chen felt this brother was unnecessarily meddling. Why be so generous when the kind-hearted sister was willing to provide blood? However, Su Chen kept his thoughts to himself, allowing events to unfold as they would. The blood-replenishing pill dissolved upon entry, hastening the production of blood within Su Chen's body. In truth, given the vitality and strength of his blood, with a little more time, he could have completely healed himself without the need to waste a precious top-grade blood-replenishing pill. Such a thing was vital in a critical moment. However, since they were willing to assist him, Su Chen could not refuse. With the aid of the top-grade blood-replenishing pill, his complexion rapidly regained a healthy hue. Truly, the efficacy of the top-grade blood-replenishing pill was remarkable. The sweet voice of the woman could not conceal her delight. Strange, the effects seemed too rapid, the elder brother mused. Even a top-grade blood-replenishing pill would not yield such immediate results, would it? It had only been a few breaths since ingestion, yet his complexion was nearly restored. This was a bit too extraordinary, yet he thought little of it, as he was more urgently concerned with understanding what had transpired here. Junior brother, are you feeling better? Junior brother, wake up. As the sweet calls continued, Su Chen felt it was nearly time to awaken, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a beautifully delicate face, with a smile revealing two faint dimples, her skin flawless and radiant. Due to their proximity, Su Chen could even see her eyelashes fluttering. Indeed, a sister with both beauty and a sweet voice. Upon seeing Su Chen awake, Ji Qingyao's face brightened with joy. Junior brother, you finally awakened. The elder brother beside her, however, wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Junior brother, what exactly happened here? Chapter 55. The crisis beneath the demon lock tower. Su Chen's gaze swept over the two of them, noting they both wore the standard purple attire of the sect. Purple-clad disciples. In the next moment, Su Chen made a valiant effort to appear exceedingly excited and pointed towards the direction of the demon lock tower. Quick, quick! To the demon lock tower. There are demons from the NU sect feigning death. They have already returned to wreak havoc. Ji Qingyao immediately sought to calm his agitation. Do not be overly excited. Rest assured, someone has already gone to the demon lock tower, with 3 enforcers down here. It is evident that the demon lock tower has encountered a problem. Most people must have rushed to the tower, leaving only the 2 of them to check for any surviving disciples. This revelation dawned upon Su Chen. No wonder there were only 2 people here. The main force had already hurried to the scene. Was that distress signal sent by you? Ji Qingyao inquired cautiously, fearing to provoke Su Chen into making any extreme reactions. I gently urged, please, take your time to explain the sequence of events to us. Ji Qingyao spoke softly. Su Chen nodded and began recounting the unfolding of the entire incident. However, during his narration, he deliberately concealed certain actions of his own. He merely mentioned that while transporting the corpse to a location not far from the corpse pool, Hu Huiyan suddenly threw a tantrum and refused to continue, resulting in Tang Ying's body not being processed in a timely manner. Ultimately, this predicament was caused by Hu Huiyan herself. Though the blame could be cast upon her, there was no need to worry about her rising to defend herself. Hu Huiyan even assaulted me, which prevented me from handling Tang Ying's corpse. Later, when Liang Shanhe went to deal with the body, for reasons unknown, the already deceased Tang Ying suddenly revived. The first to fall to her was Brother Liang, who had intended to manage the corpse. Following that, she came after us, and we were no match for her. As Su Chen recounted this, a look of both regret and sorrow washed over his face. Ji Qingyao consoled him. It's the cunning of the demons. Do not be too hard on yourself. Nearby, a senior brother expressed his displeasure. Isn't junior sister being a bit too kind to this junior brother? In this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Brother Hua, please head to the demon locking tower for support. I will take care of this junior brother, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua's alertness heightened. Could it be that junior sister harbored feelings for this junior brother, showing such initiative to remain behind and care for him? Although junior sister Ji possessed a kind heart, it was the first time he had witnessed such meticulous attention bestowed upon a male counterpart. Brother Hua's mood soured immediately. It seemed this junior brother did not require any assistance, did he? A menacing glare from Brother Hua was directed at Su Chen, as if he were shouting, "Speak up. You can take care of yourself." Su Chen felt that if he lied and claimed he could not fend for himself, the other party would likely beat him to the point of true incapacity. Although having a beautiful companion was indeed a pleasure, Su Chen chose to remain solitary to avoid unnecessary exposure. "You're right. I can take care of myself. After consuming the recovery pill, my injuries are no longer severe." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyao expressed her regret. "I see. Well then." Meanwhile, Brother Hua was momentarily taken aback. How did he know it was a recovery pill? Hadn't he just been unconscious? Brother Hua harbored suspicions, but chose not to dwell on them or inquire further. His focus was entirely on junior sister, and he hastily urged her to leave. Ji Qingyao rose, her graceful figure mesmerizing. "Senior sister is truly kind." Su Chen silently praised her, acknowledging her benevolence rather than her beauty. "You should leave here and await our good news," she advised Su Chen before turning without hesitation, her silhouette vanishing from his sight. Given his severe injuries, Su Chen would not unreasonably require him to return to battle, allowing Su Chen to distance himself from the battlefield with a sense of peace. However, a lingering concern remained. Would Zheng Wenhao be safe? He should be fine. The fact that Huang Minghu did not send him to transport the corpses indicated that Zheng Wenhao was likely secure. Those tasked with corpse transportation were undoubtedly on Huang Minghu's death list. Zheng Wenhao's survival was likely due to having a good uncle. It seemed Huang Minghu wished to avoid facing the wrath of Elder D. If anything were to happen to Elder D's nephew, he, as the responsible party, would not escape unscathed. Elder D would surely investigate thoroughly. For him, that would not bode well. With this thought, Su Chen felt reassured. He did not heed Ji Qingyao's advice to leave the dense forest, but instead headed towards the demon locking tower. Despite his grievous injuries, even if he were to depart now, the sect would not hold him accountable. Nevertheless, Su Chen could not quell his curiosity to observe the conditions on the first underground level of the demon locking tower. With the ability to conceal his presence, he need not worry excessively about danger. His return also stemmed from another consideration. If he left directly, the sect might not pursue him. But whether they would allow him to remain in the demon locking tower afterward was uncertain. After all, although it was justifiable, if anyone chose to scrutinize the matter, they could accuse Su Chen of being a coward. However, if he returned, the nature of the situation would differ entirely. Now, with his injuries, yet still concerned for the demon locking tower, his return would paint him in a heroic light. If the sect's higher-ups were to discover this, his standing within the tower would surely solidify. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen stealthily made his way to the entrance of the small building. At the entrance, he saw no one. Ji Qingyao and that senior brother must have already entered. Su Chen concealed himself in a corner outside, opting for caution in such a tumultuous time. Even with his current strength, he could easily stumble into peril amidst the chaos of the demons. Thus, caution was prudent. Su Chen picked up a stone and tossed it inside, testing the waters to ensure no one was hiding behind the door before employing his concealment technique. He pushed the door open and slipped into the secret passage. In the first underground level of the demon locking tower, before reinforcements from Shu Chen arrived. The moment Tang Ying entered, it was as if she had unleashed a devastating force upon the enforcers within. In an instant, 2 enforcers fell to her might. Subsequently, the doors of the various cells were flung open, and the formations binding the demons were shattered. The ferocious demons surged forth like wild beasts released from their cages. Some of them charged directly into the second underground level. They were not foolish enough to simply flee the demon locking tower. They understood that with their strength and numbers alone, they could not escape Shu Chen. The moment they left the tower, numerous seasoned Shu Chen warriors would descend upon them. Thus, they had to seek assistance. Only by uniting with more powerful demons could they secure a slim chance of survival. Under Tang Ying's leadership, they launched a fierce assault on the second underground level. Soon, they breached the second level's defenses. Of course, not all the demons entered the second level. Some deemed themselves insufficiently powerful or not fully recovered and chose to remain in the first level, hunting the surviving enforcers. They planned to act opportunistically when the reinforcements from Shu Chen arrived, to buy more time for their fellow demons. After Su Chen descended, only sounds accompanied him. His presence unnoticed amidst the cacophony of battle. Even the sounds were drowned out by the tumult of fighting, rendering his arrival undetected. Su Chen surveyed the scene. The Shu Chen disciples who had come to support were entangled in combat with the first-level demons. He felt a tinge of regret at not spotting Sister Ji Qingyao among them. His attention was soon captured by a red-haired elder. Among the reinforcements, only one elder was present, the red-haired elder. Perhaps Elder D had been delayed by some matter and could not arrive immediately. Aside from the red-haired elder, the rest were disciples clad in purple and red. Not a single blue-clad disciple was in sight. This was due to the distress signal Su Chen had released, which was specifically designated for the enforcers. The enforcers themselves must possess the level of a disciple clad in blue. Should such a proficient enforcer encounter a predicament and emit a distress signal, it would be beyond the capability of disciples at this stage to manage. Thus, an elder has been appointed to lead the charge. Yet, upon entering this level, the elder is horrified to discover that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. These demons are attempting to overturn the Suayao Tower. The elder with crimson hair bellowed, quickly summoned Di Wansheng, and gather more personnel, hastily. Di Wansheng, known as Elder D, is the primary authority of the Suayao Tower. The elder did not specify the number of people to call, but the gravity of the situation necessitates Di Wansheng's direct involvement, and he would be aware of the urgency. The more individuals that can be gathered, the better. Following the elder's command, messengers were dispatched without delay. Subsequently, the elder, accompanied by several disciples in red, fought their way through the chaos, heading directly towards the second underground level. The remaining disciples continued their desperate struggle against the demons. Su Chen maneuvered around those engaged in fierce combat, with no intention of intervening. Any assistance he offered would inevitably reveal his presence, an outcome that would bring him more harm than benefit. He would not engage in actions that, while beneficial to others, would jeopardize his own safety. Stealthily, Su Chen bypassed the obstacles set by the demons, striding confidently into the depths. Within the first underground level, numerous wandering demons scoured the area for any surviving enforcers, who had all concealed themselves. Originally, there had been 7 new enforcers, but 4 had perished at the hands of Tang Ying. Now, only Su Chen, Xiao Yi, and Zheng Wenhao remained. Xiao Yi was hiding beneath the bed in a resting room, holding his breath and remaining undetected by the demons for the moment. He felt a mix of relief and humiliation. As a proud disciple clad in purple, now elevated to enforcer status, he found himself trembling in fear beneath a bed. However, the overwhelming number of demons outside left him no choice. One-on-one, he would not fear them. It was not cowardice, but a refusal to sacrifice himself foolishly. While grappling with self-reproach, he sought solace, his emotions torn and anxious. What had those 3 done to allow Tang Ying to survive? He attributed all blame to Su Chen and the others, as he found no suitable outlet for his frustration, leaving them to shoulder the blame. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the half-open door to his resting room swung open. In an instant, the tension within him peaked. Had another demon entered? Demons had previously invaded his room, yet none had discovered his presence. He had nearly pressed himself against the floorboards, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find him unless they uprooted the entire bed. It was through this clever maneuver that he had successfully evaded multiple searches. After a lengthy period without any demons passing through, he had thought himself safe. However, at this moment, the door was pushed open again, peering towards the entrance. He was astonished to see that, although the door was ajar, there was not a single shadow in sight. It turned out to be merely the wind. Xiao Yi couldn't help but exhale in relief. Yet, the moment he released that breath, Su Chen immediately detected his presence. Indeed, the one who had opened Xiao Ye's door was none other than Su Chen, who had concealed his presence. Upon entering, he initially assumed the room was empty. However, Xiao Ye's sigh had alerted Su Chen to his hiding place beneath the bed. For a brief moment, Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. Yet, he could empathize. Had he been in Xiao Ye's situation, he too would have sought a refuge in the face of such insurmountable odds. Not everyone possesses the audacity to confront demons head-on, risking their own lives in the process. Su Chen departed, shutting the door behind him. Xiao Yi thought, "Isn't this wind a tad peculiar? Why close my door? Do you think my heart is too strong?" An ajar door signifies that demons have passed by, and typically, subsequent demons would not return. Conversely, a closed door would compel any passing demons to reopen it for inspection. After leaving, Su Chen searched for Zheng Wenhao's room, scrutinizing every crevice. Ultimately, he confirmed that Zheng Wenhao was not present. He continued to search the entire first underground level, but still found no trace of him. Huang Minghu and He Qing were also missing, their fates unknown. A sudden thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Could Zheng Wenhao have seized the opportunity to venture down to the second underground level? This was not something others might dare to do, But considering Zheng Wenhao's character, it would not be surprising. With this notion in mind, Su Chen swiftly made his way to the entrance of the second level. Normally, this area was sealed with a formation, rendering any stealthy descent impossible. However, now, the formation had been compromised, allowing access at any moment. I'll descend and observe, without any intent to engage, Su Chen quickly convinced himself. Even though this statement felt somewhat disingenuous, nevertheless, curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to descend. Chapter 56. The confident brother Hua. The demons imprisoned in the depths of the Suiyao Tower are all at least at the Tianren level. Despite enduring relentless torment, the tenacity of these creatures remains astounding. Even if their bodies are maimed, their cultivation and power can be restored swiftly. This distinction separates the Tianren level from those below it. Cultivators at the Tianren level exhibit an inhuman quality, and the demons at this level are equally formidable. Once unleashed, their destructive potential is nothing short of astonishing. As the demons flooded into the first underground level, they wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake. The enforcers on the second level found themselves wholly outmatched against the surging tide of these fiends, suffering severe casualties as they struggled in vain. The prison doors on the second underground level were significantly damaged by the rampaging demons. The formations confining the demons were either shut down or violently dismantled, resulting in the release of even more powerful demons. By the time the elder with crimson hair and his team burst in, dozens of prison cells had been breached, and the demons were rampaging, wantonly demolishing the infrastructure of the Suiyao Tower, their pent-up rage unleashed, having been deprived of freedom and subjected to torment. They sought to exact vengeance in their newfound liberty. The elder, consumed with fury, understood that the immediate priority was to halt the demons' advance. Thus, he decisively left a portion of his group to contend with the marauding demons on the second level while leading the majority towards the entrance of the third level. He was acutely aware that these demons would not cease their rampage upon reaching the second underground level. Their ambitions were clearly larger, and they would undoubtedly seek to breach even deeper layers. Therefore, they had to act swiftly to block the entrance to the third level before the demons could reach it. Fortunately, when they arrived at the entrance leading to the third level, the demons had just begun to break through the formation and had yet to enter the lower level. Thus, the elder and his team plunged directly into the midst of the demons. In that instant, the clash of swords fell like rain. It turned out that the second level was not much different from the first. Zheng Wenhao treaded cautiously along the shadows, casting his gaze about and forming a silent evaluation in his mind. In the distance, Huang Minghu and He Qing vanished around a corner. He hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the first basement level, he witnessed the two trailing a demon into the second level, yet they refrained from confronting the fiend. As the chief enforcer, their inaction regarding the demon seemed deliberate, as if they intended to leverage the demon's presence to gain access to the underground's second level. What could their true intentions be? It was precisely because he found their behavior peculiar that he decided to discreetly follow them, eager to uncover their purpose. At this moment, seeing them disappear around the corner, he quickened his pace. However, when he peered around the corner, the two figures had already vanished from sight. Where could they have gone? Just as confusion washed over him, he suddenly felt a chill creep down his back, a sense of impending danger pricking at him. He was about to turn when it was too late. A swift strike landed on the back of his neck, as if a tremendous force had surged directly into his soul. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Behind him, two figures emerged from the shadows, Huang Minghu and He Qing. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zheng Wenhao, He Qing drew a silver dagger from his waist, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, he was stopped by Huang Minghu. What are you doing, Chief? We must eliminate him. He already suspects us. Why keep him alive? Huang Minghu shook his head resolutely. I cannot kill him. If I intended to do so, I would not merely have knocked him out. He patted He Qing on the shoulder. Do not worry. I used a little trick. When he awakens, he should remember nothing. He Qing scoffed in dissatisfaction. Connections like him are truly repugnant. Zheng Wenhao held a special status, different from other enforcers. He was the nephew of Elder Di, the primary overseer of the Suiyao Tower. His entry into the tower was not driven by the pursuit of achievement. Rather, he viewed it as a mere training ground, seeking only to gain credentials without the need for earnest effort. Upon leaving this place, he would ascend to higher ranks without being dispatched to undertake perilous tasks. Such connections incited He Qing's deep disdain, for they easily acquired what others might spend a lifetime yearning for. With a begrudging gaze, He Qing reluctantly sheathed his dagger. Huang Minghu did not rush to depart, but instead concealed Zheng Wenhao to ensure he would not be easily discovered by the roaming demons before finally setting off. To this, He Qing could not help but voice his grievances, feeling that Huang Minghu was excessively lenient with Zheng Wenhao. One might think Zheng Wenhao was his own nephew. In a corner of the second level, a demon was feasting on a corpse, an eerie ghoul. This creature did not discriminate, devouring the bodies of enforcers as readily as those of its own kind, just as it reveled in its grisly meal. A flash of sword light suddenly sliced through the air, severing its head from its body. The ghoul remained crouched, its body still, while its head rolled away. Its bulging eyes twitched a few times before falling still. At that moment, two figures approached from behind the ghoul, none other than Brother Hua and Ji Qingyao, who had previously saved Su Chen. Brother Hua wielded a 3-foot sword, its blade radiating a brilliant azure glow, stained with blood, adding a touch of sinister allure. They say the demons beneath the Suiyao Tower are fearsome. Now it seems they are not as formidable as claimed, Brother Hua remarked with a confident smile, believing these demons to be mere pretenders incapable of withstanding his strike. Do not be careless, Brother Hua, Ji Qingyao cautioned. After all, that last strike had been a surprise attack, perhaps not something to be overly proud of. However, just as Brother Hua basked in his triumph, Ji Qingyao, possessing a kind heart, refrained from revealing the truth. Yet, as they conversed, the disembodied head of the ghoul suddenly stirred. It grinned widely, its rows of grotesque teeth shaking as if in mockery. You poor fool, devoid of wit. I bet your long and used brain must taste exquisite. Both Brother Hua and Ji Qingyao were taken aback. The demon's head had been severed, yet it was still alive. Brother Hua's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. Realizing the demon was clearly mocking him, how could he endure this? The azure sword light fell once more. However, this time, the headless body sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick squarely to Brother Hua's chest. Before the sword could descend, he was sent flying. A chilling crack echoed as bones shattered. Brother Hua crashed against the stone wall, blood spewing forth as he collapsed. Pain etched across his face. He was uncertain how many ribs had been broken. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyao paled slightly, but did not succumb to trembling fear. With a sharp sound, a blue sword was unsheathed. Ji Qingyao raised her arm gracefully, her wrist flicking as she unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, aiming straight for the ghoul's heart. The sword tip shimmered with frost, the air around them chilling as it rushed toward the fiend. The temperature seemed to plummet in that instant. Ji Qingyao aimed for the heart, fully aware that this was the only known fatal target. Given that the demon had already survived the loss of its head, she resolved to shatter its heart. If that failed, she would have no choice but to retreat. As her sword struck true, she was elated to find it pierce the ghoul's body effortlessly, emerging from its back. Had she succeeded? Her joy was short-lived. The ease of the strike felt off. It was as if she had pierced not flesh, but rather tofu. There was virtually no resistance. Moreover, the ghoul showed no signs of being gravely injured. This defied logic. As Ji Qingyao pondered, a foul stench assaulted her senses, causing her stomach to churn violently. The odor was reminiscent of a long-dead animal, emanating a putrid decay. Suddenly, Ji Qingyao realized the creature had transformed its body into rotting flesh. The putrid flesh allowed its internal organs to shift freely, explaining why it seemed unaffected by her strike. No wonder. Despite her targeting its heart, it appeared unfazed. The ghoul's head levitated, a mocking laughter echoing forth, deriding their ineptitude, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Sister, allow me to assist you. Brother Hua, unable to contain his fury, gritted his teeth against the pain and charged once more at the ghoul. Yet this time, he did not attack its body, but rather aimed to dismantle the head. I refuse to believe that after I sever your head into 8 pieces, you can still maintain such arrogance. Senior Brother Hua is indeed fierce, unleashing his swordsmanship without reservation. The azure sword light surges forth like rolling waves. However, the ghoul remains unperturbed, exhaling a sphere of green gas from its mouth. This green orb pierces through the oncoming sword light and heads straight for Senior Brother Hua's face. A sense of impending doom washes over him. Although he is unaware of the nature of this gas, he is acutely aware of its peril. He hastily attempts to evade it, yet ultimately fails to completely avoid the attack. The green orb grazes his right arm, and in that instant, his entire arm becomes rigid and immobile. The aura of death. Senior Brother Hua's expression turns frantic, for the green orb contains a terrifying miasma that will render the living as stiff as the dead. Moreover, once infected by this miasma, it is exceedingly difficult to dispel, presenting a formidable challenge. Since Senior Brother Hua wields his sword with his right hand, the paralysis renders him incapable of holding it. Consequently, the potency of the sword light is greatly diminished, allowing the ghoul to easily evade the attack. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyao, fully aware of the monster's ferocity, remains undeterred. She channels her spiritual energy into her sword, unleashing countless sword chi that churn within the ghoul's body, wreaking havoc. It is akin to fishing in murky waters. Unable to pinpoint the exact location of her target, she decides to simply blow up the lake. It may sound somewhat unscrupulous, but Ji Qingyao is not so naive. In dealing with a ruthless monster that kills without hesitation, she will not extend any courtesy. The ghoul finally senses a hint of danger and swings its fist towards Ji Qingyao's face. She retreats, yet even in her withdrawal, she does not abandon her offensive, launching another 100 strikes of sword chi. Should these strikes penetrate the ghoul's body, they could very well injure its heart. Thus, even the ghoul dares not be reckless at this moment. It swiftly reverts to its normal state and endures the onslaught of 100 sword chi strikes, immediately becoming covered in bloodstains. Ji Qingyao wields a superior sword, and with her cultivation at the 7th level of Xianing, her explosive attack would compel even a celestial realm expert to retreat in caution. Yet the ghoul endures the full brunt of her assault. Infuriated, the ghoul feels it has played enough. Its head flies directly towards the remnants of its neck, and as the flesh contorts and merges, the body and head are perfectly rejoined. Witnessing this scene, Senior Brother Hua is engulfed by despair and shame. Previously, he had been so confident, looking down upon these monsters. Yet now, it is clear that the monster has merely been toying with them. A mere ghoul has left them utterly flustered. Severing the monster's head has proven utterly futile. If only he had aimed for its heart from the outset. At this moment, regret overwhelms Senior Brother Hua. Yet in this world, there is no remedy for regret. He can only confront the harsh reality. He takes the sword from his right hand into his left, and a resolute expression appears on his face. Junior sister, we are no match for it. You must flee. I will hold it off. At this moment, Senior Brother Hua has fully grasped the chasm between them and the monster. Victory is impossible. There is no hope. The only viable option now is for one of them to escape. He resolves to stay behind, offering his junior sister a chance at survival. Regrettably, he has yet to express his feelings to her. Senior Brother Hua harbors both regret and hope. If he were to confess his feelings now, would she accept him? If he could earn a positive response from her, he would die without regret. Countless thoughts swirl in his mind, yet he hesitates to speak. Behind him, Ji Qingyao's eyes shine with unwavering determination. Senior brother, I will not leave. In that moment, Senior Brother Hua is profoundly moved. Does his junior sister truly wish to perish alongside him? He cannot help but ponder. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pride and courage surges within him. She truly cares for me. Senior Brother Hua exclaims, Junior sister, you are willing to share life and death with me? I am truly delighted, but forgive my selfishness. I wish for you to live on. Ji Qingyao. Someone lurking in the shadows. Chapter 58. Unity of Man and Sword. Ji Qingyao is puzzled. When did she ever express a desire to share life and death with Senior Brother Hua? She does not understand why he would say such a thing. Her choice to remain is simply her own wish. She is aware that Senior Brother Hua intends to hold off the monster with his life. Yet she feels unworthy of accepting such a monumental sacrifice from him. This fellow is quite adept at self-pity. Observing this scene from the shadows, Su Chen cannot help but scoff. After finishing his words, Senior Brother Hua does not linger, but immediately strikes at the ghoul with his sword. He is accustomed to wielding his right hand, and while his left hand is somewhat clumsy, it does not lead to a comical mishap. The ghoul casts a sidelong glance, once again exhaling a green gas that morphs into a blade in its hand. In the clash of close combat, swords collide. Instantly, corrosive marks appear on Senior Brother Hua's sword, as if it has been ravaged by some potent corrosive substance. My sword. Watching his beloved sword being corroded and destroyed, Senior Brother Hua feels a pang of anguish. This sword has accompanied him since his entry into the sect, and they have formed a bond over the years. At that moment, another beam of sword light flashes as Ji Qingyao joins the fray. Senior Brother Hua shouts, Junior sister, be obedient. Hurry and flee. The ghoul's green gas blade swiftly strikes Senior Brother Hua's chest. What are you pretending to be a hero for? None of you can escape. With a single blow, it sends Senior Brother Hua flying several meters away, before swinging another strike towards Ji Qingyao's weapon. Ji Qingyao suddenly shifts her position, leaving only an afterimage in place. The ghoul's blade slices through the afterimage, momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, Ji Qingyao appears behind the ghoul. Sensing her presence, the ghoul attempts to evade. Yet it still fails to completely avoid her strike. The sword chi surges and obliterates half of the ghoul's shoulder. Alas, Ji Qingyao thinks to herself, her complexion paling slightly. That was such a perfect opportunity, just a fraction away. she could have obliterated the upper half of the monster. Although the ghoul can freely relocate its heart, it cannot possibly move it to its lower half, can it? The probability of that is exceedingly low. Thus, destroying its upper half would likely strike at its heart. Regrettably, the opponent's reaction is simply too astute. After failing to seize that opportunity, finding another one will prove exceedingly difficult. You, woman, are far superior to that man who only boasts. The ghoul cackles. Its laughter is grating, especially to senior brother Hua, whose heart aches at the insult. Undoubtedly, the man the ghoul refers to is him. Is there any other man present? Senior brother Hua feels as if he has been struck in the knee by an arrow. What began as mere stiffness in his upper body now extends to his legs, which feel paralyzed. How infuriating. Senior brother Hua is consumed by rage, the flames of fury urging him to raise his sword once more. As spiritual energy courses into the blade, his anger ignites like a blazing fire, engulfing the sword in crimson flames. Fire God Slash. A slash imbued with blazing flames sliced through the sweltering air, landing instantaneously upon the body of the Gushy Maw. The Gushy Maw let out an eerie shriek, its entire form erupting into a towering inferno, akin to a highly flammable substance igniting in an instant. Hua Shixiang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that by sheer happenstance he had uncovered this fiend's vulnerability. The Gushy Maw bore many characteristics of a corpse. Whether it was the decaying flesh or the miasma of death, these were attributes unique to the deceased. Beyond these, its exterior and interior harbored a substantial amount of corpse oil, which ignited the moment it came into contact with flame. Shixiang, you have discovered its weakness. Ji Qingyao's eyes sparkled with joy. Clearly, the damage inflicted upon this demon by the flames was far more devastating than their painstaking slashes. Indeed, I had long suspected its fear of fire. It is only thanks to your diversion, shimmy, that my strike could find its mark. Hua Shixiang felt a sense of elation. The praise from his shimmy was undoubtedly the finest reward. However, in the next moment, the demon erupted into a raucous laugh, charging towards Hua Shixiang engulfed in flames. Hua Shixiang's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed several sword strikes upon the demon, all to no avail. The demon leaped, seizing him tightly. Ah, get off, you wretched beast. At that moment, the ferocious fire serpent coiled around Hua Shixiang's body as well. Both became engulfed in flames. Initially, Hua Shixiang cursed the demon, but soon he was left with nothing but anguished howls. Ji Qingyao's delicate visage paled as she desperately wielded her sword, attempting to dispel the flames that enveloped them. Yet, due to the presence of corpse oil, the flames not only persisted but grew more ferocious. If this continued, she was uncertain whether the demon would perish. But Hua Shixiang would surely meet his end. In the direst of circumstances, Hua Shixiang clutched the demon tightly, summoning his utmost strength to shout, "Shimmy! Use the Benliai Jinsher! Kill!" Aware of his shimmy's resolute determination not to flee, he had relinquished any hope of persuading her to abandon the fray. Instead, he urged her to seize the opportunity to vanquish the demon. Ji Qingyao's pale hand gripped her sword tightly. The Benliai Jinsher demanded immense energy, yet simultaneously, it was the most lethal technique in her arsenal. Once unleashed, it was a matter of life or death. This also implied that should she strike at the demon, the Shixiang entwined with it would inevitably perish as well. But if she refrained from action, Hua Shixiang would certainly die. Moreover, the demon would likely prove difficult to kill. Inaction would mean her Shixiang might die in vain, while action could lead to the unthinkable consequence of slaying her Shixiang. Kill. No one will blame you. You fight to vanquish evil. Hua Shixiang used his last breath to fortify his shimmy's resolve. Suddenly, Ji Qingyao's exquisite sword shimmered with violet light, dancing with an abundance of energy, akin to a multitude of serpentine lightnings swirling around the blade. The Benliai Jinsher. The sword light transformed into a bolt of thunder. And just as the thunder struck, the demon severed Hua Shixiang's arm, immediately releasing him. The Gushy Maw had no inclination for mutual destruction. Ji Qingyao promptly redirected her sword's momentum. The thunderous blade veered towards another direction. Su Chen, concealed nearby, narrowly escaped becoming a collateral victim. After dodging, he felt utterly bemused. What had he done to invite such chaos? Was merely watching a performance worth being struck by lightning? Meanwhile, across from Su Chen, Ji Qingyao's complexion paled noticeably. It was evident that the Benliai Jinsher exacted a heavy toll on her. Su Chen, however, looked on with envy. Although this sword technique was taxing, its potency was undeniable. The impenetrable walls of the locking demon tower bore a deep gash 3 inches deep from her strike, surrounded by a plethora of intricate cracks. This signified the all-encompassing destructive power of the thunderous sword light. Had the demon not evaded just in time, even if it had hidden its heart beneath its garments. It would have been unable to escape the risk of being obliterated by the thunder. Su Chen silently marveled, pondering when he might master such sword techniques. Currently, he only practiced mental cultivation. Intricate sword maneuvers required study at the Tsang Jinga. Yet, to gain entry into the Tsang Jinga, one must first cultivate the Jinshin Jue to the second level. He remained at the first level, teetering on the brink of comprehension, yet not fully grasping it. Just a step away. As Su Chen pondered, the demon launched a counterattack against Ji Qingyao. Amidst its maniacal laughter, it charged forth, ablaze with fierce flames. Ji Qingyao felt a surge of unease. The resilience of this demon's life force surpassed her expectations. Initially believing that fire would be an effective weapon, she was met with a harsh reality. The demon, still vibrant amidst the flames, bore no semblance of fear towards fire. Ji Qingyao clenched her silver teeth but did not retreat an inch, even as the enemy bore down upon her. Her form stood resolutely before the charred body of Hua Shixiao. She could not falter. Hua Shixiao's breath was already feeble, incapable of withstanding any further turmoil. Out of camaraderie, she was determined to preserve her Shixiao's life, even at the expense of her own. She harbored no thoughts of retreat. Such was Ji Qingyao's character. She refused to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, especially one that could never be repaid. Such a debt would leave her perpetually ensnared in guilt. To avoid incurring such a debt, she would willingly sacrifice her life. Drawing upon sheer willpower, Ji Qingyao grappled with the demon's onslaught. The previous Benliai Jinshi had already consumed a significant portion of her spiritual energy. Now, her strength had diminished from its peak, rendering her ill-equipped to confront a foe already superior to her. Ji Qingyao unleashed a grand sword light, but the Gushi Ma deftly evaded, rolling several times to extinguish the flames that clung to it. Its entire body now appeared charred, emanating an odor of decay and singed flesh. The scent was overwhelming. Yet, it seemed the demon was hardly affected. The singed skin sloughed off like a serpent shedding its skin, reverting to its original state. The previous efforts could now be deemed futile. Were Hua Shixiang to witness this scene, he might well rise in fury. A charred corpse was far from appetizing. The demon's gaze fixated upon Ji Qingyao, scrutinizing her with the hungry eyes of a wolf eyeing delectable prey. Ji Qingyao's heart sank. The demon's extinguishing of the flames was not out of fear of the fire's searing heat, but rather to avoid ruining her, thus affecting its own taste, nothing more. Ji Qingyao felt a profound humiliation. In that instant, it was as if she had finally made up her mind. Her gaze became resolute and decisive. Her expression grew solemn. Gathering her focus, her breath harmonized with an inexplicable rhythm. Suddenly, she exhaled sharply. As she did, 2 bolts of lightning flickered in her eyes. Not only her eyes, but even her hair, shoulders, arms, and delicate feet danced with arcs of lightning. The smile vanished from the demon's face as it sensed a trace of dangerous energy emanating from Ji Qingyao, akin to a sword poised above its head, ready to descend at any moment. The sword in Ji Qingyao's hand crackled with an abundance of lightning. Oh, channeling lightning through her body, merging human and sword? The Gushi Ma's gaze widened in surprise. The female disciple of Shu Chen has astonishingly attained the realm of unity between person and sword. This state, known as Ren Jian Hei, represents a pinnacle in the art of swordsmanship, a feat that is rarely achieved by sword cultivators. Only those endowed with exceptional talent in the sword arts may hope to reach such heights. Once the state of Ren Jian Hei is activated, it significantly amplifies the power of one's sword techniques, resulting in a nearly exponential enhancement. However, this remarkable augmentation does not come without its costs. The essence of Ren Jian Hei implies that everything endured by the sword must also be borne by the wielder. When employing the thunderbolt sword technique, for instance, if the blade is enveloped in lightning, the practitioner must likewise endure the agony of lightning coursing through their body. The Shurji Mo, taken aback by this revelation, immediately began to shriek in excitement. You, young girl, are indeed a prodigy. Excellent. The corpse of a genius will be even more delectable. It appeared that he still underestimated Ji Qingyao. While the unity of person and sword is formidable, he taunted. How would you counter if I strike your sword with my corpse energy? At that moment, Ji Qingyao felt a tightness in her throat, and a crimson trickle of blood seeped from her lips. Though the two had yet to formally engage in battle, she was already beset by misfortune. The demon paused. Realizing that Ji Qingyao's mastery of Ren Jian Hei was still immature, she had dared to persist, risking a backlash that could undo all her efforts. Naturally, Ji Qingyao felt indignant at being chastised by a demon. With a fierce cry, she unleashed the second form of the thunderbolt technique. Her exquisite sword, entwined with countless bolts of lightning, surged forward with the speed of thunder, aimed directly at the demon's torso. She had cast aside all concerns for her own safety, knowing that the Thunderbolt sword technique could have adverse effects on herself. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to force the demon into retreat. As long as the demon withdrew, they would be safe, and safety was paramount. Without it, how could they hope to achieve their grand mission of vanquishing evil? Faced with the onslaught of Ji Qingyao's Thunderbolt sword technique, the Shiji Mo wisely chose to evade rather than confront it directly. However, this time, he was unable to escape as he had hoped. Ji Qingyao, having learned from her earlier missteps, targeted his lower body first, struck by 2 arcs of lightning. The demon's legs went numb, causing him to collapse to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Qingyao launched a full-force strike towards the Shiji Mo. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the dark expanse of the second floor, akin to broad daylight. The demon roared in fury, its body seemingly exploding as it expelled a torrent of green corpse energy. The sheer volume of this energy was overwhelming, and with Ji Qingyao so close, her sword was swiftly tainted by it. In the state of Ren Jianhe, should the sword be broken or suffer other damage, the wielder would similarly be affected. In an instant, Ji Qingyao's body stiffened. Just then, a demonic claw emerged from the corpse energy, reaching for Ji Qingyao's throat. She found herself devoid of strength, despair flooding her heart. Am I to die? She nearly closed her eyes, yet the demon's claw halted mere centimeters from her neck. After a tense silence, Ji Qingyao, who had believed her demise was imminent, refocused her vision. The demon's withered claw was just in front of her, yet it remained still. The green corpse energy gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the demon, frozen in a state of agony, as if time itself had halted. Its eyes bulged in shock, disbelief, and resentment. Had he perished? Ji Qingyao sensed the absence of his life force. In the next moment, the demon's body fell rigidly to the ground, swiftly decaying into putrid flesh, a vivid portrayal of a corpse's rapid decomposition. Startled, Ji Qingyao instinctively retreated a few steps. It was then that she realized her body, once immobilized by the corpse energy, had regained its mobility. Gazing at the demon's completely rotted form, she finally accepted the truth. He was undeniably dead. For a moment, she felt a sense of confusion. Did I truly slay him? Ji Qingyao found it hard to believe she had accomplished such a feat initially. She had intended to perish alongside the demon, never expecting it to succumb before unleashing its full fury. Yet, as she scanned her surroundings, no shadows of others appeared. Thus, she was compelled to conclude that perhaps her Thunderbolt sword technique, in its unity with the sword, had played a crucial role. Perhaps I am destined to survive. Ji Qingyao's gaze swept the area once more. Despite her efforts to convince herself it was merely luck, a nagging feeling of unease persisted within her. Her eyes fell again, and she noticed the demon's decaying body had revealed a heart. Ji Qingyao's attention sharpened as she examined it closely. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of alarm. This heart was covered in countless fine, yet densely packed fissures. Although it retained the shape of a heart, Ji Qingyao could ascertain that its interior had been utterly shattered. He did not die by my hand. Ji Qingyao was now convinced that she was not the one who had slain the demon. The condition of the heart indicated that if her Thunderbolt sword technique had indeed inflicted the fatal blow, it could not have remained so intact. The ferocity of lightning would cause the heart to spasm violently, leading to varying degrees of destruction. Under such chaotic force, the heart would appear shattered, akin to crumbled tofu. Ji Qingyao had witnessed the effects of her lightning power on other demons during her sect trials, and they bore no resemblance to the current state. The heart before her was remarkably whole. She felt a strong intuition that this was no mere coincidence. The situation suggested that the demon's heart had been shattered by some powerful force. This force possessed tremendous penetration and balance, striking the heart from all directions, resulting in its internal destruction while preserving its external form. Ji Qingyao surveyed her surroundings again, though she still saw no one. Yet, she was certain that someone had intervened to assist her, albeit for reasons unknown. This person chose to remain hidden. Ji Qingyao clasped her hands together in a deep bow. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. There was no response. The unseen benefactor had quietly departed. Indeed, it was Su Chen who had intervened. He could not bear to witness his beautiful and kind elder sister perish before him. Fortunately, he had acquired immunity to toxins from the Mo Jiang, enabling him to withstand the corpse poison without fear. The Shiji Mo's fatal wound was inflicted by Su Chen's full-strength heart-shattering palm, augmented by the shadow-killing technique. His ability to accurately locate the demon's heart stemmed from his use of the spiritual ear technique, allowing him to discern sound and position. He had observed the demon's heart to be displaced, hence he utilized the spiritual ear in advance to ensure a single, decisive strike. For others, such a feat would be challenging. Nonetheless, he managed to eliminate the demon with remarkable ease. It is largely thanks to the efforts of the senior brothers and sisters in depleting the demon's strength, particularly Ji Qingyao's final sword technique, the Thunderblade, which significantly restricted the demon's mobility, rendering it incapable of evading Su Chen's lethal strike. After vanquishing the demon, Su Chen promptly concealed himself, continuing to suppress his presence. He moved to a corner and began to absorb the rewards left behind by the demon. As for the demon's memories, he decided to forego examining them, assuming that the recollections of a corpse-eating demon would not be particularly enlightening. After all, it was neither a beautiful maiden nor a notorious thief. What could possibly be of interest? Collecting rewards, Su Chen murmured to himself. Since he had personally slain this demon, he was entitled to 2 rewards. The first reward was a cultivation infusion, which he immediately extracted, resulting in a remarkable leap in his cultivation by 4 levels, elevating him to the 7th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. He was astonished. Truly, this was a demon of the 2nd tier. The experience gained was undeniably gratifying. Unfortunately, not every demon yields cultivation infusions, so the most effective method for acquiring cultivation experience remains through captivity, allowing for a steady accumulation over time. New reward: Corpse Demon Bloodline. Upon seeing this second reward, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. What was this Corpse Demon Bloodline? Was it intended to transform him into something neither human nor ghost? After regaining his composure, he recalled that merging with a bloodline would not entail such adverse effects. The advantage of the Corpse Demon Bloodline was that one could gain cultivation through consuming corpses. This demon had thrived due to this bloodline. The act of consuming corpses was not merely a peculiar predilection, but rather the primary means through which it gained strength. While the notion of consuming corpses may sound repugnant, in truth, humans partake in such acts daily. When one consumes meat, they are essentially consuming the remains of animals. Generally speaking, meat serves merely as a source of energy for humans. Consuming meat may enhance one's physicality, but does not necessarily confer greater strength. For cultivators, however, abstaining from grains is often practiced. The impurities in meat can hinder their cultivation. Yet, upon merging with the Corpse Demon Bloodline, the scenario shifts entirely. With this bloodline, consuming meat allows one to fully refine it into a certain essence, which significantly benefits one's cultivation. Naturally, the quantity of this essence correlates with the quality of the meat. Regular animal meat yields limited essence, while demon beast meat is considerably better. As for human flesh, it is a psychological barrier that he cannot overcome. He seeks to grow stronger, not deviant. After merging with the Corpse Demon Bloodline, he also gained the ability to wield corpse energy and toxins, which serve as highly effective means of combat. Chapter 60. Return and become bait. Though Su Chen had distanced himself somewhat, he maintained his Ling Ear divine ability, quietly monitoring Ji Qingyao's movements. Although Ji Qingyao had been afflicted by corpse energy, she had temporarily regained some mobility, yet her strength had undoubtedly diminished significantly. Su Chen was concerned she might encounter other formidable demons, hence his vigilance. Fortunately, Ji Qingyao seemed to be of sound mind, refraining from recklessly rushing toward the underground entrance where the demons congregated. This was primarily due to senior brother Hua being gravely injured. She had to prioritize his rescue for treatment. Otherwise, had she been alone, it was uncertain whether she would have acted rashly. Upon hearing that Ji Qingyao had left the 2nd floor and was heading toward the 1st floor's exit, Su Chen finally felt a slight sense of relief. He was also aware of the situation on the 1st floor. The insurrection above had largely been quelled. While some demons had perished, many others had been captured alive and returned to confinement, as these demons were not without value. Thus, efforts were made to avoid unnecessary killings. The deaths of those demons had also accumulated a fair amount of rewards for Su Chen. However, each demon offered only one chance for reward extraction. Naturally, he wished to take the opportunity to finish them off and earn an additional reward. Yet, making his move would inevitably expose his presence, leaving him with no means to explain himself. To ensure his safety, he restrained this impractical impulse. At that moment, Su Chen, through his Ling Ear divine ability, unexpectedly gleaned some valuable information. This demoness was engaging in such a ruse. A smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he heard the voice of the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. Instantly, a vivid image materialized in his mind. In this scene, the holy maiden Ning Wanyue had enchanted a male disciple from Shu Chen, incapacitating another female disciple. She donned the latter's outer clothing. pretending to be the injured disciple, thus planning to escape the demon locking tower with the male disciple's assistance. This method of deception, akin to stealing a beam to replace a pillar, was indeed clever. Given the current tense battlefield conditions, the Shu Chen disciples guarding the exit might not be overly vigilant. Therefore, her chances of successfully escaping the demon locking tower were quite high. However, since Su Chen had discovered her scheme, he could not allow her to escape unscathed. For Su Chen, it was not a matter of personal enmity. He simply did not wish to miss out on this opportunity for experience. Moreover, he intended to use the Holy Maiden as bait to lure the leader of the Demon Sect. Allowing the bait to slip away would jeopardize his chances of catching the big fish. He could not permit her to evade capture. Of course, Su Chen had no intention of revealing himself. He utilized the wand Hua Xian Gong to transform into the likeness of Senior Brother Hua. Then, he swiftly executed his movement technique, flickering back to the underground layer. Before long, he caught up to Yingwan Yue and the male disciple who had fallen under her enchantment. The disciple, after all, was carrying Yingwan Yue and could not possibly match Su Chen's agility. Su Chen scrutinized the male disciple, clad in purple attire. He bore an utterly unremarkable appearance, truly mundane, not in the sense of being unremarkable like a certain actor. The male disciple then noticed Senior Brother Hua. Hua Xiong, please step aside. Linger is injured, and I must rush her out for treatment. Oh, is her injury severe? Let me take a look, Su Chen inquired leisurely. Hua Xiong, there is no time to examine her. Her injuries are critical. I must hasten to bring her out. The male disciple replied, urgency evident in his tone. Su Chen glanced at the blood on the male disciple's hands and the crimson staining Yingwan Yue's waist. It certainly appeared convincing. However, this blood likely did not originate from Yingwan Yue. The female disciple whose clothing had been stripped was presumably in dire straits. Su Chen bellowed. Are you out of your mind? With such severe injuries, you've made no attempt to staunch the bleeding. I have a high-grade blood recovery pill. Quickly administer it to her. Startled by Su Chen's outburst, the male disciple hesitated, while Yingwan Yue, in his arms, silently grit her teeth. How unfortunate to encounter someone so meddlesome. The high-grade blood recovery pill was offered so readily. Were all Shu Chen disciples so generous? As Su Chen approached, the male disciple found himself at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. He was naturally not very articulate, often immersed in his cultivation, belonging to the introverted type. In moments of tension, he struggled to express himself clearly. Faced with Su Chen's assertiveness, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. To refuse would be exceedingly strange. Defying logic, here was someone willing to offer a high-grade blood recovery pill for the sake of healing a fellow disciple. If he were to decline, would it not signal to the other party that he had ulterior motives? Yet to accept it posed an entirely different risk. Should Senior Brother Hua catch a glimpse of the situation, everything would be exposed. Hua Shixiang is acquainted with Linger, as they are both disciples in purple robes, often encountering each other. However, Yingwan Quan lacks the ability to disguise her appearance. When Su Chen approached the male disciple, Yingwan Quan was held in his embrace. Her face turned towards his chest, deliberately obscuring her features from view. Yet, Su Chen's intention was to administer medicine to her, necessitating that her face be turned towards him. As Yingwan Quan turned her head, a faint pink glow flickered in her eyes as she instantaneously employed her charm technique. Su Chen felt a brief tingling sensation in his scalp, but quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and his mental fortitude was sufficiently robust to remain lucid even under the influence of Yingwan Yuan's charm. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips as he thought, Enchantress. Still pretending? In an instant, Su Chen struck with both hands, one on the male disciple's forehead and the other on Yingwan Yuan's heart. The man succumbed, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Su Chen had no intention of killing him. He merely rendered him unconscious. Yingwan Quan also fell to the ground, not fainted but incapacitated, unable to rise, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Su Chen's strike had directly injured her vital energy. What began as a ruse had now transformed into a genuine injury. Fortunately, Su Chen had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, her fate would have been no better than that of the corpse-eating demon. Yingwan Quan lifted her gaze, shock and fury evident in her eyes. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that this man before her was entirely impervious to her charm technique. This was simply unfathomable. Strangely, she thought of Su Chen, recognizing that her pride in her charm technique was rendered futile only in his presence. To her astonishment, it seemed ineffective against this man as well. Although she inexplicably recalled Su Chen, she did not equate this man with him. How did you discern my deception? She could not comprehend how such a flawless scheme could be so easily unraveled. When Su Chen approached, It was evident he had been prepared to strike. This implied he must have known in advance that her actions were feigned. What perplexed Wang Quan the most was how he had acquired that knowledge beforehand. At the moment she executed her plan, there had been no indication that anyone had noticed. Su Chen crouched down, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What use is it to know so much? Just obediently fulfill your role as bait." After unceremoniously casting Wang Quan back into her cell, Su Chen hastened back to the second level. He had no intention of engaging in the conflicts there. Instead, he remained in the shadows, hoping to seize an opportunity. Simultaneously, he employed his spiritual hearing to search for Zhang Wenhao's whereabouts. Where could that fellow have gone? Su Chen could not hear Zhang Wenhao's voice, leaving him uncertain whether he was even in the underground second level. Surely, nothing unfortunate had befallen him? A sense of unease began to gnaw at Su Chen. Zhang Wenhao was one of his few friends in this place, or rather, the only one with whom he could converse. Naturally, he did not wish for any harm to come to him. Moreover, Zhang Wenhao was the nephew of Elder D. If anything were to happen to him, no one could predict the actions Elder D might take. Would he execute all the demons in a fit of rage? No one could guarantee otherwise. Suddenly, Su Chen heard a demon exclaim, "Why is there a trace of a living being here?" This immediately piqued his interest. He could not overlook any potential lead. He quickly listened intently, pinpointing the location of the demon. Swiftly, he moved to where the demon was situated. The creature was facing a wall, its gaunt figure and glistening black skin marred by visible wounds. However, the most striking feature was its head, which resembled that of a dog. Not a mere insult, but a literal description. The dog-headed demon possessed an acute sense of smell, but was notoriously savage. Once it entered a combat state, it would become a frenzied beast of astonishing destructive power. Su Chen recognized him. This demon had severely injured 10 Shu Shan disciples. The Shu Shan sect had captured him and subjected him to torture, but had not executed him immediately, hoping to utilize his keen sense of smell to locate some missing disciples. However, the dog-headed demon was obstinate and refused to cooperate, preferring to endure harsh punishment rather than assist the Shu Shan sect. Currently, the dog-headed demon pressed its face against the wall, sniffing intently. Suddenly, its eyes narrowed as if it sensed something. It reached out to touch the black rock wall, and then struck it with a punch. With a crash, the wall crumbled, revealing a figure hidden within. Su Chen focused his gaze, and to his dismay, the figure was none other than Zhang Wenhao. A wave of dread washed over Su Chen. But upon hearing Zhang Wenhao's even breathing, he finally relaxed. No wonder he could not hear his voice. He had been concealed here. However, he must not have hidden himself voluntarily. Someone must have placed him there. Given Zhang Wenhao's character, he would never resort to such a foolish and humiliating act as hiding himself behind a wall. Moreover, he appeared to be in a slumbering state. If he had indeed done so, being discovered would have been utterly mortifying. Indeed, someone had concealed him here. He had known his instincts could not be wrong. The dog-headed demon grinned maliciously, raising its claws to strike at Zhang Wenhao. "Dog, think carefully. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" At that moment, an unexpected voice interjected. The dog-headed demon jumped in shock, turning abruptly to see its pupils constrict in fear. What did it see? Elder D. Many demons in this realm referred to the Shu Shan elders as old dog, but the dog-headed demon was clearly not in a position to do so, as that would implicate itself as well. As Elder D's figure came into view, the dog-headed demon instinctively recoiled. After all, it had been captured by Elder D himself. When it faced Elder D before, it had no chance of winning, and was thoroughly subdued, a frenzied beast on the verge of being reduced to a lifeless one. Thus, upon seeing Elder D, the dog-headed demon thought not of revenge or vindication, but rather of fleeing for its life. "No, the old ghost is here. I must escape." In the next instant, it vanished in a flash, disappearing from Elder D's sight. However, this Elder D was not the real one, but a guise assumed by Su Chen. He had no desire to battle this mad dog. These demons were not to be trifled with. Facing them head-on would be somewhat taxing given his current cultivation level. To ensure his safety, he transformed into Elder D's likeness using the myriad transformations technique. He understood the demon's background and was aware of its physiological fear towards Elder D. Thus, appearing as Elder D was the most efficient way to scare it away. After scaring off the mad dog, Su Chen approached Zhang Wenhao. Just as he contemplated how to handle the unconscious Zhang Wenhao, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, he reached out and grasped Su Chen's arm. "Who are you?" "You are not my uncle." Zhang Wenhao's gaze was resolute, convinced that Su Chen was an impostor. Caught by Zhang Wenhao, Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Wenhao's intuition would be so astute, immediately seeing through his disguise. In truth, Zhang Wenhao's perceptiveness was not the sole reason. Su Chen's appearance left little room for error. The reason Zhang Wenhao recognized him was that he had awakened when the demon broke through the rock wall. He had overheard Su Chen's conversation with the demon. Just a single line of dialogue had sowed the seeds of doubt in Zhang Wenhao's mind. If the real Elder D had arrived, there would be no way he would allow the demon to escape. Meanwhile, the panicked dog-headed demon gradually began to realize the incongruity of the situation. His figure suddenly halted. If that individual were truly Elder D, he would never have let him go. Previously, the demon had felt relieved to have survived, but in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Elder D had no reason to spare him, even for the sake of rescuing someone. With Elder D's strength, it would be entirely possible to reclaim the hostage from his grasp. Why would he let me go? As the dog-headed demon pondered, a thought struck him. Unless he was not Elder D at all. With this realization, the dog-headed demon fully comprehended the situation. No wonder he had not sensed the previous oppressive aura from Elder D. At that moment, he had been frightened by Elder D's appearance, thus failing to think critically. Reflecting on it now, the inconsistencies were abundant. Damn it! How dare he deceive me? The thought that someone would impersonate Elder D to intimidate him had never crossed his mind. In a fit of rage, the dog-headed demon turned back. Su Chen decisively withdrew his hand from Zhang Wenhao's grasp. Zhang Wenhao was momentarily stunned. He had held on to Su Chen tightly to prevent his escape, but he had not anticipated Su Chen's remarkable strength, allowing him to easily slip away. Don't go. Answer me. Zhang Wenhao attempted to seize Su Chen once more, but with a swift turn, Su Chen's figure vanished around the corner. Zhang Wenhao's hand hung in the air, his expression one of bewilderment. How swift was this fellow? Who is he? Doubts began to creep into Zhang Wenhao's mind. Is he a demon? The likelihood seemed slim. What motive would a demon have to save him? Not killing him was already a generous act. Could he be a fellow disciple? Yet, among the disciples, who possessed such exquisite skills in disguise, Zhang Wenhao found himself utterly perplexed. Just then, a series of urgent yet steady footsteps resonated. Zhang Wenhao lifted his gaze and was momentarily stunned. Before him stood the unmistakable figure of Elder D. Although the distance appeared considerable, Elder D had merely taken a few steps to reach Zhang Wenhao. Before Zhang Wenhao could speak, he interjected, "Why are you back? Have you come to clarify your identity?" Upon hearing this, Elder D cast him a peculiar glance. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Who I am? I'm your uncle." Elder D swiftly delivered a playful slap. "What are you doing here? Do you have a death wish?" Realizing the unmistakable familiarity, Zhang Wenhao confirmed that the Elder D before him was indeed genuine. "You are truly my uncle." Upon hearing this, Elder D furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that? Is there a fake?" Elder D's expression was filled with skepticism, and just as Zhang Wenhao was about to respond, a strange cry echoed. "You dare deceive me, you old hag?" It was the dog-headed demon, returning in a frenzy. Zhang Wenhao's countenance turned peculiar. Meanwhile, the dog-headed demon was oblivious to the expression on Zhang Wenhao's face. His eyes were fixated on Elder D, filled with fury, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. Elder D's brow furrowed tightly. "If you were wise, you would obediently return to your cell." "Bah!" The dog-headed demon spat disdainfully. "Still pretending? I have seen through you long ago. How dare you impersonate Elder D to deceive me? You are courting death." The dog-headed demon immediately transformed into a frenzy, launching himself like an arrow towards Elder D. Elder D remained calm and composed, suddenly striking out with a punch. Bang! The dog-headed demon was sent crashing back, colliding with the rock wall before collapsing heavily to the ground. Foam spewed from his mouth, and he fell unconscious. With just a single punch, Elder D had dispatched the dog-headed demon effortlessly. At this moment, Zhang Wenhao had no reason to doubt Elder D's identity. He was well aware of his uncle's formidable strength. "Now, please explain what transpired. Why did he claim I was an imposter?" Elder D inquired about the entire incident. After Zhang Wenhao recounted the events, Elder D's brow deepened further. "Someone impersonated me and even rescued you?" Based on Zhang Wenhao's description, Elder D recalled by Mian Xingjun, who, to his knowledge, was the only one with the ability to change appearances within Shu Shan. However, Bai Mian Xingjun had long since perished. Setting that aside for now, the immediate concern was to address the demon threat. Since the impersonator posed no malice towards Zhang Wenhao, it at least tentatively indicated that the individual might be an ally rather than an enemy, allowing them to be sidelined for the moment. "By the way, you haven't answered me. What brought you to the second level?" Faced with Elder D's inquiry, Zhang Wenhao fell momentarily speechless. He could not even recall his purpose for coming to the second level. "What was I doing here?" He tapped his head, feeling as if it had been struck by something, causing a sharp pain. Elder D observed him, sensing he was not pretending, yet still uncertain. After all, his nephew was notoriously clever, with acting skills of the highest caliber. Very well, you should return. Elder D waved his hand, signaling him to go back to the first level. Zheng Wenhao wished to follow but was met with a glare from Elder D. This is not a situation you can meddle in. Don't create chaos, just go back. With a stern command, Elder D dismissed him. Despite Zheng Wenhao's reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. After watching Zheng Wenhao depart safely, Elder D quickly made his way toward the entrance to the third level. Moments later, after confirming that no one was watching, Su Chen's figure emerged. His gaze fell upon the dog-headed demon lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Elder D had no intention of immediately imprisoning this demon. He was confident that one punch would keep the dog-headed demon incapacitated for 3 days and nights. In less than a day, the demon threat would be entirely quelled. At that point, he could gather them all together without issue. However, for Su Chen, the situation was different. This was his only opportunity to reach the second level. He had no idea how long it would take to ascend here in the future. Therefore, he would not let any of the demons he could imprison escape. After all, they were all rich sources of experience. Demon, dog-headed demon, cultivation level, Tian Ren realm 9th layer skill, extreme shadow frenzy technique, mad claw daily extraction, sense of smell enhancement 10, cultivation experience 1200. After imprisoning the demon, Su Chen successfully acquired the coveted cultivation experience he had long desired. This dog-headed demon was not a particularly high-level existence in the second layer, so the cultivation experience gained was not excessively remarkable. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt quite satisfied. As for the enhancement of his sense of smell, it was an unexpected delight. With the spirit ear divine ability, he had already discovered numerous applications. The improvement in his auditory perception alone had proven immensely beneficial. If other sensory abilities were similarly enhanced, it would undoubtedly provide him with considerable assistance, helping to fill in the gaps in what he could not perceive through hearing. For instance, he was unable to locate Zheng Wenhao despite his extraordinary auditory abilities, while the dog-headed demon, through its keen sense of smell, could precisely identify his hiding place. This is a poignant reminder of the limitations of hearing, which can be effectively compensated for by the sense of smell. After enhancing his olfactory capabilities, Su Chen proceeded towards the entrance of the underground third level. He could hear the fierce battle raging within, yet the cacophony made it impossible for him to discern which side held the upper hand. Thus, he deemed it prudent to investigate personally. At that moment, the entrance to the third level was drenched in blood, the pungent scent of gore permeating the air. Severed limbs of demons lay scattered on the ground, alongside the bodies of disciples from Shu Shan. The conflict had escalated to a brutal intensity that surpassed the imagination of many. Chapter 62, a self-staged hero at the entrance. The bloody struggle continued unabated. Elder D had encountered 2 disciples who nearly fell victim to the demons and had intervened to rescue them, which delayed him slightly. Therefore, when Su Chen arrived at the battlefield, Elder D was still absent. Su Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the robust figure of the red-haired elder, who was engaged in a fierce battle against several formidable demons. Although he showed no signs of defeat, the relentless assault from these demons left him weary and overwhelmed, making it impossible for him to eliminate them all in a short span of time. Notably, several of these demons possessed strength that reached the realm of divine intent, marking them as the most powerful among the second level's demons. Under their combined assault, the red-haired elder felt a considerable amount of pressure. Where was Elder D? The red-haired elder was seething with frustration as these demons employed various mysterious techniques. Unfamiliar with their capabilities, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to extricate himself from their grasp. Meanwhile, due to the strongest combatant, the red-haired elder, being preoccupied, the other demons had greater freedom to act. Tang Ying defeated a Shu Shan disciple who obstructed him and, instead of continuing his assault, dashed toward the array at the entrance of the third level. His aim was not merely to slaughter more disciples of Shu Shan. Rather, it was to break through the array's restrictions and enter the underground third level. At this moment, speed was of the essence. Whoever could enter the third level would claim a significant advantage. The demons in the third level were far more powerful than those in the second. One could say that any random stone thrown could strike a demon of divine intent. Despite the arrogance of these second-level demons, they understood that relying solely on their strength would not suffice to breach the locking demon tower, let alone Shu Shan itself. Consequently, they required greater and more potent forces. Previously scattered and disjointed, the demons, stirred by Tang Ying's rhetoric, united under a single banner. It was unclear what charm he possessed, for though he was not the strongest, He could incite emotions in demons far more powerful than himself, compelling them to follow his lead. He had effectively become the spiritual leader of this horde of demons. Tang Ying commanded the demons to launch a frenzied assault on the array's restrictions. Under the combined might of the demons, the array began to tremble, its radiant glow dimming. Just as Tang Ying reveled in his excitement, a flash of sword light surged forth, rapidly magnifying in his vision. With a cold smirk, Tang Ying merely waved his sleeve, shattering the sword light and causing the sword-wielding woman to retreat violently. She took a deep breath, her delicate face displaying a mixture of indignation and anger. "Chokoyer, do not act rashly. You are no match for him," a distant female disciple called out. Su Chen, who had been observing from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this name. So, this was Chokoyer, the very same person to whom he had provided intelligence regarding the heart-cutting demon, enabling the sect to rescue a group of disciples imprisoned by demons. Subsequently, some of those disciples or their relatives had presented gifts to Su Chen in gratitude, and Chokoyer had bestowed upon him a 5-patterned Lingyuan Dan, showcasing her generosity and leaving a profound impression on him. As Su Chen focused his gaze, he noted that Chokoyer was not only affluent, but also an exquisite beauty, her porcelain-like complexion and slender waist giving her the appearance of a delicate doll. Unheeding the advice of her colleagues, Chokoyer was singularly determined to eradicate these demons. Her brother had been captured by demons and subjected to unspeakable torment, instilling in her a deep-seated hatred for them. However, these demons were typically confined within the locking demon tower, which the sect had kept for other purposes, making it impossible for her to simply slay them at will. Thus, she had to suppress her fury until she heard the elders mention a disturbance at the locking demon tower. Eager to quell the chaos, she volunteered to confront the demons, hoping to slay as many as possible. After all, such opportunities were rare. The presence of Tang Ying, the ringleader of these demons, made his elimination equivalent to taking down 10 others, which he certainly did not intend to let slip away. Tang Ying regarded the woman before him with a cold laugh, perplexed by her audacity to confront him. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard her, as resolving the array's restrictions was his foremost priority. Chokoyer, witnessing Tang Ying's indifference, was consumed by anger and charged at him once more. At that moment, another demon stepped in front of Tang Ying, grinning at Chokoyer. "Little sister, let me play with you. Get lost." Chokoyer spat angrily, yet this sudden demon was not to be underestimated. Blocked from pursuing Tang Ying, she resorted to vociferous insults. Despite her appearance as a charming young girl, her words were anything but gentle. Within a matter of moments, she unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, thoroughly berating Tang Ying. Tang Ying's fury surged in response. He would not tolerate such humiliation. When had he ever been subjected to such insults? Though Chokoyer refrained from using foul language, her words pierced him more deeply than any curse could. They struck at the very core of his being like daggers. Su Chen observed that this little heiress was clearly acting irrationally. Tang Ying was no ordinary foe. Her actions might inadvertently invite disaster upon herself. While distracting Tang Ying could benefit the overall situation, it was undoubtedly a perilous gamble for her. "Silence." Tang Ying, finally unable to contain his rage, aimed to silence Chokoyer permanently. He charged at her, his murderous intent palpable. "This is bad. She is in danger." Su Chen's heart sank. The other disciples were equally occupied and unable to lend support. As Su Chen hesitated over whether to intervene, a sudden rush of wind indicated an incoming threat. In an instant, a figure appeared beside Tang Ying, who, for reasons unknown, seemed momentarily frozen in place. The figure beside Tang Ying struck him forcefully atop the head. With a resounding thud, Tang Ying's head collided violently with the ground. But that was not the end. The intruder drew a broadsword, its earthy yellow glow gleaming as it pierced through Tang Ying's chest, penetrating his heart. Tang Ying's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the figure before him. He reached out with trembling fingers, attempting to utter something, yet no words came forth. His hand fell limply, his breath extinguished. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The once mighty Tang Ying had fallen, his life extinguished in an instant. All eyes turned towards the enigmatic figure, eager to discern the identity of this remarkable individual. Su Chen cast a glance at the individual, his reaction markedly different from that of others. His eyes narrowed slightly. This person was none other than Huang Minghu, the head of law enforcement on the underground level. At that moment, Elder D also arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Huang Minghu's moment of valor, he momentarily paused, then regarded him with an approving gaze. Elder Qi, lacking the subtlety of Elder D, directly praised him, exclaiming, "Well done." Receiving affirmation from the two elders, Huang Minghu concealed his inner agitation and excitement, modestly asserting that it was merely his duty. Unexpectedly, this fellow had emerged as the hero. Su Chen, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. This scene greatly exceeded his expectations. Only he knew that Tang Ying's feigned death and escape had been orchestrated by him. Yet now, he had personally taken Tang Ying's life. This was somewhat perplexing. However, the reality was undeniable. From the current perspective, the advantage he gained was that he had achieved a significant accomplishment. Tang Ying was the leader of this group of demons, serving as their temporary spiritual guide. Once the leader fell, it was akin to an army losing its commanding general, easily descending into disarray. His decisive strike had severely undermined the demon's morale. Was it possible that from the very beginning, he had harbored this intention? To utilize Tang Ying to fulfill his ambition for glory? Upon further reflection, this possibility was not without merit. The key point was that when Huang Minghu had first appeared, Tang Ying's actions had been somewhat peculiar. It was as if, in that moment, Tang Ying had offered no resistance, allowing Huang Minghu to strike him. This was rather illogical. How could Tang Ying, appearing to be a reasonably astute demon, fail to evade a lethal blow? What if he had been immobilized at that critical moment? As Su Chen pondered this possibility, he suddenly recalled that Huang Minghu had previously administered to Tang Ying a pill capable of inducing a state of false death. Could it be that Huang Minghu had tampered with that pill, enabling Tang Ying to become a sitting duck at a crucial juncture? Upon contemplating this, Su Chen felt a surge of conviction. However, even if this were true, he lacked the evidence to prove that these machinations were Huang Minghu's handiwork. This fellow was indeed meticulous in his endeavors. Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of Huang Minghu's cunning. Poor Tang Ying had believed he had a chance to escape, only to be nothing more than a pawn in Huang Minghu's game. In light of Tang Ying's demise and Elder D's arrival, the remaining demons descended into chaos. They realized that if they did not fight desperately now, they would have no further opportunities. Yet, it was precisely due to Elder D's presence that the scales of victory quickly tilted in favor of Shu Mountain. Su Chen finally witnessed Elder D spring into action. It was evident that there were indeed disparities among the elders. The formidable demons that had eluded Elder Qi for so long fell like dominoes under Elder D's thunderous assault. Elder D's onslaught was like a tempest, shattering the last flicker of hope among the demons. Before long, several key demons lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Elder Qi, now free to deal with the remaining demons, employed the same overwhelming force. In less than the span of 3 incense sticks, all the escaped demons, save for a few that were already deceased, were once again imprisoned. The barriers and formations at the entrance to the 3rd level were promptly repaired by designated personnel. At this juncture, Elder D and Elder Qi approached Huang Minghu. Elder Qi, not a frequent visitor to the demon locking tower, was not very familiar with Huang Minghu. He smiled and inquired, "You are the law enforcement head of the underground level, correct?" "Indeed, I am Huang Minghu, the head of the underground level's law enforcement," he replied, striving to maintain a humble demeanor. "Huang Minghu, you performed admirably this time, managing to eliminate Tang Ying in one fell swoop. Both luck and strength are indispensable," Elder D remarked, though he said nothing further. Given his knowledge of Huang Minghu, he found it somewhat hard to fathom that he could achieve such a remarkable feat. Although he was the head, he had merely been a standout among the previous law enforcement team, akin to a tall figure among the short. Nonetheless, Elder D harbored no suspicions, as everyone has moments of good fortune. Thus, he offered a rare compliment and advised him to continue his good work. In that moment, Huang Minghu felt as if the world belonged to him. The sensation was simply exhilarating. All his scheming had not been in vain. With this achievement, his promotion was merely a matter of time. Su Chen swiftly departed from the battlefield, returning to the underground level of the demon locking tower, where he utilized his spiritual hearing to locate a demon hiding and barely surviving. The demon was concealed within a crevice, and when Su Chen found him, he was taken aback. "How could you find me? Surprised, are we?" Without further ado, Su Chen delivered a punch that knocked the demon down, then dragged him toward the gathering of others. Since Huang Minghu had taken it upon himself to play the hero, Su Chen felt compelled to present a sufficiently valiant persona as well. As he dragged the demon, the first person he encountered was Zheng Wenhao. He hurriedly approached Su Chen, noticing him clutching his abdomen with one hand while dragging the demon with the other. The astonishment was beyond words. "Are you out of your mind? You're still alive, yet you don't keep your distance? What are you doing back here? Do these demons need someone like you, injured, to capture them?" As one of the individuals who had carried away Tang Ying's corpse, Zheng Wenhao had assumed Su Chen had perished due to Tang Ying's overwhelming return. He had even felt a tinge of sorrow. Thus, upon seeing him again, he was naturally elated. However, witnessing Su Chen's bravado in returning to apprehend demons struck him as utterly absurd. I was fortunate enough to consume a recovery pill from senior brother Hua. I'm fine. Su Chen replied with a smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Zheng Wenhao was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to him. At that moment, Elder D and the others also returned to the first level. The most astonished among them was none other than Huang Minghu. How is he still alive? Tang Ying should not have left any survivors. Huang Minghu was shaken and perplexed. He could not fathom how Su Chen had managed to survive under Tang Ying's grip, leading him to subconsciously believe that perhaps Tang Ying had spared him. But why would Tang Ying spare him? Could it be that Tang Ying had revealed all the secrets to him? Huang Minghu's mind began to race. Was it possible that Tang Ying had indeed divulged everything to Su Chen? Was his life spared to keep him in check? Huang Minghu pondered that Tang Ying might have suspected the pill was compromised, thus leaving a contingency plan. If everything concluded and he remained alive, he could then eliminate Su Chen. Conversely, if he perished, Su Chen would survive, inevitably exposing the secrets he knew, leading to Huang Minghu's disgrace. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Huang Minghu's spine. In Chapter 64, Interrogation and Concern, Su Chen lifted his gaze and first glanced at Huang Minghu. Huang Minghu's lips formed a stiff smile. Su Chen, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. Su Chen non-committally nodded. It is infuriating. The other two who accompanied me perished at the hands of the demons. Such unforeseen events are unwelcome. Huang Minghu continued to console Su Chen. No. What you most likely do not wish to see is the fact that I, Su Chen, am still alive. He mused to himself. Pray, let us delve into the details of this matter. Elder D's gaze darkened as he inquired about the entire sequence of events. Huang Minghu promptly took up Elder D's inquiry, recounting the whole affair. Naturally, he feigned ignorance regarding how Tang Ying had faked his own death. Through Huang Minghu's narration, Elder D gleaned that Tang Ying had perished during Su Chen's interrogation, with Zheng Wenhao present at the time. Moreover, the aftermath involved examinations conducted by He Qing and Hu Huiyun. Now, with Hu Huiyun deceased and unable to provide corroboration, only He Qing remained. Where's He Qing? Summon him at once. I have matters to discuss with him, commanded Elder D, subsequently calling upon Su Chen and Zheng Wenhao as well. Upon He Qing's arrival, the three followed Elder D into the interrogation chamber. Uncle, are you intending to interrogate us as if we were demons? Zheng Wenhao jested lightly. Be serious, Elder D replied, his expression hardening, a tremendous pressure suddenly descending upon the trio, as if a mountain rested upon their shoulders. Su Chen's gaze flickered, instinctively preparing to resist. Yet reason prevailed over impulse. He swiftly suppressed any thoughts of defiance, joining the others in prostrating on the ground, feigning the appearance of being utterly crushed. Oh dear, uncle. Zheng Wenhao continued to plead, but Elder D showed no mercy. It would be futile even if you cried for your father. If I were to call for my father, would that not spell disaster? Elder D intensified the pressure. Su Chen, feigning distress, clutched Zheng Wenhao's garment. Must you persist? Zheng Wenhao's face flushed crimson, finally relenting. I agree. Now, I shall pose some inquiries to you. Answer truthfully. Should I uncover any deceit among you, do not blame me for being ruthless. Elder D's tone was resolute, the gravity of the incident necessitating his diligence. He began to interrogate each individual, starting with Su Chen. Did you have any particular reason for selecting Tang Ying for interrogation? Was it merely a desire to tackle this formidable opponent? Did you deliberately apply excessive pressure? No, I was measured in my approach. Zheng Wenhao interjected. Silence. It is not your turn to speak, Elder D admonished before continuing with Su Chen. What are your thoughts on Tang Ying's death? Su Chen furrowed his brow and replied. I have always found his demise exceedingly suspicious. I cannot believe he died during my interrogation. Yet, at that time, all indicators suggested he had indeed perished. I could discern no signs to the contrary. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Elder D scrutinized his face for a moment, then turned to Zheng Wenhao. It was your own choice to observe Su Chen's interrogation, was it not? Indeed, Zheng Wenhao affirmed. What prompted this sudden desire to witness the interrogation? It is well known that this fellow is quite resilient. I wish to see how Su Chen would approach the task, Zheng Wenhao replied candidly. Elder D neither expressed belief nor disbelief. He then focused his attention on He Qing. He Qing, during your examination of Tang Ying's body, did you conceal anything? Elder D's tone grew more severe as he questioned He Qing. Su Chen was his favored disciple, and Zheng Wenhao was his nephew. Thus, he possessed a foundation of trust in them. However, his suspicion towards He Qing was at its peak. I did not conceal anything. When I examined Tang Ying's body, I truly found nothing unusual. He Qing stammered, fear evident in his demeanor. Elder D detected a flicker of evasion in his gaze and thundered, "You lie?" The force of Elder D's thunderous rebuke visibly rattled He Qing, who stammered, "Forgive me, Elder. I was unwell and cannot recall clearly." Hearing this, Elder D's gaze turned frigid. "Such nonsense. I have stated that should there be even a hint of falsehood, you shall not escape unscathed. Do you wish to experience the tortures reserved for demons?" He Qing hastily bowed his head in submission. "Forgive me, Elder. I merely feared your wrath, which led to my concealment. In truth, I was remiss in my duties. Due to my illness, I did not conduct a thorough examination. I assumed there would be no issues with a corpse, thus I was not diligent. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Elder D immediately turned to the other two. "Is this indeed the case?" Su Chen recalled He Qing's dazed state at the time. It appeared this was his excuse to evade responsibility. By this means, Elder D could only deem him negligent, but he could not link him to Tang Ying's fake death. Everyone had witnessed his condition. Even if Su Chen and Zheng Wenhao chose not to speak the truth, the surviving Xiao Yi would likely reveal the facts. Xiao Yi had been hiding throughout and had not performed well, thus he would surely relish the opportunity to expose He Qing's inadequate examination of the corpse. At this moment, Elder D was particularly averse to deceit. Therefore, both Su Chen and Zheng Wenhao instinctively chose to affirm the truth. Despite their mutual disdain for He Qing, they felt compelled to assist in providing this testament. Zheng Wenhao, unaware of the underlying truth, merely felt vexed. Why must I rely on such a person as a witness? Meanwhile, Su Chen was acutely aware, understanding that He Qing was most likely in league with Huang Minghu. Thus, his frustration grew. He had nearly lost his life due to their machinations, yet found himself unable to expose their true colors. The mere thought was infuriating. With the corroboration of Su Chen and Zheng Wenhao, Elder D accepted He Qing's testimony and chose not to pursue the matter further. He subsequently lifted the oppressive weight from the three. "You two may leave. Zheng Wenhao, stay behind." Elder D retained Zheng Wenhao. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder," He Qing said as he exited without looking back. Su Chen cast a glance at Zheng Wenhao before quietly departing the interrogation chamber, leaving Zheng Wenhao alone to face Elder D. His expression was one of confusion. "Uncle, do you have further matters to discuss?" Elder D's gaze remained calm. Yet there was a hint of distant aloofness as he stated, "Zheng Wenhao, be forthright with me. What were you truly doing on the second underground level?" Elder D had not forgotten Zheng Wenhao's prior intentions to avoid the second underground level. This matter had lingered in his mind. "No, Uncle, do you suspect me?" Zheng Wenhao began to grasp the situation, feeling as though he was being scrutinized by his own uncle. "At present, your suspicion is the greatest," Elder D declared with righteous indignation, seemingly prepared to act against kin for the greater good. "No, Uncle, you are mistaken." Zheng Wenhao covered his face, sinking into a state of speechless disbelief. As soon as He Qing left the interrogation chamber, he sought out Huang Minghu. Upon seeing him, Huang Minghu immediately inquired about Elder D's questions and how He Qing had responded. He Qing recounted everything truthfully. "Everything is proceeding according to your plan, Chief, but..." As he continued, He Qing could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. "I have followed your instructions to the letter. Yet now, you are the one to achieve merit and will soon receive accolades, while I may bear the blame for negligence. This is not what we agreed upon." He Qing's meaning was clear. They had initially agreed to ascend together, yet Huang Minghu had taken a step ahead. "Yet I am exhibiting signs of decline. This is not what you promised." Huang Minghu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "We are in the same boat now. Do you truly fear that I would abandon you? Rest assured, this is merely a scheme I have devised. Suffering now will lead to sweetness later. Good days lie ahead." Huang Minghu's words did somewhat soothe He Qing's emotions. Upon reflection, he realized the truth of it. He and Huang Minghu were akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. Huang Minghu must be concerned that He Qing would, in a fit of indignation, expose all secrets. Therefore, he would certainly not ignore him. With that in mind, "I shall await your good news, boss." Huang Minghu nodded, his gaze shifting, and patted He Qing on the shoulder. "I have some matters to attend to." Su Chen had just returned to his room, preparing to tally his gains from this encounter, when a sudden knock echoed at the door. "It's me." Huang Minghu's voice came from outside. "I came to check on you." This statement, to Su Chen, elicited a sensation akin to a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. Naturally, he was reluctant to open the door. However, he found it unreasonable to reject him outright, as that would suggest he was being overly defensive, likely raising suspicions. Upon opening the door, Su Chen forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm quite well, just need to rest." Su Chen had nearly stated the obvious. He required rest. Yet, Huang Minghu appeared not to comprehend, stepping into Su Chen's room without hesitation. Su Chen felt speechless, though not surprised. After all, to him, a person marked for death yet miraculously alive must pique Huang Minghu's curiosity about how he survived. Huang Minghu, upon entering, glanced around the room and feigned inquiry about the details of Su Chen's injuries. Naturally, Su Chen refrained from divulging too much, merely attributing his survival to good fortune. Such an explanation, however, could hardly convince Huang Minghu, for Tang Ying had assured him that no one would be left alive. Good fortune? With a fiend like Tang Ying, how could one possibly survive? Huang Minghu feigned a smile. Did Tang Ying say anything to you? Huang Minghu could no longer contain himself, pressing this pivotal question. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. That fiend was notoriously tight-lipped, especially since they stood as adversaries. What could possibly be said? As he contemplated Huang Minghu's motives for this inquiry, Su Chen refrained from voicing his thoughts. Why was he so interested in what a remorseless killer might have uttered before claiming lives? Had it been anyone else, they might have simply recounted the truth. However, Su Chen understood that Huang Minghu was the mastermind behind this incident. Thus, his question must be purposeful. Was he perhaps worried that Tang Ying might have let slip something crucial? As Su Chen pondered this, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Huang Minghu feared Tang Ying might have inadvertently revealed vital information? Upon further reflection, this seemed quite plausible. For certain fiends enjoyed leaving their victims with a clear understanding. Huang Minghu may be anxious that Su Chen, on the brink of death, had inquired about faking his demise, and that Tang Ying, in a moment of arrogance, divulged the entire affair. Hence, Huang Minghu's urgency in questioning these details. With this understanding, Su Chen smiled and said, "It appears he did utter some peculiar phrases, but they were so absurd that I certainly did not take them seriously." Huang Minghu's eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety, yet he maintained an appearance of calm. "What were those words? Have you shared them with Elder D?" Su Chen, feigning nonchalance, replied, "I can hardly recall. They were nonsensical ramblings that I do not believe, nor would Elder D." Upon hearing that Su Chen had not yet informed Elder D, Huang Minghu visibly exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, his nerves remained taut as he persisted in probing Su Chen about those statements. Su Chen rubbed his temples, feigning a headache. "Frankly, I cannot recall the specifics. I hit my head during the demon's attack, and now thinking about it causes me great discomfort. Since it hurts, it is best not to dwell on it." Huang Minghu hastily adopted a concerned demeanor. "Your injuries require tranquility. Do not burden your mind with trivial matters." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "You are right, senior. I only wish to rest, and have no interest in pondering those things. At this moment, it would not be wise to sever ties with Huang Minghu." Huang Minghu could easily accuse Tang Ying of slander, and given that he personally dispatched Tang Ying, he surely had eradicated any evidence pointing back to him. Without evidence to implicate a fellow disciple or even his superior, should matters escalate, it would tarnish Su Chen's reputation. Finally, Huang Minghu seemed to grasp the situation. "Then I shall not disturb your rest." With that, he closed the door and departed. Yet, as he stepped out of Su Chen's room, the smile on his face quickly turned to ice. Chapter 65. The Indestructible Golden Body. What a relief, at last, peace. Su Chen firmly shut the doors and windows, preparing to extract the spoils from this demonic disturbance. Each instance of demonic chaos had yielded significant rewards, yet he did not wish to gain in such a manner. After all, it was far more advantageous for him to personally conclude such fiends. Furthermore, the peril posed by these demons was immeasurable. This time, they nearly breached the third underground level. What if they were to delve deeper next time? Should a formidable adversary be unleashed, resulting in the destruction of the demon-sealing tower, it would be an irretrievable loss. Therefore, Su Chen remained acutely vigilant of Huang Minghu, the instigator of this turmoil. He must closely monitor this individual to prevent any further mischief. Su Chen understood that this man would not cease his schemes. Once someone strayed from their path, it was all too easy to descend into darkness, with few able to retrace their steps. As his thoughts settled, Su Chen began to extract the rewards from the remnants of the demons. On the first level, 5 demons had perished. On the second level, aside from the ghoulish demon killed by Su Chen, 4 others had also met their demise. Of the fallen, 3 were felled by Elder D. In total, Su Chen garnered 10 rewards from the remnants. After sequentially extracting them, he received 5 instances of cultivation enhancement. Without hesitation, Su Chen extracted all 5 rewards. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. He unlocked the 8th and 9th spiritual apertures. With all 9 apertures opened, he ascended to the 9th tier of the Spirit Aperture realm. Subsequently, the 9 apertures interconnected, forming a vortex of spiritual energy within his dantian. This vortex continuously expanded within the microcosm of his dantian, gradually evolving into a vast ocean. This was the Spirit Sea. Upon utilizing the 4th instance of cultivation enhancement, Su Chen successfully advanced to the 1st tier of the Spirit Sea realm. With the 5th enhancement, he ascended once more, reaching the 2nd tier of the Spirit Sea realm. Su Chen could hardly contain his exhilaration. Yet, after the excitement subsided, he turned his attention to the other rewards. The remaining rewards comprised 3 martial arts techniques and a demon core. 3 martial arts exist, one of which is the incomplete Jiucheng Tian Mo Shun, possessing only the first 5 levels. The demon had only cultivated to the 3rd level, yet it could wreak havoc in its realm, comparable to a late-stage Tian run. It only faced defeat after Elder D arrived, capable of vanquishing it in one blow. Regrettably, it is a fragmentary technique. Had the Jiucheng Tian Mo Shun been a complete martial art, it would undoubtedly surpass the 1st rank, a true treasure, and perhaps even an exceptional rarity. The other 2 techniques are both lethal arts, classified as 2nd and 1st rank respectively, namely Mo Sha Quan and Xiong Ling Yao Zhua. Although these 2 techniques are superior to the Sui Xian Zhang, Su Chen cannot practice them, as their demonic essence is excessively pronounced. The 2 lethal techniques, when refined, significantly enhance Su Chen's foundational physical attributes in an instant, while also providing him with additional experience in martial arts proficiency. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Previously, refining techniques only augmented his foundational attributes without any proficiency experience. Could it be that only higher-ranked techniques offer such additional rewards? Su Chen speculated inwardly, eager to further elevate his own martial arts. Previously, the techniques he learned through the system only reached the level of proficiency. To attain the highest realm of mastery, continuous effort was required in the future. However, now armed with proficiency experience, he could achieve immediate advancement. Currently, he possessed only 4 techniques: Sui Xian Zhang, Ming Xian Duan Tfa, Ing Sha Shu, and Wan Hua Xingong. Among them, Ming Xian Duan Tfa, which he had learned himself, had yet to reach proficiency. Consequently, Su Chen decided to allocate his martial arts proficiency to this body refinement technique. This is the authentic body refinement method of Shu Shan, and he must practice it. Should he be discovered with an extraordinarily robust physique in the future, he would have an explanation at hand. Soon, the proficiency of Ming Xian Duan Tfa steadily increased, and within a short while, it reached the level of proficiency. Yet, this was not the end. Su Chen continued to elevate this body refinement method to the realm of mastery. In an instant, he felt the firmness of his muscles intensify. Each inch of muscle was filled with abundant strength. His bones resembled gold and jade. With the slightest movement, they emitted sounds akin to thunder. After the transformation brought about by Ming Xian Duan Tfa, his body underwent further metamorphosis. The once copper physique now shimmered with a golden hue. The indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body is a symbol of the Buddhist Arhat and the lifelong pursuit of many body cultivators. Of course, the indestructible golden body is not the ultimate destination for body cultivation. However, apart from a few exceptionally gifted body refiners, most ordinary cultivators would not reach this realm even after a lifetime of effort. Yet, Su Chen forged the indestructible golden body in less than a year. At this moment, he felt that purely relying on his physical form, he could withstand attacks from those in the Xian Ying realm without faltering. Even against a Tian Ren, he could hold his ground. At this juncture, Su Chen glanced at Jiucheng Tian Mo Shun. If he could cultivate this technique to the level of mastery, to what heights would his physical body ascend? Of course, Su Chen was merely pondering this. Not only were there potential risks associated with cultivating demonic techniques, but this particular technique was also incomplete. Even if he were to cultivate it, now was not the right time. Incomplete martial arts possess numerous shortcomings. Cultivating a fragmentary technique to the level of mastery could lead one further astray along the wrong path. Thus, Su Chen temporarily abandoned the thought of practicing this technique and refrained from hastily refining it. Should he later acquire the other half of the technique, completing it would only enhance its value. This hope is not unfounded, as Su Chen can delve into the memories of the demon. Through these memories, he might glean clues about the other half of the technique. However, he was not in a hurry. He would first exhaust his proficiency experience. After cultivating Ming Xian Duan Tfa to the level of mastery, he had not yet fully utilized his remaining proficiency. However, only a small amount remained, sufficient to elevate one more technique to the level of mastery. Enhancing Sui Xian Zhang and Wanhua Xian Gong held little necessity. The rank of Sui Xian Zhang is low, and its attack methods are significantly limited. Strengthening Sui Xian Zhang would be less beneficial than enhancing Yingsha Shu. The enhancement of Yingsha Shu yielded more immediate results and had a broader range. As for Wanhua Xian Gong, it merely altered appearances currently. Holding little weight in Su Chen's mind, he immediately channeled the remaining martial arts proficiency into Yingsha Shu until it too reached the level of mastery. In doing so, he could achieve nearly threefold power augmentation while employing certain offensive techniques alongside Yingsha Shu. Moreover, this effect would continue to grow with the advancement of his cultivation realm. After elevating Yingsha Shu to the realm of mastery, his proficiency experience was perfectly exhausted. Su Chen then assessed his attributes. Host, Su Chen, Cultivation, Linghai Realm, 2nd level, 050-0000. Mind Method, Shu Shan Basic Qi Refinement Decision, Shu Shan Sword Heart Decision Martial Arts, Sui Xian Zhang. Ming Xian Duan Tfa, Mastery, Yingsha Shu, Mastery, Wanhua Xian Gong Divine Powers, Yin Qi Lian Xing Shu, Xian Gumi Shu. Ling Air Shun Tong Physique, Indestructible Golden Body, Blood Qi Abundant, Peerless Body Movement, Immune to all poisons, Insightful Comprehension, Keen Sense of Smell Bloodline, Giant Demon Bloodline, Beastman Bloodline. Corpse Ghost Bloodline Extractable Rewards. Cultivation Experience 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Regarding the considerable amount of cultivation experience required for his next level, Su Chen could only sigh. This time, due to 5 demon heads perishing in the lower level, and having personally imprisoned only 1 dog-headed demon in the 2nd level, he had effectively lost 4 experience sources. This resulted in a sharp decline in Su Chen's daily cultivation experience. Relying solely on his current daily experience income, advancing in the Linghai realm would take months. Clearly, he must strive to reach the next lower level. With the increasing difficulty of leveling up, Su Chen felt it was time to plan for the next level. While contemplating this, he held the final reward in his hand. It was a demon core. A demon born from the Jedon realm has a minuscule chance of forming a demon core upon death. The demon core is a concentration and amalgamation of the demon's cultivation and abilities. If preserved under suitable conditions, a demon retaining its core can even be reborn in a new body. Other demons that consume this core can gain part of its cultivation and abilities. But the prerequisite is that the consuming demon must possess greater strength. Otherwise, it risks backlash, with the demon's soul reclaiming dominance. The demon core holds considerable utility and is irresistibly alluring to many demons. Yet, for Su Chen, it is of little value. If he were to consume the demon core, he would be immediately assimilated into a demon. At that point, even if he gained substantial cultivation, it would be futile. He would never commit such folly. After storing the demon core, he began to delve into the past of the demon that possessed Jiao Cheng Tian Mo Shun, seeking a way to patch the technique's gaps. The demon holding this fragmentary technique, named Cho Di, belongs to the Tian Mo clan. The Tian Mo clan, though not powerful among demons, is a branch that has existed for a long time. Despite their overall weakness, they possess a naturally robust physique, standing as a pinnacle of physical talent among myriad demons. Later, the extraordinarily gifted Tianma Laozu tailored the Jiaocheng Tianma Shun to suit the formidable physique of the Tianma clan. This technique fully unleashed the immense talents of the Tianma people, marking the dawn of their ascendancy. They swiftly emerged as the preeminent rulers among the demon clans. However, in subsequent conflicts with other demon factions, the Tianma clan was besieged by powerful adversaries, resulting in catastrophic defeats with heavy casualties. Tianma Laozu was sealed within the Dead Spirit Abyss. As the remaining members of the Tianma clan either perished or fled, very few survived. The ancestors of Qiu Di served as protectors of Tianma Laozu. At the moment of his sealing, in order to prevent the loss of his unparalleled teachings, they escaped with the original text of Jiaocheng Tianma Shun. Unfortunately, during their flight, Qiu Di's ancestor fell into an ambush at Wanku Mountain. The original text of Jiaocheng Tianma Shun was torn in half during the skirmish. In desperation, Qiu Di's ancestor managed to safeguard the front half and eventually escaped, preserving a portion of the Jiaocheng Tianma Shun. The latter half, however, was seized by the local tyrants of Wanku Mountain and has remained lost to this day. Naturally, Qiu Di harbored ambitions to avenge his ancestors and reclaim the latter part of the technique. Yet, with his current abilities, he was far from capable of such a feat. Unable to rely solely on himself, he sought to rally others. To swiftly enhance his strength, he gathered numerous demons under his banner, forming a considerable faction. Initially, this demon group expanded rapidly, exhibiting a promising trajectory. However, unexpectedly, some reckless demons under his command provoked the Shu Mountain Sect, leading to disastrous consequences. The nascent demon faction was dismantled overnight by the Shu Mountain Sect, and Xiao Di, as the leader, was captured. The Shu Mountain Sect interrogated him about the motives behind the formation of his demon group, suspecting the existence of greater powers and conspiracies. Yet, he remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a hint, as if revealing the truth would bring shame. Moreover, he feared that if he confessed, the Shu Mountain Sect might send forces to Wanku Mountain, potentially annihilating the demons there and destroying the remaining half of Jiucheng Tianmashan. This possibility loomed large, for the Shu Mountain Sect would never allow anything beneficial to demons to remain intact. Treasures such as Jiucheng Tianmashan were especially detested. Thus, Xiao Di steadfastly refrained from uttering a single word. However, the law enforcers of the demon locking tower suspected he harbored significant secrets, subjecting him to severe torture. At Wanku Mountain, Su Chen murmured softly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Firstly, Wanku Mountain was exceedingly distant. Secondly, it was inhabited by a multitude of local tyrants. Due to its treacherous terrain, it was easy to defend but difficult to assault, discouraging any attempts to disturb them over the years. Without absolute certainty, Su Chen would never consider venturing there. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside matters concerning Jiucheng Tianmashan. After a night's rest, Su Chen awoke the following morning. Upon stepping outside his room, he found the empty corridor to be desolate, with only himself remaining alongside Zhang Wenhao and Xiao Yi, the last 3 survivors among the 7 law enforcers. The atmosphere was somewhat bleak. Su Chen had not anticipated the high-risk nature of this profession. The mortality rate among the law enforcers had exceeded 50%. He once again felt the fragility of life, yet there was nothing he could change. All he could do was reminisce. Su Chen patrolled the prison cells from west to east. He was not merely observing. He was also planting heartworms. During this round, 2 demons perished, both of whom were targets of his heartworms. With 2 less scapegoats, Su Chen felt still insufficiently secure. So he took the opportunity to plant worms on other demons. Chapter 66. New assignments the next day. The rewards and punishments concerning the law enforcers of the underground level were announced. Huang Minghu achieved significant merit, but also bore responsibility for negligence. His merits outweighed his faults, resulting in his promotion to the 2nd underground level. Others like He Qing and Xiao Yi had only faults without merits. Initially facing punishment, they escaped lightly due to the severe losses suffered by the 1st underground level, as the higher-ups sought to appease the morale of the remaining enforcers. As for Su Chen, although his performance was noted by Elder D and others, the higher authorities did not endorse undertaking perilous actions after sustaining serious injuries. Thus he received no rewards or punishments. Zhang Wenhao, likewise, received no rewards and was subjected to an additional 2 hours of interrogation by Elder D. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he erupted in anger within the interrogation room, declaring that if he was suspected, they might as well transfer him away from the demon locking tower. He would abide by whatever decision they made. Subsequently, Elder D indeed took him away, and no further news emerged. Among the law enforcers of the 1st underground level, apart from Su Chen, Xiao Yi, and He Qing, 2 others were promoted from the 2nd level, forming a new 5-member team. This team communicated almost not at all, lacking any common language. The 2 individuals who had been promoted from below were naturally in a foul mood, maintaining a stony silence. Xiao Yi remained as cold as ever, while He Qing transitioned from a chatterbox to a mute. Su Chen did not find this atmosphere particularly hard to accept. He merely needed to focus on his own tasks and had no interest in others' thoughts. As he arrived before the prison cell of the Sheng of the Hahuan sect, he observed her staring blankly, as if her soul had departed. Su Chen understood her frustration. This upheaval among the demons was her perfect opportunity to escape. Yet her meticulously crafted plan had inexplicably been uncovered. To this day, she could not fathom why. Was this perhaps the will of heaven? At this moment, Ying Wanyan began to doubt her existence. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, the hatred in her eyes flickered momentarily. Su Chen was not only the architect of her entrapment, but also the one who had callously rejected her when she was willing to cast aside her grievances and submit to him. This was far more than mere humiliation for her. Ying Wanyan had always been captivated by appearances. A man who did not possess extraordinary looks could never attract her attention. However, before this man who had harmed and humiliated her, no matter how handsome he appeared, he was utterly loathsome in her eyes. Su Chen, sensing her animosity, paid little heed. Which demon here did not despise him? After all, law enforcers and demons were natural adversaries. Thus, the extent of hatred held against him was inconsequential. In the resting room, Su Chen sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating in tranquility, yet within his mental sea, a fierce battle raged, fraught with peril. He was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Within his mind, a simulated adversary emerged, engaging him in a frenetic sparring session. The heart bodhi he had ingested not only enhanced his comprehension of heart techniques, but also enabled him to multitask. This allowed him to conjure a simulated opponent to train against. While advancing his swordsmanship, he deepened his understanding of its profound mysteries. Time slipped away unnoticed. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze seemed to shimmer with the sharp essence of sword intent, flickering forth. The second level. The Shu Mountain Sword Heart technique has already reached the second stage. The cultivation of sword heart techniques is far more arduous than mastering sword moves and forms, for it constitutes the very foundation of the sword path. Each elevation brings about a qualitative transformation, much like the foundational base of a grand edifice. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the height that can be achieved. If one merely learns sword techniques without cultivating the heart method, then one is left with mere form devoid of spirit. It is akin to practicing external skills without developing internal prowess. Such a path will never lead to becoming a true master of the sword. However, having cultivated the heart method, when one subsequently practices sword techniques, the results will be remarkably more effective. The Shu Mountain Sword Heart technique, refined through the brilliance of generations of sword cultivators, stands unrivaled in the world. The first stage signifies entry into the realm of swords. Those who reach this level have officially stepped into the domain of sword cultivation. The second stage, Ming Jian Xin, Illuminated Sword Heart, allows one to establish a unique resonance with their wielded sword, aligning one's will with the sword's intent, thus significantly enhancing the might of their sword techniques. The third stage, Ren Jian He, Unity of Man and Sword, is where Ji Qingyao has just begun to tread. A sword cultivator who masters the heart method to the third stage unleashes the latent potential of both themselves and their sword, thereby magnifying the power of their strikes. The fourth stage, Jian Xian Tong Ming, Clear Sword Heart, and the fifth stage, Wu Shang Jian Yi, Supreme Sword Intent, represent further monumental leaps in the realm of swordsmanship. Those who attain the third stage, Ren Jian He, are rare talents among countless practitioners. Should one reach the fifth stage, they possess the potential to become a sword immortal. As for the subsequent levels, Su Chen cannot yet fathom, nor dares he to contemplate. Su Chen exhaled softly. Having cultivated the sword heart technique to the second stage, he could now sense the presence of his sword. Regrettably, his sword was of inferior quality. Its spiritual essence nearly negligible, thus limiting the enhancement he could gain. The higher the sword's quality, the greater its spiritual essence. The stronger the essence, the more profound the effects of the second stage of the sword heart technique become. Correspondingly, the power naturally amplifies. Yet, acquiring a high-quality sword is currently beyond Su Chen's reach. The sword wielded by Ji Qingyao is undoubtedly a top-tier treasure, rated above third grade. However, she is a genuine disciple of the purple robes, and a distinguished one at that, poised to ascend to the ranks of the red robes. As a core disciple of the sect, such privileges are entirely reasonable. Su Chen refrained from overthinking. He resolved to focus on his cultivation, reassuring himself that with diligent practice, a fine sword would eventually come his way. Days passed, and outside, white snow began to drift like willow fluff. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen had spent an entire season beneath the locking demon tower. The duties within the tower were not entirely devoid of freedom. Each year, there were 4 breaks corresponding to the 4 seasons. During these intervals, one could come and go freely. Naturally, any departure required reporting and documentation. Leaving the sect necessitated special scrutiny and approval before one could be released. Thus, while it was labeled freedom, it was not complete liberty. Nonetheless, movement within the sect remained unobstructed. Desiring to visit the Zhangjiangu sword repository, Su Chen seized the opportunity. The last time he witnessed Ji Qingyao utilizing the Ben Lei sword technique, he had been keenly eager to learn a couple of sword techniques for himself. Now that his sword heart method had reached the second stage, it was time to test his swordsmanship. Upon leaving the locking demon tower, Su Chen made his way directly to the Shu Mountain Zhangjiangu. Chapter 67. The Elder's Shock. Though named the Zhangjiangu, it is not merely a repository for swords, but a sanctuary for the myriad sword techniques of Shu Mountain. Upon arriving at the entrance, the elder guarding the repository barely lifted his gaze, extending his hand to block Su Chen's path. As a stranger to this place, the elder was not inclined to grant entry to unfamiliar disciples. The elder inquired, What is your name? Have you cultivated the sword heart technique to the first stage? There are prerequisites for entering the Zhangjian Go, namely a minimum proficiency of 1 stage in the Shu Mountain sword heart technique. This requirement is to ensure that disciples do not forsake the fundamentals in pursuit of advanced sword techniques, an endeavor the sect does not advocate or permit. Hence, this regulation was instituted to prevent the uncommitted from infiltrating the repository. Su Chen responded honestly, I am Su Chen, and I have cultivated the sword heart technique to the 2nd stage. 2nd stage? The elder raised his eyes, scrutinizing Su Chen once more, his brow furrowing slightly. His attire indicated that Su Chen was an enforcer of the locking demon tower, yet the elder seemed skeptical of his claim. It is not sufficient to merely declare the 2nd stage. Show me your prowess. Upon hearing this, Su Chen hesitated, his uncertainty provoking the elder's displeasure. What? Are you afraid that your strike might injure me? Not at all. I merely fear disrespecting a senior. Fear not. I permit you to act with less regard. The elder gestured for Su Chen to proceed. Realizing that further delay would incite genuine irritation, Su Chen promptly drew his sword. The instant the elder beheld the sword in Su Chen's grasp, he began to comprehend the young man's status within the sect. Wielding such a sword of inferior quality indicated a lowly position, thereby amplifying his skepticism regarding Su Chen's assertions. This lad is likely exaggerating, he thought. Considering him one of those audacious disciples who boast of their 2nd stage prowess while merely at the pinnacle of the 1st stage, a common folly driven by vanity. The elder had initially categorized Su Chen as such, until the young man made his move, with a single stroke aimed directly at the elder's face. A crescent arc of sword light sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The elder had intended to shatter the sword light merely through force of will. Yet as it drew near, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He hastily raised his defenses. As the sword light met his arm, it shattered instantly. Su Chen felt a tremor of surprise. Indeed, the Shu Mountain Sect harbored hidden talents, for even a mere guarding elder could effortlessly counter his strike, leaving no trace upon his arm. Although Su Chen had meticulously controlled the power of his strike to remain within the reasonable limits of what a practitioner at the 2nd stage of the sword heart technique could achieve, the elder's nonchalance in handling it caught him off guard. Su Chen was astonished, while unbeknownst to him, the elder was equally taken aback. What is your cultivation level? He inquired, and upon receiving the answer of the 4th level of the true essence realm, his astonishment deepened. He was well aware of the power a 4th level practitioner wielded with their sword. Su Chen's strike had far surpassed that expected from a 4th level sword cultivator. The elder closed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation, savoring the potency of the earlier strike. This young man has indeed cultivated his sword heart technique to the 2nd stage. He even bears the faint signs of approaching the 3rd stage, Ren Jian He. It is inconceivable that such a promising disciple is armed with only this modest sword. One wonders which discerning elder overlooked this potential. The elder of the Guardian Pavilion opened his eyes and, regaining his composure, said, You may enter. Once inside, go where you ought to go. Do not wander aimlessly or set your sights too high. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen walked straight in under the watchful gaze of the elder. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure approached. Although the elder did not obstruct her as he had with Su Chen, he did not spare her from his words. Chiokoaer, are you here for sword techniques again? You have learned so many already. Is it not enough? Remember, the essence of swordsmanship lies in mastery, not quantity. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. How many times must I explain this before you understand? Chiokoaer, undeterred by the elder's admonishment, lifted her delicate chin with pride. No need to say more, elder. I, Chiokoaer, believe that having many skills is never a burden. The elder shook his head, at a loss for how to deal with her. Within the sword repository, rows of shelves stood neatly aligned, displaying an array of sword technique manuals. The volumes vast as the ocean, numbering at least in the thousands. The arrangement of the manuals was not strictly based on rank, but rather according to the practitioner's level of understanding of swordsmanship and their cultivation realm, divided into distinct sections. The elder's warning to Su Chen to go where he belonged, and not to reach for what was beyond him stemmed from this. Some disciples, upon entering, often gravitated towards sections that did not align with their capabilities, seeking to challenge themselves with overly difficult techniques, resulting in failure to grasp the swordsmanship and a blow to their confidence, a common occurrence. Thus, the elder kindly advised every newcomer to be mindful of their choices. Su Chen made his way towards the 2nd tier of heart techniques, possessing a modicum of self-awareness. However, when it came to specific cultivation levels, his choice slightly deviated. He had informed the elder that he was at the 4th level of Zhenyuan realm, yet in truth, He was at the second level of Linghai realm, a considerable disparity. Naturally, the areas available differed as well. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen disregarded the Zhenyuan section and proceeded to the Linghai area. This scene was witnessed by Chiu Kuei Air, who had also entered this larger district. Who is that? A question mark appeared in Chiu Kuei Air's mind. Those who could access this area were certainly not nameless. She knew everyone who belonged here. Yet the figure of Su Chen appeared unfamiliar. As Su Chen gazed at the sword technique manuals before him, his heart surged with excitement. Although the path of the sword is often regarded as simple, and a sword immortal may not require complex techniques, merely wielding a sword to cleave the heavens and earth. How could a novice sword practitioner do without an impressive sword technique? Chapter 68. You choose this? Duan Yu's sword technique. Those who master it can effortlessly cleave mountains. Jin Yu's sword technique. Once perfected, the sword's aura flows like golden feathers, taking lives as easily as drinking water. Luo Ying's sword technique. The sword strikes like a fleeting shadow, killing without a trace. Su Chen's gaze traversed the various sword manuals. To avoid missing a suitable technique due to an unappealing name, he paused before each manual, perusing its contents and carefully studying it before moving on to the next. Just as Su Chen was engrossed in examining the manuals, a woman's voice suddenly broke through his concentration. Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. Su Chen looked up to find a young maiden perched atop a bookshelf. Her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll, clad in form-fitting purple attire that accentuated her curves. Her graceful posture was complemented by long boots that swung playfully in the air. Upon seeing her face, Su Chen instantly recognized her, Chiu Kuei Air, the lavish spender he had encountered before. He lowered his gaze slightly, not out of embarrassment, but because the angle was somewhat awkward. Why are you looking down while I'm asking you a question? Chiu Kuei Air, puzzled by his demeanor, found it curious. Su Chen replied honestly, Senior sister, don't you think it impolite to stare like that? Only then did Chiu Kuei Air realize, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as she thought to herself that this junior was quite proper. She promptly jumped down from the bookshelf, standing a head shorter than Su Chen, who found himself addressing her as senior sister. Su Chen then introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, Chiu Kuei Air's eyes lit up with delight. You are Su Chen, the enforcer of the Demon Lock Tower? Of course, she remembered his name. Indeed, I also recall you. Senior sister Chiu, you gifted me a Ling Yuan Dan, which was exceedingly precious. That was nothing, Chiu Kuei Air dismissed, not considering her gift to be of great value. In fact, she felt it was too trivial. Had Su Chen not uncovered the demon's information, her brother would not have been rescued so swiftly. The delay could have cost him his life. Thus, she held on to that gratitude, feeling that even a Ling Yuan Dan was insufficient compared to her brother's life. You saved my brother. That debt of gratitude cannot be repaid, even with countless Ling Yuan Dan. Su Chen humbly declined. It was the elders of the sect and other disciples who saved him. I merely conducted the interrogation of the demon. It hardly counts as merit. As Chiu Kuei Air produced a porcelain vial to offer him, he hurriedly declined. Oh, senior sister, that is unnecessary. He was not one to be disingenuous, refusing while discreetly pocketing the item. After all, one ought not to be beholden to others, and he had not contributed much to the rescue of Chiu Kuei Air's brother. If it became known that he received more than those who truly exerted themselves, it would surely breed resentment. Su Chen preferred to avoid complications. Taking what did not belong to him would only invite trouble. Thus, he declined Chiu Kuei Air's generous offer without hesitation. I've never seen someone refuse what I gave them before. Chiu Kuei Air was somewhat taken aback by Su Chen's rejection and found herself harboring a greater fondness for him, as well as a tinge of curiosity. Before you became an enforcer, why had I never seen you? She was familiar with other enforcers who joined the Demon Lock Tower around the same time. Even blue-clad disciples were known to her, but Su Chen was a complete stranger. Su Chen candidly explained, I was previously a gray-clad disciple, overseeing demons in the upper levels of the Demon Lock Tower. Upon hearing this, Chiu Kuei Air was astonished. You were a gray-clad disciple, and now your cultivation has reached the Linghai realm? Seeing him in the Linghai section, she naturally assumed his cultivation had attained that level, and indeed it had. However, Su Chen would not admit it. He merely smiled awkwardly and said, No, I am just curious about the sword techniques here, so I came to take a look. In truth, he found none of them appealing. He continued to explain. As for my cultivation, it is merely at the Zhenyuan realm. Oh, I see. Chiu Kuei Air nodded, patting her not-so-full bosom, her expression seemingly conveying, You almost scared me to death. However, you are quite remarkable. At least I have never encountered a disciple in gray robes capable of such feats. She spoke the truth. The notion of a gray-robed disciple becoming an enforcer had never crossed her mind. The impression she held of gray-robed disciples was of individuals who consistently lowered their heads, steeped in profound insecurity. Yet, in Su Chen, those dreary aspects were utterly absent. She even sensed a certain indescribable quality, an aura of mystery emanating from him. Moreover, she felt as if Su Chen's every action was a deliberate attempt to conceal this unique trait. Naturally, as this was their first meeting and they were still unfamiliar with one another, she dismissed it as mere overthinking, a fleeting illusion. Su Chen humbly downplayed his abilities and subsequently returned the sword technique tome he held. Chiao Kuei interjected, "Are you unimpressed? How could I possibly look down upon such profound sword techniques? It is rather that they look down upon me," Su Chen retorted, eliciting laughter from Chiao Kuei. After her giggles subsided, she remarked, "Your perspective is indeed amusing. Would you like me to teach you a sword technique? What insights do you possess, senior sister?" Su Chen initially considered declining the offer, but then reconsidered, curious about what sword technique she might present. Perhaps her discernment was exceptional? Ultimately, Chiao Kuei introduced him to a technique called Ba Dao Jin Jian. Su Chen observed that Chiao Kuei seemed oblivious to the dark expression on his face as she enthusiastically extolled the uniqueness of the technique. "How is it? Isn't it formidable? I once yearned to learn this technique. Unfortunately, my master forbade me, claiming it was unsuitable for me. Yet, I believe it is quite fitting." Su Chen shook his head. "Your master is correct. If this technique were to be proclaimed, one would surely suffer an instant social demise." Chiao Kuei responded with a puzzled expression. "Am I the only one who finds this technique utterly domineering?" Ultimately, Su Chen refrained from engaging with this sword technique. Although he recognized that it was primarily a technique that relied on brute force, aligning well with his current circumstances, he felt it fell short of his expectations. If mere strength were the sole determinant of victory, why would he persist in mastering sword techniques? Would it not be more advantageous to focus on staff techniques instead? The sword technique failed to garner Su Chen's approval, leaving Chiao Kuei somewhat disheartened as she quietly selected her own technique. Su Chen wandered through the realm of Zhen Yuan, but after perusing the various techniques, none captured his interest. Thus, he continued upward, passing through the realms of Ling Yuan and Ling Qiao, scanning the tomes on those shelves, yet shaking his head in disappointment. His gaze returned to the region of Ling Hai. Chiao Kuei was located within that area, and not wishing for her to see him retracing his steps, he quietly ascended into the realm of Jiedan. In the Jiedan area, the number of sword technique tomes was noticeably diminished, which was to be expected. The higher the rank of the technique, the rarer it became. Su Chen's demeanor grew earnest as he approached these techniques, genuinely harboring expectations. In the realm of the second level of mental focus, Jiedan represented the highest tier available. Only in the regions beyond the third level of mental focus could one find the Xianing. Therefore, if he could not find an appealing sword technique here, he would have to settle for something lesser. After contemplating the first tome and setting it aside, he proceeded through the second, third, and fourth tomes, picking them up and laying them down in succession. When only 3 tomes remained, he found himself in a state of indecision, feeling as if he were amidst a myriad of blossoms, bewildered by the overwhelming choices. In a world where sword techniques are myriad and ever-changing, finding one that suits oneself is a daunting task, unless one is a prodigy in swordsmanship capable of creating their own techniques. Achieving a perfect match with oneself is indeed rare. Thus, Su Chen could not help but feel a wave of confusion wash over him. When he directed his attention to the final 3 tomes, he momentarily steadied himself. He noticed a yellowed book nestled in the corner. Among the last 3 tomes, it appeared the least remarkable. This insignificance resonated with his own initial self. Unconsciously, Su Chen reached for the tome and grasped it in his hands. Meanwhile, Chiao Kuei had already selected her desired sword technique tome and turned to find Su Chen, eager to see what he had chosen. To her surprise, she could not spot Su Chen's figure anywhere. Where did he go? Did he leave so swiftly? Chiao Kuei even suspected that Su Chen had already made his selection and departed. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen had already moved ahead of her. Upon glimpsing the cover of the tome titled Zhan Shun Yi Jian, Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Zhan Shun Yi Jian. This technique teaches one how to slay deities? What an audacious sword technique. Su Chen mused. This is what true dominance looks like. Hey, how did you end up here? Just as Su Chen was absorbed in his thoughts, Chiao Kuei unexpectedly popped her head into view. Fortunately, her beauty tempered the surprise, and Su Chen managed to remain unfazed. However, he found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard and unsure of how to explain himself, primarily still reeling from the earlier shock. Why is this sword technique here? When Chiao Kuei's gaze fell upon the sword technique tome in Su Chen's hands, Her curiosity about his presence faded, replaced by astonishment at the tome's presence in this location. Su Chen, recognizing that something was amiss, organized his thoughts and inquired, "Is there something peculiar about this technique? This technique has not been practiced by anyone for quite some time. Just look at the name. It seems rather far-fetched. Such techniques should have been removed long ago. I wonder who mistakenly returned it to the shelves," Chiokoaer explained. This technique is notoriously difficult to learn and possesses an exceptionally high level of complexity. Furthermore, achieving even minor proficiency yields little benefit, as its power pales in comparison to other techniques. It is said that only upon reaching a high level of mastery can its true potential be realized. However, very few individuals manage to attain such mastery. Many who reach minor proficiency find themselves unable to continue, and the further they progress, the more challenging it becomes. Numerous individuals have faced mental breakdowns during their training, unable to advance further, ultimately left with no choice but to abandon their pursuit. After extensive validation, it was determined that there may be flaws within this technique, leading to a consensus that it should be temporarily sealed away. Who would have thought it would end up in your hands? Perhaps they intended to seal it, but did not have time to do so, Chiokoaer explained. Junior brother, you should set it aside. This technique is simply not meant for anyone to practice. With good intentions, Chiokoaer offered her advice. She cherished Su Chen and did not wish to see him squander precious time on a technique that bore only an empty reputation. Training in such a technique not only wastes valuable life, but also diminishes one's resolve. Many once ambitious individuals have seen their spirits gradually eroded by the futility of mastering this technique, unable to continue their journey in sword cultivation. However, Su Chen did not heed her advice and instead fixed his gaze resolutely on the tome. "I want this technique," he declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Chiokoaer nearly choked on her own words. "Why do you refuse to listen to your senior sister? I would never lead you astray. I know you would not lead me astray, but I also wish to heed my own inner choice." "Is this truly your inner choice?" "Indeed." Su Chen's words rang out with determination. The young woman, Chiokoaer, was almost at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had held a favorable impression of Su Chen. How could he now be so obstinate, refusing to heed the words of others? Never mind. If he insists on running headlong into walls, I have no right to intervene. The metaphor of Chiokoaer clearly stemmed from her frustration. Were it not for Su Chen being the savior of her family, she would have already delivered a stern lecture to this junior brother. In order to prevent Chiokoaer from continuing to obstruct him, Su Chen did not linger. He took the sword manual and made his way outside. Upon exiting the gates of the Zhangjiangu, the elderly guardian greeted him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "What have you chosen?" His question was directed at Su Chen rather than at Chiokoaer, who stood behind him. Chiokoaer hesitated, pondering whether it would be too intrusive to involve herself, especially since Su Chen seemed indifferent to the matter. It was just at this moment of indecision that Su Chen displayed the manual with confidence. The elder's smile vanished immediately upon seeing the 4 characters Zhan Shen Yijian. "This is not acceptable. Did I not advise you to act within your means? The Zhangjiangu has numerous sword techniques suitable for your stage. Why would you choose this one instead?" Su Chen's lips quirked slightly. "Is there a problem with this?" "Yes, a significant one. This sword technique is beyond your capabilities. Return and select again." The guardian did not wish to elaborate further and insisted that Su Chen find another choice. Chiokoaer looked at Su Chen, curious to see what he would do. Surely, he would abandon this technique if even the elder disapproved of his choice. Why does the elder not approve of my studying this sword technique? Su Chen, however, clutched the manual firmly, refusing to budge. The elder sighed. This sword technique, apart from its creator, has never been successfully mastered by anyone else. It is a technique marked by personal signature, and the creator never intended for others to learn it. The elder smiled wryly, finding it difficult to agree with the creator's mindset, which aligned with their proud and disdainful nature. Su Chen was not surprised. He had anticipated the creator's personality. If they were not arrogant and proud, how could they dare name the technique Zhan Shen Jian? This technique has already been sealed away. I had forgotten where I placed it and was too lazy to search. You just happened to bring it to me. Hand it over. He extended his hand. But Su Chen hesitated to relinquish the manual. "Elder, I feel a genuine connection to this technique. Please allow me to try it. If it truly does not work, then I can let go without regret. Otherwise, it may lead to inner demons." Upon hearing the term inner demons, the elder hesitated. This was no trivial matter. If his insistence led to the emergence of inner demons in a promising disciple, it would indeed be a grave error on his part. "Very well, do as you wish. I can only offer you this advice. If you refuse to listen and are determined, I have no grounds to interfere." The elder waved his hand. signaling for Su Chen to leave. This technique posed a significant challenge. Once the young man faced failure, he would surely return the manual. Failing to learn a sword technique was not the end of the world, merely a waste of time that would grant him greater self-awareness. Chilkoaer feigned a sigh of maturity, prompting the elder to chuckle. Shouldn't you be pleased? Am I perceived as someone who revels in others' misfortunes? Chilkoaer pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. The elder fell silent. As Su Chen passed through the sect's plaza, he noticed a gathering of disciples. He recognized this area as the task zone where missions were generally posted. Disciples could autonomously select and undertake tasks. Completing sect missions would earn them points, which could be exchanged for rare rewards and even certain privileges. Within the sect, these points functioned as a form of internal currency. However, this held little relevance for Su Chen, who had previously been a gray-clad servant disciple, lacking eligibility for the point system. Now, as an enforcer, he was bound to the Suoyao Tower, with only 4 opportunities to leave each year. Thus, he had little connection to the point system. Nonetheless, having shed his gray-clad identity, he enjoyed the same rights as other formal disciples. So, he could indeed undertake tasks to earn points, though he had no intention of doing so. Firstly, performing tasks was not without risks. The majority of missions listed in the plaza required leaving the sect, and the Shu Mountain Sect was in constant conflict with demons. Those demons were not docile creatures. They would retaliate in various ways. Consequently, weaker Shu Mountain disciples became prime targets for these demons. Whenever a Shu Mountain disciple's identity was exposed while outside, danger was ever present. Such perilous endeavors were not for Su Chen. Furthermore, his time for free movement was limited, not exceeding 3 days. Within that span, how many points could he possibly earn? Thus, it seemed futile. While points were valuable, his life was far more precious. As long as he could remain within the Suoyao Tower, he need not worry about enhancing his strength. There was no place more comfortable than that. Therefore, he had no desire to venture elsewhere and simply wished to return to the Suoyao Tower. However, he thought it prudent to gather intel and learn about recent significant events within the sect. As Su Chen approached to inquire, he learned that the crowd had gathered due to a disciple's claim of having spotted a dragon on the outskirts of Shu Mountain. This assertion ignited much interest and discussion. The disciple adamantly insisted he was not mistaken nor hallucinating. I truly saw a dragon, right beneath a cliff in the southeast. His face flushed with excitement. Yet few believed him. Many even jested that he was either acting or had issues with his eyesight. Dragons, ancient spiritual beasts, were nearly extinct in the world today. How could one possibly appear now, especially in Shu Mountain? Even if dragons still existed, they could manifest anywhere but Shu Mountain. Someone declared emphatically that the reason was simple. Shu Mountain was no sanctuary for dragons. Legends spoke of Shu Mountain's ancestors having slain dragons, and dragon bones were said to be buried deep beneath Shu Mountain, marking it as a place of disdain for dragons. No dragon would willingly descend upon Shu Mountain to bestow any blessings. For these reasons, the disciples' claims were met with skepticism and ridicule until an elder approached, placing a hand on the disciple's head and uttering a shocking proclamation that stunned the crowd. He is not lying. Those words sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly. Is there truly a dragon? Has a dragon manifested in Shu Mountain? Is this a blessing or a curse? The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. The elder gestured for silence among the crowd, and then spoke. I can only affirm that he did not lie. But whether or not it is a true dragon remains uncertain. Consequently, an additional task was added to the notice board. The mission required the investigation of whether dragons truly roamed the outskirts of Shu Mountain. In an instant, the disciples became agitated, each eager to partake in the endeavor. Dragons are legendary supreme spiritual beasts, who would not wish to behold a genuine dragon. However, due to the limited number of spots for the task, many disciples scrambled to claim this opportunity. The area around the task notice quickly became more crowded. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Su Chen quietly withdrew. Although he harbored curiosity about dragons, he lacked the fervor exhibited by the other disciples and had no desire to get involved. Just as Su Chen turned to leave, he found Elder D standing behind him. A stirring of emotion crossed Su Chen's heart as he respectfully bowed. Elder D. Elder D nodded and inquired. I heard you visited the Songjin Pavilion. Su Chen wondered if Elder D harbored any suspicions towards him. Otherwise, why would he inquire about everything? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, Yes, I just came from the Songjin Pavilion. What did you choose? Elder D casually asked. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before responding, the Zhanshen Yijian. Elder D paused, then after a moment of silence, remarked, Your aspirations are commendable, but the sword technique you selected is unwise. There was evidently a hint of mockery in his tone. jesting about Su Chen's ambition to slay gods while ironically choosing a technique that might hinder his spirit. This particular technique deviated from the norm, being beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. I wish to give it a try, Su Chen asserted, displaying a hint of stubbornness. Elder D cast a glance at him, but opted not to elaborate further. Su Chen, wishing to avoid prolonging the conversation on this topic, swiftly shifted the subject and inquired about Zheng Wenhao's whereabouts. Since Zheng Wenhao had been taken out of the Suayao Tower, Su Chen had not seen him again. This time, his intention in leaving the Suayao Tower was to discover what Zheng Wenhao was up to, but he had not encountered any trace of him. He has gone to the Shirlian Tower, Elder D remarked casually. The Shirlian Tower is a high tower in Shushan designed to hone disciples through a series of rigorous trials, significantly benefiting their character development and overall strength. However, the challenges are exceedingly demanding. While there is no danger to life, entering with a dismissive attitude could lead to a prolonged recovery period. Disciples lacking the requisite skill would not dare to attempt the Shirlian Tower. The ranking among disciples is also determined by the number of levels they have cleared in the Shirlian Tower. Zheng Wenhao's attempt was somewhat fueled by frustration. Despite having done nothing wrong, he was suspected by his own uncle and stripped of his authority as an enforcer, leading him out of the Suayao Tower. Consequently, he chose to challenge the Shirlian Tower instead. Elder D was well aware of his motivations, but chose not to intervene. Would you like to try your hand at the Shirlian Tower as well? Elder D suddenly suggested to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen responded with a wry smile. I think I shall pass. With my current abilities, I would be lucky to clear the first level. Elder D smiled at Su Chen, saying, if you lack this little confidence, you would not have chosen the Zhan Shini Jian. Elder D discerned that Su Chen was deliberately declining. In truth, Su Chen harbored no desire to pursue such a meaningless reputation. Challenging the Shirlian Tower offered no substantial rewards. It merely served as an opportunity for ostentation. For Su Chen, this was a thankless endeavor. Being a disciple clad in gray robes, it was certainly wise to act with discretion. He wished to steer clear of any ostentatious displays of strength. Elder D did not press Su Chen further. He merely wished to gauge Su Chen's limits, as he felt that Su Chen was always concealing something, persisting in his refusal to challenge the Shirlian Tower. Su Chen bid farewell to Elder D and made his way to the Suayao Tower. He found solace in the familiar confines of the tower, perhaps due to the habitual nature of his time spent there, as the freedom of the outside air seemed less appealing. Upon returning to the second underground level of the Suayao Tower, he encountered He Qing, who scoffed disdainfully as they brushed past each other. Some people, after spending too long here, begin to lose sight of others, he remarked, evidently directed at Su Chen. Su Chen's disregard for him irked He Qing, who seemed to have reverted to the arrogant demeanor Su Chen had first encountered. This was not Su Chen's first instance of ignoring him, but previously, He Qing had not reacted. Why was he now so displeased? Su Chen paid him no mind and continued on his way. Apart from He Qing, Su Chen greeted everyone else he encountered, even exchanging a few words with Xiao Yi, despite their average relationship. After the recent incident with the demons, Xiao Yi's spirit had diminished. Perhaps he felt embarrassed, faced with the uncontrollable demons. He had feared being overwhelmed and had refrained from stepping forward until more of his peers arrived. This was a prudent act of self-preservation, yet it also reflected a certain cowardice. Thus, he found it difficult to hold his head high in front of Su Chen, who had bravely confronted the demons alone after being injured. While he outwardly exhibited a semblance of friendliness towards Su Chen, internally, he harbored a tinge of jealousy. Su Chen's remarkable prowess only served to highlight Xiao Yi's own inadequacies. Unaware of these sentiments, Su Chen would not have taken them to heart even if he had known. Back in the resting room, Su Chen began to meticulously study the new sword technique. What peculiarities did the Zhan Shun Yi Jian possess that led so many to discourage him from practicing it? He was eager to uncover the truth. Thus, he immersed himself in the endeavor and commenced his training in this sword technique. Moments later, a sharp pain pierced his mind, akin to his soul being sliced by blades. The sensation was strikingly real and vivid. Was this technique capable of inflicting harm upon its wielder? Su Chen was taken aback. Was this sword technique truly effective? Would he end up succumbing before even defeating a single enemy? However, he soon realized that he had overreacted. Although the pain was intense and acute, it was fleeting and left no lasting injury. Su Chen understood that this was a consequence of practicing incorrectly, resulting in the sensation of his soul being cut. While the pain was intense, it did not cause any fundamental harm. It was akin to having a strict swordsmanship instructor beside you. Should you err in practice, they would strike you with a training tool. Though it hurts, it does not genuinely damage your foundation. Reassured, Su Chen decided that enduring such cuts was not a viable approach. He felt a psychological shadow looming over him. Consequently, he ceased his training. This did not mean he intended to abandon the sword technique entirely. However, given his current level of comprehension, truly grasping this technique would be as challenging as reaching the heavens. It was best to wait until he had accumulated sufficient proficiency in the technique. This was the true source of Su Chen's confidence in selecting this sword technique. With adequate experience in mastering the technique, what sword technique would be beyond his grasp? Chapter 70. Into the Dream. In the underground level, anguished wails echoed from the interrogation room. Upon returning from Songjin Pavilion, Su Chen suddenly appeared invigorated, embarking on a frenzied path of interrogation. Every demon that entered his interrogation room emerged only after shedding a layer of skin. To avoid arousing suspicion that his interrogation results were intertwined with the demon's fates, Su Chen fixated on a target and employed a strategy of triple interrogation, questioning the demon 3 times within a single day. His approach was characterized by both mental and physical torment. At this moment, within the interrogation chamber, a demon with 2 black horns lay drenched in blood, its nearly lifeless eyes radiating hatred. Su Chen remained silent, taking a moment to collect himself before retrieving a knife from the rack and briefly sharpening it on a whetstone. The blade was already exceedingly sharp, requiring minimal honing. However, these actions served to amplify the demon's deep-seated fear. Yet, the Blackhorn demon exhibited no terror at all, instead erupting into laughter, challenging, come on, strike me down." Su Chen realized he must maintain control. The evidence of his lethal actions could not be overtly apparent. Such a blatant approach was unacceptable, for others were not fools. While a slip-up might be overlooked once or twice, repeated failures would be tantamount to mocking their intelligence. Although no one had yet raised concerns, Su Chen knew Elder D had begun to harbor suspicions. If he continued to act so brazenly, Elder D would likely seek him out for a conversation. Thus, it was not out of sadism that he chose to torment the demon slowly, but rather a necessity. As he spoke, Su Chen brandished the large knife, the blade gliding across the demon's flesh as if slicing through fish. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. The demon nearly ground its teeth to dust. "This pretender is truly inhumane. Even in death, I shall not spare you." Su Chen ignored the demon's howls of rage, only halting when the creature rolled its eyes and fainted. Not dead yet, quite resilient, Su Chen mused. Since this creature's life was evidently not forfeit, he could always finish the task another day. However, due to this sudden decision, a strange occurrence transpired that very night. Su Chen dreamt of vengeful spirits. Those demons he had slain transformed into malevolent ghosts, all converging upon him. In his dream, he swung his sword at the phantoms. Yet their translucent forms passed right through his blade, grasping tightly at his throat. Abruptly awakened, Su Chen gasped for air, instinctively checking his neck, which bore no marks or injuries. It was merely a dream. He dismissed it as an unfortunate coincidence and attempted to settle back into slumber. Yet, upon returning to the realm of dreams, the vengeful spirits reappeared. Once again, he was jolted awake. Something was amiss. Experiencing the same dream twice in succession was indeed unusual. "I refuse to believe this," Su Chen thought defiantly, closing his eyes once more, only to be startled awake for a 3rd time. Sleep was now impossible. Encountering ghosts in dreams was one thing. The critical issue was that he genuinely felt a constriction around his throat, making it impossible to remain unconscious. If this continued, he risked succumbing to exhaustion. Most likely, the Blackhorn demon was behind this. During the day, Su Chen had subjected it to relentless torment, and the demon had uttered a threat, asserting that it would not spare him even in death. While the statement may have seemed trivial, in light of Su Chen's current plight, he was convinced that the demon was not merely speaking empty words. It genuinely intended to haunt him after death. Su Chen exited his chamber, making his way directly to the demon's cell. The Blackhorn demon lay sprawled in a corner, utterly still, resembling a corpse. Yet Su Chen knew it was very much alive, as the page in the Yao emoji detailing the demon still glimmered. He examined the information once more. Demon, Hei Jiao Mo, Cultivation, Tian Ren Realm, 8th level, Mind Method, Mingquan Gong, Techniques, Yin Gui Shu, Gui Fu Shu, Gui Sha Mo Shou, Divine Powers, Tong Ming Mu, Daily Extraction, 1,000 experience points. This demon was not engaged in the affairs of the living. It was a practitioner of ghostly arts. The enmity between the Shu Mountain Sect and the ghostly king had persisted for centuries. However, after suffering severe injuries from the Shu Mountain ancestors, the ghostly king had vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Thus, upon capturing this ghostly practitioner, the higher-ups of Shu Chen suspected he was a disciple of the ghostly king, demanding he reveal the king's location. Yet the black-horned demon remained steadfastly silent. Standing before the cell, Su Chen spoke. "Are you threatening me by making me see ghosts in my dreams?" He understood that the demon was attempting to intimidate him, indicating that his interrogation methods were indeed effective. The demon had begun to feel fear. If it were not afraid, why would it seek to terrorize him in his dreams? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the black-horned demon chuckled darkly. The visions that haunted Su Chen's dreams were indeed the result of its Yan Gui Shu. It sought to make Su Chen experience fear. Though it could not kill Su Chen with its current abilities, it could still instill terror. If Su Chen desired a peaceful night's sleep, he would have to cease the torture, at least not as brutally as before. Now you see that I am not merely bluffing. If you kill me, I shall return as a vengeful spirit, ensuring your eternal unrest. The black-horned demon, sprawled across the floor, burst into raucous laughter, its demeanor exceedingly arrogant. It possessed the ability to invade others' dreams through the Yan Gui Shu, allowing it to exert influence even after death. Its essence would linger on, unrelenting. Thus, it felt invulnerable, confident that Su Chen would not dare to take action against it. As long as we coexist peacefully, I can guarantee you will never encounter ghosts in your dreams again. Otherwise, you shall live your life ensnared by the shadows of vengeful spirits. Such a threat might hold weight for others, but for Su Chen, it only deepened his resolve to eliminate the demon. Feigning indifference, Su Chen settled himself on the ground outside the demon's cell. This night, he had no intention of sleeping. At dawn, he would execute the creature. Upon witnessing Su Chen silently sitting outside his cell, the black-horned demon's arrogant grin abruptly vanished. Although Su Chen uttered nothing, his actions spoke volumes regarding his intentions. The once comfortable demon, convinced of its victory, rushed to confront Su Chen, wide-eyed in fury, exclaiming, "Are you truly unafraid?" As dawn broke and the morning bell tolled, Su Chen responded with action, disregarding the demon's frenzied outcries. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the cell and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, rendering the black-horned demon breathless and incapable of further protest before dragging it out like a lifeless dog. Xiao Yi emerged from his room, only to witness Su Chen dragging the demon into the interrogation chamber with a grim expression. Xiao Yi's heart sank. Su Chen's early morning interrogation of the demon was sure to spell trouble for them all. Fueled by a newfound determination, Xiao Yi promptly followed suit. Inside the interrogation room, Su Chen proceeded to skin the black-horned demon and extract its tendons. "Dare to make me see ghosts? I shall ensure you become one." Regarding the threats posed by the other party, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed. The He Jiao Mo could hardly fathom that Su Chen genuinely dismissed his threats with such nonchalance. Each strike he delivered grew more ferocious, culminating in lethal intent. Was this fellow even human? "Cursed creature, once I perish, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit to drag you into the depths of hell." The He Jiao Mo continued to hurl menacing words. Yet Su Chen not only persisted but escalated his assault. With a tearing sound echoing through the air, the He Jiao Mo gasped sharply but could no longer exhale. As his breath ceased, Su Chen's Yao Mo Ji recorded 2 relics. Without hesitation, Su Chen extracted the relics, and in a flash of golden light, he acquired one of the He Jiao Mo's signature abilities, the Gui Sha Mo Shou. This was a first-tier killing technique. However, for Su Chen, it merely represented an experience in the mastery of techniques. Without a moment's pause, he began to refine this skill. Even before he could fully appreciate the enhancement of his physical strength, Su Chen infused all the mastery experience into his own technique, Zhan Shun Yi Jian. It was only after completely channeling the mastery experience that his cultivation of Zhan Shun Yi Jian reached the entry level. Was this technique truly so challenging? Su Chen felt a tremor within. The mastery experience derived from a first-tier technique was barely sufficient to elevate Zhan Shun Yi Jian to the beginner stage. He could only speculate how much more mastery experience would be required to ascend to the next realm. Su Chen had an inkling that this might become an insatiable abyss. Yet, he bore no regret. The greater the difficulty of advancement, the more it indicated the formidable power of this sword technique. Regardless, he was determined to master this art. Upon reaching the entry level, Su Chen experienced a newfound sensation. With the sword in hand, a surge of pride coursed through him, emanating an aura that declared his might against gods and demons alike. Truly, this was Zhan Shun Yi Jian. Su Chen silently praised it. Having acquired this sword technique, he felt an overwhelming arrogance, as though looking down upon all living beings. Yet, he also recalled what Shou Queer had once said, that even after achieving a modest level of proficiency, this technique would not possess the same strength as other sword arts. At that time, Su Chen had not comprehended her words, but now he began to grasp their meaning. This sword technique primarily cultivates one's spirit at the outset. To truly elevate it to the highest level, one must first embody the regal spirit of a conqueror. You must believe you can slay deities, and only then can you slay them. It was precisely because this sword's essence focused on cultivating spirit that its initial power paled in comparison to other techniques. However, once the technique was perfected, its might could indeed vanquish gods and demons. Su Chen collected himself and proceeded to extract the second reward. A flash of golden light revealed that Yao Moj had absorbed a golden orb. New reward, Tong Ming Mu, divine ability. As this divine ability was bestowed upon him, Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Tong Ming Mu. This ability, when applied to the eyes, enables one to perceive things normally unseen, such as ethereal entities. It allows discernment of whether a person is ensnared by deathly energy, thus predicting their life and death. Moreover, upon activating this ability, one's attacks can also affect ethereal beings. Essentially, he could now see and actively strike against spirits that were previously invisible and untouchable. At that moment, the He Jiao Mo, having transformed into a vengeful spirit, stood at Su Chen's side, his eyes fixated upon him with an intense hatred. With his crimson eyes ablaze with fury, he awaited the night when he would make Su Chen truly experience terror. Just then, Su Chen turned his gaze towards him. The He Jiao Mo froze momentarily, a jolt of fear coursing through him, as if he sensed that Su Chen had perceived him. Yet, in the next instant, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. How could this be? He could not possibly see me. It was impossible for him to perceive my presence. The He Jiao Mo offered an awkward smile, attempting to reassure himself, until Su Chen flashed him a smile and greeted him hello. Despite having become a vengeful spirit, the He Jiao Mo instinctively stepped back upon facing Su Chen. Can you see me? His voice trembled slightly. Su Chen shrugged. Why not? The He Jiao Mo was taken aback. He had finally confirmed it. Su Chen could converse with him. This was a feat only achievable with the Tong Ming Mu ability. Why could he also accomplish it? The He Jiao Mo was astounded. Could it be that you possess the Tong Ming Mu as well? You're not entirely foolish, Su Chen remarked as he approached him step by step. After the initial shock, the He Jiao Mo was consumed by fear, retreating further. Observing the He Jiao Mo's retreat, Su Chen smirked. Didn't you say you wouldn't spare me even in death? Why the retreat? Faced with Su Chen's mockery, the He Jiao Mo was engulfed in endless bitterness. He could no longer hold his ground. Although he had been formidable in life, he could not carry that strength into death. Now, he was merely a newly formed, wandering spirit with feeble power. He could not inflict harm unless he amassed substantial energy to cultivate into a ghostly warrior. At present, he could only rely on his memories to employ the Yao Gui Shu, attempting to disturb Su Chen's peace through dreams. His reliance lay in the fact that Su Chen could not see him and was helpless against him. Now that such reliance had vanished, Su Chen advanced towards him. While he could only flee, although he was unaware of Su Chen's possession of the Tong Ming Mu, he understood what it signified. It meant that Su Chen could still reach him. What was there to wait for? However, just as he attempted to escape, he felt a punch land squarely on his face. The force of this blow was akin to a torrential flood, a devastating tsunami, shattering half of his soul. Dazed, he was filled with boundless terror. No, please don't kill me. Spare me. I can reveal all my secrets. Too late. Su Chen struck him again, scattering his 3 souls. Only one soul fragment remained, overwhelmed with endless regret. If only I had spoken sooner. Could I have avoided this fate of obliteration? With one final punch, Su Chen completely disintegrated the ghostly figure before him. He dusted off his hands, speaking softly, not quite. Chapter 72, Jiao Long Ah. After extinguishing the He Jiao Mo's spirit, Su Chen suddenly heard a shriek. He looked up to see another ghost cowering in the corner of the interrogation room. Limbs spread like a spider. Perhaps witnessing Su Chen's brutal methods had terrified it into an involuntary outburst. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would not have dared to act so recklessly. Su Chen, silent, drew his sword. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and in the next moment, the ghost was reduced to ash. Su Chen resumed his seat, gazing at the corpse of the He Jiao Mo, intent on uncovering his past. The He Jiao Mo had once been a demon of mediocre talent, yet his innate pride and fear of the strong led him into calamity. He tormented and humiliated a frail cultivator, unaware that this seemingly weak individual was a scion of a prestigious sect. Consequently, he became the target of relentless pursuit by the sect, fleeing in desperation until he reached Wu Huangshan, where, by sheer misfortune, he stumbled into the domain of the Ghost King. The Ghost King annihilated all the disciples of the sect who trespassed onto his territory, yet he spared the instigator, not only refraining from slaying him, but also imparting his formidable skills, thus transforming the once despised figure into a favored disciple of the Ghost King. Under the Ghost King's tutelage, he adopted a significantly more discreet approach to his endeavors. However, upon departing Wu Huangshan to carry out tasks for the Ghost King, his true nature resurfaced. He sought vengeance against the sect that had once hunted him, committing acts of brutal slaughter purely to satiate his wrath. Notably, he did not eliminate them all at once. Rather, he selectively executed a portion, allowing the remainder to languish in terror until their eventual demise. He reveled in the torment he inflicted, yet simultaneously sowed the seeds of his own downfall. His arrogance prompted the sect to seek assistance from Shu Chen. Despite the sect's relatively modest overall strength, they had disciples actively cultivating within Shu Chen. Consequently, Shu Chen dispatched a formidable team to capture the demon. Unsurprisingly, the arrogant individual ultimately faced the repercussions of his hubris and was imprisoned in the demon locking tower. Su Chen rose and approached the table, inscribing the location where the Ghost King was concealed. He then dragged the demon's corpse out of the interrogation room. Outside, Xiao Yi happened to witness Su Chen emerging with the demon. Su Chen's expression revealed no trace of joy or anger. Yet Xiao Yi sensed instinctively that this individual had likely extracted valuable intelligence once more. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a profound sense of defeat, having just endured another failure. How did he conduct his interrogations? Xiao Yi was thoroughly intrigued by Su Chen's methods. As Su Chen walked, the influence of the Tong Ming Mu allowed him to perceive numerous departed demons lingering in this realm, their souls trapped by lingering resentments, unwilling to embrace reincarnation. Some had become wandering spirits, devoid of autonomous consciousness, which posed no threat, so Su Chen chose to ignore them. However, he could not disregard the more sentient, vengeful spirits. These spirits greedily absorbed the malevolent energy within the demon locking tower, augmenting their ghostly powers. Given time, they would evolve into genuinely dangerous entities, seizing upon any lapses in the vigilance of the enforcers to silently claim lives. For these vengeful spirits, Su Chen took it upon himself to assist them in their release. Although he harbored no fear of these spirits, he still sought to pave the way for those who would follow. To his surprise, he encountered two familiar wandering souls. They were the two newly appointed enforcers who had perished within the demon locking tower. Perhaps due to their unwillingness to accept their fate, they lingered in the tower, hesitating to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Upon seeing their vacant expressions as they drifted past him, Su Chen could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Not long ago, they had entered the tower together, and now they were irrevocably separated. The vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. He wondered if senior brother Pei was also trapped within the confines of the demon locking tower. Su Chen recalled Pei Zhen on the ground floor of the tower, contemplating whether Pei Zhen, too, was unwilling to depart, his spirit lingering in the tower. However, upon further reflection, he deemed the likelihood to be low. Pei Zhen's greatest aspiration in life had been to leave the demon locking tower and become a disciple clad in white within the sect. He yearned to escape this prison, which, in his eyes, was nothing short of a confinement, merely unsealed. Thus, it was probable that Pei Zhen's spirit, upon death, would long to witness the outside world. Perhaps he would choose to remain near the quarters of the white-clad disciples, observing their comings and goings day and night. Su Chen did not entertain the notion of seeking him out. The past was irretrievable. Even if he were to see Pei Zhen, what could he possibly say? After disposing of the demon's corpse, Su Chen submitted the intelligence he had gathered. During this process, he overheard discussions outside, where the name of a dragon was mentioned. This reminded him of the much-coveted dragon-seeking mission that had incited fierce competition among the disciples. Curious, he inquired further and learned of the latest developments regarding the mission. According to reports, it was not a true dragon, but rather a ferocious flood dragon. This flood dragon was exceptionally fierce and had already consumed 3 disciples in red, leaving their fates uncertain. Now, the elders of the sect were mobilizing to hunt down this malevolent creature. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of alarm. Although not a true dragon, this flood dragon possessed the potential to transform into one, making it an immensely powerful beast not to be underestimated. The disciples had initially believed they would encounter a genuine dragon and were now profoundly disappointed, eager to exact vengeance upon this flood dragon. However, the directive from the higher-ups of Shu Chen was to capture it alive, as 3 disciples remained within its belly. Eyewitnesses reported that the three disciples had been swallowed whole by the dragon, hence there was still a possibility of their survival. Therefore, it was imperative to capture the flood dragon alive to ascertain the fate of the disciples within. Consequently, the elders participating in the hunt were somewhat hesitant, wary of causing harm to the dragon's abdomen, which could jeopardize the lives of the swallowed disciples. Nonetheless, none of this concerned Su Chen. Regardless of the challenges posed by the flood dragon, the elders would handle the situation. He pondered what rewards might await if the flood dragon were imprisoned within the demon locking tower. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he merely entertained them without deluding himself into believing he could make any significant contribution. Su Chen remained aware of his own limitations. He was not yet qualified to partake in battles of such magnitude. He regarded the situation as mere gossip and quietly retreated to the subterranean levels of the demon locking tower. Chapter 73, A Single Slash. The majestic entrance of the Shu Mountain stood tall and resolute, enduring the ravages of time without faltering. The mountain gate of Shu Chen, much like the sect itself, remained a paragon of longevity. This sanctuary of extraordinary talent and heritage, though it had faced its share of storms, was always graced by prodigious individuals capable of turning the tide in critical moments, restoring the crumbling Shu Chen to its rightful path. To this day, the scale and strength of Shu Chen have reached unparalleled heights within the realm of cultivation. Beneath the imposing mountain gate, 8 guards stood at attention, their postures straight and resolute, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. They had vigilantly safeguarded the mountain gate for years without incident, forming the first line of defense for Shu Chen. The sect's reputation was renowned, yet with great renown came the inevitable challenges posed by troublemakers and demons. There were always reckless individuals unafraid of death who attempted to breach the mountain gate, seeking to incite chaos within. However, before these 8 guards, such ambitions were mere fantasies. For decades, no one or no demon had successfully infiltrated the gates of Shu Chen. Yet today, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A flood dragon, whose origins were unknown, suddenly soared from the mountain's base, unleashing a resounding roar that shattered the tranquility before the mountain gate. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the guards, causing their eardrums to rupture and blood to stream from their ears. At this moment, they were enveloped in silence. Fortunately, the tacit understanding cultivated over many years allowed them to swiftly organize a defensive formation. However, just as their defense was being established, it was shattered by the fierce breath of the Jiaolong. After dispersing the guards with a single strike, the Jiaolong propelled itself forward, charging directly towards the mountain gate. In a state of emergency, the captain of the guards immediately activated the sect's defensive formation. The Jiaolong collided with the barrier of the formation, creating a thunderous roar. In an instant, the mountain gate trembled, and the ground shook beneath them. The initial clash between the Jiaolong and the sect's defensive array ended in the Jiaolong's defeat. The captain bellowed fiercely, declaring that the beast must not be allowed entry. Kill it. Although the others could not hear the captain's command, they discerned his gestures and lip movements, understanding that he was urging them to charge. Thus, the remaining 7 guards rose once more, wielding their magical artifacts and unleashing various lethal techniques against the Jiaolong. 3 figures leapt high into the air, each raising their long spear to strike at the Jiaolong's head. The Jiaolong, undeterred, flicked its long tail, sending the trio flying several miles away. Simultaneously, the tail struck the ground with a resounding crack, unleashing a flash of lightning that struck the remaining 5 guards. The Jiaolong then exhaled a chilling breath, freezing part of the sect's defensive barrier, before shattering the ice and charging into the Shu Chen Mountains. Just as the Jiaolong broke through the mountain gate's defenses and dashed inside, 3 elders, accompanied by a group of disciples, arrived on the scene. They could hardly fathom that the Jiaolong would directly invade the Shu Chen sect. Was it not throwing itself into the net? After leaving a few individuals to tend to the injured, the 3 elders led the rest in pursuit of the Jiaolong. This beast had brazenly entered their sect. What was its intent? One elder, recalling the gap in the sect's array, became inwardly alarmed. The wicked Jiaolong had cleverly exploited this method to breach the formation's barrier. The elder quickly deduced that the Jiaolong had covered the array's barrier with its chilling breath, transforming part of it into solid ice, thereby weakening its defenses before launching its assault. How could a creature yet to transform into a true dragon possess such intelligence? In an instant, all 3 elders felt a surge of doubt. However, more pressing was the question of the Jiaolong's intentions. They were eager to comprehend why it would go to such lengths to entrap itself. Outside the sect, capturing the Jiaolong would be challenging. But within the confines of the sect, it would be akin to trapping a turtle in a jar, with its chances of escape dwindling. as the Jiaolong entered Shu Chen. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the higher-ups. They promptly ordered all sect disciples to take cover. Even the disciples clad in crimson had been devoured by that vile beast. The others stood no chance against it. Hiding was undoubtedly the wisest and safest course of action. The elders within the sect had yet to retreat into seclusion, forming an encirclement against the Jiaolong. Had it not been for the fact that this malevolent creature had swallowed 3 of their disciples, they would not have found themselves in such a passive position. One elder, sporting a bearded visage, sighed. He was one of the 3 elders who had initially pursued the Jiaolong. The strength of the beast did not warrant the involvement of all the elders. It was merely the fear of injuring any disciples who might still have a chance of survival that restrained their actions. This hesitation allowed the creature to evade capture multiple times. Suddenly, another elder shouted in alarm, realizing that the Jiaolong was changing direction. Initially, it seemed to be rampaging aimlessly through the sect, but it suddenly appeared to have a clear target, flying directly towards a fixed location, the Locking Demon Tower. Its intent was unmistakable, to reach the Locking Demon Tower. Upon this realization, all the elders understood the Jiaolong's purpose. It was indeed a source of great concern. Elder D, feeling helpless, reflected on the recent calamities faced by the Locking Demon Tower. With this thought, Elder D quickened his pace. Meanwhile, within the Locking Demon Tower, all was calm. No one was aware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Su Chen was in the meditation room, diligently practicing his sword techniques, immersed in the rapid clash of blades. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, jolting Su Chen from his meditative state. What was happening? Like the others inside the Locking Demon Tower, he was puzzled. However, while the others awaited news, Su Chen utilized his spiritual hearing to gather information about the disturbances above. The sounds were evidently emanating from outside. In the next moment, he heard a roar that was neither fully dragon-like nor entirely distinct, a Jiaolong's roar. Su Chen's expression shifted as he pondered the implications. Had the Jiaolong they were pursuing truly entered the Shu Mountain Sect? Was it now assaulting the Locking Demon Tower? With a resounding crash, the tremors intensified. Su Chen was now certain that a Jiaolong was indeed rampaging against the Locking Demon Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of his room. Outside the tower, the Jiaolong continued to roar, relentlessly assaulting the structure with its massive and powerful body, while simultaneously unleashing blasts of icy lightning. Its intentions were clear, to obliterate the Locking Demon Tower. Should the tower be utterly destroyed, the arrays sealing the demons within would instantly fail, unleashing untold calamities upon Shu Chen. Beast, cease at once. Su Chen's figure appeared suddenly beneath the Jiaolong, delivering a commanding shout that caught the creature's attention. The Jiaolong's gaze shifted slightly as it beheld Su Chen, who stood with his sword raised high, emanating an astonishing sword aura, the sword of divine slaying. Chapter 74, The Fourth Individual. Su Chen struck down with his sword. The gleaming blade flashed forth, neither overwhelming nor grand, yet possessing the incredible might to split mountains and seas, to vanquish deities and demons. In the next instant, the sword light struck the Jiaolong's body, leaving no visible external wounds. However, the internal flesh was cut open, delving deeper within. At that moment, a muffled groan emanated from within the Jiaolong's body, a sound so faint that most could not perceive it. Yet, Su Chen, utilizing his spiritual hearing, discerned it with clarity. Indeed, there was a fourth individual hidden within the Jiaolong. From the moment he had entered the creature's interior, Su Chen had detected 4 distinct breaths. 3 were located in the abdominal region, their breathing steady, indicating that those 3 individuals had lost consciousness. He recalled hearing that 3 disciples had been swallowed by the Jiaolong. Without a doubt, those were their breaths. The 4th breath, however, fluctuated between rapid and slow, indicating that its owner retained consciousness. Furthermore, this individual occupied a distinct position, located in the middle, just beneath the dragon's head. Thus, Su Chen deliberately targeted that area to ascertain whether someone was indeed concealed there. Through this probing strike, he confirmed the presence of an unidentified individual in that specific location. With a furious roar, the Jiaolong bellowed in rage, feeling the pain inflicted by Su Chen. Though the wound was not severe, Su Chen's strike had undeniably caused it considerable distress. Viewing Su Chen as an insignificant insect, it was infuriating to be harmed by such a creature. In the next moment, the Jiaolong launched a fierce counterattack. A frigid breath, imbued with the essence of thunder, erupted from its maw, resembling a resplendent rainbow that pierced the heavens, hurtling directly towards Su Chen. At that moment, Elder D, who was approaching from the distance, witnessed this scene and his eyes widened in alarm. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and unleashed a fiery dragon, which swiftly soared forth, severing the frost-laden rainbow. However, despite Elder D's intervention, the force of the attack did not dissipate. The rainbow, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, remained undeterred in its trajectory, aimed squarely at Su Chen. Panic gripped Elder D as he realized the peril that awaited Su Chen. Should that onslaught strike him, it would spell certain death. His body would be frozen solid in an instant, followed by the thunderous might of frost shattering him into fragments. In that moment, a sense of sorrow welled within him. Su Chen had no means of evasion and was on the verge of being engulfed by the chilling breath of thunder when, unexpectedly, a sword descended from the heavens. Positioning itself before him, the thunderous breath surged past Su Chen, while the full brunt of the assault was absorbed by that solitary sword, which had yet to be unsheathed. Emanating an air of ancient mystery, Su Chen's gaze lifted towards the 8th level of the Sua Yao Tower, recognizing the presence of that eccentric senior. He immediately recalled the identity of the sword's master. Elder D let out a sigh of relief, and in the next instant, he landed before Su Chen. His expression more serious than ever. "What are you doing out here? Were you unaware that you almost met your demise?" Su Chen thought to himself that he would likely only suffer minor injuries. Death was not a possibility for one with an indestructible body. Nevertheless, faced with Elder D's stern inquiry, he could only nod in acknowledgement of his fault. "Calm down, Elder. I merely wished to prevent the destruction of the Sua Yao Tower." This was indeed a sincere truth. The Sua Yao Tower will not be destroyed. You need not worry about it. Focus on your duties, Elder D replied, his stern demeanor slightly easing. You are right to scold him. He deserves it. That sword had some flair, but you should know your own limitations. With your meager cultivation, how dare you come out to play the hero? You must be tired of living. The voice of the eccentric senior echoed from the top of the Sua Yao Tower, affirming Elder D's reprimand of Su Chen and delivering a subtle admonishment. Su Chen understood the senior's tough exterior belied a kind heart, and he humbly accepted the critique. Responding, "Senior, your teachings are wise." In the next moment, the sword, still sheathed and embedded in the ground, emitted a resonant hum and soared into the air. Elder D, concerned that Su Chen might inadvertently harm the dragon and endanger the 3 disciples within, called out, "There are 3 disciples in red robes within the dragon. They should still be alive, so please do not harm them." Upon hearing this, the voice from the 8th level of the Sua Yao Tower fell silent for a moment. "How troublesome. You handle it yourselves," it proclaimed. As the words faded, the sword flew back into the 8th level. In the next instant, a flurry of whistling sounds erupted as other elders arrived in succession, encircling the dragon. Su Chen observed the scene before him, his breath quickening involuntarily. This was his first time witnessing such a congregation of elders. The sect leader must be in seclusion, if he were present. The most formidable forces of Shu Shan would be assembled. One might mistakenly believe that an epic dragon had descended, capable of summoning such a formidable array of forces. Could the dragon possess such cunning to devise a strategy that would intimidate the upper echelons of Shu Shan? Contemplating this, Su Chen found it perplexing. Prior to transforming into a dragon, it should not possess such profound intelligence. Considering the presence of the 4th individual within the dragon, a suspicion arose in Su Chen's mind. This dragon was under someone else's control. However, he refrained from voicing his conjecture. If it proved beneficial, it might grant him some advantage, yet it could also invite suspicion. After all, how could a mere enforcer uncover what so many elders had overlooked? With these thoughts, Su Chen chose silence, retreating discreetly behind the others to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the dragon relentlessly attacked the elders, who, in a show of tacit understanding, focused on neutralizing its assaults, refraining from reckless counterattacks. The 3 disciples in red robes remained alive, and thus they dared not unleash their full powers against the dragon. Their strategy was to wait until the dragon grew fatigued, and then seize the opportunity to subdue it. However, the dragon seemed to have discerned their intentions, shifting its focus and continuing its assault on the Sua Yao Tower. "How dare this beast!" exclaimed an irascible elder with a beard, maneuvering behind the dragon and swinging his sword in an attempt to behead it. A thought had just occurred to him. If he struck swiftly, he might save the 3 disciples. Why wait for the beast to exhaust itself? Yet, at that moment, a feminine voice suddenly emanated from within the dragon's body. "If you dare to strike, I will instantly kill those 3 disciples." Upon hearing this, the bearded elder froze in shock. The dragon could speak? The gathered elders shared a collective sense of confusion. The first to realize that it was not the dragon speaking was, naturally, Su Chen. He understood that a 4th person was concealed within the dragon. However, it did not take long for the others to catch on. It was indeed a person, other than the 3 disciples, who was speaking from within the dragon. This revelation clarified for everyone why the dragon exhibited such aberrant behavior and extraordinary intelligence. It was under the control of another. Elder D approached the bearded elder to prevent any impulsive actions and then squinted slightly, his voice booming. "What are your intentions?" he demanded, insisting that the individual within the dragon answer. "If your aim is to destroy the Sua Yao Tower, I must inform you that such aspirations are folly. This is our bottom line. No amount of threats will suffice. If that is your intent, we will not hesitate to sacrifice 3 disciples to ensure your demise here." Elder D's words rang with resounding clarity, each syllable a blade, reflecting his unyielding resolve and steadfast determination. Inside the dragon, the individual, upon hearing Elder D's thunderous declaration, fell silent for a moment before responding, "I have no intention of destroying the Sua Yao Tower." Yet, this statement was met with skepticism. It was evident that her initial aim had been to demolish it. Upon realizing that such destruction was unattainable in the short term, and after being stalled by Su Chen, her opportunity had vanished with the arrival of the Shu Shan elders. Thus, she begrudgingly stated her lack of desire to destroy the tower. "I merely wish to take one person from within the Sua Yao Tower. If you agree to release them, I guarantee the safety of your disciples. 1 life from the tower in exchange for the 3 lives within the dragon. Surely, this is a fair bargain for you?" Upon hearing these words, the elders fell into silence. The true intentions of the adversary had been unveiled. Yet, the conditions presented were not ones they could easily accept. All eyes turned to Elder D, the primary authority over the Sua Yao Tower, as only he could make such a decision. Inside, Elder D cursed silently. The burden of making such a decision falls squarely upon oneself. To acquiesce would signify a concession to the enemy. What if the individuals they demand to release are linked to the most sinister entities lurking in the depths below? Releasing such malevolence is utterly inconceivable. Not to mention the 3 disciples in crimson robes. Even if 3 elders were captured, releasing such a fiend remains out of the question. Yet, what if a direct refusal leads to the demise of those 3 crimson-robed disciples? Would the toll of their lives not be counted against him? Even if the sect leader weighs the pros and cons and refrains from punishment, how would the other disciples perceive him? At that moment, his reputation for being cold-hearted and unfeeling would surely spread throughout the entire sect. Thus, this decision is exceedingly difficult to make. "Who do you wish me to release?" "Speak your mind," Elder D inquired with a composed demeanor. "We must first ascertain the identity of those the enemy wishes to rescue." As soon as the words left his lips, a voice emerged from within the Jiao Long, chillingly clear, the saintess of Hehuanzong, Ingwanwan. Chapter 75, She Must Die? Upon hearing the name of the Hehuanzong saintess, all present grasped the gravity of the situation. It became evident that the individual concealed within the Jiao Long belonged to Hehuanzong. Despite all precautions, no one anticipated that a member of Hehuanzong would infiltrate in such a manner. Elder D shook his head repeatedly. Ever since Su Chen provided that intelligence, the higher-ups of Shu Shan had been on high alert, ever prepared for an incursion from Hehuanzong. They never foresaw that the infiltration would occur in such an unexpected fashion. Moreover, the individual concealed within the Jiao Long was not even the sect leader of Hehuanzong. It is well known that the leader of Hehuanzong is male. "Would you care to reveal your identity?" Elder D, with a furious glare, bellowed. The woman within the Jiao Long remained unperturbed, retorting coolly, "I am Guanjilan, the vice sect master of Hehuanzong." She appeared unafraid of exposing her identity, almost exuding an air of arrogance, as if to proclaim, "Behold, it is I, Guanjilan, who has compelled you to acquiesce to my demands. Though you may yearn to slay me 1,000 times over, you are utterly powerless against me." Upon hearing Guanjilan's declaration, the crowd distinctly sensed her pride. They were filled with indignation but had no outlet for their frustration. "I concur with your request." Elder D finally acquiesced, showing no inclination to negotiate. Most of the onlookers fell silent in response to Elder D's decision. Even those with dissenting opinions refrained from voicing them. Ultimately, the presence of the Hehuanzong saintess did not weigh heavily in their eyes. In comparison, the lives of the 3 crimson-robed disciples were of greater significance. Su Chen, bringing Wanwan forth. The previously passive Su Chen was suddenly called upon by Elder D. He promptly responded and swiftly returned to the underground level. As Su Chen unlocked the door to Ingwanwan's cell, she seemed to realize something and immediately inquired, "Has the sect leader come to rescue me?" Observing her expression, Su Chen noted that her joy was not as exuberant as he had anticipated. "It is not the sect leader, but rather someone of lesser rank," he replied. Although the vice sect master ranks just below the leader, the distinction remains significant. Perhaps it was precisely because the vice sect master had come that the elders felt no need to resort to violence. Had the sect leader personally arrived, the outcome might have been drastically different. The loss of a vice sect master could not be equated with that of a sect leader. The elders of Shu Chen might even have fought tooth and nail to detain the latter, as it would represent a prime opportunity to strike against the demonic sect. However, the presence of a vice sect master seemed insufficient to warrant such measures. Upon learning that the visitor was not the sect leader but the vice sect master, Ying Wanwan's demeanor soured immediately. How could it be her? Ying Wanwan and Guan Zhilan had never seen eye to eye, often clashing during their time in the sect. She could never have imagined that Guan Zhilan would be the one to rescue her. Su Chen wasted no time engaging in idle chatter and directly bound her before escorting her out of the locking demon tower. As soon as they exited, an elder took custody of her, bringing her to the site where the Jiao Long awaited, under Elder D's command. Elder D addressed the Jiao Long, stating, "The individual has been brought forth. Now release those 3 disciples." Upon hearing this, Guan Zhilan chuckled derisively. "Old man, do you truly believe I am foolish? If I release them now, how do you expect me to depart?" Naturally, she would not release the captives without assurance, without hostages in her possession. She felt no sense of security facing these elders. Elder D solemnly assured, "As long as you release them, I personally guarantee your safe passage from Shu Chen." Yet, he too harbored doubts regarding Guan Zhilan's trustworthiness. He Huanzong was notorious for its disregard for reputation, and its female members were infamous for their cunning and willingness to resort to any means to achieve their goals, treating trust as a disposable commodity. "Old man, I merely wish to reclaim our sect's saintess. I have no desire to forge a deadly feud with you. Therefore, you need not worry. As long as the saintess and I safely depart from Shu Chen, I shall willingly return your people," Guan Zhilan insisted, unwavering. In her mind, the only person she could trust was herself. Does the esteemed Shu Chen truly fear a mere woman like me? This statement left the elders momentarily speechless, exchanging glances among themselves. The demonists did not trust them, and they reciprocated that distrust. However, if they continued to remain at an impasse, it would yield no benefits for either party, especially considering the lives of the 3 disciples within the Jiao Long. The longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of survival would become. "I can offer you the individuals, but should you dare harm my 3 disciples, it will be tantamount to declaring war against Shu Chen," Elder D declared, tossing the saintess Ying Wanwan towards her captors. At that moment, the Jiao Long opened its massive maw and swallowed Ying Wanwan whole. The elders surrounding the Jiao Long immediately parted to create a passage. The Jiao Long swiftly surged through the opening, making its way toward the gates of Shu Chen, with the elders following closely behind. Su Chen stealthily trailed after them, eager to witness the outcome. Elder D and the others were well aware of Su Chen's presence, yet he did not intervene, nor did the others voice any objections. Elder D had initially intended for Su Chen to return, but upon reflection, he chose to remain silent. Su Chen's earlier intervention had bought them precious time, a contribution not to be underestimated. Therefore, Elder D decided to turn a blind eye, knowing that with so many elders present, Su Chen's safety was ensured. What prompts the Jiao Long to be so obedient? Along the way, an elder whispered to Elder D, perplexed by the situation. He could not fathom why this proud beast, though not yet a true dragon, would yield so readily to human control. He Huanzong was not a sect known for taming beasts, making this scene all the more baffling. Elder D pondered for a moment. Initially, he too was bewildered. However, upon deeper contemplation, a theory began to form in his mind. The Jiao Long, known for its lecherous nature, might have been ensnared by the charms of the demoness, who could be adept in the arts of seduction. Upon hearing Elder D's explanation, the elders' eyes widened in shock. Could it be that these demonesses wield their charms even over beasts? This realization underscored the pressing need to discover effective countermeasures against the seductive arts of these demonesses. Elder D, recognizing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the importance of this matter. Battling the alluring women of He Huanzong was akin to fighting a battle with no defenses. Unless effective countermeasures were established, even if they, the elders, could withstand the allure, the young male disciples would find it exceedingly challenging to resist. Are we truly going to let these 2 demonesses slip away so easily? Another voice echoed the sentiment, laden with reluctance. The elder was deeply dissatisfied at the prospect of allowing 2 demonesses to escape unscathed. The Shu Chen sect undoubtedly faced a significant setback. Not only did they fail to capture the crucial leader of the Hawan sect, but they also allowed the captive demoness to escape. Should such news spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Did you truly believe that the Demoness would simply release our people? Elder D harbored no optimistic views on this matter. He was convinced that the Demoness would have a backup plan and would not easily return the 3 disciples, as she must consider the consequences of doing so. Placing himself in the Demoness' shoes, Elder D pondered what would happen if she returned the 3 disciples only to be immediately pursued by the Shu Chen elders. Given the Demoness' cunning, she would undoubtedly have a contingency in place. At that moment, the group arrived at the entrance of Shu Chen. The dragon soared out first, akin to a fish entering a stream or an eagle taking to the skies. Hand them over. Elder D's furious shout resonated like thunder. The dragon's body shuddered, and a cold voice from Guan Zhilan echoed, "Catch them." As soon as the words fell, the dragon expelled 3 figures. "Take them. Attack." At this instant, Elder D's secret command rang clearly in everyone's ears. They had previously conspired that once the Demoness returned the 3 disciples, they would immediately strike. The dignity of Shu Chen must not be challenged. These 2 demonesses could not be allowed to depart so nonchalantly. The 3 disciples clad in red were caught by 3 elders, while the remaining dozen elders surged forward, attacking the dragon in the sky. The Shu Chen old dogs truly lack integrity, Guan Zhilan exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, as she had not anticipated that the Shu Chen elders would so callously turn against them after merely retrieving their disciples. "I only guaranteed your safe departure from Shu Chen. Now you have left, have you not?" Elder D, leading the charge, bellowed like thunder as he leaped atop the dragon, sword pointed towards the heavens, unleashing a fiery dragon that slashed down upon it. The other elders joined in, determined to bring down the dragon. Su Chen felt a surge of tension. These elders were formidable indeed. The enormous dragon appeared diminutive under their onslaught, utterly defenseless. Was this the overwhelming power of Shu Shan's upper echelon? Su Chen marveled inwardly. Just then, a shimmering barrier emerged before the dragon, absorbing the fierce barrage of attacks. The moment the combined assaults of the Shu Chen elders collided with the barrier, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, stirring violent winds in the air. The barrier shattered, and all the attacks dissipated before they could reach the dragon. The elders wore expressions of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they found a slender figure standing atop the dragon, whose skin was as pale as a woman's. It was Injiping. Elder D's gaze turned icy as he recognized the figure. Who else but the leader of the Hahuan sect? Su Chen squinted from a distance. Was this truly the leader of the Hahuan sect? His androgynous appearance exuded a chilling aura, with indifference etched across his features, a clear sign of a cold-blooded killer. "Leader, what brings you here?" The dragon released Guan Zhilan, the vice leader of the Hahuan sect. Her emotions were complex upon seeing her leader. "If I don't come, you might find yourself in danger," Injiping replied, his eyes glittering with excitement. "You have done well. I have successfully retrieved the Saintess." "Excellent work," Injiping responded, brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Elder D commanded, "Since you are here, leader, please stay as our guest at Shu Chen." As his words fell, the other elders immediately nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to act, 3 cries of agony echoed from behind. The elders turned in shock, witnessing that the 3 red-clad disciples had awakened. However, instead of expressing gratitude to the elders, they suddenly attacked their benefactors as if possessed. The cries originated from the 3 elders. Caught off guard, they had focused their attention on the newly arrived leader of the Hahuan sect, unaware that their own disciples had awoken and stabbed them. Such treachery from their own ranks was the most lethal. "Have you 3 lost your minds?" Elder Su, with a beard, roared in fury, ready to retaliate against the 3 disciples. Elder D's heart raced with realization. He finally understood the Demoness' backup plan. The 3 had fallen victim to the Demoness' enchantment, clouding their minds, and they could not be harmed. Elder D quickly shouted a warning. Without intervention, Elder Su's temper could lead to grave consequences for the 3 disciples. "Oh, you had a backup plan?" Injiping observed with surprise. Guan Zhilan's lips curled into a smirk, tinged with mockery. "When dealing with these old dogs, one must always have a few tricks up their sleeve." "Well done. Let us withdraw," Injiping praised, preparing to leave. He was solely focused on returning with Ying Wanyan to their sect, with no other intentions. "Wait, leader, there is someone I must kill," Guan Zhilan insisted, disregarding her leader's command. Injiping's brow furrowed. Who must be killed now? He had no desire for bloodshed, wishing only to return swiftly and complete their dual cultivation. Once his skills were perfected, taking a life would be as simple as a flick of his fingers. Why would he risk confrontation with so many elders present? The presence of so many elders equated to a third of Shu Shan's fighting strength, placing considerable pressure even on him. Yet Guan Zhilan remained resolute, pointing downward to indicate a specific individual. This person must die. Su Chen noticed Guan Jilan's finger directed at him, and her lethal intent echoed in his ears, causing him to startle. Did this demoness intend to kill him? A mere disciple? Yin Jiping had assumed that Guan Jilan aimed to eliminate an elder like Elder D, only to discover that it was merely a lowly disciple in her sights. Why was it imperative to kill such a trivial figure now? At that moment, Guan Jilan sensed her leader's displeasure, as if reproaching her for disregarding the situation. She was aware that this was not the ideal moment, but if she let it slip, the opportunity would likely be lost forever. Urgently, Guan Jilan articulated her reasoning for targeting Su Chen. She recounted how Su Chen had previously wounded the dragon through its scales, inflicting injury upon its flesh, and raised her arm to reveal a distinct sword mark. Though the mark was shallow, its visibility was undeniable. Is this true? Yin Jiping gasped in shock. Indeed, that disciple may lack high cultivation, but his swordsmanship is astonishing, capable of injuring the flesh beneath the dragon's scales. Such a feat is rare, a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius. If we do not eliminate him now, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. Hearing Guan Jilan's high praise for Su Chen, Yin Jiping's heart stirred. The notion of extinguishing a talent like Su Chen in the cradle had arisen. After all, a true genius in the sword arts can outweigh countless mediocrities. The illustrious Shu Mountain Sect boasts its share of dazzling sword masters, which has contributed to its present strength and standing. Rather than expending effort to eliminate him once he matures, it is wiser to remove him while he remains weak. If that disciple truly possesses the extraordinary abilities you describe, there is indeed a compelling justification for his demise. Undoubtedly, please trust me, Sect Master. Yin Jiping was convinced. After all, when has Guan Jilan ever shown such concern for a mere disciple? In a flash, Yin Jiping made his decision. The next moment, his figure vanished from atop the dragon's head. Upon witnessing this, Elder D felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This is bad. His gaze instinctively shifted downward. Su Chen, run quickly. At that moment, he regretted allowing Su Chen to accompany them. Although Su Chen had made every effort to conceal his presence, a discerning eye could still detect him. He could never have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Hehuan sect would target such an inconspicuous disciple. No. Elder D swung his sword downwards, a massive fire dragon spiraling forth with thunderous force. Yet, it was too late. Yin Jiping's figure suddenly appeared before Su Chen, and a sword-like finger was unleashed from his hand, effortlessly piercing through Su Chen's chest. It traversed his heart, even though he possessed an indestructible golden body. In the face of such overwhelming power from the Hehuan sect's leader, even the golden body proved futile. Thus, to conceal his true capabilities, Su Chen forcibly suppressed his body's natural response. Next time, be careful not to be reborn in the wrong place. Yin Jiping smiled faintly as the fire dragon descended. His figure floated away. When the fire dragon struck the ground, Elder D was left watching in horror as Su Chen fell backward, eyes wide open. Witnessing this scene, Elder D's body trembled with fury. The rage in his eyes was almost palpable. Boom. Elder D stomped the ground fiercely, launching himself into the air, wielding the Qiyang sword, which traced 3 arcs in the air. In the next moment, 300-foot-long fire dragons materialized, hurtling toward Guan Jilan's position atop the dragon. This mad old man. Guan Jilan's expression changed drastically. Before the fire dragons even arrived, she could feel an unbearable wave of scorching heat rushing toward her. In an instant, Yin Jiping's figure flew in, casting a 300-foot barrier to fend off the 3 fire dragons. However, aside from Elder D's fire dragon assault, other elders also seized this moment to strike decisively. Feeling the pressure, Yin Jiping immediately commanded Guan Jilan to abandon the dragon and flee. Guan Jilan's heart tightened, reluctant to comply. This dragon had taken her considerable effort to charm and tame. Its formidable strength made it more obedient than a dog. Without this dragon's assistance, her plans would not have unfolded so smoothly. At the very least, it had played an irreplaceable role in luring out the core disciples of Shu Chen. Yet, she understood that now was the time to escape. The massive dragon had become a conspicuous liability. Carrying it would only complicate her and the sect master's escape. Resolutely, she commanded the dragon to regurgitate Ingwanwan. Meanwhile, the dragon, unaware it had become expendable, blissfully followed Guan Jilan's orders. Ingwanwan was expelled, her eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. They paid no heed to this minor detail. As Yin Jiping prepared to take charge, Guan Jilan preemptively scooped up Ingwanwan. At this moment, Yin Jiping said nothing, decisively issuing the retreat command. Retreat. With the order given, Guan Jilan, carrying Ingwanwan, vanished. The instant Yin Ping turned to retreat, the barrier that had held off the onslaught of multiple elders shattered instantly. The three fire dragons, with overwhelming force, dove toward the dragon. By the time the dragon realized what was happening, it was left alone to face the elders' assault. Enraged, the dragon unleashed a storm of thunderous breath. However, against the combined might of the elders, its retaliation seemed almost insignificant. The three fire dragons descended like a tempest, crashing down and engulfing the dragon. The dragon let out a pained wail amidst the flames. Its colossal form plummeted from the sky, crashing into the forest. Its fire-covered body rolled through the woods, igniting a conflagration. Two elders hurriedly descended to extinguish the flames. By the time the forest fire was extinguished, the once vibrant dragon had been reduced to a charred corpse. The three disciples, bewitched and frenzied, were also subdued. The situation was under control. But the Shu Mountain Sect had suffered significant losses this time. Elder D gazed toward the direction of the fleeing Hehuan sect master, his eyes filled with an intense unwillingness. If not for the remnants of reason within him, he would have charged directly at the Hehuan sect. We lost. This time, we lost utterly. Elder D sighed heavily. Fatigue etched on his face, as if he had aged several years in an instant. This was not his first failure, but it was the most regretful one. Su Chen's death was entirely due to my negligence. Elder D pounded his chest in despair, deeply saddened. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously come to regard Su Chen as if he were his own disciple. Su Chen's demise struck him profoundly. He approached Su Chen's lifeless body, each step weighing heavily as if filled with lead. When he finally stood before Su Chen, an unexpected cough startled him. Su Chen, you're still alive? In the distance, Guan Zhilan halted abruptly. Yin Ping also paused, turning back to the scene. He furrowed his brow and asked, why have we stopped? The Shu Shan people might catch up at any moment. Stopping now is not a wise choice. Something feels off. Guan Zhilan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Ingwan she has no breath. Chapter 76. The Art of Substitution. Entering the Underground Level 2. What did you say? When Yin Ping heard that Ingwan had lost her breath, his body jolted violently. He could no longer afford to worry about the risk of being pursued by the Shu Shan elders. He snatched Ingwan from Guan Zhilan's grasp, reaching to check her breath and pulse. There was no breath, no pulse. She is truly dead. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? Yin Ping's eyes turned red in an instant. He could not accept the reality before him. His emotions plummeted from elation to despair in an instant. Yin Ping shouted hoarsely, how did she die? Guan Zhilan was equally flustered. She had no idea how Ingwan had perished. When the Shu Shan elders handed her over, she had been perfectly fine. The dragon had swallowed her. That shouldn't have been fatal, as Guan Zhilan had specifically instructed. The three Shu Shan disciples were living proof of that. Thus, Guan Zhilan was equally baffled as to what had caused Ingwan's untimely demise. In that moment, Yin Ping resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, struggling to contain the fury within. I ask again, how did she die? Did you kill her? From beginning to end, he had never come into contact with Ingwan. The only one who had interacted with her was Guan Zhilan. And it was no secret within the sect that there was animosity between Guan Zhilan and Ingwan. Many were aware of this. Among them, naturally, was Yin Ping. However, Yin Ping had previously believed that Guan Zhilan was a person of great discernment, one who understood the broader picture. He did not think she would allow personal grievances to interfere with her sense of duty, nor would she take advantage of a minor conflict with Ingwan to harm her covertly. Yet, the current reality had begun to shake his faith. He could not help but question whether Guan Zhilan had gone mad and struck with lethal intent. Master, how can you doubt me? Guan Zhilan's eyes widened slightly in disbelief that the master would suspect her. She had always devoted herself wholeheartedly to serving him. In the end, could she still not earn his trust? Her slightly questioning remark acted like a fuse, igniting the fury within Yin Ping. He suddenly reached out, gripping Guan Zhilan's neck. His face contorted with rage. Why can't I suspect you? Have you not always looked down on her, thinking I was unaware? With Yin Ping's hand tightening around her throat, and hearing his ruthless words, Guan Zhilan could no longer suppress her emotions. The resentment within her erupted at that moment. Yes, I cannot stand her. Why should it be this way? I have done so much for you, yet you have never even glanced my way. Every time I make a mistake, I am scolded and punished. But her? She has committed countless serious errors in the sect, yet she continues to receive your forgiveness and attention. You do not even have the heart to criticize her. Why? Why is there such a disparity in our treatment? I do not understand. I am still the deputy sect master, while she is merely a saint. Yin Ping's grip tightened as he shouted, you envy her. So you killed her? Guan Zhilan's face flushed, and a stubborn smile appeared at the corner of her lips. In your eyes, am I truly that despicable? She indeed harbored jealousy towards Ying Yuan. But it did not drive her to clandestinely take her life. Guan Zhilan was acutely aware that if Ying Yuan were to die, Yin Jiping would be exceedingly displeased. Thus, anyone could kill Ying Yuan, except for her, as she did not want Yin Jiping to harbor hatred towards her. If I wanted her dead, would I go through such trouble to save her? It would be much simpler to let her die in the Shu Mountain Sect. Guan Zhilan's face turned almost ashen, as Yin Jiping's grip grew tighter, making her breath increasingly labored. Upon hearing her words, Yin Jiping's mind was struck like a thunderbolt, awakening him suddenly. He loosened his grip, releasing the deputy sect master before him. Guan Zhilan was correct. If she desired Ying Yuan's death, there were myriad ways to orchestrate it. With her intelligence, she would not allow the blame for Ying Yuan's demise to fall upon herself. Reflecting on Guan Zhilan's earnest efforts to rescue Ying Yuan, Yin Jiping finally realized he might have truly misunderstood her. However, the deputy sect master, having narrowly escaped disaster, felt no relief from her brush with death. Instead, she grew increasingly cold. Just moments ago, she had genuinely sensed the chilling intent to kill emanating from the master. He had indeed contemplated her demise due to that wretched woman, Ying Yuan. Grateful for the master's mercy in sparing her life, Guan Zhilan's heart remained icy. Yet she maintained her decorum, bowing in gratitude to Yin Jiping. It was a moment of foolish anger on my part. At this time, although Yin Jiping recognized his own error, he did not explicitly acknowledge his fault. Consequently, Guan Zhilan's heart plummeted further into despair. Yin Jiping seemed oblivious to this, still fixated on the cause of Ying Yuan's death. Such a reality, he could not accept it. Master, it must have been the old dogs from Shu Chen who did this. Guan Zhilan hesitated briefly but eventually suppressed her inner turmoil, calming her expression as she spoke her conjecture. Upon hearing her words, Yin Jiping nodded. Apart from the old dogs of Shu Chen, he could not fathom any other possibility. Those old dogs from Shu Chen, I will not rest until I see you destroyed. Yin Jiping raised his gaze towards the direction behind him, unleashing a furious roar. Meanwhile, Guan Zhilan had already regained her composure, swiftly bending down to place her hand on Ying Yuan's heart, seeking to discern her internal condition. She wished to understand the true cause of Ying Yuan's death to clear her own suspicion. Yin Jiping, witnessing her actions, understood her intentions. His expression softened slightly, but his emotions remained restless. Have you discovered the cause of death yet? At that moment, Guan Zhilan's body jolted suddenly. She collapsed to the ground, her expression shifting as disbelief filled her eyes. She died from a punctured heart. At this point, Yin Jiping had yet to grasp the strangeness of the situation and bluntly inquired, "Can you tell me who delivered the fatal blow?" Guan Zhilan slowly raised her head, locking eyes with Yin Jiping. "It was you, master." "Me?" Yin Jiping paused momentarily before erupting in rage. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, Guan Zhilan's gaze remained resolute. Her heart was pierced by Dong Su Yi, and Dong Su Yi is your signature technique. Impossible. Yin Jiping immediately grasped Ying Yuan's hand, probing into her body with his spiritual awareness. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had departed. How could this be? How could this happen? Coughing, outside the Shu Mountain Sect's gate, Elder D gazed on in utter astonishment as Su Chen rolled over and sat up, coughing several times. Each cough expelled blood, setting aside everything else. Seeing that Su Chen was indeed alive filled Elder D with both shock and joy. "Quick, take this pill." The old man hurriedly provided a high-grade recovery pill for Su Chen to consume. "Thank you, Elder." Su Chen did not stand on ceremony, swallowing the recovery pill, which swiftly replenished his lost vitality. Once Su Chen had stabilized his breathing, Elder D examined the wounds on his body. The wounds were no longer bleeding. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the fact that the wounds were directly connected to the heart. Under such circumstances, how had Su Chen miraculously survived? "How did you manage to live?" Elder D immediately inquired. Su Chen scratched his head and replied, "Actually, my body is quite unique. My heart is not on the left side, but on the right." "Is that even possible?" Elder D was astonished, instinctively reaching to check Su Chen's wrist. After a moment of sensing, he realized that Su Chen's heart indeed beat on the right side, unlike a normal person's. Elder D burst into hearty laughter. "You little rascal. You are truly fortunate." Su Chen had survived against the odds, and Elder D couldn't be happier. Had Su Chen died, he would have felt it was his fault, which would haunt him for a lifetime. Su Chen also chuckled, but his laughter was tinged with the guilt of a lie. The notion of having a heart on the right side was pure fabrication. His heart was indeed on the left, as it was for everyone else. He had merely gained the ability to shift his organs, akin to that of the corpse ghost bloodline. At the time of Injiping's attack, he had not shifted the location of his heart. His heart had indeed been pierced. However, he had utilized the heart insect secret technique, a method of substitution for death. The one who had taken his place in death was none other than the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Yuan. Su Chen recalled the process of rescuing Yuan. It was during that time that he had planted the heart insect within her. The reason Su Chen had chosen to plant the heart insect in Yuan was, of course, to prevent the master of Hahuan's sect from succeeding. He had already uncovered Yuan's secret, and allowing her to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Even though Yuan herself posed no significant threat. However, the leader of the Hahuan zone would inevitably become a significant threat to the Shu Mountain Sect. Originally, Su Chen intended to secretly pierce his own heart after Yuan was rescued, allowing her to pass away quietly. However, Injiping delivered a fatal blow instead. If Injiping were to realize that he himself had caused Yuan's demise, what expression would grace his face? Upon returning to the Suyao, Su Chen discovered that the page belonging to Yuan in the Yaoma Shi had gained 2 relic rewards. This came as no surprise. Without Su Chen's heart bug, Yuan would not have perished. Thus, it could be said that Su Chen was responsible for her death, and there was no fault in that. Su Chen promptly extracted the relic rewards left by Yuan. One was a cultivation infusion, and the other was the Meiying Shinfa, as a second-tier movement technique. The Meiying Shinfa possessed its unique merits. However, Su Chen could not cultivate the techniques of the Hahuan zone, so he directly refined it into attributes of movement. Su Chen leaped left and right, leaving behind 2 afterimages in his wake. Besides the movement attributes, he also acquired some proficiency experience in techniques, all of which he infused into the Zhan Shini Jian. Yet, the proficiency experience from a second-tier technique evidently could not bring about a qualitative change in the mastery of the Zhan Shini Jian. Su Chen remained unhurried. Good things take time, and as long as there was ample proficiency experience to come, there would eventually be a day of transcendence. He utilized the remaining opportunity for cultivation infusion immediately. With a humming sound, his spiritual sea trembled, and his cultivation level ascended to the 4th level of the Linghai realm. Host, Su Chen, cultivation, 4th level of the Linghai realm, 0500000. Mind technique, Shu Shan basic Qi refining method, Shu Shan sword heart techniques, Suishin palm. Mingxin body refinement method, transcendental, Yingsha technique, transcendental, Wan Hua Xuan Gong divine powers, Inqi Lianxing technique, Xingu secret technique. Ling divine power physique, indestructible golden body, abundant blood qi, Meiying Wu Shuang, immune to all poisons, profound comprehension, sharp sense of smell bloodline, Juma bloodline. Shouren bloodline, Shirgue bloodline extractable rewards, 271-272 experience points. 3 days later, Su Chen received a notification from Elder D. The location of the Ghost King's south hiding place he provided had been verified as accurate. Several elders who were out on their training had received the news and had already arrived at Wuhuangshan, currently besieging the Ghost King. This was an achievement, coupled with Su Chen's courageous act of obstructing the Flood Dragon's assault on the Suyao. He was recognized for his outstanding performance and promoted to the enforcement position on the 2nd underground level of the Suyao. Upon receiving this news, Su Chen's heart brimmed with joy. He could finally continue to expand his collection of experience rewards. When this news became widely known on the 1st underground level, reactions varied. Those unfamiliar with Su Chen congratulated him with smiles, as this, in a sense, represented a promotion. They still had to maintain appearances. As for their inner thoughts, only they themselves were privy to them. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoya locked himself in his room and did not emerge. He felt a substantial sense of disparity. Before he arrived, he held the highest status as a Z disciple, while Su Chen was merely a Huai disciple. Yet now, Su Chen had advanced to the 2nd underground level ahead of him. It was impossible for him to say he didn't mind. With such a significant disparity in his heart, he couldn't utter the words of congratulations. Thus, he chose to remain hidden away, out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heiqing grew increasingly anxious upon learning this news. Even that fellow Su Chen had made it to the 2nd underground level, while he was still stuck on the 1st. He felt as though he was teetering on the edge of danger. Su Chen's promotion intensified his sense of urgency. He feared that the next time the sect needed to dispatch someone from the 1st underground level for a perilous mission, that opportunity would fall upon him. Consequently, he hurriedly sought out Huang Minghu, who had already established himself on the 2nd level, to inquire about how he could achieve a similar leap in status. Huang Minghu was also at his wit's end. He was preoccupied with dealings on the second level and devising methods to interrogate the demons beneath. He had no time to concern himself with He Qing's affairs. Initially, he had thought he had pacified He Qing during their last conversation, allowing him to refrain from pestering him for at least a year or so. However, Su Chen's advancement to the second level had suddenly instilled a sense of crisis in He Qing. Huang Minghu chuckled and gestured for He Qing to remain calm. The plan was already in motion, but it required some time. Boss, could you perhaps divulge a bit about the nature of the plan? He Qing was not entirely foolish. He realized Huang Minghu might be withholding information from him. Thus, he probed further. Huang Minghu maintained his smile, not revealing any signs of displeasure at He Qing's inquiry. If I reveal it, it won't work. You must have a bit of patience. Without patience, nothing can be accomplished. But how long must I wait? Can you give me a definite timeline, boss? It would be a comfort to have something to look forward to. He Qing pressed Huang Minghu for a specific time frame, beginning to suspect that Huang Minghu was merely stringing him along. At the shortest, a few months. At the longest, a year. Huang Minghu realized that He Qing would not relent without a time frame, so he pondered briefly before providing a deadline. Upon hearing this timeline, He Qing felt it stretched a bit too long. Must it truly take so long? A few months to a year is not an extended period for cultivators. But for me, each day feels like a year in this first underground level. I would prefer if Huang Minghu could make a significant move right now. This timeline is already quite short. If the interval is too brief, it may raise suspicion. Have a little patience, all right? Huang Minghu continued to soothe him with kind words. However, He Qing voiced his concerns. He feared that during this waiting period, before he could witness Huang Minghu's plan being implemented, he might be dispatched by the sect for a dangerous task. Fear not. As soon as I catch wind of that, I will use my privileges to summon you to assist me with the interrogations. This way, you will surely not be sent out. Upon hearing this, He Qing was overjoyed. Really? You possess such privileges, boss? Huang Minghu nodded. Naturally. I personally negotiated for these privileges after my last achievement. He Qing gave a thumbs up, nearly exclaiming his admiration. After sending He Qing away, Huang Minghu's expression darkened. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. On the very day the news was announced, Su Chen packed his belongings, bid farewell to all his colleagues on the first level except for He Qing, and moved to the second level. Su Chen had visited the second level once before, so it was not entirely unfamiliar. After organizing his personal items in his room, he proceeded to the enforcement hall on the second level. He briefly met with the enforcers of the second level, who appeared to possess a more composed demeanor, though most were somewhat aloof. After greeting Su Chen, they turned cold, leaving little to discuss. Only his old acquaintance Huang Minghu greeted him with a warm smile, praising him for his youth and achievements. As Su Chen looked at his face and listened to his praises, a chill ran down his spine. However, to conceal his true feelings toward Huang Minghu, he forced a smile in response. There was no special welcoming ceremony. After a brief introduction, Su Chen began his work in interrogation. After his experiences on the first level, in this underground second level, one could be considered quite seasoned. There is no need for hesitation, nor is there a necessity to familiarize oneself with any processes. A brief period spent familiarizing oneself with the information about the demons suffices before one can embark on their duties. Su Chen was forthright, conducting individual interrogations of each demon. When questioned, he claimed this was his unique method of becoming acquainted with the demons. After all, each person has their own distinctive approach to the interrogation of demons. A portly middle-aged man turned to Huang Minghu, inquiring whether his method of interrogation was indeed so distinctive. Huang Minghu smirked slightly and replied, indeed. He employed the same approach on his very first day underground, and it is worth noting that he was the first to extract information from a demon. Oh. At this revelation, the middle-aged man's small eyes widened slightly, and a glimmer of intrigue sparked within them. It appeared that the young man possessed some merit. Indeed. Otherwise he would not have ascended to this level so swiftly. We, the veterans, ought to feel a sense of urgency. Huang Minghu chuckled. With merely this statement, an implicit division was formed between Su Chen and the others. Naturally, Su Chen was aware of the discussions surrounding him. However, he remained indifferent. His purpose in this place was not to alter others' perceptions of him, but rather to acquire a wealth of experience. How others regarded him was of little consequence. This time, Su Chen devoted just 2 days to interrogating all the demons. After enhancement, they were securely imprisoned again. Consequently, Su Chen successfully amassed a new batch of experience points. His daily accrual of cultivation experience had now surpassed the threshold of 40,000. During his time on the first underground level, he barely exceeded 10,000 daily. Now, Having multiplied several times over, such an advancement was truly remarkable. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to transcend their current status. The surge in experience was indeed formidable. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. Regrettably, several significant ones had perished. Otherwise, breaching the 50,000 mark would not have been impossible. During the last turmoil among the demons, 3 of the top-tier demons from the underground second level were slain by Elder D, resulting in Su Chen losing 3 boss-level experience points. Although he later received compensation in the form of relics, he inevitably suffered a loss in cultivation experience. Nevertheless, it was futile to dwell on the past. One must always look forward. Within this demon locking tower, there were ample experience points to be gained, and with so many layers beneath, it was wise to maintain a long-term perspective. Before long, Su Chen settled into the underground second level. During this time, Huang Minghu frequently sought him out, whether out of necessity or otherwise. Su Chen understood that Huang Minghu was not genuinely inclined to converse with him. He merely sought to gather intelligence. He subtly probed Su Chen to ascertain whether he was aware of his secret. This curiosity stemmed from Su Chen's mention of the absurd statements made by Tang Ying before his demise. And Huang Minghu was eager to uncover the nature of those outlandish remarks. Little did he know that the absurdities Su Chen spoke of were entirely fabricated. He took them to heart. Thus, a thorn remained deeply embedded in his psyche. When he was unable to see Su Chen, he could temporarily set this matter aside. However, upon encountering Su Chen, that thorn would prick at his sensitive nerves once more. Su Chen found Huang Minghu's incessant inquiries quite bothersome, as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. Yet, he quickly devised a strategy to extinguish a person's fervent obsession. One need only instill a sense of fear. When the heart is chilled, the fervor diminishes. Senior Tang Ying mentioned that his ability to feign death was due to the assistance of a significant figure. Do you find this notion absurd? With this single utterance, Su Chen froze the smile upon Huang Minghu's face.